No limits racing. No limits racing.
No limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing. No limits racing.
no limits. This is
No Limits Racing.
No limits racing.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Cadwell Park. Welcome to Sunday's action here at No Limits Racing, the 6th round of the 2026 season. And as always, you got myself, Ross McIntyre, Lewis Ray alongside me, bringing you all of the action across the course of 16 races today. Lewis, a brilliant day yesterday. We can do it all again today. It's race 2's race 3's for everyone, apart from the sidecars and the inter-services guys, of course. But what can we expect going forward?
Plenty of great racing, maybe some unpredictable weather. We've had some showers already this morning. Luckily, the sun's somewhat peeking out, although there is still a breeze out in the air, so who knows what we can expect there. But yeah, we're going all the way to race 24 today, so plenty of action to look forward to. And yeah, as you mentioned, the British sidecars as well before lunch.
Should be a great day. The sidecars are just up for their warm-up session right now, but before we go down trackside on Friday, we spoke to a rider in the paddock who's captured the hearts of many, both through his ability, his antics, and also the occasional massive crash as well. So let's head back to Friday and hear what he had to say and his take on the season so far.
So I'm Jack Cullen. I come from Southampton. I grew up on motocross from when I was 4 years old. Sort of done that till I was about 10, and then had a little break, then got into tarmac racing when I was about 15 years old. Done okay, was all right, and then had a couple more years of break, and then got back into it in 23. Done the newcomers again, but a full championship, finishing second on a 600, and then the following year went up to Cup 600, which I come second again. Cut short again, very close, but it was a good year. And then last year was in the Super Series 600, and I had a lot of engine trouble, so we sort of called it early. And then knew we was going to move up to the big bike for this year, so yeah, it's one of them months. The goal is always to win. That's no matter what you do, you always want to win, but I didn't expect to come and dominate as much as I did at the start of the year. If you told me at the start of the weekend that I would walk it as well as I did, I would have laughed at you, because we didn't even have a bike on the Friday for the test day. I was borrowed a mate's bike, absolutely hated it, but then the guy who rebuilt this bike said, oh, it's ready Friday evening, so we didn't really test it. We just turned straight into qualifying with it, and it went really well. Yeah, we didn't expect for it to go as well as it did. So Crofts, I've only raced there once. Yeah, we've raced there once, so I haven't really done a lot of laps there, so I knew it was going to be a challenge setting up and giving it a go. But the pace was really good. I was really happy with my pace, but the guy, Simon Franklin, obviously it's his home circuit, he's really fast around there, and he showed it, to be fair. I was pushing hard. To be fair, the first race I was leading, I had a bit of a gap, and then I tucked the front going into the complex. Silly mistake. Bike got rebuilt. Went again for race 2. was battling with him, and then we got caught up with back markers, which sort of messed my chance up of having a go for the lead. And then obviously, as everyone's seen, I had the massive high side in race 3, just overshot the corner, a bit too eager getting on the throttle, and sent myself to the moon really. But
I mean, look at Jack Cullen there. He's cruising it right down. Massive eyesight there. Down on the deck. Jack Cullen, second crash of the weekend for him. And that is going to be his weekend over.
I sort of learned from it. It was silly mistakes both times. Like, it wasn't like, I don't know why I've crashed. Like, I knew exactly what I've done wrong. But it was just disappointing to end it the way I did, to be fair. That's how it is.
And then obviously from Croft we head to Brands Hatch. Now Brands Hatch was a interesting weekend, I think it's fair to say, again, because it started off so well, both obviously a strong qualifying, and then in race 1 we spoke to you post-race and you were over the moon, to say the very least. Another race win for yourself. At the start of the weekend at Brands Hatch, the Saturday alone, how was that?
The Saturday was mega, to be fair. I had a really good qualifying, and even the test day, everything was just going so well. Considering I was in a lot of pain still, when I was actually on the bike physically, I felt okay. But yeah, I like Brands, so I'd go well there, so I knew that I'd be in the mix for sure, but it was just a shame to end it how we did, to be fair.
Yeah, and it ended sadly in the gravel trap, obviously a big crash over at Paddock Hill Bend. Yeah. What happened in that one, and how did it change your feelings, change your approach for the rest of the season?
So yeah, as I entered Paddock Hill, I think I was just a little bit offline and a bit too hot, and about middle of the corner I just lost the front completely, and to be fair, it hasn't changed my approach, because I'm learning, I'm just trying to better myself everywhere I go, and I'm definitely not going to be making no silly mistakes, that's for sure. And obviously if I have to settle for a second or a third, I will, because I do have to think about the championship and be realistic as well. But obviously if the opportunity's there to get the win, I will be pushing for it. So. And
this weekend as well, going into it, has there been many changes that's went into the bike? Obviously I understand that there's been a lot of work put in between Brands Hatch and now to get this bike ready. What's that sort of looked like? What's the late nights in the garage looked like for yourself?
Yeah, so obviously my dad and Ray, my mechanic, have been flat out. I couldn't thank them enough for how much they've done over the time. I've been away on holiday, sort of had a good reset. But yeah, it's been late nights. The bike was really badly damaged, hence why I couldn't go out and race free at Brands. But they've done a mega job today. It was just a few teething issues, obviously, from getting it rebuilt, which was understandable. But I think we found a setting now where we can be comfortable to push tomorrow.
And just jumping back as well to the 600s, obviously, you know, a lot of the riders that raced on the 600s. What's been the biggest learning curve for yourself, jumping from a 600 onto the S1000?
I would say the power, obviously, is the main thing. It's a complete rocket ship. It's unbelievable how much power they have. But it's sort of just getting the mindset of not carrying as much corner speed and sort of obviously squaring the corner off and shooting it out on this bike. So to like tell yourself to go slower, that's been the hardest thing for me in the corners. But I think I've adapted well. Like, I'm quite a tall lad, so I was real like tight on the 600. This like suits me well for sure. So
yeah, and physical obviously are the 1000s, and you put, I believe, a lot of work into your fitness. You play some football as well on the side. How do you split that, changing from the racing into the football, or is it a case that the football helps you have the fitness on the bike?
Yeah, the football definitely helps. I train twice a week, so it definitely helps with the fitness. But obviously the motorbike's a priority, so obviously if I have to race, I can't play football. It's one of them things. My team's not too happy about it, but it's a priority.
And still Knockhill, and then we go to Anglesey yet again, and Donington Park to go this year. What are you expecting from there? Obviously a whole new challenge up at Knockhill, a short snappy circuit, then unpredictable conditions yet again over at Anglesey before returning to something a little bit more familiar at Donington. How are you expecting the rest of the season to go, looking at it?
Yeah, Knockhill looks a real like small track, and I'm excited to go there and spin some laps. Obviously I've never been there before. I think that's going to be a lot of the case for everyone. So it's going to be unknown for everyone, I think, but I'm excited for a new challenge there. Anglesey, I've spun a few laps on, so I enjoy Anglesey. Just same approach, just have a good Friday and build into the weekend and see what results we can get. And obviously Donny, I like Donny, national layout, it's nice to get rid of the 2 slowest corners on the track and have a real fast flowy track, so I'm looking forward to the last few rounds.
Yeah, plenty to look forward to for the rest of the year, and well, best of luck. And finally, I'm going to put you on the spot, is championship predictions for this year, and if you were to walk away with maybe a championship win or a top 3 in the championship, what could 2027 look like for yourself? Would it be a change of class?
Yeah, so I'm obviously going to put my money on myself for the championship. Well, that's why I'm here. I want to win it. But so next year the plan is, I think, to go up to the Premier or Pirelli. But we're going to get an upgraded bike, so a bit more competitive in the class with everyone else what they're running. So I'm looking forward to the new challenge again next year, but I'm full focus on this year of getting the championship sealed up. So I think we are looking at the new BMW. Like I say, it's a nice bike. It's winning at the moment, obviously in British Superbikes. So I think that's the bike we're going to look at getting.
Well, best luck for this weekend. Best luck for the rest of the season. I'm sure we'll catch up a couple of times, hopefully throughout the weekend or throughout the rest of the year.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'd just like to say thanks to all of my sponsors, everyone at home that supports me. Hopefully I can get the results for you this weekend.
Hello everybody and welcome to Sunday's action here at Cadwell Park, round 6 of the No Limits racing season. You've just joined us at the end of Jack Cullen's pre-round interview, and you've also just joined us at the end of the final warm-up for today. That's right, the sidecars have just finished, the British sidecars have just finished their Sunday morning warm-up, and then we're going to get started with race 9 all the way to race 24 at the end of the day. My name's Lewis Ray, Ross McIntyre alongside throughout the entire day, throughout the entire weekend, and throughout the entire 2026 season here on NRTV. Well, Ross, we've had a little bit of drizzle. Well, I think that's putting it lightly. We've had a little bit of rain this morning, and some mixed conditions out on circuit. The 2 warm-ups plus a qualifying session already taking place today, and now the first round of races, the Bramfix Club Power Cup alongside the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy to start us off. How are you feeling here today?
I'm feeling very good, thank you, Lewis. Yeah, a bit of rain to dampen the mood this morning. Track's not wet or anything. It probably would have washed a little bit of rubber out of the occasion though, so track will have changed ever so slightly as a result of that one, given our sudden downpour that we had yesterday as well towards the end of the day. I guess the weather at Cadwell Park does whatever it wants to do, but yeah, great day of racing all across Saturday. As you said, 16 races to look forward today. We're getting the second race of the Marin British Sidecars, of course, and of course we're getting the return of the Inter Services Championship for their race as well, so should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to the first race. It was, of course, Kieran Wood who took victory in the Bramfix Club Power Cup yesterday. The Army Rider, his first victory of the season, that one, and took it with some conviction as well. Ryan Bowman was the... not Ryan Bowman, what am I talking about? Somebody was quick away from the get-go, but had a penalty and ultimately was not able to finish on the road. So he did a fantastic job withstanding that pressure from them. Let's see if he can make it another win here in race number 2. It was, of course, Dean Turner. Unsurprisingly, another victory in the Old School 1K Trophy for him. So that's what we're expecting to see in those 2 classes. We are still technically ahead of schedule by about 3 minutes, but as you can see, we've got an issue with a sidecar. So it may well be that we are just going to be behind a little bit as well. If you are listening trackside, hello and welcome. So it looks like we are on the PA today, which is great to hear. So hope you don't get really annoyed with me and Lewis across the course of today. And we have graphics back as well. We've got the timing tower making its glorious return. So we've taken what was a great day yesterday. We're making it bigger and better as we see the sidecar getting ready to be loaded and sent on its way. You can see Mark Berry on the right-hand side, our race director here this weekend. And just having a peruse, having a viewing, and trying to figure out how best to get it on the back of the truck.
Yeah, it's one of the downsides to sidecars is actually loading them up onto a trailer to get them out. But hopefully with Giles down there as well alongside Ben Robson, hopefully they can get that moved pretty swiftly indeed. Nonetheless though, we are going to carry on with today's proceedings, hopefully not too much of a delay. I can tell you the first race of the day is already making its way down towards the Holden area now, and as you mentioned, Rossa, exciting race to say the very least, in race 1 for the Bramfix Club Power Cup. It was Kieran Wood who took the race 1, as you mentioned, and we did see some penalties handed out yesterday, one of them being for Ryan Bowman in the Metzler newcomer, freshman category as I should say, change the name for 2026. But it's going to be an exciting day of racing. Kieran Wood, you have to say, a little bit of an unexpected win, at least for us up here in the commentary box, because we had a few riders out of position. We were hoping that, like Simon Franklin, although it was still a solid podium for him, we were hoping him to be a little bit further up the order. P3 for him yesterday, but in terms of the gap, he was around 9 seconds or so adrift from victory. Also, Kieran Nicholson, he was thereabouts on board the Ducati. Seems to be gelling quite well with that bike, making the shift of machinery for the second half of the year. And while the rider that you might have heard for the pre-live interview with Jack Cullen, he sits P10 in yesterday's race. He dropped massively back in the final couple of laps, so I think Jack Cullen, he's going to be hoping to make his way up the order. Otherwise his championship gap is going to be further reduced, if not a shift to championship leader by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, disappointing day for Cullen yesterday, I think it's safe to say. Just pace wasn't quite what he would have wanted it to be. But of course, tracks going to have changed with the rain. It's a fresh day. Is that wet tyres on the number 77?
That was like Inter's, to be honest.
Inters,
so Inter tyres there for them.
It's not got bold call.
It's not got as much grooves as the normal wet. But behind them, Jordan Youth has slicks on as R1, so a mix of compounds. One thing I do have to mention though is, although we've been speaking about the track and the track has dried very, very quickly this morning, credit to Cadwell Park, the final sector though, Ross, that is going to be a challenge. I mean, the final sector, it's challenged at the best of times, but now it's completely tree lined, and that is the part of the circuit, like parts of Brands Hatch where we were at previously in the year, where it stays wetter for much longer.
Well, we'll wait to see if Craig Everson has made an inspired call, because it seems that the consensus is the slicks are okay.
Yeah.
We have had emergency practice, couple of warm-ups, a couple of qualifyings as well. So the track will have had some of that water displaced by some bikes out there, but again, maybe it is wet at a couple of parts of the circuit still.
It's all about comfortability at the end of the day. I mean, superbikes are pretty powerful machines now, and although they have electronics on them now, they're not going to do all the job for you. And if it's a case of going out there with slick tyres and maybe not feeling comfortable and actually not able to build up the temperature in the tyres, which again, even if it's slightly damp, you can still, if you can build up that temperature, you can have the grip out there. If you're not having the confidence to do that, it is going to be a far safer call to maybe wreck a 300-pound pair of tyres rather than throw it down the road on a pair of slicks.
Very true, very true. And of course, as you said, you've got to make those slicks work. That said, if you're going out there and you can't get the heat into them, if it is damp, then it's like being out there on ice, and then you're going to throw the bike on the floor and smash it up, and then you've got to pay for repairs and you might hurt yourself, etc, etc. Of course, hoping that's not the case. But again, we'll wait to see if anyone else is on inters or wets, and we'll wait to see if that is an inspired call, if that's the way to go. It could very much be the case. Again, we'll wait to see that it's maybe wet down at the back part of the circuit through the S's under those trees and then dry for the rest, in which case we've got a very, very interesting opening race on our hands here in the Bramfix Club Power Cup and the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. That sidecar that was stranded is on its way back into the paddock, so hopefully it won't be too long till we get out there. Of course, same format as yesterday for absolutely everybody out here today. It'll be head down to the grid, one sighting lap, and then a 10-lap race, apart from the Marin British sidecars, who have a 14-lap contest. Inter-Services Championship, their race today, also 10 laps, which shame, normally a little bit longer, but it's quite physical around here at Cadwell Park. Lots of tired faces after the racing yesterday, so maybe it's more of a case of just letting the riders rest, recover and recuperate, given most of them do racing in other series here at No Limits as well. There we see the man we spoke to on Friday, Jack Cullen, making his way out on that number 97 BMW. And again, looking for hopefully a little bit of a better day today. We know what he's capable of when the bike's running well and he's got confidence. It was a fresh rebuild of the bike following his crash at Brands around a month ago. So maybe just trying to get rid of a couple of teething issues as we come to race 2, race 9 of the weekend in the Bramfix Club Power Cup and the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy.
We're loaded up on the grid now. 10 laps of action awaits us for this one. It is going to be Kieran Wood on pole position. No sign of Kieran Wood just yet, but I'm sure he'll appear into view very, very soon. Perry Matterface and Simon Franklin should be joining them, all things well. I can see Simon Franklin down there. So Simon Franklin, Kieran Wood as well, making his way towards the grid. Aaron Nunn as well. And well, as we spoke about all season long, it's been Dean Turner has been star of the show in terms of the old school 1K trophy. However, we have seen some pretty remarkable pace from Sam Foster in recent rounds, so expect Sam Foster to be up there. Obviously, it's again, although not the Inter-Service Championship, it's an RAF bike against an Army bike in terms of the old school 1K trophy honours, you would say.
Yeah, it's all a bit of fun, isn't it? Again, we sometimes play up to the story that the services guys really don't like each other in two-wheel motorsport. It's not really the case. They all seemingly get along. Over in four wheels, it's very much a different picture, shall we say. But we are underway on our sighting lap. Let's have a run through the grid for you for the first race of Sunday's action here at Cadwell Park. It is race one winner Kieran Wood, who starts on pole position. Perry Matterface and Simon Franklin completing at the front row. Behind them, we've got Jordan Youth, Kieran Nicholson and Dean Turner. Then Paul Bowbank, Adam Southall and Jack Cullen completing row 3. Sam Foster rounds out the top 10. He's joined by Dale Hill and Scott Pendleton. P13, Luke Sprout is alongside James Logan and Mitchell Baines. Row number 6, Aaron Nunn, Ian Tune and Ryan Marriott. Following them, it's Philip Whitby, Paul Spencer and Andy Ashcroft, Craig Everson, Martin McClatchy and James Leslie. Dean Bednarek, Anthony Snowball and Joshua Galatovic. And then rounding out the first 10 rows, Neil Stevenson, Simon Anderson and Michael Gernhill. Then it's Stephen Kilby, Piotr Gavaluch and Luke Coop, Ed Alexander, Lee Barnes and Leonard Brookman. The 36th rider was the last one to set a time in qualifying. We then do have Matthew Whitney as a potential entry into 37th place. Did not qualify. We did not see him in race 1 yesterday. So it may well be the case that he's playing it by ear, seeing how he feels. Maybe he's seen the rain and gone, nah, I don't fancy that actually. Maybe he's out there. We'll have to wait and confirm for it when they come round and break the timing beam for the first time.
Yeah, we'll have a little look out for him. You'll see that pretty much in every single race throughout today. I mean, you always have maybe one or two riders that sadly for them weren't able to make it out onto the grids, or, well, sadly for them, they weren't able to set a time in qualifying, therefore actually officially qualify for a spot on the grid. Just coming over the mountain into the final sector, a few front wheels popping up into the air. And well, of course, it's been race 9 of the weekend. And, well, we're looking forward to this one, say the very least. Kieran Wood's time yesterday was a 134 flat, a 134.002 for him. Perry Matterface around 6/10 or so adrift in terms of one lap pace. But it's all going to be about what sort of times they can string together over the course of the race. And one thing's for sure, they need to stop Kieran Woods from getting in a rhythm in these opening laps.
No, they really do. He can be very, very dangerous when he's up to speed. So we'll keep our eyes very firmly on him. Did see a couple of fresh fronts there on some of the Army bikes making their way through. You could see the sticker on the front tyre. Don't worry, that won't affect grip and it'll fall away pretty quickly. So it's not like you're actually running with something that's hindering you out there. It's just evidence that it's actually a new tyre and not one that's been scrubbed in a little bit already. Don't worry, the guys at the race support Pirelli truck always do a bang-up job and can also help you get a little bit of a discount on your tyres as well if you put it in advanced order with them. James and the boys always doing a fantastic job over there. But the flag marshal's seen enough. We're ready to get going for Sunday's action here at Cadwell Park. We are go with No Limits Racing. Ryder has not got away from the grid in the background, but everyone else looks like they're clean on the run down into Coppice. Great start there from Kieran Wood away from pole position. Perry Matterface P2 and Simon Franklin front row as they were as they make their way through Charlie's 1 and into Charlie's 2. Lap number 1 of 10, of course, as you can see, because we've got a lap counter up the top, as it looks like Franklin getting a good run, trying to look to the inside of Matterface as they climb up the hill. Couldn't quite find it. Tell you what, Lewis, Kieran Wood is already trying to bolt away at the front of this pack. In fact, no, he's not. He's dropped back. I thought he'd disappeared up the road. He's actually dropped back to P3.
Yeah, up into P3. Did they originally drop back to P4 behind Dean Turner, but Dean Turner managed just to get through there. And well, there's another rider stopped outside the circuit. Disappointment there for them. Hopefully they can get that all fixed for later on. But nonetheless, we do carry on this contest at the front, where it's Perry Matterface leading the way. Simon Franklin just trying to close the gap there.
Oh, red flag.
Like some Manfield, but yeah, the red flag out there straight away. So red flag out on this opening lap. And yeah, we'll have to wait a few moments before we can, hopefully get a restart underway. So obviously, we hope everyone is okay, and hopefully it's not going to be too much longer before we can have a restart.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that's probably for the bike that's stranded down on the start-finish straight. It's quite a dangerous place. They probably can't really get it out of the way. So I'm going to assume that they... It was about half a lap into the contest. Bit of a disappointing way to kickstart the first race of the day here at Cadwell, but again, we'll let you know that everyone's okay as soon as we know, and the bikes will be clear hopefully pretty soon, and we can get going once again. So if you have just joined us on NLR TV, we have got about half a lap of racing under our belts before we had a red flag flown due to a couple of riders who were not able to get away from the grid. Looks like there was a coming together. Whoever that was is walking and up on their feet, a little bit of a limp, and they will probably get into the ambulance to go to the medical centre for a checkup. But the main thing is that they are able to stand on their own, which is always great to see. So we'll have a whole race restart hopefully soon, and we can attempt that one again.
Yeah, we can have a go with that one yet again, and hopefully it goes a little bit smoother, and hopefully we can have a nice smooth day of racing. The wind today is well and truly picked up from yesterday. I mean, we did speak about it a little bit during the paddock walk over how difficult the weather conditions actually were, but here today it's had some rain this morning already. We've had pretty high winds out there too. It's not ideal conditions for racing, but it's the same for everyone, most importantly. And for Kieran Wood, as we mentioned, this is going to be a lifeline, trying to get a better restart and trying not to get swallowed up by the pack.
Absolutely. The 63, which is the other bike that we saw coming to a halt before they even got to the turn one. That was Luke Coop, of course, who also having issues on his Fireblade in the Brownfix Cub Power Cup. The 63, maybe not quite Pekka Banyai, but still, he didn't make it to turn one, unfortunately, so he can do a Pekka and just drop it from the race lead, I suppose.
Making friends on air as always. Well, you can see there the message getting brought out. It is going to be one warm-up lap, 9 racing laps in store for this red flag restart. Just make sure everyone knows exactly what's going on. A little thumbs up there from Simon Franklin. He's all ready to go. Race control will update that, or TSL will update that in a few moments time with our new race distance. And you can see the recovery van finally making its way to the 63, who of course is going to be Luke Coop, as we mentioned, and it's going to be a quick little drop there, obviously, with the recovery fan out. It is another opportunity for us to give another get well soon message to Phil, who's still recovering after his operation post Brands Hatch, I believe it was, and he did join us at Anglesey, sadly, but he was here this weekend yesterday, out and about in the paddock and saying hello. It's lovely to have a little catch up with him, and hopefully he's able to watch from home today and enjoy having his feet up on the sofa and getting some well-deserved rest before hopefully joining us for the final couple of rounds, but we'll have to wait and see. I don't believe he's going to be at Knockhill, but who knows, we could see him at Anglesey. If not, hopefully for the final round over at Donington Park. But yeah, the officials, they've worked very hard this weekend, to say the least. The marshals have been working flat out as always, and as well, if you want to get involved, just speak to Paula or get involved through any of the NR channels to try and get involved in sport, because I mean, without the Orange Army we couldn't go racing.
Absolutely. It's one of those things, marshals, in an ideal world we'd never need to use them. They could just sit there, enjoy some racing and then go home, but we do need to use them, unfortunately, from time to time. But they do ensure that we are able to go racing as safely as possible. So a big thank you to every single one of our marshals that are either joining us here at Cadwell Park or follow us up and down the country all season long. They are absolute superstars, superheroes, and again, we couldn't do it without them. So big thank you to those guys. Wind has picked up. I've just seen the bin that's outside our commentary box has just been blown over, so conditions may be worsening a little bit, but engines are firing back up. One sighting lap and then it'll be a 9-lap race, but it will be a full race restart, so it will be the grid order that we saw earlier on coming into this one. In fact, it's been updated to 8 laps now on our live timing, so maybe that's a change that's come through a bit last minute, just because it took a little bit longer than anticipated to recover those 2 bikes. But riders will head round, they'll get one sighting lap and then be either 8 or 9 laps. We'll figure it out as we go. If we get to lap 8 and the checkered flag doesn't come out, then we know we're doing 9 laps. If it does, there you go, pretty simple. But yes, we'll try that one again then. First race of the day, 2.0, and again, we'll see how things go. Just cutting back to Phil quickly, obviously post-operation. He, again, was able to join us this weekend. Did run into him on a Friday, and he was absolutely miserable because he was doing the classic. He's come to the racetrack, but he's not actually able to do anything because he's still recovering, which is, when you work in motorsport, the worst thing in the world. When you come here and then you end up just standing around, it gets really dull really quickly.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's not dull because of the race, and it's just dull because you're expecting to do a little bit more. It used to be a little bit busier than what maybe it was this weekend, and hopefully we can have him back later on. You can see there Dean Turner just checking all things are good, just checking that the amount of laps that are going to take place, and then the riders will be displaying the board, just updated it with the information. Then they'll head out on another green flag up. We'll run you through the grid yet again, because it is going to be original grid positions, most importantly, as 3 laps have not been completed, so it's essentially a new race.
So yes, and a bit of a lifeline there for Kieran Wood as well, given his slightly dodgy getaway in the first attempt at this one. Right then, Rapids Power Cup and the Old School 1K Trophy, race number 9 of the weekend 2.0. Let's run through the grid for you once again. Front row of Kieran Wood, Perry Matterface and Simon Franklin. Just behind them, we've got Jordan Youth, Kieran Nicholson and Dean Turner, who continues to dominate the Old School 1K Trophy. And of course, we'll be seeing back out in the Inter-Services Championship, the new championship leader in that later on today. Behind those guys, we've got Paul Bowerbank, Adam Suddle and Jack Cullen. Sam Foster rounds out the top 10. He's joined by Dale Hill and Scott Pendleton on row 4. Luke Sprout is alongside James Logan and Mitchell Baines. Then it's Aaron Nunn, Ian Tune and Ryan Marriott. Philip Whitby, Paul Spencer and Andy Ashcroft behind. Then Craig Everson, Martin McClatchy and James Leslie, although we did of course just see Craig Everson's bike getting loaded into the back of the recovery van, so I doubt he'll be starting in this one. Following them, Dean Bednarek, Anthony Snowball and Joshua Galatovic. Then it's Neil Stevenson, Simon Anderson and Michael Gurnell. Stephen Kilby, Piotr Gavalich and Luke Coop. And then it's Ed Alexander, Lee Barnes and Leonard Brookman, and then Matthew Whitney as well. It was in fact Luke Coop that we saw getting loaded into the back of the van, not Craig Everson. Craig Everson is the bike that's on Inters, getting them mixed up. It's early in the morning, haven't had enough caffeine yet. And I believe as well, maybe Mitchell Baines is another rider that we saw getting loaded into the recovery. You know what? Best way to do this is we'll figure it out when they're at the time of me, and we can tell where they are on hopefully the timing tower, if not TSL live time.
You can tell it's first race of the day, but
not quite up to temperature yet.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure we'll get into full things. Today goes on. Race 9, of course, of the weekend. Race 1 of Sunday. We'll be going all the way to race 24 at the end of the day. Right now, seems like a long way away, but as soon as we get into full things, as soon as the racing actually gets underway, it's going to fly by, as it always does. The racing comes thick and fast here at No Limits Racing, as we're accustomed to by this point of the year. I mean, as sprint racing comes, we're essentially in the second half of the season already. This is round 6 of 9 overall. It's round 5 of 8 in terms of sprint racing. It's not confusing at all. We're not too far away from actually getting lights out here at Cadwell Park for hopefully the final time for race 2 of the Brand Fix Club Power Cup.
We'll wait and see. Again, hoping that we don't have to restart once again, but you never know with motor racing, do you? But hopefully everyone has working machinery and then they're all nice and respectful and good and don't smash into each other. Kieran Wood, a disappointing getaway in the first attempt at this one. He'll be desperate to nail it away at the lights on this second time. Cadwell Park is hopefully go properly, and it's a big front wheel pickup from Wood, but he has got good traction. Perry Massface is done the opposite. Simon Franklin's got a bomb through. Great launch for the 1-2-3 of Dean Turner. He's up into third place as well. How far back did Massface drop? Look like it's down into sixth place. Up the inside at Charlie's 1 goes Kieran Wood to regain that lead after Franklin got the whole shot. So it's Wood from Franklin, from Dean Turner up to third place. Did get an overall podium at Brands Hatch, of course, did Dean Turner in this class. Maybe trying to follow that one up here at Cadwell Park as Massface, after a great start in the first attempt of this race, hasn't got away well in version 2.0. The 1-2-8 of Paul Baubank, he's now up to third place from 7th on the grid. So a couple of riders further back getting away really well.
Yeah, a few riders getting a great start to the race. And well, Kieran Wood, it was a far better start than the initial lights out that we had about 10 minutes or so ago. And then only dropping back a second, getting ahead of Simon Franklin. Now Franklin in chase. However, though, we're going to have to wait till this one unfolds. Bauerbank sitting in third place at the moment, ahead of Jordan Oof, as we see Perry Matterface having a little sneaky look up the inside. He's made that one work, and finally ahead of Dean Turner. So it's going to be Wood from Franklin, from Bauerbank, Oof in P4, and then sitting in P5. It is going to be Perry Matterface. So Dean Turner, of course, leading the way in the Old School 1K Trophy with the likes of Jack Cullen behind.
Better start of it in this one for Jack Cullen, up a couple of positions yesterday. He just seemed to drop further and further backwards as the race went on. Let's see if he can change that in race number 2 as we come to the end of our opening tour of this shortened opening race of the day. It will be the pole sitter of Kieran Wood who leads the way, and there we do see Massface going through Jordan Youth, I want to say that was. No, in fact, it was Paul Bauerbank who's dropped back massively, in fact, over the last couple of corners. So problems potentially for Bauerbank as through Gonyeth and now Massface as well. So we'll keep our eye on that one to see if there's any issues moving forward. But it's all changing up there for third place. Up for the lead, Wood and Franklin still holding on for the time being. They started to pull a bit of a gap now. They're already to 1.5 seconds clear of those behind.
Yeah, Bauerbank crossing the line in P3, and then now, well, he's dropped all the way back to P5 as things stand. Hopefully no technical problems with that R1, because, well, it hasn't been unknown in 2026. But Bauerbank, he does have the pace. I mean, we've seen previously that he's been able to stand on the podium at the likes of Anglesey last year, and now we're hoping to repeat that here at Cadwell Park. But Kieran Wood's leading the way over the line. It was just under 0.2 of a second. Simon Franklin, I mean, he's such an experienced rider. We spoke to him yesterday. Of course, he does run anti-wheelie, just it seems to work far less, or not as effective as all the other bikes out there. But that Kawasaki is bringing the neck of it and chasing the far newer BMW M1000 RR. We did see Kieran Wood go slightly wide at the back end of the circuit last time around, over the hairpin just before bar, but no issues this time around.
Massface is getting a bit of a shift on. He wants to work his way back into the podium places and try and catch the two leaders as well. Although Franklin looks like he's made a mistake through the final couple of corners. He's now dropped back away from Kieran Wood, who has 3/4 of a second now advantage. It was only a couple attempts last time around. Lap 3 of 8 then, and it's advantage to the 11. His first race win of the season yesterday. Can he make it 2 from 2 here at Cadwell Park? What will the response be from Franklin? Can you keep that third place and try and catch? What is Massface going to do? Is he going to work his way forward? And then Paul Bauerbank, is the bike blowing up on him again? It's anybody's guess here in the opening race of the day.
Yeah, try and sit to the pace is Jordan Oof, but as things stand, he's going to feel a little bit more than that, because that's about a 10th or so quicker than Kieran Wood, and the gap as things stand sits at around 1.5 seconds between himself and the race leader. So Jordan Oof, it's been a solid race for him so far, but he's got to do a little bit more than that. Perry Matterface, let's not forget, he was super impressive yesterday. He's shown that he was able to attack out there, but from P4 he's got even more time to make up. And well, you got to say, here at Cadwell Park it's going to be difficult, because when you actually catch to someone, you need to invent something pretty special, especially in this final sector, to actually get through.
It is tricky. It's narrow around this place. There's lots of elevation changes and undulation. Corners are off camber a lot of the time as well. it's a real test of rider skill. That also means it is quite difficult to make moves when you're in a position to do so. You've got to be brave around this circuit. But that's why riders love it so much. It's such a test of ability, a test of skill, and a test of your guts, of your bravery as well. On to lap number 4 of 8. In terms of the old school 1K trophy, see on the time tower, yellow coloured next to the numbers. That is the old school riders. Dean Turner, of course, leading the way. Hardly a surprise there. Sam Foster continuing to show good form here. P9 overall, P2 in class for him. Then Andy Ashcroft is P3, but was closely followed by the 32 of Leslie, who's actually just dropped behind Martin McClatchy. So now a one-bike buffer there for that podium fight. There is Jack Cullen running a solid P7 at the moment, but in a bit of no man's land. It's a better showing than it was in race number 1, but still maybe not quite the 97 that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, not necessarily the positions that we'd normally be expected to fight in. P7, of course, P6 in category, but it's still going to be some solid championship points. I think for Jack Cullen, that's going to turn out a little bit better than getting him, for example, at Cross, 1 second place finish, or at Brands Hatch, 1 first place finish. Just get some solid points in the roads, know when to settle. I mean, it was a dramatic Friday for him. He had 1 or 2 moments over the mountain, which resulted in some pain in some areas that you maybe wouldn't normally want pain in. But nonetheless, for Jack Cullen, he's able to actually fight back and get some points on the board, and hopefully 3 race finishes on the board for the first time since the likes of Donington Park.
Yeah, still a better run of things, even with those injuries sustained on Friday. It was a bit sore, shall we say. Not very impressive as a result, but he's back on the line and okay in this one. Kieran Wood has now been caught again by Simon Franklin as we move on to lap number 5. Franklin, of course, nowhere near close enough to make a move. Oh, certainly close enough to put some pressure on. That is a huge one for the race leader. Wow, what a crash. And he is moving. We hope he's able to get up to his feet. But we wait if that's going to be a red flag. It stays local yellow for the time being. But the race leader's gone down with a massive, massive crash at turn 1 at Coppice. And Simon Franklin will inherit the race lead as a result.
Yeah, Kieran Wood losing the front on the entry to turn 1. And it's such a quick corner and not where you're wanted to crash at all. He held about a tenth or so ahead of Simon Franklin at the line last time around. Sadly for him, it's ended in the grass inside of the circuit. That promotes Simon Franklin to the race lead. Jordan sits in P2 now. And Perry Matterface, well, he's been promoted to the podium places so far. Kieran Wood now up on his feet, talking to the marshal. A little limp, but I think he's just trying to turn off that bike and give him a helping hand to actually get that bike up on 2 wheels yet again. So good to see Kieran Wood up on his feet. And now Simon Franklin, well, this is his race to lose. He has an opportunity to grab 25 points.
Does indeed. Great to see Kieran up on his feet after a huge off there. Probably had the wind knocked out of him, to say the least, but the main thing is that he's up and okay, able to stand unassisted, so great to see that. Hopefully the bike's alright, and maybe we'll be seeing him out a bit later on. We'll have to wait and see. Franklin has now caught a bit of traffic as we're entering the dying phase of this race. Of course, yellow flags out into Coppice as a result of that crash from Wood. He's not under any real pressure though from behind, so doesn't need to worry about anybody launching a move. That does put Youth and Matterface up to P2 and P3, and that battle now for second place still raging on behind. Matterface has been putting a lot of pressure onto that 183 throughout this race after a bit of a disappointing getaway. He, again, in the first start of things, the first time round in this race, got a great launch up into the lead before the red flag was flown around halfway around the lap. Second time round, fortunes reversed. A poor getaway, dropped down to 6th place, had to fight his way back up into 4th. Now that incident up into 3rd place. Let's see if he can try and make it a 2nd.
Yeah, let's wait and see what he can do this time around. Under a lot of pressure is Jordan Hood for the time being. At the line last round separating them, it was just under 4/10 of a second. And now, as you mentioned, Ross, entering the final stages of this race. Perry Matchface having a look up the inside at the chicane, but thinking better of it. Slotting him behind the 183. And now, well, it's R1 against R1. It's not like it's going to be different strengths of machine. They're on basically identical machinery. I'm over the mountain, perfectly matched. And Perry Matchface, he's clearly going to look for an attack in the final 2 laps or so.
Equal machinery means it's all about what you can do. How brave are you? What's your ability like? Well, yeah, for Matterface, 2 mighty fine riders, if I say so myself. This one could be going all the way to the checkered flag as we are about to start the penultimate lap of the first race of the day. All check back there from Jürgen. Was that a mistake? He looked over the left shoulder, but Mataface kept it to the inside, went right and goes through up to second place then before the yellow flag section, and the red flag has now been shown on lap 7 of 8, and that will be the end of that one. The next question, of course, provisionally, did Mataface get through on Jürgen before the red flag was flown? And then if he did, if he did, then do we take the results from the lap previous, in which case you will be second at the end of that one anyway. We'll have to wait for race control to decide, but we do have a second red flag now of this race, lap 7 of 8, and it will be Simon Franklin, regardless, who takes the victory, but brought to an end just before the end of the contest proper. So hopefully everyone is okay, and hopefully there's not been another incident. Just waiting to see and hear from race control what is going on. I suspect it may well be for Kieran Wood, but he is up on his feet, so it could just be a case of they've decided that bike is in an unsafe position. Again, Kieran Wood, a huge crash from the race lead. A little bit of a limp on, unfortunately. But again, the fact he's up on his own 2 feet is fantastic after he went tumbling through the grass at a mighty rate of knots. So we'll wait to hear what race control has for us to say, but from what I suspect, I think it's just a case of race control decided they want to get that bike out of the way. But still, a disappointing way to end that one under red flag. A really intriguing race. Kieran Wood, of course, a massive crash for him. Hopefully he's okay and the bike's okay. We might be able to see them out in race number 3 later on, but again, depends what his repair job's going to be like and if he's in an okay state. And of course, the Inter-Services Championship later on as well. That could change the picture for that one, given how strong Wood has been running this weekend. Race 1 winner yesterday, of course, his first race win of the 2026 season. It will be, unsurprisingly, Dean Turner who takes victory in the Old School 1K Trophy. I'll run through the results for you. Reminder, these are provisional and where the riders were at the time of the red flag. It may well be taken from the lap before. Simon Franklin is going to be taking the victory. Perry Mataface did slide through into second just as the red flag was thrown. So that means Jordan Youth currently provisionally in P3. Then it's Paul Bowerbank, Dean Turner, Old School 1K Trophy race winner in P5. Jack Cullen 6th, then Sprout, Logan, Foster and Pendleton rounding out the top 10. Sam Foster second place in the Old School 1K Trophy. Then following them, Hill, Aaron Dunn, Ian Tune, Spencer, Andy Ashcroft was the P3 in the Old School 1K Trophy, just ahead of the 32 of James Leslie, fourth place in Class P16 overall. Then it's Martin McClatchy, Anthony Snowball, Whitby, Mario, Dean Bednarek, Whitney, Stevenson, Anderson, Gabelich, Gurno, Everson, Barnes, Kilby, and then it looks like, well, of course, we lost Kieran Wood, Brookman, and Galatovic as well, who may well have had a mechanical failure early doors. So these results provisional. We'll wait for the confirmation from race control in terms of who's going to be finishing where and when, before they do head out for race 3 of the Brandfix Club Power Cup and the Old School 1K Trophy a little bit later on. That's scheduled to be race number 18 of the weekend, currently scheduled for 2:25 British summertime here at Cadwell Park. So they'll be back out a little bit later, but that does bring a conclusion to the first race of the weekend, unfortunately, or the day, should I say. Lewis Ray, down to you.
Down here in Park Farm, as you mentioned, Ross, and well, we'll have a little chat with definitely a race winner, you would say, Simon Franklin. Second and third, maybe a little bit contested, depending on wherever they take the actual result from. But Simon, you've got to be happy with that one. Not how you maybe want to win it with Kieran Wood crashing, but still a great ride from yourself.
Yeah, great. To be fair, I don't know how he was doing those times. He had a wet front in, and doing those times, hats off to him. Like, I hope he's all right.
Yeah, I mean, up to the point of the crash, you were, I think, a tenth and a half behind him at the line. Still, great pace from yourself, and you kept him honest all the way throughout.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, it was, like I say, a good race. These lads keep us honest as well, but yeah, I hope he's all right.
Yeah, still one more race to go. Hopefully Kieran can join you guys out there for it, and best luck.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, thanks very much.
Great to hear from Simon. Now we'll head over to Perry, and well, Perry, I'm not quite sure if it's going to be a second or third from yourself just yet. Just depends on when they take the lap. But you and Jordan were having a good fight up to that point, and yeah, you kept him honest.
Yeah, my start wasn't that great. And I've just about got the speed to keep up with Simon if I'm on him. But as soon as there's a few bikes in between us, it just made us sort of spread apart a bit. Obviously, with Kieran's crash, sort of really, I was watching him go off rather than paying attention to where I was supposed to be going myself. It's all dust coming back on the track, so hopefully he's all right. And I think I just about nicked second off of Jordan because he hit a false neutral. So
Yeah, one more race to go for yourself. Best of luck.
cheers, thank you.
And, well, I don't think we're going to have time, but quickly if we can, we'll grab a quick word of Dean Turner, because everyone else is disappearing off now. Team, class win for yourself in the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. You've got to be happy yet again.
Yeah, happy with that. This is definitely my bogey circuit for me. So, yeah, tyre roulette at the start, but paid off in the end.
Yeah, and one thing's for sure, though, you can't tell that with the lap time. Still comfortably ahead of Sam Foster, and still one more race to go.
Yeah, hopefully we get a good start in the third race. I think it's all one off the start here, so we'll see how we go.
Best of luck.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Well, there we go, Ross. Everyone else is heading up from, Park Fermi back into the paddock, and I'll hand it back up to you in the comments box. Hopefully, you can get some racing up yet again. Thank you very much, young Lewis Ray, for that one. Just waiting to see if we're sending people out, but I think we do have some bikes potentially going down to the holding area. We'll wait to figure out what's going on, but unfortunately, an early delay here at Cadwell Park. Up next, though, we are scheduled to have the Club Sport Cup, the Street Bike Cup with Metzler, and then the Fortis F900Rs going out onto the circuit. A great race yesterday, pretty much dominated by a returning Alex Mullaney, taking a very, very comfortable victory, 14.7 seconds at the end of the day on his R6. Tom Major in P2, Carl Beresford rounding out the podium places. That, of course, being the Club Sport Cup order of things. In the Street Bike Cup, it was Guy Wood who took victory, P8 overall, P2 in that class. Paul Cribble in 12th place, behind him, P14. Roger Lovelace in P3. Then the BMW's Danny Cartwright, P17, took the victory in class. And Chris Taylor second in P18. Ryan Arnold third, just about 900ths of a second, keeping him on the podium ahead of Carl Bayliss. So it was tight out there, to say the least. But fancy bikes are now going down into the holding area, so we're probably not too far away from coming forward, figuring out what's going to be going on further down the line, as hopefully the feedback from the PA, if you're watching along on NLR TV, hasn't just deafened you there. Yeah, always a bit weird trying to listen to our voice through a bit of a dodgy speaker, shall we say. But Lewis Ray, a disappointing way to end the opening contest of the day there, but of course safety being absolutely paramount. Kieran Wood was up on his feet, but of course the bike stranded in a bit of a dangerous position, and again I think race control probably just wanted to check that he was properly okay as well. So hopefully we will see him back out later on if the bike's okay to repair, if he's not feeling too banged up and bruised. But that was a monster crash for the number 11 rider, and yeah, hopefully he's all alright.
Yeah, hopefully it's all good. You've seen the first thing that the likes of Simon Franklin was bothered about was the well-being of Kieran Wood. So yeah, hopefully they're all going to be okay as well, we load up for race 10 of the day. We're not too far away from actually getting going for this next one. It is going to be race 10 on our schedule, which is race 2 of Sunday, of course. Alex Mullaney on pole position for this one. You just see the black and yellow R6 slot into position. He's going to have some tough competition yet again. Aidan Goodins and Thomas Major alongside him on the front row. We'll run through the full grid in a few moments time once we actually get released out on this green flag lap. But you just see a few more riders slotting into position and a few riders making it out. Of course, it was a slightly unconventional start to proceedings and getting everyone down in the holding area because well, we just had a red flag. I know he switches things up ever so slightly, but maybe waiting for one or two latecomers or just giving the opportunity to actually come and then making sure everything is all good. And we are all good to go for this green flag lap. So Alex Mullaney on pole position alongside Aidan Goodins and Thomas Major. A few riders slow to get away there on the green flag lap. Carl Beresford, Callum Hurst and Benjamin Berry goes from row 2 with Jamie Bayless, Fraser Lozchenko and Finn Page going from row 3. Guy Wood rounded out the top 10, then going alongside Matthew Maynard and Jordan Warren. Good to see Jordan back. First time to Cadwell Park that he's been racing with us. Paul Pridmore goes from P13. Look out for him in the street bike category. He goes alongside Samuel Biles and Thomas True. A very special end to the weekend at Anglesey for him last time out. Happy engagement and hopefully happy marriage very, very soon to them. Roger Lovelace goes from P16. Carl Freeth, Chris Taylor alongside Danny Cartwright, Harry Morris and Carl Bayliss going alongside on road 7-2. Further back, Ryan Arnold, Evan Brailsford and Christopher Rowlands rounds out our top 24. John Hunt, Liam Sutherland, Michael Partwright, Peter Dugnan, Jamie Locke and Anthony Cartwright rounds out our top 30. Finally, with no time set, we do have number 8 and the number 90. So 32 riders, all things being well, should be taking the race start in this one, but it is going to be 30 bikes or so that have actually set times to qualify for this race. It should be an interesting one.
Certainly should be. Alex Mullaney, of course, the rider in dominant form seemingly this weekend. Can he follow that one up in Russian Race On and get another race victory? Find out, well, whether you are watching with us live and free on NLR TV or if you're joining us trackside here at Cadwell Park, it's safe to say you are in for a treat. 3 different classes to wrap your head around. The Club Sport Cup, the Street Bike Cup with Metzler and the Fortis F900Rs for any BMW fans that are out there here today. And it's safe to say, even though there's 3 different classes, they all get involved with each other and the racing is certainly electric. You could say the racing has no limits, Lewis, couldn't you? Yes, I'm so glad I got that one in eventually. At some point,
too early for that.
At some point this season it had to go. That looks like problems there for the 74 of Carl Beresford. He's now got back onto the bike. Beresford, of course, that Triumph, we know how rapid it is in a straight line, so hopefully there's no issues with the machinery underneath him. But everybody making their way into their grid slot. Alex Mullaney, certainly the man to beat. He starts from pole position. Can anybody stop him?
Yeah, that is the question on everyone's lips. It seems like Alex Mullaney just shows up when he wants to No Limits round and seems to dominate for the entire weekend. Finally returning to action here at Cadwell Park. Lovely to have him back. However, he dominated race 1, to put it very lightly. A 1:33.3, his fastest lap. Around 2-3 seconds quicker than Aidan Gooden's in P2. Now, though, we are ready to go racing. It's Alex Mullaney who gets the best start. He is going to be challenged on the run to turn 1 by Thomas Major. Thomas, he was talking about the starts yesterday, and now we're nearly taking the whole shot on the run to turn 1. Alex Mullaney swooping around the outside and cutting off his front wheel. It is now Mullaney from Major. P3 sets Callum Hurst. A great start from Callum, and Carl Beresford slotting in behind. So no position gained for Carl Beresford just yet until the Park straight where he flies by important Triumph and gets through position game for them. Jamie Bayliss as well slots in behind in P5. It looks like Finn Page is up into P6 too, so from 9th on the grid to P6 for Finn Page. Great start for him, but at the front, it's all about Alex Mullaney.
It is indeed hardly surprising given his form yesterday. Mullaney trying to bolt away, but does have a bit of company in another rider. So it's not done and dusted just yet. But you'd think, given his pace across him yesterday, he will be looking to try and break away. His move's still being made. Everyone's still trying to figure out where they are on the track, who they're racing with. Is it a battle for class, or are we just going to have some fun and a scrap for overall position, which doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Callum Hurst now behind Carl Beresford, trying to see if he can work his way back into the podium places, as it looks like a little bit of an issue coming through the chicane before the mountain for a couple of riders, and now going a bit slowly. So gaps opening up now at the front. There is your race leader in Alex Mullaney, who'll be shortly leading us on to lap number 2. There is the battle for 3rd place though. Beresford just ahead of Hurst, and they've got another rider right behind them for company as well as they make their way onto the front set. It's Mullaney from Major, from Beresford, from Hurst, and Bayliss in P5 on that 600. So this could be an interesting one. Let's see how it unfolds. A really solid run from Bayliss yesterday in general. He's been pretty solid all season, I think it's safe to say, as the 1-2-4 of Jamie. But again, just seemingly improving race on race here this weekend.
1.3 seconds sets the gap at the front of the race. And we spoke about Jim Bayliss as well as Benjamin Berry. He's been a rider that just goes about and does his thing. And that's how he slots himself into P6 at the start. You can imagine sit there or thereabouts throughout the entire race. Guy Wood, though, currently leading in category in the street bike class in P8 overall for himself. Meanwhile, for the BMW swing of things, you have to go all the way down to Danny Cartwright, down in P18 over on the first lap. You did see the likes of Chris Taylor and Thomas Drew having a good scrap. They were fighting together, but nonetheless, we are going to carry on with the action at the front of things. Lap 2 of 10, and Mullaney looking to extend his margin, and Callum Hurst, meanwhile, well and truly got out of the danger zone with Carl Beresford. That's a big enough gap for Beresford's not going to be able to get by him in the straight line, and Callum Hurst can run his own lines.
Certainly, again, that Triumph 765 triple, so quick in a straight line. And Beresford, he's always dangerous. You can see him trying to line up runs out of corners to get that straight line speed, using the triple to his advantage. But Hurst clearly wary of what that Triumph can do, and just getting that gap there. Of course, not to take away from Carl Beresford himself, a mighty fine rider indeed, but it helps when you've got a lot of whack underneath you as well. So we'll wait to see if Beresford can catch back up to the 14 of Callum Hurst, or maybe he can keep that gap going. Here we see Page and Fraser Lizarchenko fighting for 7th place as it currently stands. Lizarchenko, of course, started this season out as a novice rider, quickly moved up the classes after some dominant rides in the early couple of rounds, and already showing that he has what it takes to compete with some of the very best. Whoa, look at the rear wheel picking up. That thing was sideways on the run into the corner there, and it's cost him a lot of time as a result. He had to awkwardly get off it, ran wide, missed his line, but the fact he's still on 2 wheels, unbelievable. Fair enough from Fraser Lizarchenko. Maybe we'll just have to calm down and go again. He's not actually dropped that much time though, because he's still right on the back of the 30th Page, so ultimately hasn't cost him that much at all.
Reset button time for Fraser Lizarchenko, and well, his foot slipping off the peg there yet again, whether that was a Doctor's Dangle impression or his foot actually slipping off, we've yet to see. But good stuff from Fraser Lizarchenko, and hopefully we can see a good scratching himself and Finn Page in this one. That would be an interesting race to see the very least. But yeah, great ride so far from Fraser. Great season, actually. His development from set down has been astonishing, to say the very least. Heading to the final sets now, into the hairpin. You see, having a bit of look there was Benjamin Berry on Jamie Bayliss, but thinking better of it. That corner gets tight, and if you look to dive up the inside, those lines can easily merge. Guy Wood, though, that is your leader in the street bike category. This is the car watching. He has a front row ticket to it, to say the very least. And Guy Wood, hamstring a little bit in no man's land for the time being.
I'm sure he's still loving life, knowing that the fact he's in the race lead. He's got a huge gap back to 2nd place, of course, in the Street Bike Cup with Mester. Paul Pribble not that far away. Roger Lovett's car 3 fighting over P3/P15 overall in that one. In the Fortis F900Rs, it is Danny Cartwright that leads the way from Carl Bayliss from Taylor in P3. So we'll keep our minds on that one and how it's all going to unfold. Lap number 4 here at Cadwell Park, out of 10, race number 2 of the day, and race number 2 of the weekend for these guys as well. We'll see the riders making their way through the gooseneck. There is Carl Beresford just behind him, Bayliss and Benjamin Berry. Berry looking for a move down at the bottom into Mansfield, and it's not going to be confirmed yet, but it's a nice line, and then shuts the door on the exit as well. Textbook stuff really, but at a very difficult corner to overtake at, especially on the brakes, given you're downhill, given you've got gravity working against you. There's a tarmac change in the middle of the braking zone as well, so he's executed that one very, very nicely indeed. The 848 up into P5.
Up into P5 for the time being, but for how long? It actually looks like Benjamin Berry's brake protector has been hit up at an angle. You'll see it just coming through the final sector in a few minutes' time. We continue to follow them through Barn. So just tipping through the corner now. But yeah, Benjamin Berry is brake protector doing a hit of some sort, it looks like. And there is Finn Page still leading the way on Fraser Lizarchenko. Lizarchenko, a unique riding style actually. It's not necessarily the most modern of riding styles out there, as that is a stoppage for the number 18 F900. A massive shave for them, and that is going to be Ryan Arnold done for himself.
Well, he's got going again, so maybe it's an issue that just means he can't run at full pace, but he was in the fight for the podium places in the Fortis F900R Cup, and you could see the frustration as he was banging the handlebars. So a real shame for him, down and out of race number 2 in this class. But yeah, Lizarchenko again, bit of a unique riding style, but he utilises it well. Again, you don't have to, stick to true form. As long as you're quick, you can kind of do whatever you really want, even though some people may not silently, they will very vocally judge you and call you many things for riding in a horrible manner. But quite frankly, I've always seen it. If you're quick, it doesn't matter how you do the thing. It matters that you're quick, and he is quick. So
yeah, he's certainly quick to put it very least. And well, one thing I've noticed, and we noticed earlier on with the massive moment that he had, Fraser Lizarchenko is so confident in the heavy braking zones, particularly. Maybe not necessarily the the trail braking zones where you're really having to have that lever pulled in for slightly longer as you're tipping in. But places like Mansfield at the end of Park Straight, he's so strong out there, and you can just see the bike there getting eaten up inch by inch.
Certainly. Of course, you don't want to be using all of the brake. It's a bit counterintuitive because then after you're unbalancing the bike, you run against the stops at the bottom of the walls. That's not what you want to be doing. But of course, different riders, some riders approach with a little bit less brake, go into the corner, a little bit gentle on the brake early, but then theoretically carry the corner speed. Some riders like to brake a little bit later. Again, it's all personal preference on how you like to ride the thing. Lizarchenko clearly belonging to the school of thought of basically leaving it as late as possible and then just whack on the things. And hopefully it stops in time for the corner, which, well, we've seen a couple of times this race, hasn't quite done so. But again, he's so quick most of the time. He's quickly risen the ranks from a novice rider, getting his 10 signatures and already fighting out there with a lot of guys with a lot of experience and pace on board. So I'm excited to see what the future holds for the number 38. It is still Alex Mullaney who leads the race, 7.5 seconds clear of Thomas Major in P2. And Major himself actually not that far ahead of Callum Hurst. Hurst has actually been catching him over the last couple of laps, so he's put Carl Beresford to the back of his mind and now is focusing on P19 or P2, the number 19.
Yeah, I think you're right enough with that. Fraser's just leaving it as late as possible, trying to see how late you can leave it, and then bringing it back in on it, bringing back in the reins ever so slightly. I mean, yeah, plenty of riders try that. I certainly tried it 1 or 2 times throughout my quote-unquote career, and a couple of times it put me in the gravel trap. But nonetheless,
it wasn't a couple times, Lewis. Come on, let's be honest.
Yeah, more than a handful, let's just say. But yeah, that's why I'm here in the commentary box talking about it. Thomas Major, though, as things stand, as you said, leading away from Callum Hurst in second and third. Half a second that gap sat last time around. We're going to wait and see what it's going to be this time. They're just coming towards the start finish line, where we'll have finally a time and screen update. And that gap between the two of them, Major and Hurst, now sits at 1.8 seconds. So risen by over 1 second last time around. So great lap for Major. Personal best from him. And now a red flag coming out to bring us up into the race. Lap 7 of 10. And a big shame there. Alex Mullaney's gap sat at 7.2 seconds. We just ticked on to lap 7. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. You would imagine potentially called a result, but we'll wait and see how things play out. Obviously, we hope that everyone is okay. But yeah, the red flag appearing out on our second race of Sunday. A massive shame that we couldn't have it go the entire race distance, and the marshals acting quickly there, to say the very least. But as it stood, Alex Mullaney did lead from Thomas Major. Callum Hurst did sit in P3. Those positions had sat like that for a little while. And well, you can just see rider down, some damage as well to the air fence, and not the air fence, sorry, the barriers at the side of the circuit. Safety cars as well making their way around, and actually there's safety cars over at the MSV circuit. So now a Hyundai Ioniq 6 being used as they'll make their way around and come over to check everything is okay, hopefully repair any damage to any barriers, and hopefully simply give the rider a helping hand. Hopefully not much more is needed than that. But Alex Mullaney did lead. Obviously fastest lap of the race also went the way of him, a 1:34.1 for him. That was around 8 tenths or so quicker than second place. Yeah, lap 7 of 10 that we brought back into Park Fermi, as it seems. Yeah, they are being stopped in Park Fermi, so that would be, you would imagine, called a result. And then once obviously the incident is sorted out on the circuit, we should have the next call for the next race of the day, which would be the schedule, the Sorn Cover Stock Twins, Track the Added Super Twins, and the No Limit Next Gen Sport Bikes. So in old money terms, the twins out on circuit, but the sport bikes making a big indent into the paddock over the last couple of years, to say the very least. And a great turnout this round at Cadwell Park, I think it has to be said. Always lovely to see how much fans we have watching around the circuit. Obviously up in the grandstand, some of them camping for the entire weekend as well. But yeah, as it stood at the time of the red flag, it was Alex Mullaney who led the race, Thomas Major in second, and Callum Hurst in P3. That was your podium after a pretty great race. 1.8 seconds between Major and Hurst at the finish up, 9 seconds separating our top 3 runners. That great race yet again. The Shimmy couldn't go all the way to the checker flag, but Mulaney made your first, as you mentioned. Carl Beresford P4, Jamie Bayless P5, Benjamin Berry, Finn Page, Fraser Lachenko rounded out the top 8. Guy Woods was your street bike cup with Metzler winner in P9, and Jordan Warren Good rounded out our overall top 10. Thomas Drew, Paul Pridmore rounded out the podium in the street bike cup with Matthew Maynard P13, Harry Morris P14, and Roger Lovelace rounded out the top 15. Simon Biles P16, Eddie Carl Free P17, while Chris Taylor, as things stood, he wouldn't take the F900 win. However, well, it does look quite similar to Chris Taylor down in the barrier. Hopefully all is okay with him. Carl Bayliss just outside the top 20, Michael Partridge, Liam Sutherland, Joe Culler and Jamie Locke, top 25 runners, while Ryan Arnold P28 for him, just finished behind John Hunt on the other F900. Good race all round though from them. And well, after a solid ride yet again, we never got to hear from him yesterday. Hopefully this time around we will be able to speak to Alex Mulaney after a great ride. So 7.74 after an incredible ride, 7.2 seconds of an advantage. He's down in Park Ferme after that red flag with Mr. Ross McIntyre. So Ross, down to you in Park Ferme.
Unfortunately, the race has been called there, and as you can see, some of the riders have been held a little bit further back as a result of the red flag. Well, I wanted to speak to Alex Mulaney, but he's just left. So maybe they're just sending them on their merry way. Maybe we'll have to go back into Park Ferme, or are they sending them away? And this was a really pointless exercise for me to come down. They're certainly sending a few on their way. Should we try and get some words out of somebody? What about Tom Major? He's right there. Are we going? Mark Berry, are we going?
That is the result, that one. They've declared a result down the bottom.
I mean, are we sending them back to the paddock as well?
Yeah, so those two have got, they're in the next race, so we'll let them go through.
Okay.
You'll have a chat with you from the army.
Yeah, we'll chat to some people. Thanks very much, Mark Berry, for filling me in to make sure that I wasn't just here. We'll speak to second place at the end of that one anyway, Thomas Major. How are you feeling after that one? Look a bit tired.
Yeah, I'm really good actually. I still got a bit of a groove and I sort of slowed down a little bit, thinking I had a bit of space, couldn't hear anyone around me. And I saw a front wheel coming into the hairpin before I started. I was like, I've got to get a move on here. Someone's about to overtake me. So, yeah, got a shuffle on for that next lap. And, yeah, red flagged, so I hope the guy's all right. I saw him over on the top, but, yeah, hope he's okay. But, yeah, good race. Happy with that. Another second place. Go again later.
Yeah, a couple of really good races for you in general so far this weekend. Race number 3, looking to try and fight Alex up the front, or do you think the pace isn't quite there?
I'd love to fight for the first place, but I don't think I've got the pace to keep up with him. He's absolutely flying on another level. Fair play to him, he's riding really well. But yeah, had a bit of a hairy moment first lap, and I don't know what happened, maybe a lapse concentration, ended up on the grass after the gooseneck, but yeah, stayed on and kept the position, so that was pretty lucky. But yeah, back to the paddock and on to the next one.
Awesome, well, great riding out there, Tom, and we'll see you after race 3.
Cheers, mate. See you later.
We have got some guys going in. If not, I'll go speak to Callum Hurst, but we'll wait to see if any of our race winners from any of the other categories are coming out. We are looking for the 82. Would be nice to speak to Guy Wood, the winner in the Street Bike Cup. Which I'm not seeing him anywhere currently, and if I just very professionally check my phone and TSL timing to double check who won in the Fortis F900 R's, which was the 36 of Guy Taylor, who I cannot immediately see either. So we'll just have a little kind of wander down, and if all else fails, we'll just jump back in and speak to Callum Hurst over there. But I'm not seeing anyone, but I'm being told in my ear that Guy Wood is right there. Where is he? I might have completely missed him. But Guy Wood apparently is out here somewhere. I might just be blind a little bit. Looking for the 82. Is that him in there? Where are we? Am I completely blind? It's very possible. Well, they'll turn up at some point. I can see Jordan Warren Good down there for the time. Oh! My competent Michael, the camera operator, has gone and found him. He was behind me. There we go. We'll walk around to go and speak to him. He's having a few chats. There we go. I've got some fans and team helping out as well. I walked straight past him and was just down there being like, I can't see where he is. And everyone was like, no, he's over here. I'm just apparently completely useless. Hello, mate. Great ride from you. Race 2 winner. How's that for you?
Slower than yesterday. It was shitter, to be fair. But I'm glad it was red flagged when it was, because I was getting slower and slower and slower. But it was all right. Good day out. Yeah. No,
I mean, class winner, you can't complain about that at the end of the day, surely.
Can't get any better than that, can you, really? So it'll do. It'll do, mate, honestly.
So you guys seem to be some fighting going on throughout the pack as well. Are you enjoying yourself here at Cadwell Park?
Absolutely brilliant. It's my home track. I love it. I come here all the time. I've been coming here since I've been 2. So it's all been good.
Go on then. Well, it looks like everyone's being sent back on their way, so we'll let you get out there. But thanks a lot, Guy. Good luck for race 3.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Well, we're getting everyone being sent back on their way, so hopefully it won't be too long until we're getting riders down into Park Ferme, or the holding area, should I say, and getting ready for the next race. But these guys will make their way back through, so we'll head back to the commentary box, back over to young Lewis Ray as we prepare ourselves for race 3 of Sunday's action here at Cadwell. Park Ferme, holding area, should I say, and getting ready for the next race.
Well, we got there in the end, and they found Guy Wood. But yeah, nonetheless, we will carry on with proceedings here at Cadwell Park. Hopefully not too much longer before we can get the show on the road once again. There is bikes in the home area, but I don't think they're the next race yet. I think there's some of the runners from the last race. Next up, obviously, on our schedule, all things being well, it should be race 11 on our schedule, the twins that should be heading out, sport bikes as well alongside them. So a good mix of R7s, Aprilia RS660s, Suzuki SV650s, Kawasaki ER650s as well, some of the older bikes out there too. That's not to forget the likes of the Triumphs, the 660 Triumphs, which unlike the Aprilia is a triple cylinder machine, the Aprilia just being a twin. And well, that's been the dominant bike in the hands of Lewis Smart so far this year, so it's been pretty impressive so far. Some wildlife as well around Cadwell Park. I don't know if we can call a crow necessarily wildlife. It is a bird, but
great observation there, Lewis.
Look, a better observation than finding Guy Wood anyway, that's for sure. But hopefully not too much longer till the next race of the day. We're just speaking about the difference of twins that we've had so far this weekend. But the race sadly coming to a red flag. Hopefully for the twins we can make it all the way to the end.
As we can see, one of our NLR TV camera ops giving the crowd a wave there. Hello, Kim. Hope you're okay. But yes, if you're watching on NLR TV, hope you're enjoying the show. Again, a big day for us today as we do have the return of the timing tower after it, unfortunately, was throwing a bit of a hissy fit yesterday. And of course we are on the PA today as well, so if you are listening trackside, apologies, you've got me and Lewis to deal with all day, but hopefully it won't be too long until we get going once again. So just a small delay here. We have had a couple of red flags out of the 2 races that we've had today, unfortunately, so we will be a little bit behind schedule, possibly looking at some shortened races or shortened lunch, but we did plan ahead. We were scheduled to finish about 5:30 now, so we do have about half an hour's leeway at the end of the day in terms of getting everything done. Of course, we got our Marin British sidecars to look forward to as well. I'll tell you what, Lewis Ray, I can see some bikes going down to the holding area, which means we're probably not too far away from the Club Sport Cup. No, that's the one we just had. The Stormcover Stock Twins, the Track X Super Twins, and the XN Sport Bike. So I can't find Guy Wood and I can't read the schedule correctly, apparently, because I did that yesterday as well, where I read the race before. And it's been an excellent weekend.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. A racing anyway, that's for sure. But other things maybe could do with a little bit of work ahead of our next round of the championship, because after today we are going to be heading slightly north, just ever so slightly north, to Knockhill for the first time. It's going to be a historic weekend for No Limits Racing, and I don't know about you, Ross, but I'm looking forward to a round which it's got less than a 3-hour drive to it. I've only got 2 hours to go to Knockhill, and I'm pretty excited for it.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for it. It's only about 4 hours for me, which is kind of equal length to Snetterton, which is the furthest one for me. So I'm pretty happy that it's not too bad either, as Lewis gets grumpy because he lives up in Scotland and has to drive long everywhere. Just move, mate, if it's that much of a problem. But no, very, very excited to be going to Knockhill again. Very, very challenging circuit, of course, really short as well. So it is short, sharp racing. We're getting a lot more laps in as well, so a lot of repetition through
slightly
there.
Smaller grids as well. 34 bikes I think we're limited to.
Yeah, so it's slightly smaller size, so some grids will be having a waiting list, and if anyone's not able to make it last minute, everyone will be sat there waiting patiently for the phone to go off and get the well done, you're in from No Limits Racing. So.
And I think we're going to see 1 or 2 wild cards making an appearance from the Scottish Championship, which I think is on this weekend as well, so they're getting some laps, and they do enough laps around Knockhill in a year. I think it's going to be a spiced up mix in terms of the order up there.
Yeah, it will be. Again, the Scottish Championship guys obviously are going to know that place like the back of their hand, and will be there there, most weeks, quite frankly, doing laps, either racing or just testing, given it is kind of the premier racing circuit in Scotland. So I think, we're going to get a lot of fast guys turning up and upsetting the apple cart a little bit in terms of the order of the grids and who's where. And again, there may be some people who are very, very competitive riders here at No Limits who have never been to Knockhill, because again, for a lot of people, it's quite far out the way. I mean, I'm saying going, 4 hours for me from Manchester. Anybody who lives down south, you're looking at a 6-7 hour journey going forward, so it could be difficult for them. And a lot of people, again, I'm expecting either won't be willing to do that drive, or they've never done that drive before.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I think, even if they haven't made that drive before, they'll definitely consider it, because quite a few riders are very excited to go. It's a bucket list circuit they've never been to before in person, never mind ridden it. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. But before all of that, we still have plenty of racing to look forward to here today. Finally, we can say race 11 out on circuit. It was due to start at 22. Instead, it's going to start at 10:02, give or take. So around 10 minutes or so behind schedule. Not the end of the world. I mean, when these schedules are made, they are usually a little bit of leeway in the times here or there. So I'm sure we'll make up some time as the day goes on. But the twins out on circuit alongside the next gen sport bikes. It's an exciting class. It's an exciting era of racing as well. And it's been an incredible year so far for Lewis Smart. So on circuit, as things stand, they'll get on their warm-up lap next time around. But Lewis Smart has big competition this time around. Daniel Goodman, Aidan Davey, to name a few. What's going to happen this time around, Ross?
We'll wait to see. Smart, again, is going to be the odds-on favourite, surely, for, of course, the next-gen sport bike category and the overall victory. But it's not quite been the domination that we're used to seeing from him. You've got to be thinking that Lewis Smart is the rider to beat. Let's have a little run through the grid for you coming into this one. It is, who else? The 32 of Lewis Smart, who starts on pole position alongside Aidan Davey and Aaron Robertson. Then it's Daniel Goodman, James McLaren and Charlotte McCoot. So finished P2 yesterday in the Super Twin class. Congratulations to her on that one, a really solid ride. Then Josh Kearns, Liam Kirk, Noah Guillory, P9. I think it's probably safe to say, pending some sort of disaster, congratulations on yet another class victory in race number 2, Noah Guillory. Callum Wren rounds out the top 10 with Lewis Cox and Enzo Laturco behind. Blake Didwell is 13th, and alongside him on row 5, George Dudson and Ian Tune. Then it's Louisa Benny, Polly Richardson and Scott Page. Henry Sheehan starting at the back in P19. Of course, his belly pan fell off the bike yesterday, caused a little red flag, and tried to restart the race, was on the grid, and then got told, you're missing the bottom end of your bike, mate, into the pit lane with you, you absolute heathen, and he was banished from the grid, never to be seen again until today, where hopefully the belly pan doesn't fall off and he can go round. He was actually quite quick yesterday as well, so.
Yeah, exactly. Well, sorry, I was just letting that sit for a minute. Out in the warm-up lap for the time being. Continuing to make friends up here in the competition. I think you've got a pure rider by the end of the day, but yeah, it's not the ideal scenario, to be fair, to have your belly pan off and actually not having any clue about it. Sadly, you can't race without belly pan as well. If anything goes on circuit, then it's going to be your phone, there's nothing there to actually hold it in the bike. And surprisingly, a belly pan can hold it a good amount. I mean, it's not going to hold everything if you have some oil coming out of your bike, but it does a good job at minimising the damage and minimising the delay that usually is caused because of it. So yeah, Henry out on circuit, there he is there. A brand new belly pan, you would imagine, in that, because either it's just been a case a bolt wasn't put in right, or it's snapped somewhere. Not what you'd be wanting at all. But Lewis Smart, what can he do in this one? I mean, a 1:33.247. It was an incredibly quick time. He was able to fly away at the front, but not as big of a margin as maybe what we would expect going into this weekend, and that's thanks to the likes of Aidan Davey.
Absolutely. Again, we've seen rounds this season where Lewis Smart just vanishes into the distance and wins by 30 odd seconds. 5 seconds for him is quite close at the end of the day. Let's keep our eye on that light as it goes out. We are go here in the twins and the sport bikes. Good start there from Lewis Smart from pole position. Away well as well is third place Aaron Robertson. Aidan Devine did not get as good as the start, dropped down into third place, but they'll keep pushing onwards anyway. All clean through Coppice and the opening couple of corners as we wait to see where everyone's fanning out. James McLaren, of course, race winner yesterday in the Super Twins. He started P5. Charlotte Macuso, who's P2, started alongside in P6 with a good getaway she could find herself in the lead of the Super Twin race. And then Noah Guillory was in a bit of no man's land in terms of any of the stock twin action alongside. Make their way to the top of the hill for the first time. See him just dipping behind a little bit of grass, but they'll go through. And then they'll work their way down towards the gooseneck and push onwards. So we wait for them to re-emerge. And you can see them there. They go, just coming out of the gooseneck there. And all looks like the order is as it was, Lewis Ray. So we'll just now have to wait for them to come back around into our vision. But riders making their way through. There we go. Now we can see them as they come through the chicane. Smart already got a decent gap, decent breathing room behind him. Now is that the second one of Goodman in P4? Yes, indeed it is. So a little bit of change from second to fourth place, but they are very tight together.
They're very tight together at the front of this race. Just coming over the mountain as things stand. We've seen Josh Cairns there. You managed to catch up with Josh earlier on in the weekend. He was looking forward to this one. He's a rider slightly less experienced than a lot of these guys and girls on the grid. But you see running wide there, and that's going to be 24 of Aaron Robinson. So Aaron Robinson, a big moment there in the final sector. Not what you wanted to hairpin. It affects your drive over at Barn, and then it's going to affect your drive all the way down this main straight. So a lot of time lost there for Aaron Robinson.
He was in second place as well, so it drops down to fourth at the end of the opening tour of Cadwell Park. It's such an easy place to get it wrong up there. I talked about it a lot yesterday, but coming through the final couple of S's, you've got the final right, which is over a crest, and then you're braking on the way into the final little left. At the top of the crest, the bike is light as well, and then you're banging down the gear, so very easy to either get it wrong on the front and drop it, or just miss a gear, drop into neutral. It can go wrong very, very quickly at that part of the racetrack. So I'm going to assume he's either missed the braking point or just found himself missing a gear, slipping the clutch incorrectly, and just coasting out wide, not being able to use the engine to slow him down. Lewis Smart, you can see there, extending that gap a bit. It was 1.5 seconds at the end of lap number 1. We'll wait to see how that's going to change at the end of lap number 2. But it is now Aidan Davey up into second place. Goodman in P3. It is Cairns that now leads the way in the Track Day Addict Super Twins. Ahead of Charlotte Macuto, Noah Guillory up into 7th place and leading the way in the Storm Cover Stock in 2nd place in P9. Enzo Tobias the Turco, another good start for the young man.
Yeah, the solid start. It's been a real building year for him. I'll say building year. He built up pretty quickly, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, you see Liam Kirk here just coming over the mountain too. A regular in the No Limits Racing paddock, as well as Blake Tidwell, of course, a reigning champion. This is a good old scrap though that we're having a little look at. That's like Sabine Chun, Louisa Benny, Judson also involved in there. There's Charlotte Macuto further up the order. She's putting some pressure on Cairns. So an interesting battle to watch. Noah Guillory at the back of these two. Let's keep in mind Noah is on the stock machinery. Meanwhile, number 4 of Cairns on board Superman side by side. Macuto up the inside.
And did he get it done? I think he still will to wheel, in fact, between the pair of them and going through. So we'll wait to see how it's going to unfold. Smart still leading up the front, lap 3 of 10 here at Cadwell Park. We'll wait for them to re-emerge down the other side of the crest here at turn number 2. And who's going to be where? Yep, there they come on through. Looks like it was Robinson that still, or Macuto even, that has got through there. So up into the lead of that race then. And we'll keep our eyes firmly peeled on the Track Day Addict Super Twins. Of course, those things pretty mental, it must be said. Of course, started out with regular twin racing, then throw a load of money in different parts of it, and you end up with a super twin, and they're stupidly quick for what they are. Also quite expensive, hence you now have the stock twin class to keep the cost down a bit. And now you've got the sport bikes coming in, just to upset the whole apple cart and the whole system as well. But again, we always speak very highly of the sport bikes. I know it's a category that you are a massive fan of, Lewis, and ever tempted to get one, maybe enter a race potentially?
Yeah, sadly I'm not doing the commentary buses. I just don't have time to do it. I just won't upset the regulars either. But no, yeah, the stock twins obviously cost effective. The next gen sport bikes as well, a great class. I would love to have a shot on an R7 especially, or the Aprilia. I mean, they're two incredible machines. The Triumph too. I mean, they're all really good bikes, to be honest. I was lucky enough to race a super twin. I've always loved the super twin category. It's the closest, I say quite a lot, the closest that you get to prototype racing, if you like, here at club level. I mean, you can do practically almost anything you want to the bikes. You put ZX10 front end on a 650, a 600 front end on it, change out the swing arms, do a lot to the internals inside the engine as well. It's great bikes, great machinery, and the fairings as well, completely open. It creates such different unique bikes. No two are the same. And then the sport bikes are I guess similar to the Super Twin category, just with far less customization, but in terms of the power output and the lap times, it's very, very similar.
And on the subject of lap times, who else would it be? Lewis Smart, fastest lap of the race by half a second at 1:33.624. He's his current best, and he's actually just gone 2 purple sectors on this lap as well. The gap between himself and Davey now 2.2. And Smart starting to turn up the wick, starting to extend the gap and flex the muscle just a little bit here on lap number 4 of 10. There we go back to that battle for the track there. Alex Super Twins race lead. Bakutso still ahead of Josh Kearns. Now Kirk just behind them as well. And Noah Guillory not too far away, actually, just at the back of this battle. Of course, Noah Guillory very solidly in the race lead of the Storm Cover Stock. But the fact that he's not far away from the race leader of the Supers just goes to show how talented that young man is and how quick he is out there on 2 wheels. I was speaking to him earlier on in the weekend. He's never been here at Cadwell before, and he said, a little bit nervous. He knows it's a big track that will bite back, but he said through the practice day, just going to take it steady. A few people are going to come and show me round, just take things nice and smooth as we go forward. Is that Josh Kearns back to the race lead in the Super Twins? It is indeed. Looks like Bakutso has made a mistake, so change at the front there. Kearns back in front, but Guillory again speaking to him, so taking it nicely. At the end of the practice day, he came back really annoyed because he was like, I'm on pole position, but there was another second in it. So it's because he was stuck behind somebody. So, Noah Guillory does what Noah Guillory does.
Yeah, constantly looking for room to improve, certainly lap time. Here, though, continues to scrap for the lead of it. So 23 at the head of this pack, leading the way from Dudson, Benny and Callum Wren. So a good old battle between them. But, we will continue on this fight and, lap 5 of 10. We're at half race distance for the time being, and they'll appear back into view in a few moments' time. And then hopefully we can take you over to the other side of the circuit as well. But Cairns has made up a position, as we mentioned, back on Charlotte Marcuzzo. So Charlotte, sadly for her, she has dropped back yet another position, so down to P6 for her. There's Lewis Smart, though, coming through the final section. So 3.6 second advantage now, and just going to cross the line in a few moments' time to Aidan Davey. A 1:34 Davey's running, a 1:32 for Lewis Smart. I mean, sensational times that he's running at the front. Aidan Davey is no slouch at all, but to do these times consistently in the 32s, now the low 33s, it's sensational.
And it certainly is. Again, we're used to seeing Lewis Smart just going away at the front in the sport bike category, and continuing to do that here at Cadwell Park as well, and just continuing to fly by on his merry way. A nice Sunday morning ride for him as we do tick past 11 o'clock in the morning, British summertime, even though it's not really a nice Sunday ride because he's absolutely wringing the neck of that thing. But still, another unbelievable performance is on the cards. Having to contend with a little bit of traffic at the top of the hill on the run into the gooseneck as we do make our way back to the top of the hill for the first time in this race. But again, no issues for him. Such a confident rider. And again, a rider who at the start of the year was trying to use this season as a bit of a building season, both getting some confidence together and as well getting used to the bike. So dominant. I don't think there's really anything you can build on, to be honest. Of course, up at the British Champs, runs very, very well in that as well. And then comes here to No Limits and just absolutely decimates everybody every single time, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just data collecting for him. This is trying to get your pace up for the British friends. Same with Aidan Davey, and same with Daniel Goodman. So it's going to be an interesting one to see how they're going to perform later on with his added track time, his added testing time. Just trying to dial in the bikes, dial in the setups, and get things all prepared, and hopefully we can even see likes Aidan Davey return to action and not killed next round. Obviously BSP's already been there for the year, but I don't think we might get some extra mileage up at his home circuit as well. Daniel Goodman now dealing with a bit of traffic. That's going to be Sheehan that needs to be catched up to in a few moments time on the SP650. And there is Robinson after the mistake earlier on in this race, down in P4 ever since that error over the years in the 24 hasn't been able to recover, and quite a comfortable margin actually for Robinson over the likes of Cairns and Charlotte Marcuzzo. There is Cairns and there's Marcuzzo in chase. Liam Kirk's also well and truly caught up to this pair, so number 60 at Kirk can soon be getting involved.
Certainly thinking about trying to move into second place, but a little bit too far back against Charlotte Marcuzzo. try and get a move in just yet as these guys head on to lap number 7. Noah Guillory looks to have dropped just a little bit back behind these guys, but again, he's in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins leading that race by a country mile. He has no real incentive to get up there and fight these guys outside of fun and just wanting to get involved, I suppose. But it is still Cairns then that leads the way again. A rider with not a lot of experience at all. It's his first race weekend, in fact. Only still, first race weekend, and he's doing really well. A very experienced track day rider. Never really to put wheel to wheel until we get here at Cadwell Park, and again got that orange bib on, hasn't got the 10 signatures because it's his first race weekend, of course, but it's showing that he does have a lot of talent, does have a lot of experience on a bike and pushing a bike regardless. But Charlotte Macuzzo, let's see if she can fire her way back through. She's managed to drop, by the looks of things, Kirk just a little bit, so maybe she fancies getting back into the race lead. Certainly starting to put pressure onto the back of the four Cairns.
Gaining some time in the braking zone as well for Charlotte, so looking for an opportunity. It could arrive at Mansfield in a couple of laps time because she was pretty impressive through there. Gained a few bike climbs on the number 4 of Cairns. So now into the final sector. This is a technical point of the circuit. Let's not forget, twists and turns, to put it lightly, and then you build up the speed ever so slightly. You just have a little dab on the frost before you're heavy on the anchor shafts, getting that hairpin. And yet again, another squirt before we head into the final corner and tip it round all the way. The track drops away ever so slightly from you before the start-finish straight yet again. Then you come for turn 1, and it's absolutely rapid through there. The big thing with Cadwell Park, it's not about necessarily how late you can brake, it's how great you can be, especially for this first section, and in this class at the mid-corner.
Still, Macuzzo putting that pressure on, but again, not quite close enough as it stands unless it gets a very good run on to the straight. It was P2 yesterday for Charlotte as well, so looking to repeat the result at the very least, or try and go one better coming towards the last couple of laps. A little look to the inside there. Just testing, getting a feeler out there. It wasn't an attempt at a move by any means, but a little look just to see if there is the grip there on that inside line. Go through as well, as there we see somebody a little bit further back. That may be the 313 of Sheehan working their way around. There is the 41 of Noah Guillory, who's again just kind of out there running on his own at the moment. He's got a big gap back to even tune of just about 6.5 seconds, 9.5 seconds in front of him to Kirk. So he's just out there kind of running his thing, but running with conviction, because hardly surprisingly, he is leading the way in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins once again. Race 1 winner yesterday. Again, unsurprisingly, Guillory's been dominating this class pretty much all season long, and again, every race kind of just gets out there, runs on his own, normally mixes it up with the Super Twins, and is out there on a stock as well.
Now though, continuing on, just 2 laps or so remaining. Over the mountain we come now. Let's pop off the front wheel class victory. It looks like it's certainly on the cards. 9.3 seconds adrift from the riders ahead now, so Liam, Kirk, Macuzzo and Cairns well and truly getting ahead, but yeah, into the final sector, heading on to penultimate lap now. Lewis Smart, meanwhile, he's well and truly at the head of this race. He's well and truly shot off like a rocket, and though he's already making his way through towards the final section now. So the 32, about half a lap ahead, if not 3/4 lap ahead, the likes of Noah Guillory, who by his own right is running sensational pace for the stock class.
Certainly is, and the 41 once again looking imperious. There's a little look here from Charlotte Macuzzo, and up the inside into the lead in the Super Twins goes the number 17. Lovely move at the top of the hill, maybe using that traffic to gain an advantage, gain some toe, but Cairns ain't going to take no for an answer. He looks to the inside, coming into the gooseneck. It'll be on the outside for the left-hander, but he goes back through. Macuzzo unable to confirm the move, and we stay as we were. Looks like Lewis Smart has started the final lap of the race. Still 1.5 yet to go for those Tracked Addicts Super Twin front runners. They have well and truly dropped Kirk behind. He's been left for dead, quite frankly. But up at the front, it is still Josh Kearns from Charlotte Macuzzo.
We come now for this pair. The Super Twin victory battle is going to go all the way to the checker flag. Lewis Smart, meanwhile, is well and truly cruising to victory now, you would say. It was over 6 seconds over the margin last time. Around into the final couple of corners, these guys and girls go for their final lap of action. One more circulation of Cadwell Park to decide it all on Sunday morning. Of course, there's still one more race to look forward to later on, and well, boy oh boy, we are in for a treat, certainly in the Super Twin category. looks like Lewis Smart is in a league of his own in the next gen sport bikes, but Sharp Marcuzzo, you would say, is building towards yet another move. She'll tip it in all the way through turn 2 and then turn 3 over at Charlie's and down the park straight. She'll tip into the slipstream yet again, try and gain some ground, because of course the park is where she was able to make the move last time around.
These two really pushing each other. Couldn't see Kirk coming through Charlie's at all there, but top of the hill, Marcuzzo to the inside, not quite close enough on that occasion. Is that Lewis Smart about to win the race? No, it's just people taking the last lap flag, but he's going to be there. So, there he is. Lewis Smart has won the race in the middle of a lot of lap traffic. Smart wins, unsurprisingly, once again. It will be Aidan Davey in P2. Goodman should be bringing it home in P3, but we wait now for that battle for the Super Twins race lead. Through comes Goodman, that will be for P3. Robinson will be see coming through the final corner very, very shortly. There he comes now, and now we wait. That is P4 through. Josh Kearns, Charlotte Marcuzzo, where are you? Who is where? Marcuzzo, P2 yesterday, Cairns, P1 yesterday. Are they going to repeat? It looks like they may well be doing so, because they come to the top of the mountain. Cairns has started to drop the number 17, only a handful of corners to go. And I think Josh Cairns is going to make it 2 out of 2 so far here at Cadwell Park in the Track Day Addicts Super Twin Trophy. Round the final corner he comes. And a rider with no racing experience before this weekend is showing the rest of the Super Twin field how it is done. Win in class once again for Josh Cairns. Charlotte Marcuzzo, don't take it away from her. What a brilliant ride once again. And a second P2 as well, as Kirk will bring it home in third place on the number 60, Noah Guillory. We then wait to see him come through. He's going to be taking yet another win in the Stormcover Stock Twins. There is the 41 now, and another very comfortable, probably quite boring, quite frankly, ride for him as he completely dominates in the Stock Twins. Set to have Enzo Laturco coming home behind him. I think, is that lap traffic making its way through, or has there been a move? No, there has been a move. Didwell's got through into second, right to the death. There may have been a mistake potentially from Enzo Laturco, who does finish second or third in Class P10 overall, but Blake Didwell was able to slide on through. Coming home behind those guys, we have Cox, Louisa Benny, Dudson, Wren, Ian Tune. I think may have had an issue on the final lap potentially. We're still waiting to see him cross the line, and he has dropped behind Rem. And then after those guys, Sheehan, and then actually looks like the 81 of Polly Richardson having an issue, and as a result not finishing the race. Potential mechanic from Dedder. Ian Tune has not come back round to take the checkered flag, so he's either pulled into Parc Ferme or he's had an off somewhere, but I'm not seeing any recovery vehicles being sent out in quick haste to go and pick him up. So I'm going to assume that there was maybe some sort of mechanical issue and he pulled it into the pits a lap early. That does bring it to an end. Race number 2 of the sport bikes, the Super Twins and the Stock Twins, though they'll be about a little bit later on for race number 3 of their weekend. A little bit later, set to be race number 20 of the weekend. 3 races done and dusted here today at Cadwell Park. Let's may as well pick up what our race winners have to say following that one. A young Lewis Ray is waiting for us down in Parc Ferme. Lewis Ray, over to you.
Cheers, Ross. We've got a slightly busy Parc Ferme. It's not supposed to be maybe what we'd want it, but let's head over to Lewis Smart, because Lewis, that looked easy on camera, but down in Parc Ferme here, it looks like your seat is practically hanging off.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was on lap 4 or 5 maybe, got into the 32s, and then yeah, my seat broke the lap after, so shame I couldn't make myself further down in the 32 bracket, but still happy to be doing them times and can push on more later.
Yeah, sensational times, a couple of seconds quicker than anyone else out on the circuit, and still one race to go, so best of luck.
Yeah, thank you, cheers, we'll see you in the next one.
Hopefully we'll see you in the next one, you would imagine so. We'll make our way over to Aidan Davey, who is the closest rider in chase. Aidan, you was having a little conversation with your mechanic. How was that one for yourself, not able to match the pace of Lewis?
Yeah, we're getting a couple of things to work on. It's not one of my favourite tracks, so it's just a bit of practice at BSB, so got a couple of things to look at, and we'll see for the last race.
Still one race to go, best of luck.
Thank you.
And third place, Daniel Goodman, also having a quick chat. Daniel is squeezed in here. How is that for yourself? I mean, it probably is going well, and some solid pace this weekend here at Cadwell.
Yeah, it's just a bit of training here, so I'm not on my race bike, so it's a bit slower, but it's just about the setup really, so yeah.
Yeah, solid pace for yourself, and hopefully you can go better next race. Best of luck.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
And well, we have a little bit of time, so we'll quickly grab Cairns, who of course Super Twin winner. Mr. Cairns, great race for yourself. I mean, a great battle between yourself and Charlotte as well.
Yeah, it was a great race. It's my first race weekend, so I'm incredibly happy with the result.
Yeah, exactly. Still one race to go. Hopefully another class win for yourself.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. I mean, I nearly had a massive moment at the bottom of the mountain, but managed to keep it together luckily. But there was a lot of pressure there from Charlotte. She rode really well.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
And, well, I know the bikes have just headed out, so we're going to put one quick word of Noah, because we don't have a lot of time. Noah, how is that for yourself? A class win and yet again ahead of the rest of the stock runners.
Yeah, it felt good, but the wind changed direction on lap 7 and I thought I was going to high side going through second corner, but all in all it was a good race. I pushed pretty much the entire race. On the last lap I decided to cool it down a bit because I saw no one behind me, but other than that it was a great race and a great run.
Yeah, good for us to watch over the commentary box as well. Best of luck for later on.
Thank you.
Well, there we go, all our class winners plus the top 3 overall. Ross, back up to you in the commentary box.
Cheers, Lewis. Great timing as well there from those two, because we are on the grid ready for a sighting lap for our 4th race of the day. It is time for the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. A really interesting race, won yesterday, which did see newcomer Jamie Richmond dominating proceedings pretty comfortably. Harley McCabe also up there as well. And extending his lead ever so slightly ahead of Eddie Wormold, who finished P4. Of course, the big story though, Owen Miller, who's at the tail end of the championship fight, getting it run down into the chicane at the bottom of the mountain and crashing out of the race. He'll be looking to avoid repeating that one today. Let's run through the order of things for you and the starting grid. Jamie Richmond does start from pole position. Harley McCabe in P2. Alex Mullaney goes from P3, showing great pace this weekend at Cadwell Park, should I say. Sebiante is P4, Owen Miller P5 despite that crash yesterday. Hopefully the bike is in good nick and he's not too banged up. Eddie Wormel completing row 2. Then it's Matthew Dawes, Simon Aldridge and Aaron Dakin behind. Matthew Wood rounds out the top 10 alongside Aaron Cook and Aidan Goodings. Then it's Jordan Poole, not the NBA player, followed by Fraser Lizachenko and James McLaren. Stuart Parker is 16th, followed by Seb Evenden, Corey Barron and William White. No lap time set for Corey Barron and William White, so we'll wait to see if they're going to be joining us. They did not start race number 1 yesterday, so we may well be. We're not going to be seeing them out there today. It's a really interesting race on our hands potentially here, Lewis Ray. Again, Jamie Richmond pretty much dominating proceedings from Harley McCabe, but Alex Mullaney, P3 on the grid, that could be a very interesting prospect.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, you would have to say. Running in the 133s yesterday was Alex Mullaney. Meanwhile, McCabe and Jamie Richmond, they were in the 132s. So if Alex Mullaney can make one more step, you have to say he's going to be a race-winning contender. Not the biggest grid in the world is this category, but it's produced some of the best racing we've seen throughout the entire year. I mean, Donington Park springs to mind. What a battle that was. And we're going to have William White on the grid, who will be starting last. Obviously, yesterday it was pole position. Hopefully he can beat the race start, actually, because he was looking down at his right handlebar. So hopefully it's more of a case of a setting change rather than a technical issue. Nonetheless, we'll wait and see what happens this time around. At race start, everyone getting themselves ready. The 47 does pop himself into the final spot on the grid, meaning we're ready to go racing here at Cadwell Park. Race 12 of the weekend, the second race for the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy is nearly ready to get underway. Red lights are on and away we go. It's a good start for Alex Mullaney on the left hand side of the grid, but it's going to be Harley McCabe who takes the race lead on the run to turn 1. Jamie Richmond drops all the way back down to P4. Owen Miller has also got ahead of the number 5. They continue their way through turns 2 and then towards Charlie's now, slotting himself through. It's a nice clean start for the entire field as Harley McCabe leads Mullaney and third place sits Owen Miller. As any moves going to arrive at Park, Jamie Richmond looks like he's lining one up. The number 5 looks up the inside, as does Alex Mullaney, as Harley McCabe gets his bike in all sorts of shape, remaining in P1 for the time being.
The youth are showing the experience how it's done here early doors in race number 2. What a start from Harley McCabe, and Mulaney again away well and trying to put the pressure on, but now those behind also trying to get involved. Here goes Mulaney looking to the inside, coming out of the gooseneck, doesn't find it, tucks back in, decides to play the patient game. You can't win a race in lap one, you can certainly lose it though if you get it wrong and put yourself onto the floor. Front three already looking to try and break away here early doors. Owen Mellor as well, also sticking with them. Again, it's the younger riders we're seeing at the moment here, Lewis, who is showing the more experienced guys behind them how it is done. As we get front wheel pickup over the mountain, Mulaney look to the inside, steeper there over the hill, maybe slows it down a bit, tucks back in. And front three really breaking away. Sembiansi holding on to P4, it would seem at the moment. Jamie Richmond struggling out there at the moment, just dropping back. A disappointing start for the race winner, for the number 5 rider. Just struggling here in this opening lap of this second contest of the weekend. Lap number 2 we go, and it will be Harley McCabe from Alex Mulaney, Owen Mellor in tow. Great recovery after this crash yesterday.
This race has been turned on its head already after lap 1. Jamie Richmond took victory yesterday by 5 seconds or so, and now it doesn't look like it's going to be a race for the books for him at all. Well, crossing the line at the moment is Harley McCabe still leading the way. Alex Mulaney trying to put him under some amount of pressure. He does look up the inside. Can he make a move work? Not quite. Nearly runs into the back of him actually, and running wide in fact, nearly allowing Owen Mellor through, and everyone getting scrambled and cutting together out on circuit. A big shift in this fight, and it looks like this one's going to go all the way down to the wire. We have 10 laps of this to enjoy Ross McIntyre, and now back towards Mansfield. No room at the end this time around.
Not quite, but wow, we're already getting the elbows out, and it's lap number 2. Unbelievable. In the No Limits Premier Sport Cup, reminder we do have 2 classes. It is 6th place Aaron Dakin who leads the way, P15 and 16. Kozichenko and Everton are 2nd and 3rd, and that's it. So we've all finished the race, all through get a podium. Can't really complain about that one, even if it is a bit of a lopsided class split in these 2 categories. There is Sembiansi leading the rest of the pack over the crest of the mountain. His title rival Eddie Wormald sitting behind, looking to extend that gap a little bit further. Wormald overall has been the better of the 2 riders this season, but 2 DNFs at Brands Hatch means that he did drop behind Sembiansi in the championship standings. Owen Mellor, of course, a little bit further back, but still in the title picture just about. Again, things can change. It's only round 6 of 9, besides round number 5 of 8, if you're looking at the sprint round side of things. That crash yesterday, though, will have upset him, will have set him back, but running really well today. They've got the bike fixed up. It wasn't a massive crash, so he's clearly okay. Maybe a bit of fragment bruise here and there, but I think it was more the emotional trauma of the incident and the frustration that boiled over that got him. Here's a move then from Eddie Wormald on the championship leader, and Sembiansi a sitting duck unless he can get it stopped on the brakes. Coming to the top of the hill, no he can't. 92 goes through, 4th place.
Sembiansi looking to respond for the time being. Watching this for a front row ticket is Aaron Dakin, who, well, no surprise, I think it's fair to say, is our No Limit Premier Sport Cup leader. He has been pretty much all season long. You have to go down to Fraser Lizchenko and Everton down in P15 and P16 for 2nd and 3rd in category. It just goes to show yet again how outperforming Dakin is doing in terms of his class. McCabe though continues to lead. It looks like he's beginning to stretch the margin ever so slightly. Here comes William White though, looking at the inside of the Ducati, thinking better of it though, and that got tight between the pair of them. Back over the mountain yet again to wait for our race leaders to appear.
This is really tight racing, isn't it? Superb stuff from our Super Series Sport Trophy and Premier Sport Cup guys. And we'll just have to maybe take a step back and breathe as we head on to lap number 4, because we've still got another race of this to go later on to enjoy. So McCabe now stretching the legs a little bit. His advantage 1.1 at the line. Owen Mellor through. Alex Mulaney, he now has a couple of seconds to the good actually, 3.1. So Mulaney struggling a little bit on that previous tour. So the first there were 3, then there's not even 2 at this point. McCabe has a very healthy advantage indeed going forward. Race 1 yesterday, of course, it was Jamie Richmond taking the victory, who seemingly isn't joining us for race number 2, but McCabe did keep him honest in the first half of the race. Ended up finishing 2nd, about 5 or so seconds back on the eventual winner. Now that Richmond isn't here, McCabe can basically unleash himself and show the world what he can do.
Yeah, McCabe can finally stretch his legs. He was happy with the race yesterday, even with his second place, and now I think he's going to be even more happy if he can convert it into a P1. Just under 2 seconds of a lead last time around. Still, though, coming through your pictures, the likes of Eddie Warmelt, Sembianti, and I would say Aaron Dakin, but William White is now through in Aaron Dakin. So William White, after starting from the back of the grid, has got himself into P6.
Nice stuff there from William White, the 47 with a lick of pace here on Sunday at Cadwell Park. We head back towards the mountain section, race 12 of the weekend, of course. Race number 2 for these guys in the Super Series Sport Trophy and the Premier Sport Cup. And what a race it has been so far. What a weekend here at Cadwell Park. This place is really, really special. And when No Limits rolls into town, you know you're getting served an absolute treat. Coming to then, lap number 5 on Ted McCabe has extended his advantage by a couple of tenths of a second ahead of Owen Mellors. Trying the lane again, dropping back a couple of tenths of a second from Mellors. Similarly, Eddie Wermel, though, holding on to that P2 very, very nicely. Not really under massive pressure from Sembianti at the moment, who's potentially slightly concerned about the pace of the 47 of William White just behind him. He's White, again, scything his way through this pack so far in this race. Could be looking to be getting past the championship leader here.
Yeah, he'll be looking to take the championship leader's position out on circuit. Let's not forget, William White was the rider that was quickest in qualifying yesterday. Qualified the pole for race 1. Sadly, from issues, put him to the back of your grids here for today. There's fast lap this time around, though, and it is currently Harlan McCabe. That was the last circulation at 1:33.001. Incredible pace. Give it hand in him a 1.6 second advantage. Looking at the inside of Sembianti, looking around the outside is William White. Are all three going to make it out? Yes, they are. Somehow, and William White, well, he's made it work. He's got through, and yet another position made. Now chased on Eddie Warmel. That got tight over at Mansfield.
I thought he missed his braking point. He was just going to plough into the back of Eddie Warmel. William White, how have you got that thing stopped, mate? Unbelievable. Sembianti looks to the inside at the mountain, but we'll back off it. We've seen that a lot. People trying that right-hand side of the mountain. It's a shorter run. It is steeper, but the initial run is quicker, but then you lose momentum on the way into the Hall S's. So White then up to P5. There was Sembianti running a little bit deep there, coming through the right-hander and the hairpin, but still staying with them. William White wants to make it 4th place here from the very back of the grid. Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable pace from the 47. And I tell you what, we're seeing him in race 3 later. He'll be starting further up the grid than last, shall we say, given he didn't take part in race number 1. And that could be a spectacle to watch. He could really be bringing it to the likes of Harley McCabe and Owen Mellor. Great run onto the back straight. Is he going to have a look down the inside at the top of the hill? He's certainly strong in the brakes. We've seen the evidence for that, but I think he'll stay where he is. No, he is going to have a look, I tell you, and he is going to get it done. The 47's got through Eddie Wermel and has got through the 4th place. Unbelievable. It's taken him less than a lap to get through 2 of the finest riders we got on the grid.
William White last time around was give or take 5 or 6 tenths quicker than the likes of Eddie Warmel, so that move was just a matter of time, it seems. Sembianti now looking for a way through on Eddie Warmel. No room at the end this time around, and we'll lap 6 of 10. It's been an impressive race so far. There goes side by side was Sembianti and Eddie Warmel yet again on the entry to the chicane. Great stuff from William White. I mean, that Ducati 955 has been well and truly all singing, all dancing all weekend long. Sadly for race 1, it couldn't be the result that he wanted. Now getting through a few back markers under the Army riders, it seems. That was to be evident on the Kawasaki 636. Lack of adhesion out there in the final sector. I did see that last time around. So riders just need to be a little bit careful. So that's over by the tree line as well. So maybe still a little bit down from earlier, or maybe a bit of body work or something down out on the circuit. Nothing too serious though, as Matthew Dawes also gets himself through. And everything further back, Simon Aldridge also involved in this scrap with Aaron Dakin at the end of it in a different category. But let's not forget Simon Aldridge after this race, he's got to get himself ready for the CB500s.
Yeah, Simon Aldridge again hopping straight off one bike and onto another, and it's I wouldn't want to say a circus act, but it is quite amusing to see him literally comes in, someone grabs the bike, he literally jumps off and sprints. And he's been that way for a couple of rounds now, just through pure luck of the schedule, and I know he finds it a little bit frustrating, but hey, what can you do? He always does a great job, especially here at Cadwell, which is a very, very physical circuit. Takes a lot of energy out of you over the course of one race, and then you you've got to jump off of this thing onto a heavy CB500 that was not built for racing like these things are. So it's a bit of a transition, a bit of a jump, and he's probably going to be very, very sore and tired at the end of this weekend, I'm sure. Again, if anybody from NLR race control is listening in, for the sake of Simon Aldridge, please don't put the
Simon Aldridge is off onto the grass. Simon Aldridge over the chicane, whether that's a technical issue or a mistake. It looks like it was a mistake. We were just speaking about him there. A mistake, a costly error, dropping them back.
Oh, real shame. At least he's still on two wheels and able to continue. Didn't pull into the pit lane either, so must have just ran wide and onto the grass. Too much speed coming through the chicane there, so he's lost a lot of time, drops behind those riders, but still set for a decent haul of points at least at the end of this one. These guys heading on to lap number 8. Eddie Wormel still ahead of Kieran Sembianti. The championship leader seemingly doesn't have an answer for his title rival. If they do now, the gap narrows by a couple of points once again, gets back to what it was coming into this weekend.
The gap on track as well and truly narrowed as well. I mean, Sembianti will be able to smell the fumes coming out of that Suzuki. Down the back straight towards Park, who will tuck into the slipstream. And again, the Warmel is waiting for that R6 to sling up the inside into the braking zone, though. We go yet again. Number 12 does have a little loop, not much of it, half loop, if you will. And now they run it through all the way around to the back edge of the circuit, through Chris Curve towards Gooseneck. It's a blind edge race. You flip it around to the left for Gooseneck, and then the track continues to drop away all the way through Mansfield. It's a key overtaking opportunity over at Mansfield. Is Sembianti going to take advantage? Yes, he is. The number 12 up the inside, and job done on himself, pushing Eddie Wormel back down to P6.
Nice stuff there from Sembianti. Took his time with that, and then started, nope, this laps the lap, turned up the wick, sent it, and went through. Is that going slowly?
Yeah, is there an issue? Yeah, intense.
Oh no, Eddie Wormel. That probably is why Sembianti was suddenly able to get through from seemingly out of nowhere. As the leg goes out and he's into the pit lane. And suddenly, if Sembianti finishes where he is, that championship gap is going to open up massively, because Eddie Wormel is seemingly down and out of this race with a mechanical problem.
Yeah, down in P6. It's a shame that he couldn't limp it home to the end of this race, because we're already on lap 9 of 10. We're in the closing stages. He could have picked up a few points, but sadly it seems as it was a terminal issue, and the Suzuki grounds to a halt. Back to the paddock he goes. Aaron Dakin, though, he's under a lot of pressure at the moment from Matthew Dawes. Obviously this is for overall position, not class position, but still a good scrap, and good for Aaron as well, just to have a little fight out there on circuit all year long. Thereabouts, fighting within the front group, and quite a lot of the times it ends up with a race on his own. However, now joined for company by the number 8, and Matthew Dawes himself. Well, he's been having a pretty enjoyable season, to say the very least. He's got that bike all singing, all dancing, and well and truly adapting to that triumph.
He certainly is. Again, a very fine rider is he. Just going about his day. No real competition. Fraser Lizichenko down in P13 is the nearest rival for him in class, and it's Seb Evenden at the back of the pack as well. Pretty tight between that pairing there at the bottom of the hill. They now make a lady chicane, so a bit more calm and collected from the pair of them. So Dawes trying to see if we can get through Aaron Dakin. Again, this is not for position, they are two classes, but it's just a racer in you. You see somebody out on the track, you think, I'm going to do you, aren't I? Get the elbows out, have a bit of fun, why not? You want to get to the checkered flag first. It makes you feel good because, again, you're a racer. It's almost like what you're coded, what you're genetically supposed to do. It's all a little bit deep there from Dakin at the exit of the hairpin. It looks like he will get away with it, then runs it slightly wide to carry that corner speed on to the straight. I don't think that Dawes is going to be quite close enough on this occasion. We do have the last lap flag out as well, so not too long until Harley McKay, who's going to be bringing it home to the checkered.
Yeah, I think Aaron Dakin made a right old meal of that final corner today, but luckily he's managed to keep possession in P6. Matthew Dawes, who continued to build up the pressure, though I think it's fair to say down the park straight yet again. Dawes was nice and close at this point in the last time around. We did wonder if a move would be made. I don't think a move's going to be made this time around either. So Matthew Dawes wants to make it work. He needs to do it very, very soon. Potentially over at Mansfield, which already is where Harley McCabe is. McCabe is not not too far away from victory.
He certainly isn't, and it's been a hell of a ride from Harley. Second place yesterday with a great result. He now sits 5 seconds clear of Owen Miller with only a handful of corners left to go. He's looked super comfortable. I mean, we know how good of a rider he is, but now putting it on display here for the fans of Cadwell Park.
Yeah, putting on the display. Great for Owen as well to get through on Alex Mullaney as well. He'll be happy with a podium. Let's not forget racing in 2 classes this weekend. But Harley McCabe through the final 2 corners now, and the 169, well, he was happy yesterday with a P2. He's going to be absolutely ecstatic today with a race when Harley McCabe takes victory. He looks behind him and nobody is there to be seen. 5 seconds of drift sits Owen Miller in the 130 Triumph. 4.9 seconds officially being the margin. Alex Mullaney a further 1.3 adrift from Miller. William White though should be taking P4 from the back of the grid. And here comes Aaron Deacon holding off like some Matthew Dawes. Simon Aldridge as well, great recovery for himself after that mistake over at the chicane. So an incredible race yet again. A shame that Eddie Warmalds couldn't make it to the checkered flag, but nonetheless Harley McCabe is your race winner. Still a few more riders to cross the line now. The final group or so crossing the line, and that is going to be a change of position with White's Jason Farm into P9. Harley McCabe though does take the race win, 4.9 seconds of a margin between himself and Owen Miller. Mullaney in P3, William White in P4, and Kieran Sembianti rounded out the top 5. Aaron Deacon takes the class win in the NL Premier Sport Cup, while Matthew Dawes, Simon Aldridge, James McLaren and Matthew Wood rounds out our top 10 runners. Further back down the order, still a few riders to take the checkered flag, that being Parker and Everton, but nonetheless Aaron Cook P11, Jordan Poole P12, and Fraser Lizichenko finishes P13. Eddie Warmal sadly a DNF for himself as Parker, and there is Everton crosses the line. A great race there here at Cadwell Park. Of course, their second showing of the race weekend, race 12 overall. Well, there we have it. I'm sure the riders will soon be making their way over to Park Ferme, where Ross can have a catch up, have a chat with, I'm sure, a very, very happy Harley McCabe. He's adapted to the R6 like a duck to water. He'll have plenty to say, I'm sure. He'll have plenty to celebrate, and I'm sure he'll also head back to the drawing board for race 3 as well. He'll have a few adjustments to make. Nonetheless, though, Harley McCabe has already made his way down to Park Ferme. 4.9 seconds of a margin. Miller and Mullaney joining them on the podium, and Dakin yet another class win. Ross McIntyre's moving his way from the commentary box down to Park Ferme. Over to you, Ross.
Another great race for us there. So action-packed all the way throughout. And it is victory in the end for Harley McCabe on the 169. Well, just better get the earplugs out. Harley, well, a really solid ride to second place yesterday, but it's always nice to stand on top of the podium, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, mate. I didn't push on too hard. My tyres are knackered, but it was a good race. I enjoyed it. So yeah.
Yeah, getting some real pressure early doors from Owen and Alex, who finished behind you in the end. But that must have been fun fighting with those guys.
Mate, I didn't know anyone was near me. I didn't look behind me until later on in race, so I didn't know where anyone was. I just thought I'd just ride a race. If it came past, don't mean anything to me, you know what I mean? So.
Oh, fair enough, but I mean, they were close and then you kind of disappeared up the road a little bit, but it was fun for a while. But one more race later on today. Is it going to be fresh set of tyres? Are you going to try and make these ones last?
This is not going to be a fresh set of tyres. My dad's tightest man in his paddock. I've got no chance of a fresh set.
Well, wait to see if the pace still congratulations, we'll see you race 3.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
Let's go find the 29 of Aaron Dakin very, very quickly. There he is, the winner, of course, in the other class. Paul Rennie fancies a word. No, he's decided to disappear off down the road, so we'll get a couple of words out of him. A great run from you at the end of that one, Aaron. Class win once again, you must be happy.
Yeah, I'm happy with that one. We went a second faster than yesterday's race. And we did it on the last lap actually, so hopefully I can drop into the next second bracket and get over 33 with the objective of the next race.
Even though you're a little bit lonely in terms of fighting others in your class, you are still getting some battles out there, so you must still be enjoying yourself here at Cadwell Park.
Yeah, it's always good fun, you know. Yes, there's certain people in my class, but I'm always trying to pass and battle with everyone, so yeah, it's good fun.
Awesome stuff. Again, one more race for you guys this weekend. I'm assuming you think you're probably going to be standing on top of the podium in class at the end of it, given how quick you are compared to the others in your class.
I'd hope so, but you never know what happens in races. Bikes break down, people fall off, so you just got to go with a level head. And if you're on the top of the podium, it's great outcome.
Awesome stuff. We'll wait and see. Congrats, mate.
Thank you very much.
Great to speak to our 2 race winners then. Let's quickly head back up to young Lewis Ray in the commentary box. It's time for the No Limits 500s.
And Ross, the NL 500s, making their way out on circuit in a few moments' time. Max Bartle on pole position yet again. The number 1 plated rider does set P1. So, solid job for him yesterday. It was a pretty dominant performance, to be honest, as James Cotton, P2. Josh Langman, he'll be going from the front row as well. Josh Langman, let's keep in mind, he had a few technical difficulties yesterday. Hopefully today, none of the sort, and they can continue on with the sensational pace that they've been putting on pretty much from start to finish. Of course, 3 races to look forward to, 3 classes I should say to look forward to, 3 races in total for the NL 500s across the entire weekend. But we have the elites, we have the freshmen and the seniors, but altogether they are the Dunlop NL 500 championships. And well, we're looking forward to this one. Indeed, it's always a fun race. It's always it's a race where if you've thrown it down the road yesterday, you can usually get the bike out for race 2 and race 3 because these bikes tend to bounce pretty well. And well, for Max Bartle, 143.063 in yesterday's action, and well, that was able to put him on pole position, the only rider actually in the 143 bracket. And well, Ross, you have to say, Max Bartle, he's looking like the riders to beat.
He certainly is, as he has been basically all season long. I think it's safe to say the reigning champ is well and truly on his way to at least trying to get it 2 in a row. It's not like he's won every race. He has been competition. He has had to battle here and there, but again, he's looking pretty comfortable, isn't he, coming into this one. Let's then get the grid up for you and see first race of the day, should I say, for our CB 500 riders. It is Max Bartle that starts on pole, James Cottenham and Josh Langman completing the front row. Behind them, Liam Sylvain, George Bartle and Simon Aldridge. Row number 3, Carl Freeth, Scott Walker and Tim Patterson. Then it's Gary Wilson rounding up the top 10. He's joined by Carl Bayless and Ryan Wincat. Ian Keeble 13, Paul Bin 14, Lewis Corner P15. Then it's Adam Rostron, Adam Myhill and Paul Saville. Jack Mann is P19. John Hunt rounding out the top 20. He's joined by James Miller as well. And we've got Leo Wilson, Danny Dalton and Lee Sylvain, Ryan Wilson, Max Parnell and Stuart Martindale, George Hines, Steve Clowes, Alexander Summers, Louis Hines, Casey Griffiths, David Colley, James Crampton, Michael Kent and Lucy Smart started 36th and last place. Lucy Smart, the Smart family, very, very happy yesterday because she finished a race. Her dad celebrating post-race because she didn't have to rebuild the bike. Lucy, again, a novice rider, still getting her skills up, getting her experience, but she does like to put it on the ground, doesn't she, bless her?
There's only one way to get faster, I guess, at the end of the day. Maybe trying to take some advice off Lewis Smart, maybe too literally, and then ended up fighting the hard way. Exactly what happens.
But yeah, no, she finished the race, bike didn't have to rebuild, everyone was happy, and again, it's good learning for Lucy, so again, great to see her improving week on, week out, and hopefully starting to progress their way up the grid as well. The riders making their way across the top of the mountain, they'll be bringing their way to the starting line. Of course, it'll be the classic, the flag marshal, get out of the way, it'll be red lights on, red lights off, we will go racing for 10 laps here at Cadwell Park. Championship picture, Max Bartle, of course, still dominating proceedings in the elite category with another win yesterday. That's his 4th in a row. In the freshman class, Tim Patterson extending his lead as well ahead of Adam Rostron. Then in the senior class, Carl Freeth opening it up ever so slightly. Also his 4th win in a row yesterday, I want to say, for him, and indeed it was. So those 2 guys running very, very well. Ian Keeble just behind him though, so the gap, it's only 54 points, I want to say, between Freeth and Keeble in the senior category. So very, very tight between those 2.
Yeah, nice and tight the way we want it in the NL 500 class in terms of the championship points as we await for the race start. Everyone already into position, actually. Everyone's been quite good today, actually, at finding their grid spot. Credit where credit is due. But nonetheless, we're ready to go. The red lights will
appear on in a few moments' time in the starting gantry, and then we can go racing. Max Bartel from pole position. He gets a good start initially, a little jump actually from Liam Sylvain. He looks to be taking the whole shot. He has the inside line on the run to turn 1. Josh Langman also there looking to play third position. Third position, should say, as he's all the way back down to P4. But it is going to be Max Bartel leading the way. James Cottenham slotting back into second now, and Liam Sylvain from P4 up into third yet again. Sylvain, he's got such a good clutch control. He knows exactly where to have it, where to have the revs, and suddenly be in contention to take the whole shot. Now though, it's going to be James Cottenham who looks to take the race lead and looks to enter race within contention. He has the inside line over at turn 4, and well, job done for himself at Park. It's now Cottenham who leads from Bartel.
And then we also saw Langman getting through on Sylvain behind to third place as well. It was a mirror picture of the move going on in front, just getting the run up the straight, up the inside on the brakes, nice and easy. Textbook stuff, really. So let's see how this is going to change things. Oh, Langman's actually on a charge here. Little look to the inside of Max Bartel on the run down to the hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Decides he can't find it on that occasion. Oh, big twitch from him there as well. The number 9 as he got on the throttle, but stays on 2 wheels. It's all fine. Calm down. It's only lap number 1, everybody. Now then, the mountain for the first time. Let's see how our 36 bikes are going to negotiate their way over this iconic piece of racetrack. A couple of front wheels picking up here and there. No one's going to be getting proper airtime, though, like you may have seen on the sides of that. I think that was more showing off to the crowd rather than everything. Yeah, there is a little bit actually maybe a bit further back in the pack, but everyone's seemingly through cleanly for the most part, which is good to see. Bartel putting a lot of pressure now on James Cottenham, who will lead us towards the end of lap number 1. Let's see what the reigning champ can do. Again, 4 race wins in a row. We have got a rider with an issue further back in the pack who will make their way back into pit lane. And in fact, did I see a red flag? We did see a red flag. So the race has in fact been brought to a halt here. So we've had an incident somewhere, and the race control have decided that we need to just stop things. That is, I want to say, our 4th red flag of the day here at Cadwell Park. And hopefully everyone's okay. That is the 892 that made their way into pit lane.
Yeah,
that,
so James Crampton was going to be starting P34. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that was a case of just the red flag, or if he actually did have a technical issue and was planning on pulling in anyway. We'll wait and see if he's able to take the restart. But yeah, as you can see, the rest of the field has been held onto the grid, and that's best case scenario. Hopefully it means not too long until we can get a restart, and hopefully not too big of an incident.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if there's something serious going on, they'll normally get sent back to the holding area. So you've got to assume that either there's been a lot of fluid that's been dropped, or there's a part that's lying in a dangerous place on the racing surface. I can see Mark Berry loitering outside the commentary box window, so maybe he's going to come in and tell us what's going on. He gives us a wave. Hello, Mark Berry, how are you? But yes, just waiting to see what's going to be happening going forward as the riders are being held down on the grid. And James Crampton looks like he may be trying to solve the issue as well. He is being held in the holding area. But interesting start to that one. Again, this is probably going to be a full race restart as well. So a bit of a lifeline there for Max Bartel, who dropped behind the 83 on the opening tour of Cottenham. Great run up to the top of the hill from him. Also saw Sylvain getting a good start. I'm sure he'll be keen to try and do that one again moving forward. So we'll wait and see. Of course, given it is a red flag, a big thank you to all of the marshals who are here with us this weekend at Cadwell Park for their assistance and for helping us get going. Of course, they enable us to go racing as safely as possible, and without them, be they track marshals here at Cadwell Park, all the Orange Army that follow us up and down the country, a big thank you to them. Of course, a big thank you to the medics, anybody from No Limits Racing itself, and race control and the organisation, all the scrutineering side of things. A big thank you to every single one of those. And a big thank you to you, the fans, for turning up and enjoying the show as well, whether you are watching alongside with us at the track or you're watching it live and free on NLR TV.
Yeah, we're here all season long, and yeah, we've had a great turnout actually this weekend over in the grandstands and around the circuit, even some of the campsites as well. So a lot of people bringing motorhomes, tents for the weekend to enjoy and get a full Cadwell Park experience. And well, actually a few riders off the bike on the grid having a conversation, but a shame that we had a red flag. Obviously the marshals, the medics doing their job out on circuit. Without them, simply put, we couldn't go motorcycle racing. But what a good start that first race was. Obviously, Josh Langman eventually made up the ground, so did James Cottenham, but it was Max Bartel who held pretty much the advantage once he was able to hit the front once more. I mean, yesterday it was a dominant performance in qualifying. It was business as usual for the number one, and he'll be looking to do the exact same yet again. You can see the recovery van now making its way out on circuit, and it'll go to their job, pick up everyone and all the machines out of harm's way, and then hopefully we can be one step closer to getting a restart. So we won't restart until everything is dealt with and everything is safe. But yeah, not necessarily the situation we wanted here, but it's this hand we've been dealt. It's the same for everyone as well down on the grid. Most importantly, obviously with this delay, you would imagine we're going to have one, maybe two even warm-up laps, just get temperature back up in the tyres again. The wind, luckily, has died down. What we had earlier on was heavy gusts, to say the least. That's when we're having little showers here or there. That's all stopped now, and well, we're still having a gust here or there, but definitely not as bad as what it was this morning.
Yeah, it's not quite the beautiful blue skies we've been used to so far this season. We've really been blessed with the weather, unless it was Brands Hatch, in which case it was absolutely torturously hot. But I'd say we've got just regular British cloud cover right now here at Cadwell Park. So back to normality after...
Friday was glorious.
Friday was absolutely lovely, yeah, but now it's decided we're having enough of this mental summer that we've been having, and it's just back to what we should expect in summer, which is it's reasonably warm, but it's just grey, because...
I think the sun's saving itself for Knock Hill for next round.
Yeah. Yes, I can definitely see it being very sunny up in Scotland. Hey, you never know, it might be nice. I'm very much looking forward to Knock Hill, though. Should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to the rest of the day as well here. Following this Dunlop NL 500 race, we do have 3 more races for you before our scheduled lunch break. Again, given we have had a few delays, this may get shifted around. We're going to play it by ear and see what race control is saying. But after this one, we are set currently to have the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, our essential Premier classes here at No Limits Racing. Then it'll be the Metzler Freshman Sport and the No Limits Pre-Injection 600s, and then race number 2 of the Marin British Sidecars. Again, we're expecting a lot of people will be tuning in or joining us here at NLR for the British Sidecar Championships and enjoying some of the solo action. There may be some of you who don't really watch sidecar racings, and we get the joy and the privilege and the honour of having a national championship with us here this weekend. A really interesting race number 1 yesterday for those guys. Let's see how they go for race number 2. That's also a slightly longer race at 14 laps instead of 10. If you are joining us on NLR TV, live and free of course, not just here at Cadwell Park, but the whole way through the season and to the end, make sure you like, share, subscribe, all of the above.
And get in touch.
Get in touch as well. Help promote the championship for starters. You know, we want to show the world the best club racing available in the UK. Get these riders' names out there as well and showcase their talents. But yeah, get in touch. Let us know where in the world you're watching from. Let us know who you're supporting, who you think is going to be winning certain races. Some races it's normally quite obvious. You know, not going to name any names, but you know who's going to be dominating sometimes when they show up. But sometimes it's great. So again, not to take away from the dominant races, there is normally lots of action going on behind the rider that's vanished off up the road. But yeah, do get in touch as well. Let us know your thoughts, and let us know as well if we're going to be expecting to see you at Knock Hill, Anglesey, or Donington as well at the back end of the year.
Yeah, we have a pretty good schedule actually to finish off the year. 3 completely different circuits. We go to Knock Hill, a short snappy lap. Anglesey, yeah, again, tricky weather conditions you would expect at both circuits before we head back to Donington Park, which really is like a second home for No Limits Racing. It's going to be a slightly different layout. Obviously, we use the GP at the start of the year. At the end of the year, we're going to be using the national layout. But well, riders, after setting their bikes against the pit wall, are now back on their machine, so hopefully not too much longer. They have been shown a board about what's going to be happening in terms of a restart and how many warm-up laps they are going to be getting, so hopefully we can be in resumption very, very soon. Obviously the medics just doing their job out in circuit, as are the marshals. We cannot praise them enough up here on commentary. Obviously do feel free though to get involved, Mr. Paula, and get yourself at the side of a racetrack, helping the racers of the future, the racers of the current, and who knows, maybe get yourself on track one day as well. But yeah, Josh Langman, you would imagine, will be hoping for a better start. James Cotton will be hoping for a better launch as well. Although they made up time over at Park, turn 1 is so crucial here at Cadwell Park.
It's a big left-hander uphill. It is on camber, which is a bit unusual here for Cadwell. Most of the corners seem to be off camber, quite frankly. But again, just a big sweeping left-hander that comes at you very quickly, and then it kind of flattens out and then starts turning in again late as well. So it's tricky. And again, there's not really that many lines you can take through it, especially on the first lap. So when you've got 36 bikes going down there on lap number 1, it can get a little bit tricky indeed. As we can see, some of the crowds watching along and enjoying the action here at No Limits Racing. It's been a great day of racing so far, and we're looking forward to getting it done and dusted, and hopefully getting the rest of the weekend done in fine fashion. So looks like it won't be too long now until we get going once again, and we're still waiting to hear from race control what the updated schedule is going to be and how many sighting laps, how many laps we're going to be doing for our No Limits 500 guys. They did get a board down on the grid for the riders. It just hasn't come through to us yet up in the commentary booth, so we'll wait to see how it's going to unfold. It could all be a change. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. It'll come be updated on TSL very, very soon, I am sure. The safety cars and the chorus cars just making their way around the circuit now. They're repositioning themselves out of harm's way, and then we can indeed get going. Josh Langman zipping up his levers. He's just getting some airflow in there. I mean, it's pretty warm here today. Although we do have a wind, which is cooling us down for sure. Air temp wise, still sitting around 20 degrees here at Cadwell Park. So not too bad indeed for British summer. Certainly what we expect. There is the MSV safety car. It'll do a little reverse. Don't worry, it will not stay in that position the whole time. But it looks like Ben Robinson was over helping with the incident. Now going to his more usual spot for the weekend, helping with the start of races as the safety car now places itself back into position. And then we can head out for some warm-up laps and then some racing, finally out on circuit.
Yeah, the Hyundai used a bit more as a transportation vehicle here at this sprint-only Cadwell round, because there are no safety cars in our sprint races. Another sign being held up there by Ben. Yeah, we'll just wait to see what TSL is going to update to. Max Bartle, a good start for him at the first go of things. James Cottenham, okay getaway, not too bad, but did get a skibbity move up into the top of the hill. So we'll wait to see how he's going to get through. Sylvain, though, we know how quick he is away at the lights, and that he'll be looking to do that once again. Got up into third place, then did drop back behind Langman once again. But you'd be thinking if he's able to get through again, he could maybe try and just get the elbows out a little bit, flex the muscle. We're back going now on our possibly one of 2 sighting laps. I'm not entirely sure. We're going to have to wait and figure it out. But
8 racing laps.
8 racing laps. So I'm going to assume that's probably 2 sighting laps. Shirella on through the grid anyway. That probably seems like a good thing to do going forward. So remind you what's going to be going on in this one after we were sat there waiting patiently for a little while. Max Bartle starts from pole alongside James Cottenham and Josh Langman. Row 2, Liam Sylvain, George Bartle and Simon Aldridge. Row number 3, Carl Freak, Scott Walker and Tim Patterson. Then it's Gary Wilson, Carl Bayliss and Ryan Rincat. Ian Keeble 13th alongside Paul Beard and Lewis Corner. 16th is Adam Rostron. Adam Mile goes off of 17 and Paul Saville is P18. Then it's Jack Mann, John Hunt and James Miller, Leo Wilson, Danny Dolson and Lee Sylvain. Row number 9, Ryan Wilson, Mark Parnell and Stuart Martindale. Then it's George Hines, Steve Klaus, Alexander Sonners rounding out our top 30. 2 more rows left to go. Louis Hines, Casey Griffiths, David Colley, James Crampton, Michael Kent and Lucy Smart rounding out our 36 rider grid for this one. A shorter race now, 8 laps for our CB 500s. But you know what these guys are like. They're going to get the elbows out. It's going to be a bit silly. It's going to be a bit fun and some proper racing as well.
Bar bashing racing here at Cadwell Park, and race their team of the weekend. We've been waiting a little while for this race, and I assume that we've had a red flag because it does disrupt the riders a little bit with their schedules, but of course it's the same thing for absolutely everyone out on circuit. They're all in the same situation, and so we're not going to be too far away from getting going and hopefully a fantastic battle out on circuit. I mean, Max Bartle is going to be looking to take yet another race win, try and extend the championship tally once more, and then obviously once the action is underway, it's then going to be the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dark Motorsport Premium Power Cup for the first time this weekend. But the NL 500s making their way around the grid for the time being the start of their second of 2 warm-up laps. So we're not too far away after that. And then obviously, as TSL is showing for the time being, 8 racing laps. Obviously, we'll keep you updated on any changes the schedule for today as it ticks towards just towards 12 o'clock midday. Obviously, as things stand, around 25 minutes or so behind schedule is what we're hoping to be. Nonetheless, we will carry on here at Cadwell Park. The course car also remains out on circuit. It'll get out of harm's way in a few moments' time, and it'll be well and truly off circuit back towards the medical centre before the riders even make their way around the lap. There is like Simon Aldridge. We were speaking about him just a few moments ago in the last race as well. He made quite a costly error through the chicane. He'll be hoping not to do that this time around in the NL 500 and be hoping to make wrongs right. Just in a slightly different class, a slightly different bike with a slightly different power output as well.
At least he's been given a bit of a chance to breathe and cool off.
Yeah, that was officially a rest for him.
Yeah, it was. So at least there's that for him, so maybe he can attack this one with a little bit more ferocity than he will have done in race number 1 yesterday. We'll wait to see what Simon's got in his locker. And if the rest is done the world of good, or maybe it's taking him out of it a little bit. You do get 2 cycling laps, of course. Get some heat in the tyres, heat in the brakes, get yourself back in the rhythm, but it can be very difficult to jump straight back into a race start after an issue and a red flag delay. Of course, hands going up and a yellow flag there into the final section. That is just telling riders to slow down. You are coming into the grid. There's not been any other incidents just yet. And the last few riders will make their way through, and hopefully we'll get ready to go racing in a very short moment.
Yeah, not too far from getting going. The grid now being formed yet again for the NL 500s. Their second race of the weekend, their second race start on Sunday morning so far. This will be the final race of Sunday morning before we take it officially into the afternoon. It's just about to turn 11:58 here at Cadwell Park, but Max Bartle on pole position, Cottenham, Langman alongside. How close do you want it? The NL 500s always deliver drama from start to finish. Keep your eyes on like George Bartle as well. Maybe not the weekend he did hope for so far, but starting P5, you would expect him to make up some ground as well. Well, the red flag is removed from the front. The reds will rise and the lights will go on very briefly before they go out, and we can finally get this restart underway. Max Bartle alongside James Cottam at this restart. Josh Langman as well, another solid start. But all eyes are on Liam Sylvain yet again. Fight to Max Bartle on the run to turn 1. It's an incredible start yet again from the number 261. He's already fighting his way with Max Bartle, but you would expect James Cottam to be on the attack over by Park yet again. He tucks in behind the slipstream. There's nothing really to tuck behind the CB500, but it's still an opportunity to get a little bit extra speed down the straight, and the 83 is going to pull alongside. Heavy on the anchors we do go, and it is going to be James Cottam. Job done, or is it? They're side by side all the way through. Cottam finally goes through, and now in chase of our race leader, Max Bartle.
Nice move there from Cottam back into second place, but can he keep up with Max Bartle, who is very much the pace setter this weekend once again here at Cadwell Park? But early doors hasn't quite broken away perhaps as much as he would have liked to. You can see the 9 of Langman now putting the pressure on Sylvain, trying to get back into the podium places. Great exit out of that hairpin down there from the rider in second place of Cottenham. So the 83 keeping pace with the number 1 of Max Bartle to the mountain for the first-ish time. They did get to hear when the red flag was flown on the first attempt of this one. And from 2, now looking to start breaking away from the rest of the pack. It should be Max Bartle that leads them onto lap number 2. It's now a 7-lap race as well, instead of an 8-lapper. So we've chopped another lap off here. So it means you've got less time to get things done, which means theoretically the elbows are out even more.
Yeah, the race reduced by a further lap. We originally showed 8, now it will just be 7 as we take it by to complete our first lap of running. Keep in mind, this is not a flying lap. Lap time not terribly important this time around, but you can see the position on the left-hand side of the screen if you are watching on NOR TV, or if you're watching trackside, feel free to watch the stream or go over onto TSL Timing, our official timing partner, to see all the gaps, all the splits from this race. Josh Langman now tucking in behind Sylvain. This is the battle for P3 out on circuit, and now Langman looking to lay up a move over at Park, and your carbon copy move to what Sylvain has happened to him with Cottenham 1 lap ago. The number 9 does squeeze through and up into P3.
Carl Freak, meanwhile, leading the way in the seniors once again in P6 overall. Gary Wilson second, Ian Keeble in P3, 9th and 11th respectively. In the freshmen, once again, Tim Patterson, the 7-13, leading the way ahead of Paul Beard in 14th/2nd and Corner in 16th/3rd. Bartle now starting to break away from Cottenham in P2s. Maybe now a little bit more concerned about Sylvain behind, or Langman should I say, the number 9. Sylvain still there with this fight as well. Could be a three-way fight for the final 2 podium places. Wait to see with Bartle. If they do start to scrap, it's going to go thank you very much and just vanish off up into the distance. As it hears somebody bouncing off the limiter over the top of the mountain there. Sometimes it's quicker to not change up. Just let it run through the engine. It's not very healthy for the engine, but you can lose time and momentum changing gears. It's funny how racing works sometimes, isn't it? Looks like Langman trying to set a move up now onto Cottingham. He's close, coming down the final corner. He'll tuck back out and then into the toe to try and get that run into Coppice, but I don't think he's going to be close enough this time.
Yeah, not quite close enough, but George Bartle on the attack. Meanwhile, further back down the order, Bartle already through before they head into the braking zone over at turn 1. So that's yet another position lost for Sylvain. He's now back down to P5 out on circuit. Meanwhile, Carl Freeth and Tim Patterson leading in their respective classes. Freeth, of course, in the senior, Patterson in the freshman. Bartle, though, is going to be under attack now from the 2-6-1. Sylvain, this is thereabouts where he qualifies in the race, so he does have the pace to run in these positions. Langman, meanwhile, slots into second place for the time being, and now the number 9 is his chance to shine and his chance to try and chase Max Bartle for the race lead.
But is he going to be able to do it though? Because Max Bartle on the last lap did a 1:43.279. Those behind were in the mid 1:44s. So Bartle really turning the wick up now. Cotton as well was a 1:45 on the previous tour, so that's why he's dropping backwards a little bit. Pace just isn't quite there. There is Max Bartle, still within view, but it's only 7 laps this race. We've had to shorten it, so suddenly you're thinking, oh, actually, he's quite a way away, and I've not got a lot of time if I do have the pace to go and get him, So we'll wait to see what Langman has in his back pocket if he's close to the pace. He's still under pressure, though, from Cottenham, so you may wonder if these guys start to fight and Bartle just going to continue to extend that advantage. He heads through the hairpin. Then comes Langman with a Cottenham just behind. Then it's Sylvain, who's dropping backwards potentially into the clutches of George Bartle and Freeth. Or George Bartle got through, should I say, on Sylvain. He's now running P4. But Carl Freeth there as well, keeping them on it. Behind there is Simon Aldridge, Walker, Tim Patterson, then Gary Wilson rounding out our top 10. Of course, Carl Freeth and Patterson, the respective senior and freshman class race leaders. Patterson now with 8th place. He's got a huge advantage over the next freshman rider, which is Paul Beard in P13.
Yeah, as things stand, a nice comfortable lead for him. Of course, Paul Beard, we know how fast he can be at race starts. Still has his orange bib. Also racing R6 this weekend too. So another rider with a very, very busy schedule here at No Limits Racing. Nonetheless, in the CB 500s, the NL 500 Championship continue to chill out on circuit. This is exactly what we expected. 713 defending. Pretty strong so far for Tim Patterson. I mean, he's got a comfortable gap, as we said, to Paul Beard. So even if these guys overtake him, it's not the end of the world. But if he can stick with them and actually have a good scrap with them, he can gain a little bit more racecraft, a little bit more knowledge, and hopefully gain a few temps out on circuit. Down towards Mansfield, though we head yet again. Gary Wilson is P10 overall, P2 though in class. So 6th and 10th is first and second in the senior category. But it's Ian Keeble that's right behind them as well in P11. So those two quite close together in terms of position, overall position order out on circuit. But on lap 4 out of 7, battles everywhere you look.
Of course there is. It's CB 500 racing. What would you expect, Lewis Reid? Brilliant stuff, this. The seniors guys especially, they often do stick quite close together, so I'm not surprised that Wilson and Keeble are that close together. Oh, that's a big move into the S's. If that comes off, no, not quite on that occasion. I was going to say, that would have been very, very brave from whoever that was trying to launch a move up the inside there. But yeah, the senior guys, you do normally get them sticking very close together indeed, as the 6 and 3 cat leading up the Seaman corner Rostrom. Again, lots of these guys fighting for position as well. Lots of freshmen all in order, all tailing on the lead. You can see a couple with orange bibs on as well. Haven't got their 10 signatures from the ACC yet. Now a move to the inside from Hunt, and he'll get it done nice and easily, you would suspect. And yes, through goes the 28. Again, that's not for position. Hunt in the senior class, Brinkat in the elite class. But, you know, you want to get through the rider in front anyway. Because also then, that gets a little bit closer to Ian Google. He's running P3, and he'll want that podium, I'm sure.
Yeah, he'll want podium places, like 5 out of 7, and there is a rider stopped over at the hairpin just before Barn. That looks to be the number 11 of Ryan Wilson, stopped at the side of the circuit, and luckily for them, they're able just to pull into the side of the track and get out of harm's way, most importantly, because our race leader is already making his way towards that section of the circuit, over the mountain already for Max Bartel, and then through the very, very tricky, very, very technical Hall bends, which are labelled separate corners, turns 13, 14, 15 and 16, but in reality, when you're on the bike, it is essentially all one massive corner, one massive SE section, and building up some speed and maybe a chance to overtake, as you see a rider down there, and that would be the 267 potentially out on circuit. Obviously we'll try and see a better rendition of that number, but nonetheless out of harm's way.
Sylvain potentially, if he's gone down. We'll wait to see where people are going to be in the order to come on by. Yes, we'll wait to see. And Sylvain is dropping down the order, I think.
Yeah, he's not crossed that timing point.
No, so that will have been an incident then there for Liam Sylvain. Quick starting in the fight for the podium, now down and out of race number 2 on lap 6 of 7 here at Cadwell Park. And that is big pressure on James Cottenham from the 9 of Langman. He's going to get the run surely to the top of the hill. It's just about who's later on the brakes at this point, and it will be the 9 who stands himself onto the anchors and gets it stopped in time for the corner, back into P2.
Nicely done there. Move made for Josh. And well, Josh Langman, he's been a star last year. There was some real good showings from him. Maybe not what we expected this year. Maybe we were expecting a tiny bit more pre-season. But now the pace, well and truly, coming to the forefront. What's going to happen this time around? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. Of course, race 13 of the day. We're going all the way to race 24 at the end of the day. The last race of the day should take place at around 5:10, and even probably around 5:30. This race is slightly behind schedule, but nonetheless making our way back towards the mountain. Over the mountain we do come, and it is going to be Josh Langman under a lot of pressure. Langman, he's in a situation now where he's still going to hear James Cottenham's machine and still going to have to run his own lines and not go too defensive, because if you go defensive here at Cadwell Park, you can mess up 3 or 4 corners.
It's just the nature of this place. It's so tight and twisty, and corners are just one after the other. It's relentless around this racetrack as Max Bartel does put on to the final lap of this contest. But the real question on everyone's mind is who brings home second place. Will it be Langman? Will it be Cottenham? Right now the favour is in the way of the number 9, who has a couple of bike lengths, but Cottenham, well, we know what he can do, and if push is coming to shove, he'll turn the wick up. He will throw everything but the kitchen sink, maybe even including the kitchen sink at Langman. We'll have to wait and see. He's not going to be close enough for a go at the top of the hill as they run up for the final time. Maybe he'll have to go the long way around, actually, because Langman's gone very defensive and looks like he hasn't got a great run at all. And Cottenham's going to have to go the long way around, will go the long way around, and gets it done. Brilliant move from the 83. How now does Langman respond?
Yeah, Langman, he's got to respond very, very quick. Over at Mansfield, you would guess would be his best opportunity on this final lap, even if it is a little bit of a lunge on James Cottenham. Is he going to be close enough, though? Number 9 looks up the inside of the final lap for the final couple of spots on the podium, but thinks better of it. Josh Langman slots back into third, and well, no room at the end over at chicane. Now Ross, he has to get very, very inventive if he wants to claim this second place.
He's running out of time to get back through, but he could produce something miraculous here in race number 2 with the Dunlop NL 500s. Nothing over the mountain just yet. Only a handful of corners to go as they come to the S's. Max Bartel will round the final corner now and will take that checkered flag for the race victory. It's been another superb performance. It's now 5 in a row for the number 1 Is there going to be a change between Cottenham and Langman? Could well be a drag race as Bartle takes the checkered flag. Who's going to get there first? Langman's in the tow. He'll try to pull out, but it won't be enough. Too little, too late. There's shared respect between the riders. They know they've just put on a great display, but it is Cottenham that brings it home in P2 ahead of Langman. Is that Bartle? George Bartle, that is. And Simon Aldridge fighting? No, it's a little bit further back. Bartle finishes before Aldridge, but Carlton takes home P6. That Tim Patterson taking P7. No, it's Gary Wilson actually in P7. He's just got ahead of Tim Patterson, but it doesn't really change things. Those guys in different classes. With Walker P9, Carl Bayliss bringing home P10. Gary Wilson, if he had a couple of extra laps, maybe could have pulled car free. Could have had a different winner in the seniors. It's all a possibility. There's no point thinking about what could be, what could have happened. We can only confer on what has happened in reality that we see here at Cadwell Park. And in that reality, it's Max Bartle taking a 5th race win in a row in No Limits Racing, continuing to extend that championship lead in the elite category. The reigning champ looking to go back to back. James Cottenham second with Langman third, then it's George Bartle, Simon Aldridge, Carl Freed, Gary Wilson, Tim Patterson, Sam Walker and Carl Bayliss P10. Of course, we do see Carl Freed taking the victory in the seniors, Gary Wilson second in the seniors, John Hunt freshman, Patterson ahead, Paul Beard ahead of Adam Rostron. Overall, Keeble in 11th, followed by Paul Beard, John Hunt, Jack Seaman, Adam Rostron, James Miller, Lee Sylvain, Lewis Corner, Paul Saddle and Adam Mile on P20. And then a couple of other riders a little bit further down the order. We see Danny Dolson, Felix Hearn, Leo Wilson, Steve Clowes, Stuart Martindale, Casey Griffiths, Alexander Sons, George Hines, Mark Parnell and Louis Hines in P30 in the freshman category. And then we did have a couple of other riders as well who are just still finishing the race. Grincat has not crossed the line yet. You may well have pulled into the pits with an issue. David Collins 31st, though we did lose Liam Sylvain, as we saw. Also Brian Wilson seems to have had some sort of mechanical issue. So we'll have to hopefully get those guys back out for race number 3, which will be later on in the afternoon after our lunch break, which is approaching fairly soon. Only 3 more races to go down until then, of course, including the Marriott British sidecar action. So as we wait to hear from Lewis Ray, hopefully in a few moments' time, the guys are getting ready for the next race. This might have to be a quick one, Lewis. You might have to riz your way through there. But Lewis Ray, what do you got for us down in Parc Fermé?
Devon Park Fermé for the time being, and we'll have a chat with the top 3 yet again. Hopefully have a quick chat as well with some of the other classes. Max Bartle, victory once more for yourself. You've got to be happy with that one. I mean, a red flag to interrupt things, but it did not interrupt your pace at all.
Yeah, normally after a red flag it takes me a little time to get into the zone again, but for some reason I'm just feeling good at the minute, so yeah, roll with it, I think.
Yeah, still one more race to try and extend your championship advantage as well. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And well, now we'll swing over to James Cottenham quickly. And well, James, you've got to be happy with that one. I mean, you weren't quite able to match the pace of Max, but it was a good battle between yourself and Josh.
Yeah, it was a good race with Josh. I mean, I'm a bit disappointed because last year I could keep up with Max, but yeah, no chance this year.
Yeah, and plan for race 3. What's the objective?
Stick with Max if I can. That's it. Get a good start. Try a latch on to the back of him and see if we can hold on to him.
Yeah, see what happens. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And yeah, we'll swing it over now to Josh Langman if we can. Josh, you've got to be happy. A good scrap. 3rd place for yourself, but it could have easily been 2nd.
Yeah, I'm just like a big sail in the wind at the moment, and James is riding well. I nearly ran up the back of him coming out of barn, but they're both flying, to be fair to them.
Yeah, some close moments and some great watching at home as well. Well done.
Thank you.
And well, the next class isn't out yet, Ross, so we'll swing over as well to Carl Freeth back here. Obviously more than just one class out on circuit. And Carl was swing in. How was that for yourself? Class 1 yet again in the senior category.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. That's one step further away from Knockhill for me.
Yeah, exactly. And well, able to fight as well with the elite runners. You've got to be happy ahead of race 3.
Yeah. Hopefully get away with them in the next race, and they'll pull me away from my class. That's the plan.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
And I think we have a tiny bit more time. I'll have to be quick. But just another chat as well with our freshman winner yet again. I mean, you've got to be happy. Freshman win for yourself, and still one more race to look forward to.
Yeah, worked really well.
everything seems to be going well on the bike. So yeah, I'm really happy with that. So another more decent haul for the championship.
Yeah, I was about to say, good haul for the championship, and the objective again that you would have to say is another race win or class win for yourself in race 3.
Hopefully, yeah, make it 3 out of 3, which would be good. It's just everything's working really well.
Well done, best luck.
Thank you.
And well, there we go. There you go. Bartel, Langman, Cottenham, Freeth, and Padson finish it off. Ross, back up to you in the commentary box.
Come on, Lewis, they're on the grid. Speed up, man. Thanks, though. Very great to hear from our riders. It is time for essentially our premier category here at No Limits Racing. It is time for the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Of course, a couple of wild cards coming into this weekend. The front row in this one, all three of them British Championship riders, Ash Barnes, Matt Truelove and Ian Hutchinson. Also got another one of the Truelove in there in the form of Harry, or he was here anyway. He may not be taking part in the shows. No, he is. He's going for P5. I just can't read the grid correctly. He's right there in the middle of your picture, in fact. So clearly I need to go to Specsavers. But a few wild cards showing us what the best of the best in the UK can really do. In the actual, though, it was Tommy Fielding who extended his championship lead with a 4th place finish on the road, which means the first of the riders, he was essentially the race winner. So continuing a strong season is Fielding. Let us run through the grid for you in this one. It is an all wildcard front row. Ash Barnes is actually starting from pole position, despite the fact that it was, in fact, Matt Truelove who took victory in race 1 yesterday. Truelove is off a second. Ian Hutchinson in P3, the TT road racing legend, showing us what he can do on a closed circuit. Tommy Fielding, the championship leader, starts in P4. Then Tom Morton is 6th. Splitting the two regulars is another wildcard in the form of Harry Truelove. Row number 3, Dan Stamper, Jamie Richmond and Jamie Boyce. And didn't see Jamie Richmond earlier on today, though, in another category, so he may well not be here anymore, unfortunately. Luca Jennings rounds up the top 10, then it's Liam Murtaugh and Brandon Petty. Wilfred Turner is 13th, Scott Stone P14 and Paul Charman in P15. Ralph Laturco, the Brazilian, goes off a 16th. He's joined by David Williams and Kieran Nicholson. Row 7, Phil Abel, Steve Crispo and James Crowe. And then at the back, it's Paul Bowerback and Stringer. Supposedly 23. Wait to see how it's going to be going. Of course, yesterday it was Tommy Fielding from Tom Morton from Dan Stanley, your essential race winners P4, 5 and 6, 1, 2, 3, 4 wildcards in the Super Series Power Trophy. In the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, it was Brandon Petty who was basically out there on his own, doing his own thing. He finished P11 overall. Then you have to go back to Ralph Laturco, P15, who was P2, followed closely by James Crowe as well. So that was the order of things yesterday in our two classes. Should be an interesting one. We're expecting the wildcards to do what they did in race 1 yesterday, Lewis, and just go away at the front a little bit. But, you know, we still got some good racing between them, and we got some great racing between our regular riders.
Yeah, exactly. I think Fielding's going to be trying to catch up to them in this early stages. And then Tom Lorton, we see a great scrap involving him yesterday as well. Daniel Stamper also in thereabouts, within the mix. And it does look like Jamie Richmond is going to be taking the start. I did see that Ducati. I think he's just slotted in behind Truelove, Harry Truelove that is, on the R9. So finally we can indeed get going. The red lights will be on. The revs will rise yet again. And it's a great start from Ash Barnes and Matt Truelove. Matt Truelove looking to be taking the race lead. Hutchinson has the inside line though, and it is going to be Hutchie who's trying to take the advantage, but Truelove switched around the outside and reclaims P1. The number 4 leads Ian Hutchinson. Ash Barnes in P3 for the time being, and Harry Truelove in P4. Tommy Fielding, the top of our regular runners, he's set P5. He'll still be at full championship points, with the rest of the riders ahead of him being wildcard runners. Ash Barnes though looks up the inside. Harry Truelove also trying to get involved in this scrap, but Matt Truelove, he's going to try and extend the advantage at the front, you would have to say, as Ash Barnes looks to attack on Hutchie.
Really, really strong start from everybody on the front row, to be fair. Hutchinson almost got it into turn number 1. Truelove, despite the fact that he was okay, got a better launch than Barnes, but wasn't anything spectacular, but really brave around the outside at Coppice to hold on to the thing, and he'll be hoping that the two behind him start to fight, that he can check out on Bannister Road. Harry Truelove up to P4 now as well, so going to be P5 for our official race leader, the first non-wildcard rider. We'll have to wait and see who that is as Hutchie gets that front wheel all up in the air over the mountain. Again, if there's anybody who's going to be confident on one or no wheels in this race, it's going to be that man. 16 TT victories across his career. He knows a thing or two about bumpy roads that you really shouldn't be going that quick around if you were sane. But at the end of lap number one, it will be Matt Truelove who leads the way in the tag Honda. Up to the second place, the rapid Honda of Ash Barnes' victory. Harry Truelove in P4. Then it is Tommy Fielding who leads our race proper. He's in P5 ahead of Tom Norton on the Aprilia, and then Dan Stamper, P7, is essentially rounding out our podium places. Jamie Boyce leads in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup ahead of Brian Petty, ahead of Ralph Turco, P12 and P15 respectively for those two.
Awesome to see Jamie Boyce back out on circuit here today after his crash yesterday, of course, which was part of the red flag yesterday afternoon as part of the rain as well that fell at the exact same time. However, it looks like we're going to get away with no rain in race 2. That's because the sun is well and truly shining here at Cadwell Park. There still is some clouds in the sky, but over at top end circuit, sun is out. Harry Truelove just coming through, then it's Tommy Fielding, then it's Tom Norton and Daniel Stamper. This pair are going to start trading blows again, I think it's fair to say, for P6 and P7 out circuit, and for the all-important 20 points for P2. So it would be important for him. Of course, though, will still be losing points to Tommy Fielding. Again, he's just been the class of the season here in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy, certainly. As the front wheel picking up the Stamper there over the mountain, putting a lot of pressure onto the Aprilia of Tom Norton, who has been super consistent across this year, it must be said. Back to our wildcard riders at the front very briefly. Matt Truelove that is, starting to open a little bit of a gap ahead of Hutchie. Ash Barnes behind as well. Pressure onto the 44, see if he can get that rapid Honda up into second place after victory in race number one, or second place should I say, in race number one yesterday. Make it 2 out of 2 potentially for him as they make their way through the Charlies and onto the back straight. That looks like it could be a very good run there for the 80 of Dan Stamper, who's gone onto the back straight really well. The Aprilia does have a lot of waft underneath it, but Stamper's going to get the run. He'll look to the inside, coming to the top of the hill. Will he be close enough? No, he's going to have to tuck back in behind the 17. Stay put for the time being. It's only lap 3, still time to put the pressure on and make moves, but Stamper, I think, is in a little bit of trouble here. Could start to get frustrated because he looks like he's close enough to make the move, but just isn't quite. Stamper pushing on for sure. Ash Barnes will have a little moment there on the exit of the gooseneck, but gaining a lot of time over at Mansfield yet again was Daniel Stamper. He's confident of the brakes into there anyway, that's for sure. The Honda all singing, all dancing. Tom Norton on his trusty Aprilia. He's been going well on it now for a couple of years. He knows exactly the ins and outs of that machine, and that is a rider down. Is that Harry Truelove from P4? So Harry Truelove on the R9, down on the deck over at the chicane. He's here for some laps, he's here for some data. A massive shame to end it in the grass.
Yeah, it's a real shame there. Looks like he's straight up onto his feet though. Not a particularly that would have been anyway, but Gracie straight up. Hopefully the bike not in too bad of a shape, they can get it back together. Send him out for race 3 later on in the afternoon. Lap number 4 then of 10 here, and that promotes, well, our official riders up to 4th, 5th and 6th, which is where they were running yesterday in terms of our podium proper. Fielding's still leading the way ahead of Tom Norton. Dan Stamper's actually dropped back a little bit over the previous tour, so back to a bit of a game of chess here. Very tense, no one quite close enough. Well, I say no one quite close enough. No one's close enough at all to launch any moves. We've got multiple pike lengths separating Fielding and Norton and Stamper. Luca Jennings holding on to P7/4 at the moment. Jamie Richmond 5th place in class. He's P9 overall ahead of Liam Murta, who rounds out our top 10. Still as they were in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. There's still Jamie Boyce from Brandon Petty from Ralph Turco, P1, 2, 3, P8, 11 and 14 overall. But Turco could be in a little bit of trouble here if he loses out on position to Turner, the 28, because then Frizzle behind, and that is a fight for position for the podium place in the darts category. As it is very close out here between these guys out on the road, it must be said. So keep our eyes on this battle, see if there's going to be any changes there. Richmond looks moves to the inside. The 5 gets it done at the bottom of the hill. That's a nice little move there. I don't think they expected that one coming, and just touched on the inside, moves up a place.
Yeah, moves up yet another position. Obviously, overall not for class. That's going to demote Jamie Richmond down to P9 out on circuit. Jamie Boyce down to P9. Jamie Richmond up to P8. Richmond, good to see him out there, of course. Maybe just using one class here today, or perhaps a few technical difficulties with the bike this morning. Not able to go out for earlier's race in a different category. Now, though, side by side all the way towards turn 1, Jamie Boyce does respond back through his 144. The Suzuki slides back into position into P8, as there's an issue for Ian Hutchinson. What a shame for the 44. Ian Hutchinson, his race 2 is over. He was running in second position. Of course, yellow flag's now out at turn 1, so no overtaking through there, otherwise it'll be a big penalty. But yeah, for Ian Hutchinson, such a big shame. And yeah, we'll have to watch the rest of the race from these sidelines. Judging by the pieces he's picking up from the grass, I would say it was a crash rather than a technical issue.
Yeah, visors off the helmet as well, so that's been a quick one. Oh no, it's not. It looked like it was. He was holding something that looked visor shaped. It is still on there, but certainly ripped something off the bike. So yeah, that's definitely a technical issue that's gone off and into a crash, or he has gone off and crashed. So then there were 2 wild cards left in this one. They're dropping like flies here at Cadwell Park. So Matt Truelove from Ian Hutchinson, that promotes Tommy Fielding onto the podium proper as well. Still, of course, leading the way in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. Up the inside once again there from the number 5 of Jamie Richmond. Lovely move to get back through. A little check back there as well from Boyce, just seeing if he's under any pressure from Berta behind. So now let's see if there's going to be any issues potentially for Jamie Richmond down the front straight, if we're going to see Boyce starting back through, or if Richmond can go on full attack for what will be P4 in class. Ahead of him is Luke Jennings, once again a little bit deep, and once again Jamie Boyce just blasts down the front straight. I don't think Richmond's getting it wrong out of the last corner. It's almost like he's letting him back through, kind of. It's very bizarre.
Richmond, of course, on a slightly different bike compared to the likes of Jamie Boyce. More than Ducati, just tell Jamie Boyce to follow him through his next sector, and well, he's not going to listen at all, because Boyce looks up this side, or is he? Maybe just hoping to follow through Richmond through this next sector, because we know how strong Jamie Richmond is through this part of the circuit. Over by Park, then slinging it over to Chris Kirk, through the gooseneck, down through Mansfield, and then, most importantly, into the mountain section. Turn 11, the left-hander before we head to the mountain seems to be where Richmond is making all of his moves. However, he's having another cheeky little look over at Mansfield. Too far back though, and now exiting the chicane. Just keep your eyes on the number 5.
Again though, we know he's down on a little bit of power given the smaller engine that he's got in that drive. But
yeah, he got that whole one there.
Yeah, no, so who knows what it's going to be, if he's going to drop behind Boyce again, or if he could stay with Luca Jennings. He's looking to the inside of the mountain, tucks back into the 5, decides against that one. That would have been very brave of him, to be fair, probably erring on the side of a bit stupid in all honesty if it had gone through there. So decides to play it safe, play it sensible, play it smart. Let's see this pace difference again, because he gets well out of the way, runs it a little bit wider. No, because he keeps it tucked in this time. Okay, so we'll get the slipstream, and then, I mean, this time he looks like he's not just letting him through. Okay, that's a little bit more like it. So back through goes the 144 of Jamie Boyce. And let's see again if he's going to give this signal to try and follow me. We can try and catch Luca Jennings together. I'm not in this race, but you are. But you're holding me up, and it's getting annoying, quite frankly. And I'd also quite like to overtake him, just my own personal game. But then again, through goes the 5 anyway, so who knows what's going on underneath the helmets. As I'll note there, through goes Boyce once again on the run up the hill. So they're just going to keep chopping and changing position. It's probably going to allow Liam Murta to catch up to them at some point.
Yeah, completely different machines out of the circuit. You can see it with the power difference. Obviously, the likes of Jamie Richmond used to racing that bikes in more super sport categories rather than against full-blown super bikes, which is what's going on right now, and that's why Suzuki has such a power advantage to the Ducati. Can he make a move this time around over at Mansfield? It's going to get tight through there. He sets up Jamie Boyce. Jamie Boyce luckily stays on the circuit, has that look behind him. It's Murta that's looking for a move now. But, well, it looks like number 5 is well and truly been released. He can finally begin to set his sight on Luke Bennett and just set his sight on going forward.
Well, we'll wait and see. Over the top of the mountain we go. Front wheel well up in the air there from the number 5. As he went on the right-hand side, the steeper part of the mountain section. Let's see how far back he'll drop as they come onto the main straight. Okay, here we go. Lap number 8 of 10, by the way. Matt Trulov has a 1.6 second advantage ahead of Ash Barnes. Tommy Fielding still leads the race proper from P3 in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. He himself has a 4-second gap back to Dan Stamford. That's about 2 seconds to Tom Norton in P5/3. As we see the rest of the riders all just making their way through. As actually, I tell you what, Brandon Petty and Ralph Laturco are very much in danger now of dropping out of the podium places if they're not careful. We've got a load of Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy guys here. It's not much the Premier Cup though. They've dropped back behind Chalmers, behind Turner, and now are fighting directly with their competition. There is Turner up the inside of Chalmers actually there. Lovely move. Got the number 28, left it very, very late on the brakes, but slid on by. Behind them, Brandon Petty, he's okay. Although there's no buffer between, he's still with this pack. But then Ralph Laturco, if he's not running on his own, he's going to get into trouble. He's got a couple of seconds, but that can vanish very quickly.
Yeah, that gap can vanish very, very quickly, as you said. Now, though, these guys are very close out on circuit. I would be expecting to move over at turn 11 this time around into the left-hander. He is quite far back. Not this time. I mean, every single lap, it looks like Jamie Richards trying to invent something over the top of the mountain. Can he make it work at the top of the mountain? Going into Hall Benson, side by side. Jamie Richards thinks best. Oh, he's on the grass. He cuts over the grass, hopefully rejoins safely. And not into the path of Luca Jennings. And well, somehow they both remain on circuit. And Jamie Richards pulled off that movie off the handback position, obviously. But incredible riding from both Richards and Jennings to not make contact there at all.
A little bit of a hand signal as well. Obviously, thanks for letting me through. Or what on earth were you thinking there, mate? From Luca Jennings. Wow, that was as close as you like, wasn't it? From Jamie Richmond. Has he ever considered a career in grass tracking? I think he might be quite good at it. As wow, forces his way through up the inside of Charlie's. What a move from the 5. He may now lose back out to Luca Jennings once again. This is brilliant stuff late in the day in race number 2 here. And he'll stay in front at the top of the hill as well. After somehow staying on 2 wheels following nearly contact and a trip through the grass. He's got it done, and Jamie Richmond's up to 4th place in class. Unreal.
This is the second half of the lap for Richmond. This is the part that's going to matter. He needs to stretch out a big enough margin so the likes of the riders playing with the bigger 1000cc machines of Jennings and Boyce cannot catch him on. Richmond's down. Jamie Richmond's lost the front on the entry to the chicane. We were just saying how important this part of the lap was. This was the moment he had to push, and he's pushed too hard. The number 5 goes down.
Oh, you cannot believe it. Tommy Fielding, Matt Trulov might have gone off as well, because he's now dropping down the order. Ash Barnes leads the race. What is going on here at Cadwell Park? Matt Trulov, who's led the entire way, has had some sort of an issue. We've just seen going down there, of course, a moment ago was the number 5 of Jamie Richmond, following a fantastic charge to get up to 4th place. And now Ash Barnes is out there all on his own, and we've got no idea what's happened to Matt Trulov. Ash Barnes, of course, wildcard is going to win the race. That promotes Dan Stamper, 2nd in class, of course, up to the 3rd place, the overall podium. I mean, they just saved the chaos for the last couple of laps, didn't they? What an unbelievable turn of events here. Ash Barnes is going to come to the mountain. The number 8 will win overall. Tommy Fielding still very much set to take the class victory and the victory proper in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. But what a crazy ending here at Cadwell Park in race 2.
2 corners remaining for Ash Barnes. What a ride it's been. He's not cracked under the pressure at all. Late drama from Matt Trulov promotes the number 8 into the race lead, and he takes victory here at the 2nd race of the weekend for the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. 2nd place and 1st in the championship points finishers is going to be Tommy Fielding. The 556 does take 2nd place overall. The 1st ever championship point scorer, 25 points goes his way. He'll extend his championship margin. There's Tom Norton. Ahead of him comes Daniel Stamper. Daniel Stamper already across the line, it seems. As well, we'll wait actually for time to just an update on lap 10. But what a race that was. There's Jennings and Jamie Boyce. Jamie Boyce, another big look behind him. You don't want to be doing that constantly on this final lap. We do continue on though, the final corner. What a race it's been for Jamie Boyce towards checker flying now. He does cross line, takes class victory, P6 overall for himself. Wilfred Turner, Scott Stone, Paul Tarman as well inside the top 10. A dramatic race for us to stay there, to say the very least. We lost the likes of Matt Trulove, Jamie Richmond, Ian Hutchinson and Harry Trulove from that one. The Trulove brothers, I'm sure they'll have plenty to talk about in the on and ahead of race 3. Turco as well, just over the line. He does come for P3 in the Dart Premier Powered Trophy class. Meanwhile, those second place in category will go the way of Brandon Petty, who of course took yesterday's race 1 in category. Overall though, it is going to be Ash Barnes right in the headlines here on Sunday afternoon. Race 2 victory goes his way. The number 8 does take the race win by 15.2 seconds over Tommy Fielden, Daniel Samper and Tom Norton. Luca Jennings rounds out the top 5 as Jamie Boyce takes the class victory in P6. Wilfred Turner, Scott Stone, Paul Charman and Liam Murtaugh rounds out the top 10. Brandon Petty in P2 in class ahead of Ralph Laturco in P12 and 3rd category. James Grove, Phil Abel and Steve Frizzle rounds out top 15 ahead of Paul Burbank, while Matt Trulove, Jamie Richmond, Ian Hutchinson and Harry Trulove took DNF finishes here on Sunday afternoon. So that's race 2 all in the books. It was a story indeed, and I'm sure Ash Barnes will have plenty to say about it. The riders already making their way off the circuit down towards the Holden area into Park Fermi for that one. And luckily, Ross McIntyre, he's made his way from the commentary box down into Park Fermi, where we can hear from the number 8 as Ash Barnes tells us about his race victory this time around.
And breathe. Relax, take a moment, it's okay. What a chaotic ending to that race there. It's a bit noisy down here as we've all got the fans on, but we'll jump in at first with our overall winner in Ash Barnes before we get to our class winners properly outside of the wildcards. Ash, really solid ride for you there, pole position on that one, convert it into a race win, can't really complain.
Yeah, no, it was a good race with Hutchie and Matt. Got a bit of a rubbish start, dropped back a bit. And then for me, especially after riding yesterday, it was just a race of management with my rib cage after a crash from Brands last weekend, which caused me not to ride. So just a little bit, tight on the lungs in the last few laps. But no, it was a good race. We come here, got some testing for when we come here with BSB. Thanks to No Limits for having us. See if we do any more rounds in the future.
Well, still one more race for you later on today. You're going to try and get another win under your belt?
Yeah, see how I feel after this race, because I'm in quite a bit of grief from the chest. So get my mum to give me a massage when I get back up to the caravan and go from there.
Awesome stuff. Congrats, Ash.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Right, might have to be quick with Tommy Fielding and the other class winner, because we have got bikes heading out onto the circuit. We'll jump in though with our race winner proper here. Tommy Fielding, another win for you at the end of that one. That's 2 from 2 so far this weekend. Back on form after, by your standards, a disappointing weekend at Brands.
Yeah, for the championship it was still good, but obviously we had a couple of wild cards in there who took a few points away from me. But, nonetheless, I was still riding relatively well, and obviously we saw in that last race with the fluid coming out of Tom's bike added a bit more drama. But I'm just pleased to sort of pick up at Cadwell where in the same vein as the championship's been going recently, really.
Still, one more race later on in the day. How are you feeling going into it?
Pretty good, I can't lie. Doing 10 laps round here with 220 horsepower is really quite physical. I'm very disappointed though, looking at my lap time. I've done lots of 30.0s and my aim coming here was to do a 29, so maybe I'll pull my finger out in this last race and get a 29.
Oh, fingers crossed for you. Congratulations, mate. Great rider.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone's enjoying the coverage.
I hope they are as well, because that'd be quite nice. Great to speak to Tommy Fielding. Where is our Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup race winner? I think we may just have to jump back to the commentary box and move on. Maybe grab him after race number 3, because riders are already on the grid for the next race. Lewis Ray, back up to you.
Thanks for us, already back onto the grid. Next time around, the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge alongside the No Limits pre-injection 600s. This, of course, going to be the next race on our schedule. We've just finished race 14. This is now race 15, funnily enough, and it is going to be an interesting race for this one. on. So on pole position after a fantastic race yesterday. Obviously, we did see some penalties handed out after some jump starts. But now the riders just heading out on their green flag lap for the time being. J. Orchid James starts from pole position. Paul Beard and Grant Taylor alongside Carl Foster's Ryan Billman, and Gareth Isles goes in two. Well, Brian Greenfield, a great ride from him in the green injection 600 class, starts at P7 with Josh Pickard and Carl Vickers for company. Keep your eye on Carl starting from P9. Lewis Adams, of course, a busy season for him. He goes from P10 with Laurie, Samuel Biles and Laurie Myers for company. Laurie Myers, after starting down in P12, was able to fight himself into the top 10 comfortably yesterday. Matthew Alderson, Welford and Ross take up row 5, while Steve Lester, Hall and Davies starts from row 6. Alistair Corr goes alongside Jamie Cox and Thomas Brand, with Scattergood, Matthew Round and Chris Nailon going from row 8. Scott Wall, Jamie Locke and Josh Crawford take up the top 27 spots, while Brandon McCormick, Daniel Lovejoy and Natalie Crone, the 999 machine round out are top 30. Dan Cobb, Dwayne Sismore and Ian Henderson take up the top 33, with row 12 holding Connor Page, Callum Dempsey and Mark Boot. 38 riders in total should be taking the race start. Only 34 of them set in time to actually qualify for this race, but hopefully we have a little bit more company on it, because 38 riders is the recipe for drama. J. Orchid James though starting on the number 7 machine. What a ride it was yesterday. What a great scrap it was as well for us to watch up here in the commentary box. Keep your eye as well on Paul Beard, the fast starter, and Ryan Billman, who was a little bit too quick off the line last time around. 7-1-2 going from the second row, the middle of the second row, that is, of course, in the baby blue R6. The older shaped R6 though, compared to the likes of Grant Taylor, much flatter from Fairham. Orchid James though, he does go from pole position, also an R6, actually an R6 all front row of the grid. Cruelly working well for Gareth Isles as well in P6. It's going to be an interesting one for sure. We're just loading up the final couple of spots on the grid. It does look like Lovejoy just taking up the spot down in P29. Now we can finally get underway. Orchid James starts from pole position. Can he convert it into another race with a bad start for the number 7? And it is going to be Ryan Billman who takes the race lead yet again on the run to turn 1. Ryan Greenfield as well trying to get himself ahead of the pole sitter. By the time we get to turn 1, is Paul Beard into second straight away. And the number 8 Carl Foster slots himself into P5. So great start from some of the pre-injection 600 runners. Greenfield now looking to attack Paul Beard straight away. Setting in third into the slipstream up towards Park. Is it going to be second place for himself? Not quite. He's on the wrong side of the circuit. But Ryan Billman does take a race lead. Orchid James slots back into the third finally after a poor start from the pole sitter.
Yeah, you can tell that was a bit of a frustration move there from Orchid James over anything else. Kind of bullying his way through Greenfield there, who is in a different class. He was still in third place anyway, but he wants to get back through. Ballman, great start. This time it was perfect, not too good. Did get a jump start penalty last time out as Greenfield. Little look to the inside of Orchid James at the bottom of the hill at Mansfield, but decided against it as all things came to pass. A little mistake there, it looked like, from Paul Beard coming into the right-hander of the chicane. But got away with it. Orchid James is very, very close to the back of him. Three novice riders up at the front of this pack, still with the bibs on, but putting on a display for us already as we come to the end, or towards the end, should I say, of lap number 1. It will be their way through the Hall S's. Ryan Ballman, who leads the way ahead of P2, the 178 of Paul Beard, and J. Orchid James in P3 as it stands. Greenfield just behind, leading the way in the pre-injection 600 category. I believe Sam Foster on the number 8 will be in second place in that one. He makes that mistake. Here comes J. Orchid James to the inside. That's as simple as textbook as you like. Up to P2.
Up into P2 for the time being, and that is going to be job done actually for himself. We'll wait for the time screens to update, but I just have to give a big shout out to Nikita Lane, who's joining us here today in the Metzler Freshman Sports Challenge. As well, they did their licence yesterday, the ACU licence course on Saturday morning, and now here on Sunday, already on the grid, already on circuit, racing away against the 600s.
It's brilliant to see that. It shows the passion and the dedication to the craft. Literally get your licence straight away, be like, right, gonna race then. There is, of course, another ACU licence course on offer 3rd of October at Mallory Park with us at No Limits. If that's something you're interested in, if you fancy joining in at NLR and don't have a race licence, check out Mallory Park 3rd of October, where we are running an ACU licence course. Head over to the No Limits website for more details on that one, I'm sure. Back to the action out on track though. J. Orchard James still stuck in that second place position for the time being, but right on the tail of Ryan Bowman, looking to try and find a way through potentially to see if he is going to be able to find a lap one through the mountain section we go. All looking very comfortable, very clean as it currently stands. It is still Greenfield leading the way in the pre-injection, just ahead in fact of Carl Vickers on the 18. He's had a great start to this race, up to P5 overall. Sam Foster third in class, he's down to P7. Actually didn't get away well at all, unfortunately, did Carl Foster on that older R6.
Yeah, didn't get a great start at all. We'll have to wait and see how it unfolds. Foster currently dropping a few. Last week at one place last time around, up into P6. He did initially drop down to P7, now in P6. As Orchard James now, well and truly, piles on the pressure on Ryan Billman. I think for Ryan Billman, we're out of the danger zone for penalties for jump starts. I think the race direction, they're happy with it this time around. Obviously, still a solid launch from him. Still enough to take the race lead. And now Orchard James looks up the inside over at Park. Can he make it work? He's a long way back. Thinks better of it. Slots back in behind. Meanwhile, Grant Taylor fights now with Greenfield. Two different classes, of course, out on circuit, but still some incredible action to watch for everyone watching trackside.
Nice little move at the top of the hill as well there from Taylor, and that does mean that Greenfield could be potentially at risk from Foster, who has now worked his way up past Carl Vickers and into second place in class, so he needs to be careful that he doesn't get too sucked into this duel with another rider in a different class, which could end up costing him his own race lead. J. Orchard James still stuck a little bit behind Ryan Ballman, who kind of faked a defence at the top of the hill. Obviously, Orchard James backed out of it anyway, but he kind of made a semi-squeeze manoeuvre across to the middle of the racetrack briefly before he got back online for the braking zone to get the maximum grip out of the tyres on the brakes, where all that rubber has been laid down across the course of the day. Again, it was a greener circuit today, or this morning anyway, than it was yesterday due to some overnight showers that we got, but it wasn't too bad. But again, just getting that rubber laid back into the circuit, important to maximise your time, maximise the grip available. Orchard James, good run now on the way down into turn one, brings it out of the toe, looks to the inside, he's going to have to be brave on the brakes and decides to play it safe on that occasion. Tucks back into P2,
slots back in behind for the time being. It was 73 thousandths of a second last time around. Grant Taylor, I think, got a little bit too hot there into turn two. Luckily, recomposing himself and now looking to fight with Paul Beard. Meanwhile, though, the race lead looks to be changing at the front. Orchard James along the inside over at Park, and he makes it work. That is a solid move from the number 7, and now it's going to be a change of hands for the first time in race 15 of the weekend. Billman, what can he do from here? Obviously, we've seen time and time again how strong he's able to be at Brands Hatch. Another solid performance from him. And now under pressure from Grant Taylor. Grant Taylor, a late move over at Mansfield and thinks better of it. That got tight, to say the very least. It was bold with a capital B, but, well, for Grant Taylor, he's going to have to wait for the next time around for a chance on a change of position.
Paul Beard through now. Yeah, gets through as well. Was that a mistake there, maybe? That's coming out of the chicane? It must have been, I'm assuming, unless there's a problem with the machine. But we haven't seen the hand go up and him ducking into the pits, but really seems to be struggling all of a sudden. Maybe just kind of been mentally shaken a little bit by the previous half lap or something. It's just knocked his rhythm, knocked his focus.
I think he was in the wrong gear.
Do you reckon? No, it's possible, but then again, if you do make a mistake, it's very easy to then get distracted by that as well, which then leads to more mistakes. So maybe missed another gear, or was just too busy kind of chastising, cursing himself for making that mistake and not focusing on the action in front as he tries to get himself fully tucked in, coming down the main straight into the toe. Lap 5 of 10 we go on to. Can't find anything on that occasion. Paul Beard will maintain position for the time being. Carl Foster has got in front of Greenfield now for the race lead in the pre-injection 600, and Carl Vickers is not particularly far away behind us, a couple of seconds or so, but P3. So if those two come together, we'll have a problem. Carl Vickers in a prime position to take up the race lead in class here.
Yeah, prime position for the time being. Grant Taylor just trying to pile on a little bit of pressure. Obviously, Carl Vickers and the likes of Foster just behind these guys. And well, for Foster, Greenfield and Vickers, it's a big ding-dong actually, the pre-injection 600s. It's a little gap between Foster and Greenfield, but the gap between Vickers and Greenfield, so second and third, absolutely nothing. There is Foster on board the number 8, trying to keep tabs on Grant Taylor. Obviously, if he was to get ahead of Grant Taylor, it's not going to be a change of position in terms of championship points. However, it is going to be a fight in between himself and Greenfield, which is going to be so important in the class battle.
Just getting that buffer between yourself and another rider just means you're a little bit safer, you're a little bit more protected. If you make a mistake or start to lose pace, start to lose your rhythm a little bit, or if the rider behind as well suddenly turns it up a bit and starts to close in, because they've then got to get through 2 bikes to get to the race lead, not just you. So it does pay dividends to get on through, which is what Carl Foster has now done. Possibly another mistake from Taylor coming into the hairpin, the penultimate corner of the racetrack. That's now P4 overall, still leading with a buffer back to Greenfield. Dropping Greenfield by quite a bit of time. Greenfield nowhere to be seen at the down the main straight, so he's really started to pull away. There is Greenfield now, who was the race 1 winner in class, and seems struggling a little bit for pace today, it would seem. Won by 3 and a bit seconds yesterday. That was the gap between Greenfield and the rider in front. Won only by a couple of tenths of a second ahead of Carl Foster than Greenfield on the 48. This time, roles are now reversed, and Foster seemingly much more comfortable, much more at home here in race 2.
Yeah, very much so. At home here at Cadwell Park. It's a circuit which rewards confidence from start to finish, much like the first lap. And there is one of the back markers, a couple of the back markers actually, that are going to have to get through the 140. Though trying to move around the outside at Mansfield, that very rarely works. It looks like job done for Lovejoy, as there is a crasher further back down the order. Hopefully they're all okay. Actually, a couple of bikes stopped, it looks like, over at the chicane. Keep you updated exactly when we have a number for that one. We do continue on the lap. 6 of 10 for the time being over the mountain. And we'll just having a look at the track, and it looks like 44 hasn't circulated from last time around.
That was a Kawasaki,
so massive
that went
shame
down
for
as well.
Brand. So yeah, Brand stop track side, and definitely going to have to watch the rest of this race from the sideline. But yeah, 2 bikes it looks like has went down, or suffered issues anyway, at the very least, over the chicane.
Front runners starting to hit traffic now as well, big time. So this could cause a bit of effect. Work their way through the 140. No issues there whatsoever trying to get around Daniel Lovejoy. A very, very old R6. Old R6, it must be said. It was Lovejoy who's actually jumped up a couple of places, in fact, following the few retirements we've just seen. Yeah, really old R6 for him, but working his way around nice and smoothly. Still, Foster putting the pressure on Paul Beard. He wants to find his way onto this overall podium, and I don't blame him at all. Obviously, Greenfield did that yesterday, finished P3 at the end of the contest, but in this one, he wants to reverse those roles, reverse the fortunes of finishing second in class yesterday, make it a first in class instead here today. But Paul Beard, despite the fact he's a novice rider, is pretty quick. But that was a look at the inside on the run into the gooseneck. There's Jay Orchard-James, there's Ryan Borman, and there still is Paul Beard. Looks like Carl Foster wasn't able to pull it off. He got a great run though at the top of the hill, just couldn't quite confirm it. Time is ticking away. I think it's clear though, Foster does have the pace to get through. He just needs to pull it off, execute it, and then confirm that position.
Yeah, the laps are certainly ticking down. The fast lap of the race currently being held by Foster on the pre-injection 600 machine. So the pre-injections get absolutely ragged around here at Cadwell Park. I mean, took a run, not exactly slow machines at all, and actually fairly reliable. They're the actual engines themselves, it's rare you see them fully blow up in a spectacular fashion. It's usually little things that go wrong with them. Now though, Foster still slotted in behind Paul Beard, and you would expect Paul Beard to be somewhat trailing them along, keeping them in tabs and allowing them to keep a comfortable gap from the likes of Grant Taylor and Greenfield further back down the order. But this weekend so far, you have to say it's been a disappointing weekend for the likes of Steve Lester, who's running P14 overall. I spoke to him yesterday in the paddock just before I left the circuit, and he's hoping for better results here today, but not totally happy with his pace.
It's alright, still got one more race later on today, Steve. Panic not, you can recover that form that we know that you're capable of and get yourself a bit further up the road. But yeah, certainly in this one, he may be having to settle currently for what will be P5. Of course, if people in front of him crash, he could win. You never know. It's always a chance, but yeah, not wishing crashes on anybody or anything. As we wait for riders to make their way through the hairpin. Who we expect to pick up there? Apparently no one, as we're now looking at the gooseneck coming through there. That's the 31 we've seen coming through, being chased by the 7, Jay Orchard James, who makes their way through the lap traffic with no issues whatsoever. Nice and smoothly through the R6 of Brandon McCormick. The RAF rider doing a solid job at the moment, and they continue on their way. Jay Orchard James now has a pretty healthy lead at 1.5 seconds. Ryan Ballman himself a second clear of this battle, which we now see Carl Foster ahead of Paul Beard. So he's managed to get the move done. Can he keep it there though?
Yeah, done for the time being at the very least. It's going to be a whole different scenario though to be able to keep that position. Still though, scrapping on behind. It's always good to see the pre-injection runners getting mixed in with the newcomers, trying to help them build up their racecraft, trying to get through some black traffic. It's Ryan Billman, job done for himself before we even enter Barn. So no issues for him. Foster though somewhat getting mixed up in that, and now finally getting through. Paul Beard meanwhile still has all this to deal with over at turns 1 and 2 in a few moments time. In fact, he's managed to get through both of them before we even arrive at turn 1. So that's best case scenario for Paul Beard. He slots back in and gets back in chase of Foster for the overall podium positions. I mean, Foster could well and truly claim an overall podium on a pre-injection here.
That would be a brilliant result for him. And after we saw as well similar happen yesterday with Greenfield and Foster, have we ever had a weekend this season where there's been 2 podiums overall for the pre-injection guys? Not off the top of my head. I may have to get my fact checkers to look that one up and probably tell me I'm wrong, because I normally are with these things. But still, the pre-injection guys have been taking it right to the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge bikes, even though they are at least 24 years older in terms of machinery, not just the riders on them, of course, although they do typically tend to be on the other side of things as well than the novice riders, as we do have somebody coming to a stop.
Yeah, it's over by the chicane.
Yeah. Is that the rider we saw going off?
Yeah, there's one of them there.
Yeah, I think that may well be Tom Brand that we saw going off on his Kawasaki. Just nice and relaxed, taking in the views, taking in the racing action. That is a re-change of position, and Paul Beard wants that overall podium back. As no, in fact, that was Ballman, should I say, that Foster's caught up to. So, in fact, it's Paul Beard's been dropped. I thought that they'd swap back round. In fact, Ryan Ballman is at threat here. Foster could be finishing P2, but he's not got a lot left time left to do it in.
Yeah, he's not got a lot of time. We're heading on to the final lap of action here at Cadwell Park for the second race of the weekend for the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge, alongside the goal limits pre-injection 600s. And well, it looks like Carl Foster, he wants an overall podium place. It looks like he's got it, but is it going to be a second place or a third? Orchard James well and truly off into the distance, a 4.4 second margin over the line last time around. Now though, Foster building down Park Straight. He's going to be a little bit too far back, but if he can have a good couple of corners through Charlie's, he could well and truly line up a move down towards Manfield.
He certainly could try. We'll wait to see. It looks okay through the first right for the time being. Have to sit the bike up a little bit before you tip it back in. Not close enough in the gooseneck as it currently stands, but Mansfield surely beckoning if he gets a good run through the right and then the left. It looks very, very good, in fact, as Ballman was a little bit wide, but is still too far back. Is Foster in this fight for second place. Of course, completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. He is winning in pre-injection 600 class. If he finishes third or second, he's still going to win that race, but he wants to be P2 in the overall standings. He wants to be in that middle step of the podium in the overall, but in the overall, in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge, there is only one it could be, and that one is Jay Orchard James.
Orchard James now lining up the final couple of corners. He's going to exit now with a comfortable margin, just under 5 seconds of the lead to number 7. Exits Barn now. He winds up the power of that R6, and he does take victory. It's going to be a comfortable win over Ryan Billman, and Carl Foster taking an overall podium on the pre-injection 600s. How do you like that? Number 8 writes the headlines for himself. Paul Beard takes third in class and P4 overall. A fantastic showing in race 15 of the weekend.
Brilliant action here in the Freshman Sport Challenge in the pre-injection 600 categories, and they're still fighting all the way to the line, a little bit further back as well. Just superb stuff here at Cadwell Park. What a weekend it has been. been so far. What a race that was, and still plenty more action to come your way. The rest of the riders making their way home, bringing it through at the end of it all. Wait, just to confirm the order for you, coming at the end of it, as of course, is a big old grid in this championship. Started this race with 35, did lose 5, unfortunately, through either incidents or mechanical failures, but still, 30 riders can take quite a while, especially when some of them are novices, maybe not quite fully up to speed, don't quite have that pace, that experience that some of the more experienced, well, of course they don't have the experience, but you know what I'm trying to get at. As they bring it home for the checkered flag. One more race for the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the pre-injection 600, guys, here at Cadwell Park a little bit later on, currently scheduled to be the final race of the as well. Was the initial time we're going to get the delays earlier on. That could all change. And it's Richard James takes the victory from Ryan Baldwin. Carl Foster, an overall podium and the race win in pre-injection 600. P4, P3 in classes Paul Beard, followed by Joshua Pickett. Then it's Brian Greenfield and Carl Vickers, 6, 7, P2 and 3 in the pre-injection category. Then it's Laurie Myers, Lewis Adams and Gareth Isles rounding out the top 10 on his R6. Further down the order, Toby Welford, Ethan Hall, Steve Lester. A disappointing weekend for the number 22 rider. Let's see if he can work his way back to the front in race number 3 later on. Douglas Davis in P14, followed by Ben Scattergood, Matthew Round, Matthew Alderson, Adam Ross, Josh Crawford and Shane Cox. Rounding out our top 20 there for you. Moving on, Chris Nail in 21st, so Scott Wall, Jamie Locke, Dan Cobb, Brandon McCormick, a lap down, or Dan Cobb actually, a lap down to a lap to run up to 24th place. Such was the pace of the front runners. Dan Cobb, Brandon McCormick, Callum Dempsey, Natalie Crow on the 999, Dwayne Sismore, Daniel Lovejoy and Ian Henderson. That P24 down to P30, and then 5 retirements at the end of it. We lost Grant Taylor, Alistair Core, Connor Page, Thomas Grant and Nikita Lane as well in her first ever race ever, not just at No Limits, her first race ever. She got her licence yesterday at the ACU licence course, unfortunately at DNF, but you know what, fair play, you got your licence yesterday and you've got 2 races to enjoy. Hopefully she's able to finish race number 2 again on her first day with her racing licence proper, and she's going out there and chucking herself into the deep end. Fair enough to Nikita Lane for giving it a go, even if it is a DNF, 35th on the standing machine. One more race to come then from the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge, and the pre-injection, guys, will be the final race of the weekend here at Cadwell Park as well in round number 6 of the 2026 No Limits racing season. What it has been so far. Again, plenty more action to come in your way. Lewis Ray.
Mark Fermi, as you mentioned, Ross, and well, we're going to head over straight to our overall race winner. Jay, what a ride yet again for yourself, a dominant win for you, and yeah, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, very happy with it. As he pushed me hard today, didn't he? Again, I looked behind and he's about this far off me. I didn't look back again, but yeah, it was a good race. Everything's perfect, to be honest, at the minute. So.
Yeah, I was about to say, it was a good race for yourself. Maybe not the start you'd be hoping for, but nonetheless, you got the position back in the win.
I need to work on my starts. I thought I had a better start yesterday, but I watched it back and it was still wasn't the best. But I'm practicing, but I'll get it one day.
Still one more race to go. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
And well, we'll pan it over straight to Ryan Billman. And well, Ryan, you've got to be happy yet again. No jump start today as well for yourself. Even more of a bonus, but nonetheless, an amazing start.
Yeah, all shot from P5. I know he's the one to beat. And yesterday, I was pushing him, pass it back and forth. Took the front into bottom at Mountain. Gutted, as you can see, duct taped up. We're back out there. Tried again, back markers coming to play a bit, but I couldn't keep within the last 3 laps, so I just settled for second.
It's amazing what duct tape and zip ties can do. Yeah. Best of luck, well done.
Thank you very much, mate, cheers.
And well, sidecars aren't quite out yet, so we'll head over first, over to 3rd place in category for Paul Beard. Paul, you've got to be happy with that one. I mean, a good scrap at one point with Foster over there, but the pre-injection getting away from you.
Yeah, I know, I tried my hardest, but they were just, you know, I kept it rubber side down, so that's the main thing.
Still one more race to go. Good luck.
No, thanks.
And well, we'll head over now back to the front because a little bit of squeeze for Michael, the cameraman. Do apologise, Michael, but it would be rude not to, because, well, Foster, what a ride that was for yourself. Overall podium in class in the pre-injection 600, a battle away with Ryan on the final couple of laps. You know, you're not meant to necessarily be doing that against these modern machines.
Well, I've had the bike a lot of years, and it's just nice to be back at P1 for the PIs. A few more of us on the grid would be nice, but a win's a win.
Yeah, a win's a win. You bet everyone else out there. You nearly got second place overall as well. Plan for race 3, what is it?
More of the same. GLF.
Well, we can't wait to see it. Best of luck, and well done yet again.
No worries, thank you very much.
Well, there we go. We've had the top 3 in the newcomer class and a podium finisher in the pre-injection 600s. No surprise there, class winner. Ross, back up to you in the commentary box because the British sidecars are nearly ready to get going.
Yes, thank you very much. Jed Brady here alongside Ross, ready to commentate for this second sidecar race. Another 14 laps coming up today. Yesterday dominated by Lewis Blackstock. A little bit fortuitous with the race advantage at the end. I believe it's around 21 seconds the victory, but that was because that number 34 outfit, Sam and Tom Christie, reigning world champions, didn't make it to the finish. I believe they had a brake problem yesterday, Ross.
Yeah, real shame for the Christie outfit. Just an issue towards the end of the race. They were running really, really solidly, and then that's racing. Sometimes things go wrong, things give up on you, but it's part of the sport that you do have to deal with, Jed. So we'll see if they're able to make it to the end of race number 2 here today. 40 laps for us once again to enjoy the race number 2 of the Marin British Sidecars, and of course our final race before the lunch break as well.
Yes. Unfortunately, a little bit of housekeeping to do. 2 outfits missing today, and unfortunately both from the same team. Life Safety Motorsports having a bit of a nightmare this weekend. Engine troubles with their Triumph 765 engines, both failing. They've got spare engines with them, but the bike's due to go in for dry so they're opting to avoid that, save the engines, and come back strong angles in a few weeks. So we'll go to the grid now. Pole position by way of fastest lap in the first race yesterday. That's Lewis Blackstock, Oscar Lawrence. That's pole position number 8 of 9 races in 2026. Alongside the mentioned a moment ago, Sam and Tom Christie. They'll be looking to seal that whole shot ahead of Blackstock, see if they can bring a bit of a challenge today. Row 2, happy days for Ian Hamilton and Express Tyre Services, both of his backed bikes lining up there. Number 29, Kershaw and Gibbons. Alongside them, Biggs and Sagers on their number 5 outfit. Row 3, that's made up of 117, Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy. They also didn't finish yesterday, and they're also our pole position in the Cup class. Alongside them, championship leaders in the Cup class, Phil Bell, Phil Hyde. Behind them, Rob Atkinson, Shane Colbrook, who are in an absolute titanic battle in the championship. John Holden and Phil Napton are their rivals, and they're side by side on the grid, just 2 points separating them. Next, row 5, James Saunders, Rob Coppock. They had a strong race yesterday in the beginning, but faded slightly, losing that Formula 2 victory to Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. Alongside them, row 5, Patrick Clarence, Connor Parkin. Fantastic weekend so far for that young pairing, brand new to this long chassis this year. Row 6, Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. Alongside them, an empty space. That is where Andy Beach and Josh Hope would have lined up. Row 7, another empty space. That would have been Charlie Moss and Kirsty Hawke, so again, sadly not lining up for this one. Brian Gray, Cameron Winfield, they DNF yesterday. A visor issue for Cameron Winfield, completely losing it down the back straight at Park, I believe it was, forcing retirement. The final row, row 8, Mark Hegarty, Andy Johnson and Gordon Pottinger and Dave Dodd, who are unfortunately pulling into pit lane, as we can see on screen there. So there's us down to 13 outfits, unfortunately, ready to take the start of this 14-lap race 2.
Well, that's a real shame to be out of it before you even get down to the grid and start the race. But again, reliability issues, there's something you can't really escape in motorsport, unfortunately, and they've been plaguing a fair few outfits here at Cadwell Park as the sidecars make their way down into the grid slots. Last minute preparations before we send them on their way for 14 laps here at Cadwell Park. Race number 2 of the Marin British Sidecars. Front row, the number 1 outfit of Blackstock and Lawrence, who have dominated this entire season. Alongside them, the Christies, the 34, looking for redemption after issues yesterday. We are go in race number 2. Great start from both on the front row, but it will be the number 1 sidecar that sweeps on by round the outside of the Christies and holds onto that lead, gets that whole shot through the opening turn at Coppice. All clean from everybody so far. The Christies holding on to that second place position. They're under a bit of pressure behind, though. The leader making the 29 Kershaw Gibbons outfit that's trying to get through and up into second place. Up at the front, though, a great start from the pole sitters there, Jed, and they're going to try and launch away once again.
It's what they've done all season. Attack on that first lap, push in the opening salvo of the race, and try and build a gap and just demoralise the competition behind. It's what they've done all season. Every opportunity they get, and it's a tactic that's worked so far, so why change?
I mean, they are winning literally everything they've touched so far in 2026 and looking to become back-to-back British champions. May as well stick with the tactics if they were, but the Christies seem to have shaken off that pressure from the 29 behind, so they can maybe try and focus their effort forward, see if they can try and set that couple comes first to take a victory. That's not. There's the 18 with Phil Bell and Phil Hyde working his way up into the mountain section for the first time. Of course, Cup Class winners yesterday after a very solid run of things. Now into the S's, very, very tight between a couple of outfits, but everyone keeping it clean so far in the first lap. Don't think we've lost anybody just yet. That was already due to start the race or didn't make the start. So long may that continue, fingers crossed. Anyway, it will be the Blackstock Lawrence outfit that leads us onto lap number 2. The Christies not too far away though.
Blackstock are 139 from a standing start. That is remarkable. 140.5 for the Christie brothers just behind. That lead already out to 1.49 seconds. As near as good. 1.5. We see here Crawford and Holden on screen. That 117 outfit not having the greatest start. Started cup pole position. 6th on the grid overall. They've slipped to 4th in class and 8th overall. Yes, not ideal for those guys, unfortunately, but Crawford, he's a hard charger and he won't take that line down by any means.
No, they certainly won't. Interesting to see Ellis and Cremont also falling backwards as well. There's only 2 runners in the F2 class this race, but falling behind that 24 of Saunders and Koppuk. Clearly a bit of a worrying first lap then for the number 6. Of course, race 1 winners yesterday in class. Let's see if they can work their way back through. They do need to get through the 74 in order to fight for their racing. But if they finish, they at least finish second, so could be worse.
Exactly, and they're not in it for a championship this weekend. Todd and Manuel, they're here for a bit of fun. Todd's local circuit. He's always gone well here, so why not? Second place. If you're having a bad day and you still come away second, Ross, it's I've certainly had worse days than that, I can assure you.
No, I'm sure they certainly have. And again, this weekend, just again, bit of fun, just bit of getting some testing done with the machinery as well, and just keeping it alive, keeping it working, keeping it rolling. So again, winning not the priority, although there is problems for somebody who's gone straight through the tyre barriers, should be able to continue, but that just got it very, very wrong there and went straight on the run into the hairpin.
It's such a tricky part of the corner, through there at Hall Bends. You're going positive camber, negative camber, overcrest, unloading suspension, reloading suspension. The chair wheel's pattering and the fairing looks like it's a little low at the front of John Holden there. Unsurprising going into the bales or the tyres there at a fair rate of knots, and it's deformed the front of the fairing. If you can see in a head-on shot there on their number 2 outfit.
Hopefully not going to cost them too much time, but down the straights it certainly looks like it's pushing the front of the sidecar down into the ground. It will be rubbing along, so you wonder if they maybe will get shown the mechanical flag potentially. We'll wait to see if it does come out, but for now they're going to continue on. Yeah, you can see when they're at top speed, the air's pushing the front of the fairing down into the ground. It is just the fairing that the problems with. The actual bike sidecar's all okay, but again, that could be cause for concern. They could find themselves with the safety car's been thrown actually. Okay, so that gives them a bit of relief. They can come back into the pits and try and get that sorted potentially, but safety car has been thrown then. That's surely got to be to get that barrier back in the right place.
You know, if it's in a bit of a precarious position, better to put it right and make sure everyone's happy with the situation instead of leaving it. Another issue that could be problematic for John Holden there is the exhaust outlet on these bikes, certainly the long bikes, is pretty much directly below the rider's shoulder, so if the fairing's being compressed, the exhaust gases and the heat may not be directed out of the outfit and maybe come out burning John's hand there, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was a retirement for the number 2, unfortunately.
We'll wait and see if we are going to be seeing them rejoining the racing surface again with a safety car out there. Hopefully the one and only time we'll see a safety car at this weekend, let alone in this race, because of course in the remainder of the action at No Limits here, we are not using the safety car. It's only for our Marin British sidecars who are joining us this weekend. But Glentor gets to whip out the Hyundai Ioniq 5 at least, which he is absolutely terrified of because it's got like 800 brake horsepower at full chat. He drove it at Anglesey a couple of weeks back and it came out eyes were on stalks. I'm telling you, that thing's quick. So hopefully it won't be too long of a safety car. We can get the barriers sorted and then get back out, and there we go, the Orange Army straight away getting it done. getting that barrier sorted, and hopefully that will mean that Glyn can head back in the Hyundai and we can get back up to racing speed.
Fast work there from the guys and girls down at the hairpin to get all things set right. Hopefully that'll be us racing for lap 5. Lap 2, as we came across the line, the first flying lap, Lewis Blackstock has already beaten his fastest lap from yesterday. Wow. Straight down to a 33.247. That is remarkably quick and faster than last year's best race time across the weekend when we were here with Bemsey for our sidecar revival. That was a 1:33.4 last year, set up by Luke Williams, Kevin Kolsch. Sadly, Luke not here this weekend. Bit of passenger injury along the way, sustained at Knockhill a few rounds ago. So hopefully we'll like to see Luke back in the future. Fair peddler and always a good laugh in the paddock is Luke.
Hopefully we can see a return sometime soon. Lights out on the safety car. We're getting ready to go racing once again. It'll be lap 5 of 14 when we return to racing speed. Out of the Blackstock and Lawrence outfit nail the getaway. Seems they're getting on it quite early. Straight out of the final corner, straight on the gas, and they've jumped that wonderfully and keep their advantage ahead of the Christies as we return to green flag conditions. Kershaw and Gibbons not too far away from the Christies, the 34 as well. They've got a good launch. Looks like the 5 outfit slow away. Maybe didn't anticipate the early jump. They've dropped back as a result in the GP class. Still the 18 of Bell and Hyde leading in the Cup class, looking to make it 2 out of 2 so far this weekend. But again, pressure from the 26 from the 117 behind. Still a long way to go in this race.
Very much so, very much so. I'm hoping to see Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy get to the finish. This is their 4th outing this season, 4th race I should say, 2nd meeting with the long bike. No finishes as of yet. I believe there's a little bit of discomfort when we were last time out. British Superbikes at Snetterton, so a little bit of modifying and adjusting with the fiberglass of the fairing, trying to get Lee sat in there comfortable. He's a very, very, very tall lad, very broad across the shoulders, and these fairings are not exactly the most comfortable and widest of things to get into.
It's the old phrase of motorsport, better to be a jockey than a Michael Jordan, and especially with a sidecar where you've got to kind of stuff yourself into it basically. As we're getting side by side on the run down into the hairpin at the motorcycle hairpin there, then through the mountain section we follow them. That's at the top of the hill round there, which is not where the sidecars are, so hopefully we'll see where they are in a short moment. As there we go, there is your race leaders, the number ones working their way down through the hall bends and into the hairpin, the penultimate corner there, and the front 3 still pretty close together. Then a big old gap back to the number 5 bike, which is under big pressure, of course, not for open position, just for classic racing. The 80, the 26, the 117, all right there.
Rob Atkinson there, that number 26 out, 3rd bike in your shot, white with the flashes of chrome blue up the side. Shane Colbrook in the chair, that was him looking very, very closely into the bus stop again just before the mountain at Phil Belfield Hyde there, challenging for lead in the Cup class. Just behind them there, 3rd, that blue stripe up the front, that black and orange outfit, that is Lee Crawford, Scott Hardy, who are also in the challenge. 3 podium contenders right there, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, as quick as you can say it. This could be a very close battle to the finish for us.
Keeping it very, very tight as they run up to the top of the hill, trying to get in, get that slipstream. You see the passengers tucking in. Somebody locks up in front of them, but up the inside, that is a lovely, lovely move. Super, super late on the brakes and super committed. I was just about to say, you'll see the passengers getting right onto the chair, getting themselves covered to get that most effective slipstream, and that has worked wonders for them. So moving up a position, nicely done there for the 117.
Fantastic stuff from Crawford and Hardy. Brilliant, brilliant move up there. Not the easiest place to get in there. Gets quite tight turning into Park, right at the apex. But Crawford, like I say, he's a hard charger. He's been fantastic on the Formula 2 for years now. He was, in fact, FSRA champion in 2021 and runner-up, perennial runner-up for years and years as well. So no hard charger, and he's looking here on the run into all bends, and that's a fantastic move. Phil Belfield Hyde bolts slightly by the running wide of Rob Ferry Sagers, slowed them down a little bit. Crawford's maximised the opportunity, and he's sent up the inside to seize the lead of the Cup class, and I believe that's 5th overall in this race as well.
What a lap the 117's happening, from 3rd to 1st in class and over the course of basically a couple of corners in the grand scheme of things, as we now go on to lap number 7 out of 14, nearing half distance in race number 2 of the Marin British sidecars, and we are being served an absolute treat, certainly in the Cup class, as they are nose to tail for the podium places. The 117, third to first over the course of the previous lap. Can anyone respond? Race 1 winners, championship leaders in the 18, the Phils of Bell and Hyde, will be desperate to make it 2 out of 2, extend their advantage at the top of the championship picture. And here we go to the inside, looking, can they get it? Late on the brakes as there's a lock up in the background from the 26, almost contact between the pair of them, but couldn't quite get it done, but showing they're not ashamed to flex the muscle, get the elbows out.
Definitely not. And look at this, Crawford, he is hungry today, probably quite annoyed with that DNF yesterday, and he is not satisfied with just a cup lead. He wants to take us to the GP boys, challenging Rob Bixferry sake. There's no extra points on offer for them in the cup here. This is just for pride. That's all it is, pride and honour. Well, if it's on the plate to take, why not? Why not?
No, certainly why not? Yeah, it's the natural born racer in you. When you're out there, it's partly probable, partly you see somebody else or another outfit out in front of you, think, yeah, I want to do you. I want to get through you, because you're a racer. Yes. It's what you're born to do. You just have to get through. You have to finish in front of them, because that's how brains work in this sport. It just is. So they'll be fighting, even if it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, because they want to, because it's fun, and because they feel like they have to as well. Problem! Is that a problem? There was certainly a hand up there. It could have been a mistake. But suddenly, yeah, that's an issue. Oh, no, heartbreak, surely. They're going to continue for the time being, as we see the 18 trying to make the move now on I'm very confused at what's going on. They didn't pull into the pit lane. Was it just a bit of a disappointing exit, potentially, for the 26? We'll wait and see. The 5's gone through. The 117 still leads in the Cup class ahead of the 18, but there was definitely a hand up there from the 26, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on.
Possibly a gear selection issue there, Ross. Obviously, Barn, very, very slow corner, very low in the gearing. Maybe Rob didn't quite get it down, possibly sat in a false neutral in between gears or something like this. Wide again, though. This is a bit of a repeat problem. I noticed he ran wide earlier, which is what caused that change of lead in the Cup class, allowing Crawford to get the run on Bell and Hyde over the top of the mountain to all bends. But yes, looks like it could be a terminal issue for the number 5, which would be an absolute crying shame for those guys. It'd be their first DNF of the year, and they've had a terrific season up to now. That's poor luck for Rob Bixferry Sagers there.
Yeah, real shame, but yeah, maybe there was an early issue and then they tried to continue and it didn't work and they've made the decision, but that thing will certainly be heading it back into Park Ferme, probably back to the awning, back into the back of the truck, and it'll be sent on its way home, I think, because they are crawling around now and they're going to bring it home, respectfully letting everybody through as they come up to the mountain with the hold to the left hand side and make their way back through the pit lane. A real shame there. Our second DNF of the race, joining the number 2 outfit, and yeah, that's going to be the end of that one. A real shame, but what can you do? Again, mechanical issues. There's something that sometimes impacts you. It happens to everybody at some point. It does mean though that we are going to get 3 Cup sidecars all back together once again. 1, 2, 3, P4, 5 and 6 overall. The 117 still leading the way.
Absolutely. This is Rob Atkinson, Shane Colbrick, their number 26. They are not satisfied, fishing around there on the exit of Charlie's 2, looking for grip from any particular tyre from that sidecar. I think Rob would have been happy with that because that was very, very loose, costing him a little bit of drive and exit, coming down onto Park Straight there, so just compromising his run into Park Corner, but he'll reset. 5 laps still to go. Back at the front, we do still have Lewis, Blackstock, Oscar Lawrence leading, end of lap 7. They put in a phenomenal lap time, 1:32.517. Just to give you an idea of how fast that is, Ross, that is 1/10 of a second faster than last year's pole position lap time, which was incredibly fast as it was. So to do that in race format, remarkable. And there we see it on screen. Absolutely fantastic.
Just unbelievable. Those guys, they've got coming up to a 5-second lead now ahead of the Christies, who, let's be quite fair, are no slouches, right? No, absolutely not. You can never count out the Christie 34 outfit. But the number 1 machine, they're just ringing absolutely everything out of the sidecar, out of that R6 engine in it as well. And it's just unbelievable, the pace seeing, and I think, again, pending some sort of disaster, they are presumably well on their way to yet another victory in 2026?
I imagine so. The last few years, this was certainly Lewis Blacksocker's driver. An array of passengers over the last couple of years. First initially with Paddy Rosney, and now with Oscar Lawrence. Apologies. This in the last 4 years, I believe this could potentially be Lewis and Oscar's 8th win here. So Lewis Blackstock, very much a fan of Cadwell Park. He's got the form to show that he's a bit of a fan of this place.
I think most people are, to be fair. Again, a lot of tired faces post-race yesterday, but again, there was also some smiles. Everyone was pretty happy. It is a great circuit, and it is great to be seeing some fantastic cycle action as well in the Marion British Cycles. Race number 2 out of 2 this weekend for these guys. Lap 10, soon to be lap 11 of 14, and it is who else but that number 1 outfit of Lawrence Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, who are I say cruising home to victory. They are absolutely wringing the neck out of that thing, but again, they've got 5.5 seconds advantage. In fact, they put 1.8 seconds into the Christies last lap. It's probably going to increase on this occasion as well. There are the Christies, the 34. Again, not having a bad race at all. They're having a brilliant run at things, but when you've got an outfit that's just performing on a different level, you can't really do anything about it.
And there's different variable factors to this performance as well. The Christians very much grew up on Avon tyres the last couple of years. We've swapped over brands. We've moved over to the Hoosier tyre, so naturally you're going to have a performance difference in how much grip you even get, let alone how the tyre wears, the degradation, the performance that rubber can give you. So there's a little bit of an adjustment still to be made for the Christie brothers. It seems like Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence have certainly got the handle on these new tyres that we've started running the past few seasons here in the British Sidecar Championship.
Yeah, Hoosiers can be a bit interesting sometimes, shall we say. So getting to grips with new rubber, it's always important when you do have a championship that changes over, be that sidecars, be that solos, be that four-wheel racing cars, whatever. It's something that the athletes have to understand how to manage, how to operate the rubber, what different brands, what different compounds do and how they work. And sometimes just being able to get it quicker than someone else can make that much of a difference and can give you such a huge performance advantage. Just being able to understand the limitations of what you can do with the rubber that you're on.
That's it. It's if you can unlock the code to anything like that, be it a different tyre, an engine, a new chassis, anything performance-wise like that, the sooner you can crack it, the bigger your advantage is going to be, and the more you'll reap the rewards in the early days.
Certainly will. Coyote, a bit of break spill there from the 34. That was as they made their way coming into the hall. Benz shows that they're still pushing. So too is the 29 outfit as well, as they get a little bit sideways coming through to the final corner. On to lap 12 for the P3 runners, of course, in the GP class. It's still the same as it was a little bit earlier on in the F2 class, just a touch on the 2 outfits we got in there. Still the 24 that leads the way. The 6 of Ellis and Clement did work their way past the 74 a little bit earlier on. We were potentially looking at a fight for the win in the F2s as well, but they've now dropped back behind. I think they've maybe decided, you know what, we'll just settle for a very solid second place. May as well get to the end. Again, yes, we're still going to get a podium. We're here for a bit of fun anyway.
Absolutely. Why not? Like we were saying just a moment ago, it's a beautiful circuit around here at Cadwell Park. It's fun, it's up, it's down, it's sideways, it's positive, it's negative, every which way. It's got a bit of everything here, and if you don't have the performance or you're not willing for pushing for a win, why not just sit back, enjoy it, go at a fair pace like Todd and Manu are doing there. I mean, these guys have nothing to prove on that little number 6 outfit. Double world champions, double British champions, but a couple of seasons ago, not much more to check off for them.
No, I doubt it very much. They're just out here still running their thing. Of course, the tensions recently have been turned over to the road racing side of things for those guys. Again, that's why they're running the F2 here, given that's what you typically get on the roads at places like the TT and whatnot. Seeing the 117s drop down the order a couple of places on the previous lap. Hopefully everything's okay and they're still running. They've dropped 5 places. Just going to wait to see if anybody else is coming through and if they had an issue and maybe pulled in or gone off, or it is just, they're still dropping. I think they may have stopped somewhere. 117. See if we can spot them out on the racetrack, but right now they are falling right down the order. Now that's P10, which would make them the last runners on the road if they were still going around.
Very much so. Showing us 2 laps down now as Blackstock and Lawrence come across the line. But their absence could potentially be a transponder issue, but I don't think so. Certainly looking at this shot here, they were all very close together, these three. So I think we can safely say the 117 outfit, Crawford Hardy, have gone missing, and that action has promoted Phil Bell and Phil Hyde to the victory, or certainly to the lead, I should say. Shouldn't count my chickens too soon. And Rob Atkinson and Shane Colbert, they're up to second place. So this will be a very, very good day for the number 26 outfit, especially. They're in a very tight fight with John Holden, Phil Napton, that number 2, the number 2 Barnes Racing outfit. With them not scoring, that is a massive, massive win of points for the number 26 guys today.
Certainly is, but still going to make it around a lap and a half just yet. Don't count your chickens and all of that. Of course, championship-wise, now that you bring it up, of course, we are now over halfway through the British sidecar season here at Cadwell Park. It did mark the halfway point, actually. Lucky us, I suppose. Obviously, you guys, Anglesey 2 races there, 2 races at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit, and then Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix to end the season as well. So only 6 races left. So actually, not that much time at all. You really need to start thinking about championship implications for these outfits.
That's it. You're now getting into territory where a DNF will do a lot of damage to your hopes. As you say, 6 races left. It doesn't give you a lot of time. If your rivals are finishing races, that's only small marginal gains of points. You're gaining 5, 4, maybe 9 if you're lucky. But other than that, you're doing all sorts of funny dances in the paddock, hoping for a DNF for your rivals to get ahead of them. Obviously, nobody wants that, but I think maybe secretly in the back of their minds, occasionally there is that thought there.
It's definitely passed through the mind of everybody at some point, haven't you? Just please retire, have a mechanical failure. It would make my life so much easier and better at the end of the season, wouldn't it? But as we focus our attention back to the action, we are on the final lap. These guys are not quite on the final lap just yet. They're still to come down to the line. But the number 1 outfit have now started their final tour of Cadwell Park in 2026 and have put in a phenomenal effort. That is, of course, the 24 and the 74 we just saw going through there. But there are your race leaders looking to make it 9 wins on the bounce in 2026. I mean, it's just been an unbelievable performance. Again, shattering qualifying times from last year, pole position times and whatnot. They have not needed to push at all, but they have done. It's almost kind of trying to mentally destroy everyone for the rest of the year, remind people who they are.
What better way to do it? What better way to do it? How can you challenge that? You think, what more can I do? He's breaking qualifying records, race victory records, fastest laps every which way you look, and another victory, as you say there, Ross. Number 9 of the season, 9 in a row now. 9 fastest laps. It's been a season, a dream season for that number 1 outfit.
You could see how much it meant to Oscar Lawrence on the chair as well as he was punching the air in jubilation. It will be P2 for the 34 on Christie's and P3 for Kershaw and Gibbons on the 29 with the Tronic motor, the leading in fact the only non-Yamaha powered machine that's still in the race, actually, it would seem. So again, make your mind up about the reliability of engines with that one, as well, that's a new one. I don't think I've seen that before. Well,
that is a Lawrence family trick. Oscar's father, Rick, is renowned for doing that back in the day. Former British champion himself. So it's good to see Oscar has learned the trades of his father there in the celebration. We follow here across Phil Bell, Phil Hyde, another victory in the Cup class. A superb run for them this year. And another brilliant second place for Rob Atkinson, Shane Colbrook. Formula 2 leader here, that's James Saunders, Rob Copper, just ahead of the ever-impressive Patrick Farrance, Connor Parkin. Just their second year, the number 74 outfit, riding sidecars. Patrick, an incredible passenger. He's a world champion, multiple British champion, 3-time Isle of Man TT winner with Dave Molyneux, 2012 both races, 2014 which is just the 1 victory, of course, just the 1 victory. It's only the Isle of Man, no big deal, as I make that sound very nonchalant. But Patrick's second year at the bars, yes, like I say, first year on this long bike. He and Connor Parkin doing a fantastic job this weekend. They've dropped around 4 seconds from their practice time to their fastest lap in this race today. So that shows you the progression and the speed that Patrick is coming through and learning and just studying this motorcycle. It's absolutely fantastic to see. And a 3rd place in the Cup to boot for his efforts as well.
Can't complain about that one, can you? What a way to wrap up the Marion British Sidecar Championship action here at Cadwell Park. It is who else but the number 1 of Blackstock and Lawrence who take a brilliant victory once again with some record-shattering pace. P2 the Christie's on the 34, P3 Kershaw Gibbons on the 29, the only non-Yamaha powered finishing side car at the end of that one. Taking the win in the Cup Class, it was the Bills of Bell and Hyde, number 18 outfit in P4. Second place in Class P5 overall, Atkinson and Colbrook, number 26. And then P7 was third in the Cup Class, that's Farrington Park. And as you were just mentioning, the 74 outfit. Our two F2 outfits out there. It was the Saunders Coppock number 24 outfit that took the victory. Race 1 winners yesterday. Ellis and Clement decided to take things easy, brought it home with P8, P2 in class. Only one other finish, unfortunately. The number 7 of Gray and Winfield rounding out P9. Unfortunately, we did lose Crawford and Hardy, 117, which we saw. Also the 5 of Biggs and Seggers, the 13 of Hegarty and Johnson, and the 2 of Holden and Napton. So 4 retirements from that one, but 9 finishes. And some really great racing as well to wrap up the sidecar action here at Cadwell Park.
It's been a fantastic weekend, and I'd just like to take the opportunity to say thank you to everyone at No Limits. Thank you to yourself, Ross and Lewis, yesterday for allowing me to come down and commentate with you guys. It's been a pleasure. I've genuinely enjoyed it. Thank you to Tristan as well for directing. He's done a fantastic job. Got to give a shout out and a nice thumbs up there. Thank you very much, Tristan. We've really enjoyed ourselves this weekend, and I think everyone in the paddock would be very happy if we saw No Limits on our calendar again. It's been a genuine pleasure. So thank you very much to everyone involved.
I think that everyone here at No Limits would be very happy if we saw you guys coming back as well. It's been a real pleasure having you British sidecar lot come along, and again, pleasure having you with us in the commentary box as well. Great to see a fantastic race to end the British sidecar action. Let's go down to one young Lewis Ray and hear from our race winners.
Down here in Park Fermi now, and I think we're going to fairly quick. Well, running first off with Lewis Blackstock, and well, Lewis, another dominant ride from you guys. I mean, this season's going perfect.
Yeah, it's going good. We're just the bike just playing really well. We're both comfy, we're both fit, and that's it. Yeah, we're good. It's going good.
Yeah, and still next round to look forward to a slightly different challenge as well over at Anglesey.
Yeah, but not been to Anglesey for a couple of years, so it's one of our localist tracks. So we're looking forward to getting back there, and it should be good.
Best luck, well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
And if we can, actually, we'll grab a word with Oscar Lawrence. Why not, Michael? Oscar, I mean, great ride. I was just saying, Lewis, a perfect season so far for you. He's got to be delighted.
Yeah, pretty buzzing with that one. It's so hard around here, so it's just you're just thinking short term, get this race, get a good result, be happy. So we're really chuffed. Bike was good, made a few changes, felt a lot smoother and a lot happier. So we're pretty buzzing.
Yeah, you have a right to be buzzing. Well done, and best luck for Anglesey.
Thank you. And can I just say, we've never been with No Limits. It has been brilliant the whole time. The commentary, watched the YouTube back yesterday. That whole broadcast was brilliant, and we've really enjoyed being here. So hopefully next year we can have a few with you, because it's been fantastic. So
yeah, it's been a delight having you guys, and thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Cheers.
I know we're running out of time, but if we can grab either Sam or Tom, well, guys, you got to be happy with this one. I mean, Sam, P2 for yourself, unable to match Blackstock this time around, but still P2.
Yeah, we just couldn't stick with him, but our main focus is the World Championship, so we're using this as more of a testing weekend. So, yeah, happy with the rides, and just couldn't stick with him, but yeah, happy.
Yeah, you've got to be happy. Testing weekend P2, in class and overall. Best of luck anyway for Anglesey.
Yeah, brilliant, thank you.
And, I know the next grid is just forming, but if we can, I'll quickly grab third place overall, Steve Kershaw. Steve, P3 in class, unable obviously to match the likes of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence at the front. I mean, it seems that no one else can this year so far, but how is it from your side, P3?
Yeah, it's good. We've got the Triumph 765 in, which is a new engine to the class, so we're still working on that. We have a weight penalty on it, so we're still working on that and developing it. So we're really pleased. We're making strides forwards. I mean, the boys are flying, so all credit to them, but we're happy with the progress that we're making with the Triumph. So
yeah, I was just going to say, we are running out of time, but jumping from the F2 that you've been racing on the roads this year, dabbling with the TT, obviously, sadly, it didn't go your guys' way in terms of the sidecar category, but jumping from the F2 back to the F1 for British Championship, how has that been?
It's actually all right. I've ridden one of these for 15 years, so jumping back on an F1 is actually not too bad. It's sort of second nature, so it's okay. I do enjoy riding them as much as we love the little ones, but they are different. But it takes a couple of laps to settle in, and it's not too difficult.
Well, anyway, best luck for Anglesey. I'm sure you're looking forward to it, and thanks for joining us at No Limits.
Yeah, big shout out to No Limits. It's been a mega meeting. Really pleased to be here. I'm happy to come back.
Yeah, it's been great having you guys. Thanks, Steve. And I think that's all we have time for. Back up to you, Ross, in the commentary box, because the UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship is already out on circuit.
Mega meeting, really pleased to be here. Happy to come back. Yeah, it's been great having you guys. Thanks, Steve. And that's all we have time for. Back up to you, Ross, in the commentary box, because the UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship is already out on circuit. Mega meeting, really pleased to be here. Happy to come back. Thanks, guys. Thanks, well, that's all we have time for.
It's just static coming over the canal.
I don't think we're going to be terribly far away from a restart.
Yes, fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. If you are just joining us on NLR TV, or indeed trackside as well, a red flag due to what appears to be a Navy bike having a crash at the chicane. So we'll wait to see how that one. But again, as we've been saying for the last couple of minutes, yes, great start to that race from the likes of Dean Turner, from the likes of Jordan Warren, Sam Foster away well, from pole as well. So
we restart already.
Yes, looks like. Yeah, looks like we are going to be going, I think. So
yeah, they're out of pit lane now. So restart finally, as we were saying as well, it will be original grid positions with there being less than 3 laps completed. However, the original race distance, you would imagine, would be chopped off, not only for time, but also for the fact that the riders have only fueled up for a certain amount of laps. So just to make life a little bit easier for them as well. As we mentioned, the riders in the bottom pit lane, actually, Ross, are going to be allowed to quickly hopefully make their way out of pit lane and turn round into their grid slot. So the quickest way possible to get a restart here, and hopefully not too much longer, and then the riders can put their feet up for a little bite of lunch.
Yeah, of course, we don't actively suggest that people go the wrong way around racetracks, but in this situation, I think just to get them onto the grid nice and quick, that is the best way to do it. So it'll probably be a shortened race. We've seen that with the races we have had red flag today, but it will be a full race restart, and I'm assuming there'll be a couple of sighting laps for us to enjoy and get our teeth into as well. So we'll wait to see what race control have in store with us. There'll be a ball being shot up, and then we'll get a message as well on TSL timing, which you can follow, of course, all of our live timing. If the timing tower on the left of our screen, which we do have back today, is not enough for you, if you require more data, if you require sector splits, head over to our timing partner at TSL timing, and you can see all of it there and follow along in real time. But of course, you can stay here, either trackside or with us live and free on NLR TV. Myself, Ross McIntyre, Lewis Ray, bringing you all of the action here. And of course, bringing you definitely all of the action for the Inter-Services Championship race here at Cadwell Park. So we're now just waiting to hear what the game plan is going to be following this red flag. The ball will get held up, presumably by Ben on top of the gantry. And then I'm going to go on a whim and say it's probably going to be 2 sighting laps, 7 laps, because that's what we had the last red flag. So
I can't tell if you're saying that because it's just came up on TSL time. Well, no, 7 racing laps has. So, I would guess much of the same as well. But, ironic that, knowing the race distance after it comes up on your screen. But
I didn't look at it. I was taking a punt. I was just kind of going off of assumptions. Anyway.
I believe you. Do not worry, Ross. Some might not, but I do indeed.
Thanks, Lewis.
Now the next warm-up lap underway again. And well, as we mentioned, Ross, original grid positions.
Yes, it is. Let's give you a brief little reminder of how we're expecting to line up in this one. Sam Foster goes from pole position. Kieran Will and Gareth Giles completing an all-army front row. Then it's Jordan Warren Good and Alan Sharp 4th and 5th. Championship leader Dean Turner, the leading RAF rider, the 1-2-3, goes up a P6. He got an unbelievable getaway in the opening edition, or half a lap of this race before the incident. Let's see if he can follow that one up. Row number 3, Ed Alexander, Michael Partridge and Ethan Hall. Then it's Piotr Gavalich rounding out the top 10. He's joined by Toby Welford and Scott Wall. Matthew Maynard is 13th. James Leslie goes up a 14. Joe Cully a 15. Then Jamie Locke, Lee Barnes, Natalie Crow. Behind them, Adam Mile, Liam Sutherland and Alexander Sodders. Row 8, Peter Dugan, Harry Morris and Brandon McCormick. Dan Cobb is 25th with James Crampton, Seb Evidence starting alongside. And then Ian Henderson 28th, Callum Denty 29th. Of course, we did see somebody not able to make the grid, and of course someone was involved in that incident that led to the red flag. So we'll definitely be down a couple of riders, unfortunately. That's how they were supposed to start this contest. So expecting there to be another sighting lap. Could be wrong, but it's definitely 7 laps of racing, which again, apparently on a cycle. So.
Well, I can say, Ross, it's now been reduced to 6 laps of racing. So, just as you say that yet again, TSL gets updated once more. And, I think they just wanted to make sure that you were wrong this time around.
Maybe race control of TSL are listening to me and purposely trying to do me over. Yes, it is 2 sighting laps, though. 6 laps, though. So, given that typically the inter-service races is longer than the standard races that we have at NLR. All the races this weekend, including this, are 10 laps. So they, granted it's very physical around here at Cadwell Park, probably just give them a bit of a rest. But again, typically it's a couple of laps longer is our inter-services race. But no, it was the same distance. Now it's 6 laps, so it's actually the shortest race that we're going to have had so far this weekend. Granted, yes, due to delays, due to a red flag, that's why we're shortening the distance due to timing. But still, that creates a very interesting picture because we're normally used to seeing them on longer distances, ever so slightly anyway, where, now they don't have to manage anything. You can absolutely rip the tyres to shreds. You can go elbows out. Who cares about how tired I get? It's only 6 laps, so this could get very interesting.
Yeah, it's a real good shootout. You're not exactly going to get tired during 6 laps of running. Well, I say that. I think I've been tired over 6 laps before, just depending on how we are during the weekend, because Cadwell Park, it's not necessarily the easiest track for a rider's body. Pretty physical out there, to say the very least. And now, the sun, well and truly poking its face out. It's been, we've been waiting for it the entire day. Where the heck has it been? Into the final section now. Not over the mountain we will come, and Sam Foster will be getting ready to start from pole position yet again. I mean, Sam Foster, is this his time to shine? Is this his time finally to bring an end to the likes of Dean Turner's dominance in this championship? I'm not saying Dean Turner's won every single race the past couple of years, but Dean Turner thereabouts has been constantly impressive, especially in the likes of the old school 1K trophy. That's been where we've seen him shine most. But plenty of people to look out for. As we mentioned, Sam Foster, slightly older machine for him. Kieran Wood as well. Let's not forget Kieran Wood's pace that he's shown earlier on this morning. But for Wood, he's not been on circuit since bright and early this morning at around 10 a.m.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, may well be that Kieran wasn't able to repair the bike following the crash earlier on as well. We'll wait to see if he does take up a spot on the grid. Of course, riders making their way in. Only a 6-lap dash now for this Inter-Services Championship race. The 4th race that these guys are having with us this season. And of course, always a bit crazy is the Inter-Services Championship, because you run what you brung. You get super bikes, you get some Honda CB500s, you get anything and everything. And it always ends up being a little bit chaotic at the end of it all. Yeah, I'm not seeing Kieran Wood going off as P2, so it looks like the number 11. Yeah, not entirely surprised. He did have a monster crash this morning in his second race of the weekend. So a 2-bike front row. Keep your eye on Dean Turner from P6, the RAF Championship leader. Got a great start at the first run of things. We go. Disappointing launch there from Gareth Isles. Dean Turner wants to get away well and straight into second place. The 1-2-3 will not fail on the second attempt of this one and goes up into second place. But it is the pole sitter of Sam Foster on the older bike as well, who maintains that lead as they come through the first couple of corners. So we've got Army, RAF, Army at the moment. It currently seems again the Army have been the dominant forces so far this season, but Dean Turner seemingly fighting a one-man war on the side of the RAF. Is there a look there into the top of the hill? Not quite for the 1-2-3 at the moment, but interesting enough, Foster not breaking away just yet. He got pole position by 0.6 of a second. The pace is clearly there, but early doors, Dean Turner keeping them honest.
This is going to be an interesting race. Let's keep in mind, Sam Foster and Turner known for racing each other outside of the Inter-Service Championship, much in the old school 1K trophy. So we've seen them battle plenty of times this year, and we've seen the likes of Dean Turner beat Sam Foster on multiple occasions this year. It's not unknown for the 1-2-3 to be ahead of them. Can he do it in this race? It's slightly different setup, as you mentioned. It's such a strange race to watch for the first time when you have the likes of 600s on circuit, twins on circuit, injections in there too, along with super bikes. It is so interesting to watch and creates some of the best battles they've had throughout the entire weekend. The Army team as well, the circuit mentioned a dominant forces. Some of the RAF riders getting very mixed up going to Hall Bends.
Yeah, don't crash into your teammate, guys. I know that you don't really have teammates when you're out on a racetrack, but it is the number one sin of motor racing, isn't it? We're coming to the end of lap number 1, and it is Foster and Turner from a returning Jordan Warren Good who make up your top 3. Those guys are already bolting away. It's 5.6 seconds between Warren Good and Alexander, the 758 rider in P4. Who's the leading Navy rider? I'm still trying to find it. They are struggling a bit. It looks like it may be Liam Sutherland on the 885, who's in 19th place. Who's the leading Navy rider? As it comes down. Oh no, 14th place. There we go. Harry Morris is your leading Navy rider at the moment. Again, they're a team that are struggling in comparison to the investments and the time put in by the Army and the RAF boys, shall we say. Just been told to give out a shout out quickly by Mark Berry, just to jump in on the PA. This is a Kawasaki 1000 SX3 with the number plate Yankee Fox 12. Whiskey Tango, I can't remember what D is, but Delta, thank you. Your lights are on, can you go and turn them off please? Anyway, back to the racing action, lap 2 of 6.
Lap 2 of 6 for the time being, and well, it's a well-attended race as this one, and now, swooping on the outside there, a great move from the air friend, and a big moment on the rear from the 44. Maynard somehow keeps out on 2 wheels, a massive moment on the rear, flicked him up on it, nearly bashed his head against the screen actually, and then still remaining in the battle and remaining in the fight.
That is Marquez-esque, that save. I cannot believe what I have just witnessed with my own 2 eyes. What a save! As he got so greedy on the throttle. Probably needs a new set of leathers after that one, let's be frank here. The fact that he's still in the race, commendable. Well done, sir. Brilliant.
Right, everyone take a breath, calm down. Lap 3 and 6 are already approaching half distance in this race due to the delays, due to the shortenings. So short and sharp is the action. Aggressive and elbows out. Only half a second separating Foster and Turner up at the front. They managed to drop Jordan Warren Good by about 4.2 seconds. So Warren Good dropping back just a little bit as it stands. Foster still holding on there for the time being. Again, there's just so much action everywhere you look. It's part of the beauty of the Inter-Services Championship. Because you get so many different bikes out there, you get superbikes, you get Honda CB500s, you get literally anything. You also get a vast difference of experience as well. You get the guys at the front who have been competing in racing for a long old time, and you get guys towards the back who are novices, still got the orange bib on. So you get a massive mix.
Yeah, a massive mix, plenty of different classes. You have to use every ounce of performance from your bike, as you mentioned there. That saved Marquez S, maybe not Marquez, Alex Marquez, if I remember right. Motegi 2018 in the wet practice session. Anyway, we are back to the action here at the limit, so that is continuing to be, well, the RAF teams chasing the army, I think it's fair to say, even at the front. 4/10 of a second separating Foster and Dean Turner out on circuit. But last time around, the fastest lap of the race was set at 1:36.127, and now just over the line from yet again. And well, last time around, a little bit off the money, it seems, by another 7/10, and that's now allowed Dean Turner to well and truly catch up. It was 4/10 of a second. Now it's just 1/10. What can Dean Turner do? He's going to wind up the power of the fire blade now towards Park, and that is a rider. It's either gone or some of the technical issue over at the mountain. Luckily, proving that to safety.
Yeah, hopefully everyone's okay. Turner, a little look on the inside of the 14 for the race lead, looking to make it 2 wins on the spin. Here's the championship leader. That's the 144 that we've seen going down at the mountain section. Welford, yeah, hopefully everything okay for Toby, but he's up on his feet, which is the main thing. The bike looks like it's had a bit of an off, but again, doesn't look like it's had too much damage. Here goes Dean Turner at Mansfield up the inside. It's a textbook move, but he will get it done, and through he goes, looking for a second race win of the year.
Yeah, looking for a second race win. Now look at the margin he's already pulled out. That's up to 5 or 6 bike rounds in the space of 2 corners. Dean Turner pulling out a magician trick here at Cadwell Park. Race 17 of the weekend, lap 4 of 6, nearly on lap 5. It's ticking down thick and fast here. We're soon going to be seeing the last lap flag in about 2 minutes or so time. Where then Dean Turner can soon, hopefully, add another trophy to his collection. Or can Sam Foster find something pretty special? We do know he can do the pace, but what is this lap going to be for Dean Turner? Is it going to be a new fastest lap of the race? The race time wave now, not quite. And actually, it was an off lap from Foster.
Yeah, but it was a purple sector 3 from Turner. So once he was clear, he was able to bolt on by. But yeah, 137.2. from Turner on the previous tour, who probably got held up a little bit actually. Foster could run in the 137s easily. That was 139. He was well off the pace, so either tyres are dropping away, he's tired, or there's something going on. Because that gap now is just growing and growing and growing. Let's see if the 14 can maybe try and fight back over the penultimate couple of laps here in the Inter-Services Championship. Round number 6 of the 2026 season at No Limits Racing. Well, what a treat we are being served here. This morning we've had some fantastic action and we're pushing onwards. Dean Turner, though, is looking set now in this shortened race to take his second win in a row.
Yeah, looking to take his second win in a row here. And well, it's been perfection, you would have to say. He's played it perfect. He's played Sam Foster perfect in his early season. Kyle Frencher finding a clean place to make a move after gathering all the data, seeing where he'd be able to do it, and then shooting off at the front after doing so. I mean, Dean Turner, he's been known for right to the headlines, not necessarily always in the UK Armed Forces class, certainly in the 1K trophy. And now it looks like here on Sunday, after, let's not forget, a busy day for them. Not only are they racing other classes, but the UK Armed Forces race doesn't have their qualifying until Sunday morning.
No, so they basically sit around. If you're not doing anything, you sit around and then suddenly you get a very intense day, and then that's it, it's done. In this case, 6 short laps. Final lap then for Dean Turner.
And look at Foster's pace.
Yeah, Foster's just really nailed it there. 135.744. First rider into the 175s. Dean Turner, though, His last lap was also his best lap, a 1:36.088. And interestingly, purple in sector 1 and 3 from Dean Turner. So if Turner is either slow in sector 2 or Foster is that good through sector 2. So that's a really interesting dynamic there. But 1.3 seconds with around half the lap left to run now. You've got to be thinking, time ought to run out for Sam Foster, unfortunately.
Sam Foster as well having to deal with a few back markers, it looks like, there as they make their way towards the Gooseneck and then towards Mansfield in a few moments' time. So Sam Foster, a little bit of traffic on this final lap. I think he's going to be too far back. I think this is now time for Dean Turner to bring it home, you would have to say.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Dean Turner has only got a handful of corners left to go. He needs to negotiate the mountain. Looks like Foster has closed back in ever so slightly over the course of this lap. But again, I think it's too little, too late. The 1, 2, 3. The RAF bike does not catch flight. Oh, come on. That was a poster in the making, that was, wasn't it? But oh well, through the Hall S's for the final time. Dean Turner's going to bring it on home.
Dean Turner looking to bring it home. Sam Foster in P2. You'd have to say Jordan Warren good as well. Let's not forget, it's been impressive right from start to finish. He's kind of just ran his own race, done his own thing. And then, of course, this will be our final race before the lunch. We'll plenty to bring you during the lunch break if you are watching in our TV. But, after a superb ride, it looks like it is going to be Dean Turner taking victory here at Cadwell Park. Lap 6 of 6. Jordan Warren good as well. Blind, he'll come in a few moments' time as well. And race 17, it's certainly delivered, you would have to say. Some of the RAF bikes, just making their way around. Final corner over at the barn. And the wind-up power once more. Checker flag is indeed waving. Not quite updating on the timing screens, however, but it looks like it will be Turner 0.3 of a second. A few more battles as well making their way through now. Side by side, all the way through they go. Obviously, we did lose the likes of Welford earlier on too for the 1-4-4. It does look like Natalie didn't take the restart, so obviously wishing Natalie speedy recovery. Hopefully all is okay with her in terms of Sheen. Checker flag well and truly waving. Time screen's not quite updating on our side, but Dean Turner taking the race win from Sam Foster. Jordan Warren Good in P3, Leslie in P4, Maynard after that incredible save out of the chicane P5. And it's going to be Sharp, Alexander Hall and Gareth Isles rounded at the top 9. Morris on board the MV Augusta, I should say, finishes P10. Top Navy rider, let's not forget as well. Still a handful of riders. And it's going to be interesting as well to hear from Dean Turner, to hear from Sam Foster after that one. I'm sure Sam Foster, he would then have nothing left in the tank. But P1 here at Cadwell Park, race 17 of the weekend, goes the way of Dean Turner. 9/10 of a second at the line over Sam Foster. Jordan Warren Good finishes P3. James Leslie and Matthew Maynard finishes and rounds out the top 5. Alan Sharp, Ed Alexander, Ethan Hall and Gareth Isles take out the top 9, with Harry Morris finishing as the top Navy rider in P10. 45 seconds adrift for Morris. Piotr Gablich rounds out P11. Scott Wall P12. Lee Barnes, Joe Collar and Michael Partridge in P15. Peter Dugan takes out P16. Sutherland, Evident, Myhill and Locke round out our top 20. Sons McCormick, Ian Henderson, James Crampton and Dan Koch finishes the top 25. Well, as we mentioned, Toby Welford running into a few issues there. But what an excellent race we had in the UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship. And I do believe we've got a pretty smiley Ross McIntyre down in the Holden area and down in Park Ferme. So let's hand it down to Ross as he goes to speak to our race winner, Dean Turner, in the Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship.
Well, short and sharp there for our Inter-Services Championship race after the red flag delay, but at least we got a great race out of it. Just brilliant from start to finish, and a shame it was only 6 laps instead of 10. Let's jump in with our race winner. First of all, 2 on the bounce then for Dean Turner. A great start first of all, 6th up to 2nd before you got to turn 1. You nailed it.
Yeah, Sam went off like a scolded rat. I didn't think I was going to catch him, but just having a chat, it sounds like he had a bit of a brake issue, so a bit of a blessing in disguise, I think. But no, really good race, really enjoyed that.
Yeah, only 6 laps, unfortunately, for you guys. But again, that's the 2nd win on the bounce you now, establishing yourself as a championship leader. It's looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Hopefully everything holds together for the rest of the year and keep going like this and see where we end up in a few years' time.
Yeah. Still got one more race for you as well in the old school 1K trophy, so I guess that's a bit of a blessing keeping it shorter as well.
Yeah, 100%. Saved a bit of tyre, saved a bit of energy. I'll just get some fluids on boards and get ready for the next one.
Awesome stuff, T. Congrats, mate.
Lovely, thank you very much.
We'll jump in and speak to Sam, given he did finish in second, and it only seems fair if I make my way through the people and the staff and whatnot. Sam, really good start from you as well. Again, sounds like you had a bit of an issue, though, towards the end of the race.
Yeah, you'll see why I ran on going down the hill is because I pulled a big wheelie. I'm sure it's on camera. And as I came down, I knocked my brake lever down. So I literally had just half the travel, so a bit sketchy. And then I just had to sort it out and I ran on. That's why. But, yeah, fair play. Dean took the opportunity and, bugger.
Still, though, second place. Can't complain about that. And shown you've still got great pace as well. So can't all be bad.
Going to the last race and I've just got to get past these newer bikes that me and Dean are racing against. They're just so fast on the straight, and if I can get past them, maybe we can have a little dice again, but who knows.
Awesome stuff. Well, still a great ride from yourself. Congrats, mate.
Cheers, thank you, bud.
And we'll quickly run in and speak to third place in the number 58 and a returning Jordan Warren-Good, who we missed oh so dearly back at Brands Hatch. But Jordan, welcome back. Third place, not too bad.
Yeah, I'm up with that, especially the front two boys been on thousands. There's no way keeping up with them here.
Yeah, still though, kind of ran your own race, nothing to complain about really, I guess, at the end of it.
No, there's a few, there's a few things. I hit a knee slider going around Charlie's, a little bit of an oil leak and lost a bit of the bike, but we'll be back for the next race.
It's alright, it's nothing that's not completely fixable, I guess.
No, of course. No, it's good to get third place, especially being back for a round. I haven't been here for I raced here once last year and then been away for 3 months now, so pretty happy.
Awesome stuff. Well, Jordan, great rider today, mate. We'll see you out there for the final race.
Thank you.
Great to hear from our top three then. It is now time for a short and sharp lunch break. It's only going to be around about 20 minutes here on NLR TV or indeed Trackside as well. But don't you go anywhere if you are watching along on NLR TV. Of course, if you're Trackside, you're free to go do what you want for the next 20 minutes. You're your own person. But if you are watching on NLR TV, we're just going to show us walking around the paddock a little bit yesterday morning, speaking to some of the riders ahead of the weekend and getting their thoughts and feelings. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes live. But for now, enjoy, well, myself and Lewis being myself and Lewis, I suppose.
So I'm Jack Cullen. I come from Southampton. I grew up on motocross from when I was 4 years old. Sort of done that till I was about 10, and then had a little break, then got into tarmac racing when I was about 15 years old. Done okay, it was alright, and then had a couple more years of break, and then got back into it in 23. Done the newcomers again, but a full championship, finishing second on a 600, and then the following year went up to Cup 600, which I come second again. Cut short again, very close, but it was a good year. And then last year was in the Super Series 600, and I had a lot of engine trouble, so we sort of called it early. And then knew we was going to move up to the big bike for this year, so yeah, it's one of them months. The goal was always to win. That's no matter what you do, you always want to win, but I didn't expect to come and dominate as much as I did at the start of the year. If you told me at the start of the weekend that I would walk it as well as I did, I would have laughed at you, because we didn't even have a bike on the Friday for the test day. I was borrowed a mate's bike, absolutely hated it, but then the guy who rebuilt this bike said, it's ready Friday evening, so we didn't really test it. We just turned straight into qualifying with it, and it went really well. Yeah, we didn't expect for it to go as well as it did. So Crofts, I've only raced there once. Yeah, we've raced there once, so I haven't really done a lot of laps there, so I knew it was going to be a challenge setting up and giving it a go. But the pace was really good. I was really happy with my pace, but the guy, Simon Franklin, obviously it's his home circuit, he's really fast around there, and he showed it, to be fair. I was pushing hard. To be fair, the first race I was leading, I had a bit of a gap, and then I tucked the front going into the complex. Silly mistake. Bike got rebuilt, went again for race 2, was battling with him, and then we got caught up with back markers, which sort of messed my chance up of having a go for the lead. And then obviously, as everyone's seen, I had the massive high side in race 3, just overshot the corner, a bit too eager getting on the throttle, and sent myself to the moon really. But
I mean, look at Jack Cullen there, he's cruelly getting down, massive eyesight there, down on the deck. Jack Cullen, second crash of the weekend for him, and that is going to be his weekend over.
I sort of learned from it. It was silly mistakes both times. Like, it wasn't like, oh, I don't know why I've crashed. Like, I knew exactly what I've done wrong. But it was just disappointing to end it the way I did, to be fair. That's how it is.
And then, obviously, from Croft, we head to Brands Hatch. Now, Brands Hatch was a interesting weekend, I think it's fair to say, again, because it started off so well, both obviously a strong qualifying, and then in race 1 we spoke to you post-race and you were over the moon, to say the very least. Another race win for yourself. At the start of the weekend at Brands Hatch, the Saturday alone, how was that?
The Saturday was mega, to be fair. I had a really good qualifying, and even the test day, everything was just going so well. Considering I was in a lot of pain still, when I was actually on the bike physically, I felt okay. But yeah, I like Brands, I go well there, so I knew that I'd be in the mix for sure, but it was just a shame to end it how we did, to be fair.
Yeah, and it ended sadly in the gravel trap, obviously. A big crash over at Paddock Hill Bend. Yeah. What happened in that one, and how did it change your feelings, change your approach for the rest of the season?
So yeah, as I entered Paddock Hill, I think I was just a little bit offline and a bit too hot, and about middle of the corner I just lost the front completely, and to be fair, it hasn't changed my approach, because I'm learning, I'm just trying to better myself everywhere I go, and I'm definitely not going to be making no silly mistakes, that's for sure. And obviously if I have to settle for a second or a third, I will, because I do have to think about the championship and be realistic as well. But obviously if the opportunity's there to get the win, I will be pushing for it. So. And
this weekend as well, going into it, has there been many changes that's went into the bike? Obviously I understand that there's been a lot of work put in between Brands Hatch and now to get this bike ready. What's that sort of looked like? What's the late nights in the garage looked like for yourself?
Yeah, so obviously my dad and Ray, my mechanic, have been flat out. I couldn't thank them enough for how much they've done over the time. I've been away on holiday, sort of had a good reset. But yeah, it's been late nights. The bike was really badly damaged, hence why I couldn't go out and race free at Brands. But they've done a mega job today. It was just a few teething issues, obviously, from getting it rebuilt, which was understandable. But I think we found a setting now where we can be comfortable to push tomorrow.
And just jumping back as well to the 600s, obviously, you know, a lot of the riders that raced on the 600s. What's been the biggest learning curve for yourself, jumping from a 600 onto the S1000?
I would say the power, obviously, is the main thing. It's a complete rocket ship. It's unbelievable how much power they have. But it's sort of just getting the mindset of not carrying as much corner speed and sort of obviously squaring the corner off and shooting it out on this bike. So to like tell yourself to go slower, that's been the hardest thing for me in the corners. But I think I've adapted well. Like, I'm quite a tall lad, so I was real like tight on the 600. This like suits me well for sure. So
yeah, and physical obviously are the 1000s, and you put, I believe, a lot of work into your fitness. You play some football as well on the side. How do you split that, changing from the racing into the football, or is it a case that the football helps you have the fitness on the bike?
Yeah, the football definitely helps. I train twice a week, so it definitely helps with the fitness. But obviously the motorbike's a priority, so obviously if I have to race, I can't play football. It's one of them things. My team's not too happy about it, but it's a priority.
And still Knockhill, and then we go to Anglesey yet again, and Donington Park to go this year. What are you expecting from there? Obviously a whole new challenge up at Knockhill, a short snappy circuit, then unpredictable conditions yet again over at Anglesey before returning to something a little bit more familiar at Donington. How are you expecting the rest of the season to go, looking at it?
Yeah, Knockhill looks a real like small track, and I'm excited to go there and spin some laps. Obviously never been there before. I think that's going to be a lot of the case for everyone. So it's going to be unknown for everyone, I think, but I'm excited for a new challenge there. Anglesey, I've spun a few laps on, so I enjoy Anglesey. Just same approach, just have a good Friday and build into the weekend and see what results we can get. And obviously Donny, I like Donny, national layout. It's nice to get rid of the two slowest corners on the track and have a real fast flowy track, so I'm looking forward to the last few rounds.
Yeah, plenty to look forward to for the rest of the year, and well, best of luck. And finally, I'm going to put you on the spot, is championship predictions for this year, and if you were to walk away with maybe a championship win or a top 3 in the championship, what could 2027 look like for yourself? Would it be a change of class?
Yeah, so I'm obviously going to put my money on myself for the championship. That's why I'm here. I want to win it. But so next year the plan is, I think, to go up to the Premier or Pirelli. So, but I think we're going to get an upgraded bike, so a bit more competitive in the class with everyone else what they're running. So I'm looking forward to the new challenge again next year, but I'm full focus on this year of getting the championship sealed up. So I think we are looking at the new BMW. Like I say, it's a nice bike. It's winning at the moment, obviously in British Superbikes. So I think that's the bike we're going to look at getting.
Well, best luck for this weekend. Best luck for the rest of the season. I'm sure we'll catch up a couple of times, hopefully throughout the weekend or throughout the rest of the year.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'd just like to say thank you to all of my sponsors, everyone at home that supports me. Hopefully I can get results for you this weekend.
Well, there we have it. That was Jack Cullen right at the start of the weekend. And you join us during lunch break because, what better way to enjoy your lunch break than with the dulcet tones of myself, Lewis Ray, and Ross McIntyre alongside. Ross, how are you? And have you enjoyed your lunch?
I haven't eaten it yet. I'm in the process of constructing. There was a bit of a mix-up on the media team's food order, which meant I didn't get any. So I've had to nip down to the cafe very rudely. Well, I didn't actually barge my way in, but I basically just sprinted in front of a load of people that were about to head in. And now I'm in the process of constructing it, which I'm going to try and finish before we get back to racing, hopefully. How was your lunch, Lewis Ray?
Good, I was actually prepared, Ross. I'm pretty sure you were in charge of that lunch order that was messed up. Anyway, moving on. We've had an excellent morning of racing, to say the very least. And we've luckily had one extra race before lunch. So, as things stand... last time I heard, we should be going racing again around 5:30 or so. And we've already had the UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship, and that was done with a shortened lunch break. So now, instead of being what was around 25 minutes behind schedule, we're actually going to be around 5 minutes behind schedule. It just comes at the sacrifice of a bit of food, but not for you, because it looks like you've got quite a big lunch. You should see it here, folks. It's nearly the whole size of the commentary box. A triple burger, not. I think it is. But yeah, nonetheless, I'm sure you'll enjoy that, Ross, while we chimwag about what's happened this morning, because we've just finished the UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship, which still hasn't updated on TSL, but I'm sure they'll get round to it. It'll come to a checker flag at some point, where Dean Turner took victory by just under 1 second. And now, well, sadly for the inter-service guys and girls, that's their weekend over, unless they're racing separate classes, and we can begin to turn our attention to the final races of the weekend, that being the Brand Fix Club Power Cup alongside the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. They're going to be first up for their final race of the day, and what a prospect that is. We've just heard from Jack Cullen, and well, he's out next.
He is indeed, yes, the first of our final races, race number 3s. And yeah, Cully's he's had by his standards a disappointing weekend. He's been okay. He's not done anything wrong, but again, kind of back end of the top 10 when we're used to him running up the front, or running up the front and then putting it on the floor. So yeah, hopefully race 3 is a bit of an improvement for him, but we've seen some great racing in these classes. In all of the classes, to be fair. It's been a fantastic weekend so far here at Cadwell Park, as Glenn Torr's doing a hot lap in the Hyundai safety car. But yes, we should be able to run full distance as well, presuming there's no more delays across the rest of the day. Of course, we did have to massively shorten the UK Inter-Services Championship.
Yeah, to 6 laps.
Yeah, and then of course we've now made this lunch break nice and tight and concise as well, to my detriment, unfortunately. But them's the breaks. That's how it goes.
It's a tough life.
I know, it's it's really difficult me sometimes. But yeah, so hopefully everything can run for 10 laps. And again, final opportunity for these riders here at No Limits Racing in 2026 to enjoy Cadwell Park, which of course I'm sure they will try to do their absolute utmost, because what a racetrack it is, by the way. And yeah, should be a lot of fun going forward. And again, race 3s, you can enjoy yourself. The sun's out and shining now, so it's a lovely day for it. Get the elbows out of it, because it's the last time here. I think we're in for some good racing.
Yeah, we're in for some great racing, I would say. As you say, Glenn Torr just out in the safety car. A few other cars going around. Maybe just a quick water drop or dropping supplies off for marshals as well. Actually, new safety car for the MSV circuit. It's now a Hyundai Ioniq 6 now instead of the Ioniq 5. We've gone up one generation, and I'll tell you, they are nice looking cars.
They're pretty quick as well. It's got like 800 brake horsepower on like full chat mode. They're fast.
I had the hot lap last year around Cadwell Park in an Ioniq 5. I think it was Glenn Torr at the wheel, actually, or it was Giles, one of the two. And I had recently finished my lunch in the lunch break, because we got
a decent sized lunch break that day. There wasn't too many delays in the morning, and I think by the end of the lap, although I was loving it, I was somewhat regretting it, because for about 2 races afterwards, after the lunch break, I felt pretty woozy, pretty lightheaded, and I think eating before you do a hot lap is not the smartest move to do, but nonetheless, certainly I kept it all down. And yeah, you can see there the Ioniq 6 now returning. But yeah, what a great weekend we've had at Cadwell Park. It was raining this morning. It was beautiful on Friday. We did go for a little wander around the paddock. Sadly, I don't think that's going to see the light of day this weekend, just with the delays that we've had. But nonetheless, it was a lovely chat with some of the riders. It's always good to talk to a good bunch of riders, a good bunch of classes as well, to actually understand what the conditions are like out there, what actually goes on during Friday practice. And well, some of the riders, it's more successful than others. I think it'll surprise you with the amount of riders that managed to throw it down the road on a Friday. And actually a big shout out, as I'm sure he's either at the circuit or listening on from home, it's Harry Denison. Now obviously
he was here on Friday.
Yeah, he was here on Friday and lives pretty nearby, and I'm pretty sure he's buying quite a lot of I don't know if I want to say restaurants, but yeah, he has quite a few businesses at hand, and a lot of the NLR officials last night at one of his establishments, and I can tell you it's pretty good reviews from that. So yeah, Harry sadly was one of the riders that managed to throw it down on a Friday, and that was over at Croft, and since then he's not been back at a circuit in terms of a racer farm, although he has been popping his head in and out of garages, I'm sure. So hopefully we can have Harry back by the end of the season. Did you see any cast on him?
Cast on the left arm, and that was it, which, given that after the crash he was basically in an entire cast over his entire body and had knee braces and everything, that's not bad going. So hopefully not too long until he can get that off, and then hopefully not too long until he's back on the bike. I think initially they were saying probably looking like he's done for the year, but
it's racing, anything can happen.
Yeah, just take some painkillers, you'll be fine, mate.
Yeah, and do not take that advice if you're listening on from home, just FYI. But yeah, the marshals will soon be returning to post, you would imagine. It's 3 minutes to 27 past, actually. But yeah, great weekend that we've had here at Cadwell. Obviously, next round we're heading to Knockhill. I'm sure conditions will be very much like this from my experience. It's it's quite sunny at Knockhill, actually, usually with some rain going on at the same time, but it's sunny at the end of the day. And then
I've heard they call it the Scottish Ibiza. Just the weather's just stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean, tip for Knockhill, keep your eye on the sheep. I'll bring it up when we're up there, but don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, whenever the sheep go down to the bottom of the hill, usually means rain is inbound.
Yeah, I see.
It does actually work. I used it quite a lot when I was racing up there, and usually rain does follow whenever the sheep go to the bottom of the hill. Nonetheless, though, after them, we head to Anglesey. Sadly, there's no wildlife to spot there where we can actually work out what the weather's going to do, because Anglesey is as unpredictable as ever, unless you were with us just a few weeks ago during the Anglesey 12-hour. And, well, actually, quite a lot of the folks listening on from home, I'm sure, would have, because, 12 hours, but quite a lot of people in this paddock currently, in the sprint paddock, I don't think would have been, because obviously for them it was a difficult weekend. Sprint racing only this weekend, but yeah, marshals obviously have worked incredibly hard this morning. I think that's to put it lightly. They've certainly earned a pat on the back at the end of the day, if not more, by the end of the season. Quite often we do marshals raffle draws each round, certainly last year, and it was a big Raging success. They give another incentive as well. Not that any of the marshals really need them, because they're all here for one reason, and that's because they absolutely adore this sport.
They do, and they adore No Limits as well, because it's not like this is the only
lovely paddock.
It's not like this is the only club championship in the UK, let's be honest here, but we always pride ourselves in being up there with the very best, and that's the reason why a lot of the marshals, a lot of people keep coming back, is because it's a lovely paddock full of lovely people, and there's also great racing on display all the time. It's great, and again, a big thank you to all of them. Everyone is on the marshalling team is absolutely lovely, and in general, just a very good bunch of people who do a spectacular job as well, lest us not forget. So, as always, a big thank you to the marshals, the medics, the people in race control, etc., for all of their hard work and enabling us to go racing at No Limit style. And it's been a great weekend here at Cadwell Park for it as well. If you are watching along on NLR TV and you've got no idea what we're waffling about, We are approaching the end of lunch break, so you just have to listen to me and Lewis making things up for a little while longer. Don't worry, we'll stop and get back to our normal, regular commentary escapades of talking about actual racing soon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's still a lot of waffle and nonsense.
Yeah, no, true. But anyway, if you are watching on NLR TV, hope you've enjoyed the action so far. If you haven't, make sure you subscribe, smash the like button. You know the drill. Help get the championship out there and show everyone the best club racing in the UK, and get these names out there as well. Get the riders, show what they can do. The broadcast has been a massive hit, I think it's safe to say. All the riders have been so happy to see themselves and be able to show their friends what they can do, because when you go around going, oh yeah, I race motorbikes for a living or whatever, and then your friend goes, oh, have you got any videos of it? And you go, nah, they're not going to believe you, are they? So yeah, that's the service that we provide, Lewis Rays. We help prove people that they actually do this.
Yeah, somewhat. We just waffle about it. There's a lot more hard-working people behind the scenes. But, yeah, for sure. It's been a lot of rounds happy with it. And, well, as we spoke about as well, with the sidecars guys and girls just a few moments ago before this lunch break, they've been absolutely delighted to be part of the paddock this weekend. They felt incredibly welcomed ever since, they arrived on Friday, some of them even Thursday, but they weren't on track anyway till Friday. If you did watch yesterday's coverage, you would have seen our little wander in the sidecar part of the paddock. A nice little sign as you go in there. Very professional for them. And well, that's because it's the British Championship. It's an honour for us to host them. They're heading over to another club in a few weeks' time as they head to Anglesey. Before then, I'm pretty sure they finish off their season with the British Superbike paddock. But to be amongst the likes of British Superbike paddock hosting championships like the British Sidecars is a real special honour, I'm sure, for everyone at No Limits. And let's not forget, that was not our only guest class of the year. Back at Brands Hatch, we had the Classic European Championship. But yeah, they put on a good display, let's just say, at the very least. And actually, that was the last time that we've seen rain during a race weekend. It was Brands Hatch until we woke up this morning, put up the curtains, or undid the blinds, whichever way you wanted to say it, and suddenly it was absolutely teeming it down outside. I was pretty shocked by it. I mean, we looked at the during commentary yesterday, we looked at the weather forecast, and I can let you all know at home. Ross gave me a very funny face whenever I said about rain today.
I was convinced it weren't going to rain. I will hold my hands up and admit that I was proven wrong on that one.
Weather connoisseur, and that's thanks for being up in Scotland. I know when it's going to rain, you can smell it in the air. But yeah, obviously a great weekend that we've had. The UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship. As always, it turned out to be a battle pretty much between the RAF and the Navy, but yeah, still a few Navy riders up within the mix, fighting for some top 10 positions, but not quite at the very forefront, not quite in the podium places. But sadly for them, their weekend's all done. Now we can look towards the Brand Fix Club Power Cup, and with us having this, it should essentially near enough put us back on schedule. After that is then going to be the No Limits Club Sport Cup, alongside the Street Bike Cup and the Fortis F900 Cup. A whole lot of cups going on in that one before it's the Twins and the Sport Bikes, then straight to the Super Series Sport alongside the Premier Sport Cup, then the NL 500s, obviously all classes in there, the elite, seniors and freshmen, before the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy alongside the Dart Motorsport Premier Power, you guessed it, Cup. Metzer Freshman Sport Challenge is then final race of the day alongside the No Limits Pre-Injection 600s, and that's because sidecars are already done and dusted. They can get themselves packed up, take down their frankly humongous awnings, and begin the journey either up the roads or to the west or down south, depending on where they're from. I was lucky enough to be caught up in some sidecar traffic on the way down to the circuit. I know a few of our cameramen were as well, but still, great addition to the paddock, great addition to have a few more really professional outfits as well. And now it's going to be interesting to see what this afternoon actually holds. Let's not forget here, Ross, all 10 lap races now this afternoon. The final 14 lapper in terms of the British sidecars is done and dusted, so all things being well, we should well and truly fly for it, as I can hear some engines being warmed up in the paddock.
Yeah, there's a real sense of we're going racing very, very soon up here in the paddock. The track is still closed. You can see there's ambulances going out to position and things like that, so we're not quite ready, but we are getting there. So not too long now, and as you said, hopefully with everything running smoothly, as it always does here at No Limits Racing, we should get a load of 10 lap races till the end of the day, so we can look forward to that one. Should be nice and easy, and then we can all pack up, go home, do it again at Knockhill in around about a month's time, of course.
Yeah, nice break after what has been a quite intense part of the season.
Yeah, it has been very, very busy. I mean, in the space of about a month, a little over a month, we've had like 4 rounds essentially. Or no, 3 rounds even. But again, Croft to Brands Hatch didn't seem like a very long period of time. It just kind of flew by. And then 2 weeks after that, Anglesey. And then 2 weeks after that, we're here at Cadwell Park. So we now do have a nice break. Everyone can get a rest and relax. Knockhill for round 7, then back to Anglesey for round 8, 18th, 19th, 20th of September.
Not quite December.
Not quite December, that'd be a bit brave. And then Donington National on the 10th and 11th of October to round out the season. Of course, just before that, there is the ACU licence course. Mallory Park on the 3rd of October. Head on down if you want a race licence and come no limiting.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's what we seen earlier on, actually, this weekend. Let's not forget, right at the back of the grid, and actually competed in the final race, or what was scheduled to be the final race before our lunch in terms of the solos and the pre-injection 600s. And Nikita Lane did their licence yesterday, and then today suddenly ended up on the starting grid, finally got to live out a dream of theirs, and well, that's what it's all about. I mean, not everyone races with the hopes of becoming Valentino Rossi. Quite a few of us do, myself being one of them, until your dreams are either shattered or you make it in the world of racing. I'll not let you know.
Yeah, where did you end up there, Lewis?
Well, up here in the commentary box, I think that explains it for itself. But yeah, quite a lot of people come racing here just so they can say they race, just so they can live out a lifelong dream, and that's sometimes what it's all about. I mean, it's not about aiming to be world champion, it's about going out and enjoying yourself. As there we see bikes on circuit, Ross McIntyre.
We do indeed. It's time to kick the lunch break to the curb, and it's time to get ourselves ready for our race 3s and for the second half of Sunday's action here at No Limits Racing, the 6th round of the 2026 season. And me oh my, what a weekend it has been so far. We have had some absolutely nail-biting action from start to finish, and we get to go through all of the classes all over again. Wonderful, beautiful, perfect. Up first, it will be race 17 of the weekend, race number 3 of the weekend, for the Brandfix Club Power Cup and the Old School 1K Trophy. Now, some really interesting battles and races all throughout the weekend in this one. Race number 2 going the way of Simon Franklin, Perry Matafay second, and Jordan Youth in P3, with Dean Turner unsurprisingly taking the victory in the Old School 1K Trophy after Kieran Wood, who led the opening part of the race. A huge crash for him at Coppice, the opening corner. I'm going to go on a whim and say he's probably not making it to the grid, because that bike was in pieces, the visor was ripped off the helmet and the like. And you can see as well, there is a gap where 3rd on the grid is, and I'm going to assume that was where Kieran Wood was supposed to be starting.
He was going to be starting 3rd on the grid alongside Franklin and Perry Masterface. A big shame as well we can't have the BMW on it. It was a lovely looking machine until, well, it wasn't. Now though, green flag lap starting. Simon Franklin, as we said, race 2 winner on pole position. The Brandfix Club Power Cup, the Old School 1K Trophy. It was so nice we had to do it twice on Sunday. Franklin on pole, Perry Matafay in second, and Kieran Wood, he should have been starting in 3rd. Sadly for him, it is going to be a DNS. Did not start on the front row. Dranuth starts alongside Dean Turner, who just didn't take victory in the UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship. Paul Burbank as well starts from P6. What can he do? The R1 certainly having a better weekend, and he will be looking forward to Knockhill next month, I'll tell you that much. Scott Pendleton starts from P7 alongside Jack Cullen. What can Jack Cullen do? If you joined us during the lunch break before we started our waffle, you would have seen Jack Cullen well and truly on screen with his pre-round interview, I should say. Dale Helt, P9 for himself, with James Logan rounding out the top 10. Aaron Nunn sits P11, Sam Foster P12. Luke Sprout, Ian Toon and Paul Spencer round out the top 15, with James Leslie, Martin McClatchy starting P17, Anthony Snowball starts P18. Dean Benerick and Andy Ashcroft take out the top 20, with Ryan Marriott P21, Philip Whitby P22, Matthew Whitney P23, Neil Stevenson 24. If you can hear some of the fans, some of the supporters, some of the families watching on track side as well. Craig Evanson, you'll say no intermediates this time around for him. He goes from P25. Gublich starts P26. Anderson P27. Lee Barnes, Michael Gurtenhell and Stephen Kilby take out the top P30 as Brookman start P31, and everyone else behind him all the way back down to P37 with Ed Alexander didn't set a time in the previous race, and some big names in that, of course, Kieran Nicholson being one of those. And Kieran Nicholson, let's keep in mind, yesterday he did finish P4 if my memory serves me correct aboard the Ducati, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Hopefully we can see a few more machines on the grid. If not though, I would say 31 bikes well and truly a healthy number. Now though, everyone else loading into their position, we're not too far away from getting started. Actually, I think this could be a very, very quick load up for this grid. A lot of these riders incredibly experienced, including your pole sitter Simon Franklin, who, well, he'll be looking to take the whole shot on the run to turn one. We spoke about it time and time again. His electronics not as useful as maybe other bikes. It's older Kawasaki's ZX10 that he does race, but looking to use experience here on Sunday afternoon for the final time this weekend. The Bramfix Club Power Cup prepares to go racing. The red lights are on, and now we can go on Sunday afternoon. Simon Franklin, a solid start from him. Dean Turner looking to pit Perry Masterface on the run to turn one. Jack Cullen being swallowed up ever so slightly on the race start. 10 laps of action starts now. Perry Masterface does fight back into second place. Bowerbank up into P4. He did start 6th on the grid, let's keep in mind, but at the head of the race it's going to be Simon Franklin looking to make it 2 from 2 on Sunday.
Great start there from most of the front runners, to be fair. Dean Turner also getting away well. We're used to seeing that, to be fair. The 1-2-8 looks to the inside, though, of the 1-2-3, and up now into third place. Nice stuff from Paul Bowerbank to get up and move forward. So he's had a very, very good start, has Paul. And again, so far, no technical issues for him this weekend. Again, touch wood, fingers crossed, don't want to say it, but we know that bike has gremlins. We know time and time again, really solid races coming to an end due to some reliability or electronic issue or whatever. That's to the inside of Simon Franklin, and then missing the chicane. Straight on goes Perry Masterface, and he'll have to drop back into second place, but could lose even more positions in the run to the mountain. No, just got away with it. But yeah, I think just got a bit too brave on the brakes there. Went straight on. It's okay, he can reset, go again.
That was brave stuff from Perry Masterface. I mean, he knew he was in too deep. I think he just released the brake and ran it on through the chicane. He knew that if he kept on the brakes there, it was going to be contact between himself and Simon Franklin. It would have been down on the deck for both of them. Luckily, they can carry on with this one. Masterface not losing too much time in it either. Bowerbank, though, ahead of Dean Turner. Can he latch on to the likes of the number 30 and the 95 at the head of the race? Simon Franklin, he was delighted, and he was quite concerned as well for the likes of Kieran Wood, hoping that it was going to be okay after the last race, after, of course, Wood's crash. Sadly, though, he's not going to be in contention for this one. I think Simon would have preferred Kieran Wood to be out there.
Certainly would have done. Kieran's been having such an amazing weekend up to that point, and we're not sure what caused the crash, whether he maybe hit a bit of the road and caught a bump or something, or maybe too fast into the corner, or just dropped the front, who knows. But it was a big one. It was great to see that he was up on his feet with a bit of a limp, but he was up on his feet. But yeah, bike was in pieces, helmet was ripped open, etc, etc. It was pretty nasty, to say the least. So yeah, it's a shame he's not out there, but you can understand why, given he's probably a bit battered and bruised, and the bike is as well. But we still have a very tantalising race on our hands. There's Jack Cullen. You can see there, the 97, putting a bit of pressure on those in front. He's
Aaron Nunn just ahead.
Yeah, Aaron Nunn, who's got through Cullen, actually, it would seem. Nunn then putting the pressure on, I want to say, Jordan Youth, I think that was, I saw in front of them. So getting a bit interesting, getting a bit tight out there. We've also got 262 Kawasaki Logan potentially out there. We'll see as they come over the hill. Indeed it is. We'll call it that way anyway. So Cullen running okay again, a bit disappointed. A bit disappointing has been his performance this weekend by his standards. Again, he is not having a rotten weekend at all. He's running absolutely fine, but knowing what he is normally capable of, you can't help but feel like there is either more in the tank that he's not able to access, or there's just something that's not quite right.
Yeah, something not quite right with that bike. Maybe he's struggling with the setting, and now side by side all the way through is Logan and Nunn. They think better of those slots in behind. Well, it's an interesting start to this race for sure. I mean, another battle as well looks to be Sam Foster latching onto the back of Jack Cullen. Obviously, this is not going to be for class position, but overall position. But it's going to matter so much for Jack Cullen, because if suddenly he has a bike between himself and the other riders in his class, it's going to make life so difficult. Cullen, though, remains on lap 3, sits as things stand in P8 out on circuit. But Sam Foster, I mean, he's running P9. Don't get me wrong, solid race from him, good result, even if he was finished P8 or P10, still a good ride on the No Limits Old School 1K trophy machinery. However, we've just seen him go head to head with Dean Turner in the UK Armed Forces Inter-Service Championship, proving once again how important qualifying can be here at Cadwell Park.
There are more potential issues with the bike as well following that race, so that could also be coming into effect. But yeah, it's tricky to overtake here. That's the way. And yes, you can get a good start like Dean Turner did, throw yourself right forward, but if you're back in the pack, especially in the opening couple of laps, you're just going to get languished with riders you can't get through, and then you're kind of screwed, quite frankly. Because I mean, P9, unless Turner has a problem, drops massively back or retires, he's not going to catch him, I don't think. He's not got the pace to, because they're pretty evenly matched in terms of one lap pace. So Sam Foster is just going to have to settle for a second place here in race number 3 of the Grand Prix Scott Power Cup and the Old School 1K trophy here at Cadwell Park, which is a shame because you should be up there fighting with Dean Turner. Instead, he's out there having a fight with other people. Mechanical flag for the 63 was that I just saw?
Yeah, 63 it was showing there on the Digi board. I'm sure they'll be keeping an eye on that. Luke Cook, that would have been. Further back down the order, he didn't set a time to actually qualify, so he was all the way at the back of the grid. You also seen a few moments ago Jordan Oof just getting ahead of Paul Bowerbank on the run to turn 1, using the better exit on his R1 to get ahead of Paul Bowerbank, and there is Luke Coop. So 63 well and truly stopped. Now we did see, of course, right at the start of race 2 earlier on this morning, he had to stop, and then the bike had to be put out of harm's way. It seems like those issues still plaguing the Honda.
Yeah, hopefully he can. It's something he can sort quickly and get back out there, but typically it's not the case with a mechanical flag. So something has been spotted that isn't right on the bike, whether it's a repair that isn't up to scratch, but then again, of course, it would have had to go through scrutineering as well. So it's obviously past scrutineering, but the second he started running it, turning wheels in anger, it's shaken something loose, or something's then gone on to unfix itself, shall we say. So a real shame there. Hopefully he can get back out, but that may well be his weekend done, unfortunately. That is Simon Franklin, your race leader, under a lot of pressure from the number 30 of Perry Matterface, who has recovered well after that incident down at the chicane, which saw him going straight on, letting Franklin back through, but losing a whole chunk of time as a result. So lap 5 of 10, not quite halfway through this race, and Matterface is thinking Matterface is going to try and go for it into Charlie's a little bit too far back, but all right, starting to flex the muscle a little bit now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, to be frank with Franklin, it's getting to the point of the race where he needs to get a move on, he needs to up the pace if there is anything left in the tank. We're only at half race distance, but Perry Matterface is ready to enter the race lead. He's looking for an opportunity through, and now he's gathering data every single corner to know exactly where the 95 is a little bit weak, maybe a little bit early on the brakes, or maybe just the R1 flows a little bit nicer than the ZX10. Do continue to carry on though. We head towards Gooseneck now, and then heavy braking zone of Mansfield comes up in a few moments time, and we wait to see how far ahead Jordan Oof is from Paul Bowerbank. The answer to that is pretty far indeed. Paul Bowerbank now under pressure from Dean Turner. Of course, different classes for these two riders, but I think Bowerbank, he would rather having Jordan ahead of him than a bike in a completely different class.
Yeah, Dean Turner putting pressure on Bowerbank isn't going to help him either. He wants to hold on to P4, because if Turner gets through,
it could help Aaron Nunn.
Yeah, that could really help Aaron Nunn, because again, Nunn's got that buffer there. Turner will want to get through, obviously. Bowerbank's probably thinking, yeah, no, you can stay there, thanks mate, can you stop pushing me so hard, that'd be great. There we see the battle a little bit further back. Logan, Cullen, Foster, Hill, Pensleton, those 5 very, very tight together at the moment. Looks like there may have been a slight change of order. I think Foster's got through on Jack Cullen, so Cullen down to P9 overall, still P7.
Yeah, Foster through and all
he's through, yeah, okay, interesting. So again, we know the pace of Sam Foster, we know how good he can be, and just a disappointing qualifying for the number 14 Army rider. So now that he's got a bit of clean air, you'd expect him to take off. He's had to fight his way through this field as we do reach half distance, but he has worked his way through some very, very strong riders very, very quickly, and will probably maybe potentially looking at trying to catch Dean Turner maybe.
Scott's right at the back of this pack as well, just behind Hill as things stand, and we'll lap 6 of 10 at the moment, and there is the group. Dean Turner now ahead, Paul Bowerbank now pushed back by Aaron Nunn too, so Aaron Nunn has found a way through on the 1-2-8, yet another position lost, and that's going to drop Paul Bowerbank Bank down to P6. And most crucially, for the likes of Sam Foster, it now means another bike in between himself and Dean Turner. So that's going to be around 2 bikes between himself and Dean Turner after this lap. We're coming towards lap 7, not too far away. Simon Franklin still in the lead this race, now sitting at half a second is his race lead. Aaron Nunn, though, meanwhile, trying to pile the pressure on Dean Turner, trying to force him into a mistake and trying to just carry his momentum, because Dean Turner is the rider on the move. I mean, if you have this sort of rider on circuit and you can latch onto the back of them, follow their lines and follow their lap times, it looks like it's Jack Cullen that's picked up a spot now on Logan. So Jack Cullen enters P8 for the time being.
It's all a change here at Cadwell Park. Take your pick of a rider. They'll probably be going somewhere either up or down the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. Wow, what a race we are getting. Here goes Foster once again on the back of Baubank. And yeah, if he's quick, could really be chasing down Dean Turner. If he's fast, Dean Turner needs to be a little bit worried, I think. That is, of course, for the lead in the old school 1K trophy category. Third place currently Andy Ashcroft, the 45 rider, down in P14 as it stands. 1, 2, 3 on the road, of course, leading the way in the Bramford Scott Power Cup. Simon Franklin ahead of Perry Matterface, ahead of Jordan Youth. And to the inside there goes Foster. Baubank doesn't really put up a defence, but it's a brilliant move regardless, as he gets it stopped on the brakes nicely again. Baubank, I think, saw it coming and thought, yeah, there's not really any point trying to stop this because he's going to find a way through anyway. Back to your overall leaders, and Matterface is right on the tail of Franklin.
Yeah, this gap has well and truly shrank over the last couple of laps. It was at half a second, the last time around down to 0.3 of a second, and that is looking a heck of a lot closer this time around. Perry Matterface, he's going to be lining up a move in no time on Simon Franklin. However, to not be fooled, this is not all Simon Franklin's got, you would imagine. Once the battle actually ignites, you would imagine Franklin is going to be not going to be taking it lying down. We do have a few back markers that will be approaching in a few moments' time as we take it on to lap 8 of 10 here at Cadwell Park, race 18 on our weekend schedule. We're going all the way to race 24 this evening. It's a exciting prospect indeed. Now Franklin trying to do a few back markers. That's number 19, and he swoops up the inside. Job done, and hands the cards to Perry Matterface. The R1 held up ever so slightly, having to go all the way around, the long way for Perry Matterface. Simon Franklin, that's going to play right into his cards. It was 1.2 seconds at the line. That's definitely increased.
That could be a lifeline there for Simon Franklin, because it looked like Matterface was the rider with the pace to make a case to go for the lead. So maybe the 95s got away with it in that one on lap 8 of 10. Not long now left to go here at Cadwell Park at the Bramford Scott Power Cup and the old school 1K trophy. There you can see Jack Cullen just ahead of Logan and Scott Pendleton as well behind. And they're not far away actually from Paul Baubank, so they could be looking to move up to 7th place come the end of this one. You just saw Foster going through, then there's Baubank, another rider in between them that they're going to have to negotiate, and then there you see the trio of green. They're not all Kawasaki's, unfortunately.
Two of them are.
Two of them are, yeah, and then Jack's on a BMW, but, you know, get some green representation out there, I suppose. And then, of course, your race leader, Simon Franklin, on a yellow Kawasaki, which, again, some people, me, think is an absolute heinous crime and he should be in prison for, but what do I know? I just talk about bikes instead of, you know, locking people up.
Yeah, well, Simon Franklin, the colour of the Kawasaki, definitely not slowing him down here on Sunday. And while he's taking it by only 1 second of a margin, actually, between himself and Perry Matterface. I don't know about you, but I thought that was going to be a lot closer than what it actually is. So 1 second of a margin between Franklin and Perry Matterface. We're not too far away from seeing the checker flag, actually, on this one. Lap 8 ticked by. 9 now we're on. Jack Cullen under a lot of pressure from Logan. This is the fight for P8, and here is your race leader once more.
Great stuff there from them. And wow, this is shaping up to be a grandstand finish here at Cadwell Park for the Club Power Cup and the 1K trophy. 10-second jump start penalty has been applied to the 222 of Ian Tune. That's very late in the day that's been spotted on lap number 9. Tune was running in the mid-pack anyway, so I don't think anyone's going to be losing any sleep apart from Ian on that one, unfortunately. But as we come towards the final lap of the race. Perry Matterface, that's quite a big gap. It's not unassailable, but it's unlikely, I think it's safe to say, because if you look at where just the gap, I don't think, pending a mistake from Franklin, Perry Matterface, he's just not close enough. He doesn't have the time to catch him.
Yeah, I mean, I think a few laps ago when Perry Matterface was practically glued to his exhaust pipe, that would have been the perfect opportunity for him. Now the gap sat at around a second or so for a few laps now. However, there is some more back markers coming into play, so we'll wait and see how this one plays out. It's not over until the checker flag is out, so we'll wait and see actually who comes out on top. That looks to be the 78 that they're catching up to. Franklin looks like he's got through. He'll have the inside line through turn 3 at Charlie's. And nearly between the two of them. Perry Matterface has brought him right into contention here. Around half a second or so, if not less. Can you line up a move over this last half a lap?
Come on then, let's see what you got, Perry Matterface, because suddenly this is getting tasty right at the death. Franklin looking for a second win on Sunday. Matterface looking to take his first victory this weekend, and what a time to do it with the sun beaming down here at Cadwell Park. But he's got to get through that 95 yellow Kawasaki first. Late on the brakes. Oh, defensive line there from Franklin. They've come together. Matterface is on the floor, and now suddenly a curveball. And is there damage maybe to Franklin's bike? He looks okay as he gets back on the power, a little bit over the grass. But they've definitely been contact there. Franklin's going to win the race. Perry Matterface is on the dirt right at the death. Oh my word. Talk about late drama here at Cadwell Park. And I'm not, whether that was just converging lines or someone misbraking, I don't know. But yeah, Simon Franklin is going to win this race, pending maybe an investigation post-race from race control. But yeah, Perry Matterface is down and out.
Yeah, down and out for this one. How do you like it? A dramatic end to the final race of the weekend for the Bram Fitz Club Power Cup. It's going to be Simon Franklin who takes the race win after a last lap clash. Jordan Murph should be taking P2 in the finish up, and it's going to be Dean Turner on the overall podium here. We wait to see who claims P4. Sam Foster it is, and the final spot on the Bram Fitz podium is going to go the way of Aaron Nunn. I mean, dramatic to say the very least, Ross.
Wow, you just cannot believe what you've just seen, can you? And your heart goes out to Perry Matterface, who will be feeling frustrated, who will be feeling devastated following that collision when he had the pace to win that race, even if the racing gods decided it was not his time. But it is Simon Franklin that stays on two wheels, and it is the 30 that does not. Perry Matterface down and out on the final lap, fighting for the race lead. Heartbreaking, I am sure, as the rest of the riders make their way home to the checkered flag for the final time this weekend in the Bram Fitz Club Power Cup and the old school 1K trophy here at Cadwell Park. It's Simon Franklin who takes victory from Jordan Youth. P3 in class, Aaron Nunn. P3 and 4 overall. Another overall podium for the old school 1K trophy winner Dean Turner, and his sparring partner for the Army, Sam Foster in P2. Well, we spoke about Aaron Nunn. P6 overall. Jack Cullen much better than race 1 and 2 earlier on yesterday. Paul Baumann 7th after dropping back, just struggling for pace in this race. Then James Logan, Scott Pendleton and Dale Hill rounding out the top 10. A little bit further down the order, we find Luke Sprout, Paul Spencer, Andy Ashcroft is third in the old school 1K trophy, P13 overall. Then it's Philip Whitby, Anthony Snowball, James Leslie, P4/P16, getting into a class or overall classification. Craig Everson is 17th. He's followed by Martin McClatchy, Ryan Marriott, and Matthew Whitney, who again did not set lap times in qualifying, only entered race number 2 this morning and had to work his way through the field. So fair play to Mr. Whitney. Dean Bednar at 21st. Followed by Ian Tune, Ed Alexander, Simon Anderson, Neil Stevenson, Piotr Gavaluch, Lee Barnes, Perry Matterface. A late retirement will probably be classified a lap down. Who actually did finish a lap down with Stephen Kilby and Leonard Brookman. And then I believe we may have lost Michael Gernhill and Luke Coop, of course, got a mechanical flag a little bit earlier on. I'm going to go on a whim and say that he did not rejoin the race after making his way down into the pits following the showing of the ever-called meatball flag, the black with the orange.
So, as we get ready for our next race, which will be in a little while, but we will go down to Lewis Ray first to speak to some of the riders. I think the recovery van's heading out on circuit to go and get Perry Mataface's bike, so we may be a while anyway. Lewis Ray, what do you got?
Cheers, Ross. Down here in Park Fairmont. I'll tell you what, we're going to have to do a slightly different order because Simon Franklin is all the way down there. So we're going to start with Jordan up here at the front first, and we'll make our way down quickly. And Jordan, sorry to interrupt a dramatic race at the front of things anyway, but still picking up the pieces. P2 for yourself and some great pace.
Yeah, the lads, to be honest, I got a bit of a shocking start, and Simon and Perry were gone, and I just thought best I can do is salvage a third, and then unfortunately Perry's come off down there, hasn't he? But he looks alright. So yeah, I'm happy with it.
Yeah, that's the main thing, it's racing sometimes, and well, best of luck for the next round.
Thank you very much.
And now we'll quickly grab Aaron Nunn as well. Obviously P3 in class for yourself. How was it, just quickly? You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, better than it's been all day. I've been struggling with clutch issues all day, or yesterday, and it finally worked this time, so it seems to have paid off.
Solid job in the BM, well done.
Yeah, thank you, cheers.
Right, now we'll run over to Dean Turner now, then we do have to fly it down, I think, to Simon Franklin. Dean, I mean, still yet another class win. It seems like you and Sam Foster are trading blows throughout this entire weekend.
Oh, yeah, I think between this and the military championship, I mean, me and Sam are going to take chunks out of each other for the rest of the year. He's pushing me to my absolute limit, but I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, we're enjoying watching it as well. I mean, it's super interesting for us to watch, and you're running well in this Honda yet again.
Yeah, so, I mean, as long as she holds together. I mean, me and Sam are on pretty identical bikes, so it's a really good battle of just who can get their teeth into it a little bit more, really.
Well done.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Now, this next class isn't quite out the hole there, so we'll go with Sam Foster. I would feel bad, Sam, missing you out. Sam, you've got to be happy with that result. As you said, pushing Dean right to his limit.
Yeah, I mean, I started 12th in that race, and these new bikes are just so hard to pass. So I had to make a few moves that obviously were a bit sketchy, but maybe we should start doing 20-lap races, because I think another 10 and I'll probably rear them in, but yeah, it's Cadwell. Yeah, this is what it is.
Yeah, we'll suggest that for the rest of the year. 20-lap races, anyway, well done.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Now, let's go a little wander, shall we? Because Simon Franklin, our race winner, is quite a bit down. We can find out exactly what happened in that race. Of course, the 95, just having a little conversation. Simon, that was a dramatic race, I think it's fair to say. Race win for yourself in the finish up, but maybe not the way you would want it to win it.
No, I hit neutral on the last lap there, coming down to Mansfield. I hit neutral. Managed to stop it before the curb, but I don't know what happened with Perry, but he obviously lost the front, I think, and came along the side of us. But yeah, I didn't turn in, I went straight on, but yeah.
Yeah, we just missed the incident. It was slightly blocked, so there was no contact between the two of you guys, just two separate incidents at the same time.
Yeah, well, like I say, unfortunately, I think I maybe struck his eye by going straight on, one of them things, but yeah, unfortunate, but...
Yeah, it's a part of racing. 25 points in the bag, though, for yourself and ahead of Jack Cullen, so well done.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I can't believe the weekend I've had, to be honest. It's not normally one of my best ones, but yeah.
Are we going to see you up at Knockhill?
Yes, yeah, I'll be going, but...
Yeah, we look forward to it. I don't think we're going to have the weather this nice. Well done yet again.
If I'm tired here, then Knockhill I'll be even worse, won't I?
Well done, Simon. Well, Ross, that's all we have time for. The next race, almost ready to head out on circuit, so back up to you in the commentary box.
Cheers, Big L Dog, for some great interviews down there in Park Fairmont. Great to hear from the riders, of course, and great to hear as well that we are going to be seeing a fair few of them up at Knockhill, it would seem, which is always what we like to hear, because I think it's quite sad that a lot of people are willing to make the trek, make the journey over to up to Scotland. It's not exactly like the journey to Mordor to destroy the Run Ring. It's not going to take you years and years. It's going to just take you a day, not even a day. Sort it out, guys, come on. I believe we do have bikes on track on the way to the grid for our next race, and indeed we do. Up next we have the Club Sport Cup, the Street Bike Cup with Metzler, and the Fortis F900Rs to look forward to. Now this one should be very, very interesting indeed. Alex Mullaney has dominated proceedings so far this weekend, and Tom Major 2 second places so far as well. Carl Beresford and Callum Hurst have been trading positions. The likes of Benjamin Berry, Fraser Lizachenko, they've also been up there, but it's very much been a Club Sport Cup dominated weekend. Guy Wood has been leading the way in the Street Bike Cup in the F900Rs. We've been seeing the likes of Danny Cartwright up there in race number 1, or 2 should I say, race number 1. Also Danny Cartwright, so he's just won both, I guess. But it's been some interesting racing. Alex Mullaney has basically been treating this like, not a joke, but he's just absolutely annihilating everybody at the moment. It's the first time we've seen Alex in a while. Of course, a very experienced supermoto rider. He's come to No Limits. He did amazing at the start of the year, disappeared off the face of the earth, come back and has reminded everyone that he's actually quite good.
Yeah, quite good, I think, is an understatement. He's very good at avoiding being interviewed so far this weekend. And, well, that's thanks to him racing in 2 classes this weekend, quite close together. So, yeah, not really having the time in between races, certainly after this one. And that is the class that he's dominated in pretty much the entire... every time I think he shows up at. Anyway, I should say. But now finally out on our green flag lap. And then now we can begin to look towards this next race of the day, No Limit Club Sport Cup class. Of course, this is their final time on circuit with Alex Mullaney on pole position ahead of Thomas Major and Callum Hurst. Carl Beresford, Benjamin Berry and Jamie Bayless go from row 2 with Finn Page, Fraser Lomachenko and Guy Wood rounded out the top 9. Thomas Rue goes from 10th, just a few weeks after getting engaged over Anglesey. Jordan Warren good as well, starts from P11 with Matthew Maynard MP12. Paul Pridmore goes from 13th with Roger Lovelace and Harry Morris rounding out the top 15. Carl Freeth, Danny Cartwright and Evan Brailsford rounded out the top 18 with Samuel Biles and Chris Taylor taking out the top 10. Carl Bayless goes from P21 with Ryan Arnold, Michael Partridge and Liam Sutherland on row 8. Row 9 has Peter Dugan, Jamie Locke and Joe Culler, with John Hunt taking up the final lap time set spot, as the likes of Chris Rowlands, no lap time set for him in total actually. It's 4 riders all the way back to Aidan Goodins in P32 with no time set. But hopefully, Ross, at least 1 or 2 of those 4 riders that didn't manage to quite set a time last race can actually get back on circuit and get back in contention yet again. Because, I mean, we need to find someone out there to be able to compete with the likes of Alex Mullaney out on circuit.
Somebody please stop him. Please, I'm begging you. No, I'm only joking. But it's starting to get that way. It seems when he turns up, he's one of those riders that is kind of a bit like, oh, well, he's going to win, isn't he? Like, you just know he's going to kind of just disappear up the front, and that's going to be it. You just know that there is no stopping him, apart from if he has a crash or a mechanical failure. But that's not happened yet, so fingers crossed it doesn't as well. Of course, I never wish that upon anybody coming into a race weekend, because I try to be quite nice. So let's see if anybody does have the pace to stop Alex Mullaney. If it's going to be anyone, it's going to be Thomas Major, who has had 2 second places to Mullaney's 2 wins, but both times he's finished over 10
and his starts has got better.
Yeah, his starts have got very good, to be fair, but again, both races he's ended up finishing over 10 seconds back on Alex Mullaney. So he himself is having a fantastic weekend, some great rides, but it's just that Mullaney is in a different league entirely, it would seem. But again, the likes of Carl Beresford, Callum Hurst also having fun. Strong weekends. If they stop running into each other and tripping over each other, maybe they could get up there as well. Callum Hurst especially, a rider that has a lot of pace but seemingly just gets sucked into battles he doesn't need to get involved with. I'm not really sure how he does it, to be honest. It's seemingly every single round. For the final time then, at Cadwell Park we go in the Club Sport Cup, in the Street Bike Cup, in the F900Rs. Great start by Thomas Major. He's going to get to the lead. Mullaney's going to try and hold it around the outside of Coppice on lap 1 of 8. And look at that, Mullaney to the inside there. Gets it back, even though it was Major with the whole shot, with the launch away from the line. A shortened race, this one. All races across the remainder of the day have been shortened to 8 laps outside of our Pirelli Super Series races due to rider fatigue. They all took a vote on it apparently. That they see Mullaney defensive against Major. Major knows this is his best opportunity. It's now. If he can't contain Mullaney for a little bit, that gap's just going to grow and he's never going to be able to catch him.
Yeah, you need to let Alex Mullaney, well, you need to attack him straight away. You cannot let him get into a rhythm, and that's exactly what 774 is trying to do. I mean, look at that bike, all singing, all dancing, front wheel up in the air, then planted it back down in time for the braking zone over at Mansfield. A tiny bit wide actually on the exit there, using all the curb and nearly then some. But Thomas Major slotting in behind for the time being. Callum Hurst, the P3, a little moment on the rear, looks like in the background there for Callum Hurst. Is that going to invite an opportunity for the likes of Carl Bayless? We'll have to wait and see. Carl Bayless far too far back for the time being. But Callum Hurst and Carl Bayless, as we mentioned, they're definitely going to be in yet another ding-dong as this race continues on. Let's not forget, 3 classes in store in this one. The F900s also equally having as good of a showing. Not to mention as well, Guy Woody's has an incredible weekend in the street bike category. Dominating proceedings to say the very least. But Callum Hurst has got a nice comfortable gap over Carl Beresford here. And actually, Callum Hurst, the number 14, could soon be looking to attack Thomas Major in P2.
So then, 1.2 seconds is the official gap. Can Major bring that down, or is it done and dusted? Shall we all just go home now? Because Alex Mullaney, who has got free track in front of him, and Hurst actually is putting pressure onto Major a little bit. It's not right there with him, just under a second away at the line, but maybe that's occupying the back of the 19 riders' mind. In terms of the different classes that we have in the Street Bike Cup, it is Guy Wood that still leads the way. And he's completely swept this weekend, has he? The 73 of Drew in P9 is second. And then at Paul Pridmore, the 43 in P12, he is third in that category. Danny Cartwright is set to sweep the Fortis F900Rs in P15. P1 overall, Carl Bayliss second, P17 overall. And Ryan Arnold, the number 18, is P20 overall. He rounds out the podium at places. So there we see Page. He's getting chased down by Bayliss, who's actually got through Wood on the previous tour, but that is not for position or for class position anyway, just for overall placements. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but still, tight racing, action everywhere you look here at No Limits Racing, as it always is. And Cadwell Park, what a place to be doing it as well. Just one of the best racetracks in the world, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's one of these racetracks, no matter what level you race at, you want to have a go at. I mean, I remember a few years ago, I think it was 2021, Toprak Razgatioglu coming here during the British Superbike ride just for a play about during one of the lunch breaks, and this was always a goal of even his, and he's a world champion, and well, there's a good reason why, the mountain being a big reason for that, but nonetheless, everyone wants to have a go, everyone wants to do well at Cadwell Park as well. If this is a bogey track for you, it can be a real difficult bogey track. It's so unique. If you're not comfortable here, you could well find yourself outside the points very, very quickly. Finn Page and Jamie Bayliss on screen at the moment. This is the battle for P6 out on circuit, and Guy Wood slotted in behind the pair.
And then Jordan Warren good just behind them as well. Good to have Jordan back with us, the Army rider, missing out Brands Hatch about a month ago, but he's here at Cadwell Park to make up for it. He's been putting in some really solid performances all weekend long as well. So let's see what this change for P6 has in store for us, or if it is a change in the first place. Bayliss looking quick, but Finn Page always very well at just not feeling in a lot of pressure from behind. He just runs his own lines, kind of sticks the bike where he needs it. It always ends up going pretty well. There is Beresford being not hounded, but Benjamin Berry's there. It's probably reminding him is there. Beresford struggled in race number 2. Race 1 yesterday was absolutely fine. It was Carl Beresford podium at the end of it. We know what he could do on that time. But race 2 just wasn't quite the same. Ended up coming home in P4, to be fair. Not bad, but he was 6.5 seconds away from Callum Hurst in P3.
Oh, red flag.
Oh, red flag. Okay. We've had an incident somewhere then by the sounds of things, but on lap 3 of 8, we have had another red flag then here at Cadwell Park. So the riders will bring everything to a stop. And this, not quite half distance, will get restarted, you'd imagine, as there is Alex Mullaney, who's come to a stop down by the start finish. It won't be a full race restart, it will be a restart.
It'll definitely be restarted, yeah.
But again, it's just what order they restart it in. How many laps do we go for if we do restart it? I estimate probably 4 or 5, but who knows? Could be 6, could be 7. It's anybody's guess as to what's going to happen across the remainder of this one. But we'll have to wait to see what race control has in store for us, as there is a red flag, and that will be
there's a rider there.
Yeah, at least they're up on their feet. That's the main thing.
Yeah, is that Thomas Major? That looks like it is going to be the number 19 R6.
Wow.
So Thomas Major there running in P2, and Alex Mullaney's pace proved to be a little bit too much, it seems. That's definitely an orange R6.
Yeah.
So yeah, Thomas Major, what a shame.
Real shame then. So Thomas Major, his weekend ends in the barrier. Main thing though is that he's up on his feet, which is great to see, which also hopefully means we won't be under red flag for too long. Yeah, he's just rizzed it straight in the wall there by the looks of things. So we'll wait to see how it's going to unfold with that one. But yeah, so shame to see that for Thomas Major. And but it looks like we are ready to get going, and they've already got back into their grid slots. We'll just
we're just going to wait to see what race control has in store for us.
Yeah, exactly. Race control will give us an updated lap time schedule, you would imagine. But yeah, a big shame, a major disappointment for Thomas Major. And well, now we can continue on. It's actually a pretty big disappointment for us as well, because Thomas Major, he was Alex Mullany's closest contender out on circuit, and now it's going to be the likes of Callum Hurst and Carl Beresford, which still, they have the pace, it's good, but it's not going to be quite Alex Mullany, judging by this first couple of laps in this race. A 1:36.206. That's about 3 seconds or so, just under 3 seconds slower than our race leader. So big shame for Thomas Major. Hopefully he can get back out next round and we can see him return to action. Obviously he's used to doing the endurance racing, which you don't want to be throwing it down the road there, and to his credit, he doesn't. But in the sprints, he's pushed it a little bit too hard, and down he goes. So Alex Mullany, you would have to say this is a little bit of pressure taken off his back, and another gift and another chance as well to continue his race starts and continue his opening lap charge, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, we did see on the last one, Thomas Major did get through him on the run into turn one. It was Mullany that did end up getting the whole shot anyway, as he just kind of swept back around the outside. But
and we've seen that quite a few times, to be fair, for Alex Mullany. He's not afraid to stick a bike on the outside and keep it pinned.
And again, for a rider who was at the start of this season a novice as well, still had the orange bib and all of that, like it's pretty impressive going, it's got to be said. Again, we know he has lots of supermoto experience, yes.
And he's not afraid to have a bike moving about underneath him or jumping up in the air.
Yeah, so you can't, there was a suspicion that if he was here, he'd be quite good. And he is here. And turns out he is quite good around this place. But yes, looks like Tom Major has managed to get all the bits and pieces back together. A little bit of a hand there from somebody from the championship, a bit too far away for me to make out who that is, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's Giles there.
Is it Giles?
Yeah,
probably is.
Yeah, giving a lot of thumbs up as the bike goes back into the recovery van. It's like a different recovery van for us over the last couple of rounds. But luckily up on his feet, and it looks like maybe some new fairings are needed for that bike, but definitely not a new Thomas Major. So let's wait and see what a restart's going to look like here and how many warm-up laps we're going to get, because I think this is going to be a very, very short sprint race at the end of things, because we were on lap 3 of 8. Let's keep in mind the race was already reduced, as are the rest of the races, bar the Pirelli series of races. So with races being reduced in laps as it is, we could well and truly be looking at a 4-5 lap race here.
Yeah, we could be. Again, still waiting for it to come through, or a board to be shown or something along those lines. Again, the recovery van is still out on the circuit, so we're probably still a minute or two away. But I'm going to assume that race control have already made the call and the decision. They know what they'll be doing. It's just playing the waiting game, letting us know what the plan is. But one thing that's going to be certain is that Thomas Major is not going to be joining us in this one, so there'll be an empty grid slot for P2 after he crashes out here in the final race of the weekend for the Street Bike Cup, for the Club Sport Cup, and in the Fortis F900R Cup categories as well. And a real shame there for Tom Major, but I'm sure can get that thing fixed up. Looks like it was mainly fairing damage. You can just get a new one of those, and again you can get the army boys all in on the spanners to give you an hand, chip them a couple of quid or something, and I'm sure they'll be very happy to help out. The army guys always helping each other out on the spanners, on the team. They're a right helpful bunch of lads.
5 laps.
5 laps, that is the official call. Lewis is not psychic, he just read that off of
the timing screen.
Yeah, the timing screen, I know. It's what it's there for, isn't it? Yes, 5 laps. I don't think it's a full race restart. I think it is the order we were in come the point of the red flag, potentially, maybe. We'll have to wait and see on well, when they get on the sighting lap, we can just eyeball it and see. Because I'm going to assume that it wouldn't be a full race restart. But I don't know.
We'll find out, Ross. We'll find out. We'll head over onto the warm-up lap in a few minutes' time. We'll find out if we have 1 or 2 as well. We haven't quite got that message from TSL, how many warm-up laps we're going to have. But, Alex Mullany, whatever the case, one thing we do know is he's going from pole position. Cal Hurst as well will be joining them on that front row too. Jamie Bayless just trying to get off the line as soon as possible. Guy Wood, he's a nice little stretch actually off the bike. He's been standing on the grid for the past couple of minutes. don't expect him to do well after maybe feeling a little bit fatigued, a little bit tight on the bike. But 5 laps of drama here. You would expect it's going to be pretty chaotic at this race start here, Ross, because you cannot afford to get swallowed up by the pack.
No, you very much cannot. But it's easy to do so as well. It's not a short run to turn 1, but it's not a long run either. It's kind of a medium run to turn 1. So there is time for you, if you get a poor getaway, to just get absolutely demolished on the way in. And that's not ideal. And then again, if you do get demolished, you normally have to do what Alex Mullaney's been doing. Which, if
we were just speaking about Guy Wood, and now Guy Wood, he's managed.
Joking.
Yeah, he's done. That's a race done for himself. And actually, it's quite a convenient spot. He did a bit of uphill off-road in there, and now he's just going to push the bike through the gate. I'll tell you what, that's something pretty new. I've never really seen that before. Thumbs up as well, a little wave. Yeah, for Guy Wood, I'm sure he's disappointed over that one. He's speaking that race 2 didn't necessarily go to plan. He prefers race 1's outcome in terms of his lap times. But here in race 3, he's not even going to get set any lap times in this restart.
Yeah, well, he could just...
someone could hopefully give him a hand with the gate.
Yeah, you'd think so. Or, I mean, I guess kudos to him for... Oh, is he going to try and ride it? He's just riding it home. He's just had enough.
Done for the day. Riding off into the sunset. Yep. Put some Baywatch music
thumbs
in the
up
background.
For the Marshals, I guess. I will say it's very, very bumpy, that hill that he's pulled off on. Yeah. So I hope he doesn't stack it. He's going over to speak to one of the Marshals. He's probably been like, "What are you doing, mate?" And he's just going, "Go right back. There's a problem with the bike. I don't want to do it anymore. Let's go." Well, there you go. You don't see that every day, do you? Guy Wood is down and out, but he's going to go back to the paddock on his own force and just ride around the access roads here at Cadwell Park. As the rest of the riders are still out on the track.
And not off-roading.
Yeah, and not off-roading. Are now making their way down to the grid. So we are not far away before we get going. And it really isn't too long now. You can see everyone else pulling in. So no Guy Wood. No Tom Major either. It's like Space Oddity backwards. And then, so a very empty slot 2. And then we'll see how it's going to unfold. But 5 laps this one. It was supposed to be 8. It was supposed to be 10 originally. It all got shortened due to a rider vote, as we were told by race control. Let's get this one going properly again, shall we? We are go. Good launch there from Mullaney. Hurst also away. Beresford, good launch, but they're going to get swamped by the 30 on the run down into turn number 1. Who's going to get the whole shot on the way in? Someone very brave on the outside. It was. That looks like, to me, was that Carl Beresford that got through? No, it wasn't. I couldn't quite make out who got the whole shot then. But in this short shot...
it's Callum Hurst.
No, it is Callum Hurst. Yeah, great start then from the number 14. That's got a long way around on someone as well. So the short and sharp 5-lap burst here at Cadwell Park. And it's Callum Hurst who leads the way. But how much longer? Because Mullaney and Beresford are right there with him. Beresford P2, Mullaney the pole sitter, P3, who'll be probably quite annoyed with himself given that he was leading quite comfortably when the red flag was flown.
Pretty shocking start, I think it's fair to say. 4 outs. Mullaney did very well at turn 1 yet again around the outside. He was sitting about P5 on entry. He was very brave though, and that was very wise from Callum Hurst. It's not going to invite an opportunity just yet from Carl Beresford. And now, well, the race has been flipped on its absolute head here at Cadwell Park. It's a reduced race distance, 5 laps of drama, and Callum Hurst leads from Carl Beresford. And Alex Mullaney lurking in 3rd, and I say lurking because, well, that 774, he's not going to wait long. A little bit wide there on the entry to the mountain for Carl Beresford. Is that going to invite an opportunity for the R6 rider? Not quite. The pole sitter lurks and waits for a better opportunity, a safer opportunity as well, more importantly. I mean, he's a smart rider, as Alex Mullaney. He's not going to do anything stupid. He's already through.
Yeah, great stuff there from Alex Mullaney. Through he goes then. But Hurst has opened up a bit of a gap. And there's not long left in this race already. We're already 1/5 of the way through, which I know that's a lot. That's a lot to take in. But only 5 laps here in this restarted contest. So Mullaney needs to get a shift on now. We know he's the quickest rider on this grid, but 1.2 seconds at the line. Is that gap a little bit too big? Is Callum Hurst going to find something new now that he's in the lead? And that desperation, the will to win, will that spur him forwards? We'll wait and see. But right now it is that 14 that leads the way from Mullaney, from Beresford. It's now Thomas Drew that leads the way in the Street Bike Cup ahead of Paul Pridmore and P2, Roger Lovelace P3, then 9th, 10th and 13th respectively. In the 40s to F900 R Cup, Stanley Cartwright P12 who leads the way and Carl Bayer this P17, then Ryan Arnold, P18 for the 18 rider. That's the top 3 there.
Great stuff so far in terms of the F500s and the street bikes, but back at the front of this race, Callum Hurst leading the way. It was 1.2 seconds at the line last time around. I can tell you it's definitely not that now. Alex Maloney's been bound towards a move here. You would expect Callum Hurst, as you mentioned, now that he's in the race lead, he knows this is his time to shine. If there's any hope of him winning a race this weekend, it is now, not only because it's the final race of the day, well, that's quite an obvious part, but this is the furthest back Alex Maloney has been pretty much the entire weekend. The Kawasaki, it's not took a P1 so far at Cadwell Park. That's Maloney. He's looking this way, he's looking that way, he's clawing his way all over the back wheel. Looks like a small moment there in the entrance to barn. Is that going to invite opportunity at turn 1? Alex Maloney in the slipstream. He will pull alongside into the braking zone. They do go. Who dares brakes latest? And it is Maloney who leads.
Took him a few laps then, didn't it? But on 3 out of 5, as we do approach half distance, which is halfway around this lap, Maloney does go through, but Callum Hurst, can he follow on that 14 machine? We'll wait to see what the Kawasaki rider has in store for him, but through has gone Maloney on the R6. And again, he has been the class of the field so far this weekend, and you'd expect him to not check out necessarily, but certainly just to draw a big enough gap. There's not enough time, I think, for him to check out in this race, especially when considering in race 1 and race 2, he won both of them by over 10 seconds. I don't think we'll quite be doing that this time, unless everyone behind him has an incident that somehow doesn't get red flag in the race called. So we'll see what Maloney can do, but visually already the gap is growing. I don't think that Callum Hurst, even following, even chasing, trying desperately to keep up, just has enough in his locker to keep onto the back of Alex Maloney.
Yeah, he's just trying to hold on to the back, trying to claw his way in P2, but Alex Maloney, you would imagine, is going to be absolutely flying at the front of this. Carl Beresford, he's been put under pressure now from Benjamin Berry, out of all people, and that was a great ride from Berry over at Brands Hatch, and that is going to be stoppage further back down the order. Massive disappointment, a very confused rider to say the least. That's just on the exit of Mansfield. A big hill up there too. You're not exactly going to get that bike move anytime soon. Good luck and get that bike back to the paddock without a recovery van. But the battle does continue on at the front. I would say that was Samuel Biles that's pulled in on that one, as Carl Beresford continues to be put under pressure from Benjamin Berry.
Here we go then. Let's see what they can do as they come to Coppice and then right through the opening couple of corners. Berry looking comfortable at the moment and looking to get his way onto the podium. Tighter line on the exit for the 848. That is going to benefit him up the straight now that he's got the toe as well. He'll be too far back for a look down into the top of the hill, but as it currently stands, is closing on that 74. Carl Beresford is at real risk of dropping out of the podium places once again on that 74 Triumph machine. There's Maloney. He's now got a 1.5 second lead, according to the timing screen, over Callum Hurst. I think visually it's already much more than that. So Maloney looking to sweep the weekend here and sweep it in some style. Again, it's not going to be like race 1, race 2, where he took it by over 10 seconds, thanks to the red flag caused by Bowie David himself in Tom Major, but he's still putting in a solid enough performance and going out in some style.
He's doing an incredible performance as Alex Maloney over the mountain, I can tell you that much. That bike was well and truly up in the air. Clearly he's having some fun with it. Now the gap's up to 1.4 seconds. Benjamin Berry, on the other hand, the move is coming here between himself and Carl Beresford. Is it going to be over the hairpin? It was up the inside. Oh, he's going to run it wide onto the grass. He somehow keeps it on 2 wheels. Benjamin Berry goes in far too hot and now has to rejoin with a big gap in P4.
Oh, Benjamin, you flew too close to the sun, mate. Oh, you got to feel for him. Did well to keep it up, to be fair. Like, that's quite difficult to do that when you're approaching it at a rate of knots. You're right on the anchors, all the weight of the bike's going forward because you're slowing down, and then suddenly you're transitioning from tarmac to slippery grass. The fact that he's stayed up and has rejoined the race, he can push onwards even if he's not going to be getting onto the podium. That takes commending, but unfortunately for Benjamin Berry, unless somebody in front of him has an incident late in the day, I think the podium dream in race number 3 might have slipped away from him. But you never know. Something could happen in the next half lap.
One thing that is certain, though, I think, is that Alex Mullaney is going to be sweeping the weekend. The 774 rider, once again, dominant style, dominant fashion, and looking to make it 3 out of 3 here at Cadwell Park.
I'm not going to say he was celebrating early, but I'm pretty sure I just seen a P1 signal as he came and made his way through Mansfield. So, impressive stuff for Alex Mullaney. He's in full celebration mode already, over the mountain become, and well, front wheel on a wheelie all the way towards Hull Beds. I mean, he's celebrating early here.
I mean, fair enough. If you're that confident, if you're about to sweep the weekend, you would, wouldn't you? I know I would. It'd be funny. You could show your mates and stuff like that. But what a performance once again from Alex Mullaney. The 774 has been untouchable this weekend, and he is going to bring it home in some style. 3 out of 3, clean sweep. Alex Mullaney wins in the Street Bike Cup, in the Club Sport Cup, in the Fortis F900Rs here at No Limits Racing at Cadwell Park. And it's been, well, what a weekend for him. After a few rounds away, he's come back and shown everyone what we've been missing out on. Callum Hurst brings it home second. Carl Beresford, after that mistake from Benjamin Berry, is P3. But wow, the man of the moment is that 774. It is Alex Mullaney.
Chapeau for Alex Mullaney. I mean, incredible stuff for him. Nearly 5 seconds of a margin. You would say it would be over 5 if it wasn't for some of the celebrations on that final lap. But hey, extra style points falling very early. Sadly, championships do not work like that, but he still take a clean sweep this weekend. 75 points to his name. Callum Hurst P2. We're still waiting for the likes of Partridge, Hunt and Dugan to cross the line. The final riders inside the top 20 are just about to take the checkered flag now. But a great ride that was. It was Thomas Drew who took victory in the Street Bike Cup. Forward back down the order as well, Danny Cartwright takes the BMW win as well. P15 overall for himself. Great stuff though for Alex Mullaney. Style points, a P1 trophy yet again, 3 from 3 here at Cadwell Park, and most importantly, a 5-second winning margin over Callum Hurst. Carl Beresford rounds out the podium after Benjamin Berry tried his best, ran through the grass and came home in P4. Jamie Bales rounds out the top 5. Jordan Warren Good and Tim Page taking P6 and P7. Matthew Maynard was 8th, while Thomas Drew took victory in the Street Bike Cup ahead of Paul Primmore, who rounds out the top 10. Harry Morris took P11, while Roger Lovelace takes the podium in category. Evan Brailsford, Carl Freeth is next up as Danny Cartwright took victory in the F900s ahead of Carl Bayliss and Ryan Arnold in class. Michael Partridge, John Hunt and Peter Dugan rounds out the top 20. Now we continue on further down the order. We did see quite amusing things of Guy Wood right at the start of the race on the warm-up lap. He's probably still riding his bike to the paddock as we speak. But what a race that was for Alex Mullaney. It was P1 at the end of the day. It was 3 P1s from this weekend, and well, I'm pretty sure he'll have one more race to go in a different category, so hopefully we can actually hear from him. If not, he is going to have to run off back to the home area. Whatever the case, we'll also be down there in Park Fermi with our stars of the show. Race 19 of the weekend is done and dusted. It's in the books, and Alex Mullaney is the rider in the spotlight once more. Hopefully we see him back later on this year because, well, he knows how to put on a show. And now, Ross McIntyre is down with the riders.
Thank you very much, Lewis Ray. Of course, a couple of our race winners, well, one of them anyway, in the form of Alex Mullaney. He's had to go straight back to the paddock for another race a little bit later on, so he's not down here in Park Fermi. They've let him go a bit early, so we may as well speak to some of our other winners. We'll start off with the 73 of Thomas Drew, who's just a little waltz around here down the back. But let's get a few words out of our class winner in Tom Drew. Tom, another really solid performance from yourself. Once again on top in class. You must be pretty happy with the weekend overall.
To be honest, it's not one of my favourite places, so I'm surprised with this myself. But nah, just got a guy out to drop out after the restart. Would have been nice to have a play.
So you've won a race in class and then you don't like it because you don't like the track?
There's always there needs to be someone to chase. I'd have liked to have a battle with Guy personally, but you know.
Oh, sorry to hear you feel that way, but still, you.
Not a bad weekend for a place I don't like, though. So you know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like at the end of the day, you can't be that upset with how the weekend's gone in general.
Nah, good weekend. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Looking forward then. Knockhill up next. You're going to be joining us up in Scotland?
Yeah, street bike and endurance at Knockhill. So the KTMs will be back a lot of people are surprised that they haven't blown up yet. But, you know, we carry on.
Awesome stuff. Well, Tom, congratulations. A great ride out there, even if you maybe weren't enjoying it on the bike as much as we were up in the commentary box.
That's probably the most fun I've had all weekend, to be honest. Up till then, not so much.
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Once again, Alex Mullaney has gone on a ride, and I'm not quite sure if I can see our other race winner, so I think we may hold it there. We got time. We're having a little delay, so we may as well jump in and speak to some other riders. Why not? Let's jump in with Jamie Bayliss, given that he's right in, see if we can get a few words out of him, and I'll just awkwardly interrupt the conversation to get your thoughts and feelings on the race. How was that one for you?
I was lucky the first one got red flagged, to be fair, because I got swamped on the start. So, it did me a favour, but I had a bit of Finn got past me. It took me 2 or 3 laps to get past him. So I was trying to catch Ben and Carl, but they'd just got too far away, and I seen Ben went straight on at all Ben. So I thought I could get him, but no, they had too much for me today. But I was happy with how the weekend's gone.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some great rides from you in all 3 races, it must be said, and lots of positives to take, I'm sure. So looking forward to Knockhill, you can carry that forward.
I was just saying to Carl, if people out of the championship hadn't come into this one, I would have had 3/3 behind Carl and Callum, but yeah, it's I've gone faster here than I've ever gone, so I'm happy with that. Keep getting better, that's all you can do.
Awesome stuff. So go again at Knockhill then?
Yeah, we'll try again. Long drive up there, so you best be making an effort after 5 hours of driving, don't you?
Yeah, you may as well. Thanks a lot, mate. Well done today. And we'll run round. Go on then, Carl. We may as well speak to you as well, mate, seeing as you're right there, and we've got time apparently. How was that for you?
It was good, yeah. Not been feeling it today. Yesterday, I got an extra second. I don't know, I just couldn't get into it today, but stuck on the back of Callum where I could. Ben had a little go at me into the hairpin that time, which was optimistic, I think, to say the least. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I sort of knew it was coming because he'd had a go the lap before, so I left him a bit of space thinking he ain't making that. But yeah, and that was just points preservation for me because I knew Callum had got pace here, and to stick behind him, lose as few points as possible and enjoy it, really.
Yeah, I mean, we did notice that there was definitely, not to be crude, but a little drop in your performance levels today compared to yesterday. But even with that, even if you may be a bit disappointed, you still got some very solid results, some very solid points out of it.
Yeah, and like I say, I didn't sleep well last night. I woke up here feeling a bit groggy. I knew I was going to struggle. It's physical, it's mentally physical and physical round here as well. So I just did what I could with what I got. That's all I can do, innit?
Still, it weren't too bad at the end of it all. No. Thanks a lot, Carl, mate.
Scored points, that's all that matters.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Well, great speaking to some of the riders there, given that our race leaders all disappeared. We have now got bikes heading out onto the circuit for the next race. So Lewis Ray will head back up to you and get ready as we get into the dying phases of round 6 of the 2026 No Limits racing season here at Cadwell Park.
Bikes out on track, who would have thought? Now, we're getting ready for race 20 on our schedule. Thanks, Ross, for all the interviews down there in Park Fair. We always love it to hear from our class podium finishers there. But, we come thick, fast and furious here at No Limits Race. And the Soaring Cover Stock Twins, the track, the Addict Super Twins, and the Next Gen Sport Bikes are next up. We've seen some incredible action so far this weekend, I think it's fair to say. This has, of course, been the 3rd and final race where Lewis Smart should be starting pole position. I said should because I didn't see him on the grid. Now he is finally coming. So just a little bit of a late show, better late than ever, I do suppose, for our championship leader. One thing's for sure, I don't think he's going to be slow in the race. As we said, the Soaring Cover Stock Twins are back out on circuit. They'll be alongside the track, the Addict Super Twins, and, of course, the Next Gen Sport Bikes in association with Pirelli. Their final show and their final chance for points. Who's going to strike gold? Let's wait and find out. So we're just waiting for our final couple of latecomers on this one, and we should be ready to go. And actually, that looks like, to me, the number 5 of Jamie Richmond that has just joined the grid there. Obviously, Jamie Richmond, he's on a slightly different bike. He's on a Ducati, to be honest, but we did see him have a crash at the chicane earlier on today. So perhaps they're allowing him just to use even just a warm-up lap as a testing lap for his machine for the upcoming races. Whatever the case, what we do know and what we can confirm is Lewis Smart, Aidan Davey and Daniel Goodman are your front row sitters. Aaron Robinson, Josh Cairns and Sharp Marcuso rounds out row 2 with Liam Kirk, Ian Chun and Noah Gilray on row 3. Enzo Turco starts in P10 alongside Blake Tidwell and Louisa Bennett. Keep your eye out for row 4. Callum Wren, Lewis Cox, George Stutson goes from row 5. Paul Richardson, Henry Sheenham, James McCarm and Scott Page rounding out our grid. Now, of course, we did see a few technicals from Henry earlier on. I don't think James is out there. I've not seen his levers just yet anyway. We'll keep our eye out for him though on the grid. And it's going to be interesting to see what the number 5 does here. Obviously the pink Ducati that, well, he's not necessarily a Super Twin, Stallion Twin or a stock twin, but I would imagine he's going to be pulling into the pits and just using this warm-up lap as a little bit of a test session ahead of his next race, which if so, nice of the organisers to let Jimmy Richmond do that. But we'll wait and see actually as he's coming all the way around to the grid. So yeah, we'll figure this one out as we go along, because right now we do have a Ducati on the grid.
What do we do if he wins? Just on the off chance. Do we know?
We'll call him a HC for this one. Why not?
Yeah, go on then. We may as well. Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. Actually, just HC, non-classified, wild card, etc., etc. Even though he's been racing in other series, in other classes this weekend, should we say? So, going into this one, you know who's going to win the sport bike. You know who's going to win the stock twins.
Do we?
Yes, we do. It's going to be Lewis Smart. It's going to be Noah Guillory. The only class so far this weekend that has had 2 different winners in the 2 different races is the Track Athletics Super Twins. But James McLaren in the first one, and then Josh Cairns, his only second ever race full stop in race number 2 earlier on.
Okay, well, I'm no longer seeing Jimmy Richmond on there on the grid.
Did
so
he
I
go
think
out early or something?
Yeah, I think he must be away now. So yeah, the number 5 not going to be causing any problems. And well, Ross, it seems like if the likes of Lewis Smart doesn't win this one, we're going to have another 2 riders to the commentary box waiting to have a word with you alongside the other 5 that you offended earlier on. Nonetheless, though, we are going to carry on with racing here at No Limits. Race 20 of the weekend is go. Lewis Smart, a solid start from him, but he is going to be challenged by Aidan Davey on the run to turn 1. Who's going to claim the whole shot? It's going to be Aidan Davey matching Lewis Smart here. And well, Lewis Smart, you would think he's going to pretty much strike as soon as possible. Keep your eye on Robinson too. There was issues earlier on, running wide at the back end of the circuit over by the hairpin and barn, meaning they lost a lot of time. Now they're Lewis Smart not wasting any time to reclaim the race lead, side by side all the way down the park straight. Who's going to break deepest? The 32 on the inside. Is he going to think better of it? Yes, he is. Aidan Davey holds on.
Wow, what a start then from Aidan Davey. And suddenly things are changing up at the front as Lewis Smart, who has dominated not just this weekend but this whole season of the next gen sport bike class, suddenly has a challenger in Aidan Davey. But it's only lap 1 of 8. There's still time for things to change. We'll wait and see what's in store. But yeah, great stuff from Aidan Davey. The 4 sport bike guys already starting to vanish off up the road. No real surprises there. That's what we've come to expect from the order of racing this weekend. Smart, Davey, Goodman and Robinson. The 41, a 10-second jump start penalty for Noah Guillory, which has already been applied. So, wow, maybe I should do this more often. Maybe I should say things and then things do the opposite of what I say, and it's all chaos. I mean, I still think
Lewis Smart up the inside.
Did he get the move? Did he get it? Did he get it? We wait to see as they come through. That's not Lewis Smart. That is Lewis Smart in the lead of the race. So Noah Guillory takes the bad luck. Lewis Smart will lead us on to lap number 2.
Lewis Smart leading the way, but for how long Aidan Davey is going to have that slipstream for the time being? Obviously just the 8-lap dash for the cash, and now the 38 looking to respond on the 32 out on circuit. Aidan Davey is going to line this one up on the exit of turn 3, tried to get the slingshot out of the corner, tried tucking into the slipstream of that Triumph. Ahead of him is CF Moto versus Triumph, and now Davey looking for an opportunity through over at Park. He looks up the inside. Who's going to break deep latest? It is going to be Lewis Smart holding on to it. He flings the bike, cuts up the front wheel, no room at the end, and now Lewis Smart holding on to the advantage. Nothing in it between the pair.
Wow, what a race we are being treated to here. Up at the front, again, everyone's a little bit tired. We've shortened the races due to fatigue, apart from our Pirelli Super Series races. They're still 10 laps because, we must do full distance properly because we are proper big superbike boys. But anyway, great racing at the end of the day here in the next gen sport bike, certainly, but also I'm sure in the Super Twins and the Stock Twins we'll eventually have a look at them at some point, I assure you, because they're all right close together. Noah Guillory is leading the Stocktons on the road, but a 10-second jump start penalty. Lewis Smart, big pickup of the front wheel as they come over the mountain and into the Hall S's. Smart and Davies starting to pull away from Robinson and Goodman. So we're getting 2 battles of 2 now rather than 1 group of 4. This could be an interesting dynamic for the rest of the race.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, you would have to say. Aidan Davey for his first sector, he's so strong, especially on the exit of his final corner as well, and the exit of turn 3 towards Park. It's the only way he's able to hold on to Lewis Smart, you would say. Already gained about 1 or 2 bike lengths there through turn 1 alone, and now that CF Moto latched onto the back of the Triumph on lap 3 of 8 so far. Confirmation of the fastest lap of the bottom of your screen. A little moment on the rear though from Lewis Smart on the exit of turn 3. Is this going to invite a move? Yeah, it's again for Aidan Davey. We thought maybe be a little bit too far back this time around. However, well, the Scotsman looks up the inside, thinks better of it, and yes, again, Lewis Smart holding on, but it was like this just 1 lap ago.
All it takes is 1 little mistake or 1 good run or 1 just catching a bump a bit weird. That's all it is around this place, because overtaking is tricky. You need to capitalise on the moments. That's how you get through. That's how you make moves. That's probably what Davey's thinking. Of course, he's now got a front row seat to see what Lewis Smart's doing and go, oh, okay, that's how he's so quick. I can just do this, and this as well, and then stay with him. But he now needs to put the pressure onto Lewis Smart to keep him behind. Charlotte Makutso now leads in the Track Day Addicts Super Twins. The 17 has got in front of Josh Cairns and Kirk in P7. He's P3 in class. As it currently stands, it is still Noah Guillory who leads on the road in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins, but due to that 10-second jump start penalty, which has already been applied, it is Enzo Laturco who leads the way from George Dutton from Ben Didwell, your front 3. So Laturco could be looking at a very, very historic moment here for that young man. But up the front, it's Smart and Davey. We're going to go wheel to wheel down into turn 1. Smart chops across down into Coppice and holds on to that race lead, but it is a fastest lap from Aidan Davey, a 1:33.235. So he is using that knowledge that he's picked up from Smart, analysing his opponent who's been dominant all weekend. He now knows where he's putting the bike. He now knows where he's braking, where he's getting on the throttle. He's learned, and he's now using that against the 32.
They are going to push each other to the absolute limit here. One thing I will say, though, Lewis Smart, we know he can enter the 132 bracket, and actually, it seems like last race it would be far more dominant if he didn't have a broken seat for half the race, or a quarter of the race anyway, as it was. Now the Lewis Smart, he's under a lot of pressure here. He's not going to get things all his own way, you would have to say. Sharp Makuzo still continuing to lead the Super Twin battle ahead of Josh Cairns. Liam Kirk still MP3 for the time being. As you mentioned, Enzo Laturco remains P9 overall, leading in the Sawn Cover Stock Twin category. Impressive stuff as we make our way over the mountain yet again to tick by another lap, and while the front wheel rising all the way up in the air there, and Aidan Davey continuing to pile on the pressure of Lewis Smart as we enter the final sector and make our way an edge towards lap 5 of 8 here at Cadwell Park.
So getting into the second half of this race now, still really tight between Smart and Davey, still close between the Super Twins and the Stock Twins as well. Guillory is now starting to claw back time, but is it too little too late with that 10-second penalty? He needs to find around about just under 5 seconds, I think, in order to win this race. Otherwise, Enzo Laturco will be taking the class victory as a result of the penalty for the 41. So it's all to play for as we see the Sport Bike guys making their way through. We might be seeing Charlotte Makutso coming through in a short moment with Cairns, Kirk and Ian Tune. And so there they are. It is still Charlotte Makutso, although Kirk has now got up into P6. That's P2 in class. So he's made his way through Josh Cairns. And I tell you what, Kirk has a look at Charlie's but can't quite find it through there. And he'll have to settle for second place. You know, sometimes you got to shoot your shot for Kirk at Charlie's, but just couldn't quite find it on that occasion.
Couldn't find it, couldn't find the ground. Obviously, we see a great battle last time around involving the likes of Josh Cairns and Sharp Marcuzzo. Now Cairns getting his elbow out on Liam Kirk. They're side by side on the entry to Park. Cairns, though, has the inside line. Job done for himself. Let's remember, it's his first ever race weekend with us here at Nolan. It's his first ever race weekend in general. His track day knowledge certainly getting put to great use out on circuit on board the Aprilia RS 660. Still though, lap 5 of 8, the 17 leads the way. P5 as things stand. And, well, Liam Kirking's going to have a front row ticket to this fight if it starts up yet again. Meanwhile, at the front, the gap's sitting around 2.5 tenths of a second between Smart and Davey.
Really tense racing here at Cadwell Park. Oh, it has swapped. Through goes Davey. Smart drops down to second place. So, again, my predictions pre-race coming undone before our very eyes. Davey gets through, finally using that knowledge he's learned from Lewis Smart against him. But again, Smart now the hunter. Maybe that's a position he'll prefer to be in as they make their way through Charlie's onto the park straight. And we wait, and we wait. They should emerge into our picture. Now, there they go. Oh, Lewis Smart's already back through. Never mind then. All right, 32 straight back past. Would have got a good run out of Charlie's 3. Or turn 3 as it is Charlie's 2 technically. It's all one big section through that part of the racetrack. And blown back through. So Davey wasn't able to confirm that position, but he has got through on his own merit now, not just away from the start. So we know he does have the pace to get past Lewis Smart and win this race. He just needs to execute it and then confirm the position.
Yeah, he just needs to push the envelope ever so slightly. And now, well, Lewis Smart getting back on the power here. Just a couple laps remaining. This battle's going to go all the way to the checker flag. Looking at the inside, this is for the Super Twin victory. And it is going to be diving down the inside for Josh Cairns. Meanwhile, Lewis Smart still under a lot of pressure. In terms of your stock twins, just 6 tenths of a second up also separates what is now the class leaders, the 53 and the 54. Dudson and Enzo Luturco, they've swapped round as well. So the 3 classes have been 3 different fights for victory. Keep in mind, Noah Gilray, he also has a 10-second penalty. However, if he can claw back about 2 more seconds, he could well and truly still take the class win. Aidan Davey, looking at the inside that turn 1, you would suggest it's too far back. However, back towards Park at turn 4 in just a few moments' time as he build up through turns 2 and turns 3. A move could yet to be on.
It could be indeed. Let's have a look and have a see, shall we, as they come onto the straight. I think Davey a bit too far back on this occasion against Lewis Smart. He'll tuck into the toe, make his body as small as possible. I tell you what, he's actually got a fantastic run and will be drawing to the inside from absolutely miles back. Way downtown goes Davey and slides back into the lead. And this time you've got to think he will confirm that move. So now Smart really does have to fight back with around 1.5 laps left to go here at Cadwell Park in the sport bike race, in the twins racing as well. And Davey leaving it late to get to the front, but is he raining on Lewis Smart's parade, ruining the sweep to make it 2-1?
Whatever you can do, I can do better. Aidan Davey on the grass there in the exit of the chicane. He stayed on 2 wheels, but he's lost a lot of time. It was 98 thousandths of a second over the line last time around. That's well and truly grown after that mistake there. Davey is getting pushed to the absolute limit. Is that going to be the moment of the race? Is that going to be the key to decide the moment? I can tell you there's going to be a back marker coming into play on this final lap.
Could all still change. One more tour to go here at Cadwell Park. Will it be Smart? Will it be Davey? Don't forget, Cairns, Makutso, Kirk are fighting for the Super Twins podiums. And then Noah Guillory, even though he's up the road, is still technically fighting for the Stock Twins race win as well. As there we see, he's held up. He's got held up. He's been held up. Davey surely can try and find a way through, use that momentum.
Now, though, Aidan Davey looking to carry the momentum through as we make it down the park straight in a few moments' time. That gap, though, is still quite big. He's going to have to find something pretty special if he wants to take the race away. I think Lewis Smart is going to have a shock at how close this race was post-race, whether it's P1 or P2.
Davey still has half a lap, though. If he can find something special, this could be the moment as they make their way through Chris Benn towards the gooseneck. Is there a change here? No, surely too far back as we wait for them to re-emerge through the right and the left. And indeed, it is still Lewis Smart. Time now running out for the 38 behind. Can he find anything into the chicane where he made the mistake a lap ago? Dipped a wheel into the grass and then nearly came off the bike. This time, a little bit calmer, a little bit smoother, a little bit easier. But Lewis Smart, I think, is going to be too far ahead as they come into the Hall S's.
Yeah, now Lewis Smart up in the air. Aidan Davey, another moment over the mountain as well. I mean, this final lap, delivering drama by the bucket full. What more can we ask for in the, well, Soren covers Stock Twins, Super Twins, and let's not forget the Next Gen Sport Bikes, the 2 bikes that are leading the way in the Next Gen Sport Bikes. Lewis Smart, well, it's going to be yet another race win, but he's not had it his own way at all. He's had to fight for it. It's been a real duel. but the 32 comes out on top. Lewis Smart wins by 7/10 of a second over Aidan Davey. Daniel Goodman should be coming home MP3. Cairn should be taking the Super Twin win, but who's going to be taking the stock victory? Noah Gowrie now showing as the leader in class, even with the penalty applied.
Unbelievable pace from Noah Guillory. Lewis Smart, though, had to work for that one, didn't he? You could see that was full push on the final lap for the 32 rider. As who's going to come through? There is Ken Makuto under big pressure from Kirk, who's going to try and take the shot into the Hall S's. Can he find anything, or will it be yet another second place for Charlotte Makuto? She has to win a race at some point this season, surely. Oh, that's late. That's late. Oh no, as the inside goes Makuto. Couldn't see due to the blindness of the sun. She went ultra defensive into the hairpin. It's going to be a drag race for second place. It will be Cairns who takes his second victory here on Sunday in the Super Twins. Makuto holds on to second place and Kirk will take third. And now we wait. Where is Noah Guillory? Oh, he's actually in front of Ian Tune. Or has Ian Tune gone off and had a problem? No, yeah, so he finished in front of Ian Tune, but even with a 10-second time penalty, he was that quick that he's won the race. Nice one. Enzo Turco finishes second by 83 thousandths of a second in the Stock Twins, though. That is great for that young man who continues to improve week in and week out. And then P3 rounding out the podium in the Storm Cover Stock Twins. We do find George Dudson, the 53, P11 overall in that one. But wow, what a phenomenal race. My predictions were true, just saying. Lewis Ray was acting like I was going to be wrong. No, I was correct, but wow. The obvious front runners, the bookies' favourites, having troublesome goes at it and really having to push. It is Lewis Smart who holds on by 3/4 of a second from Aidan Davey after nearly losing the race. The lap before, a mistake from Davey handed it back. Daniel Goodman running out the podium. Aaron Robinson is P4 for the Sport Bikes. Josh Cairns takes the win in the Track Day Alex Super Twins. Charlotte Makuto is P2, holds on by millimetres, quite frankly, from Liam Kirk. Ian Tune in P4. Then it was Noah Guillory taking the victory there in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins. P2 in that one, Enzo Laturco. George Didson rounding out the podium places for that one. And then it was Didwell, Louisa Benny, Cox, Wren, Richardson and Sheehan rounding out our order at the end of it all. But wow, what a race that was. Everyone just needs to take a step back, take a sit and take a little breather, I think, because that was absolutely insane from start to finish. And that's why we love twin racing. That's why we love sport bike racing as well. It's beautiful moments like that. As well, nothing else to really add. Lewis Ray, though, apparently has some riders to go and grill.
Down here in Park Fermi, and well, we're going to have to squeeze into Lewis Smart because it's a pretty busy Park Fermi. Lewis, I mean, you didn't have that one all your own way. It's a fight for it for sure, but still, another P1.
Yeah, happy with that. Just struggled a little bit on them opening laps with my rear tyre. I think with the heat this afternoon, should have dropped the rear tyre pressure a little bit, but that's racing. We've learned, and we got some good data, so yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, valuable data for the BSB rounds, not too long now. I mean, you've got to be happy with the weekend overall.
Yeah, really happy with that. Happy to drop into the 32s. But yeah, overall, really good weekend. And let's just say a big thanks to the medical team for helping out my sister in the race earlier on with the red flag. They've done a great job, and keep up the hard work. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, without them, we couldn't go racing. Well done, Lewis.
Cheers, thank you.
Now we'll sauce over to Aidan Davey. Plenty of discussions going down there on the CF Moto machine. Aidan, if we can, obviously a great fight between you and Lewis. You look really strong up at Park. How was it for yourself?
Yeah, it's going to be further next a little bit from race 2. We haven't made massive changes to the bike because I know that it's me that needs to get used to the track more than anything, so I think it probably reached that point where we'll start looking a bit more at tweaks of the bike if there was another race. But all in all, happy. Good to get some of Marcus and that back around Cadwell for the end of the month, so yeah, pleased.
Yeah, plenty of data I've got for you guys. What was the change made? Do you make any changes to the bike in between race 2 and 3 that you can say?
Mainly my mistakes getting pointed out to me, to be honest.
Well done.
Thank you.
Now then, we'll head over to Daniel Goodman. And well, Daniel, you look pretty animated there. How was that P3? We didn't see much of you in that one with all the battling at the front.
Yeah, it was good. I'm just struggling off the start with the bike a bit. It's almost cutting the power as I'm getting the clutch out, but other than that, it's all right.
Yeah, still plenty of positives to take from this weekend and plenty of valuable data earned.
Yeah, just getting a good setup for the weekend, and when we're here with BSB, so yeah, should be good.
Well done.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to have to go a little trip back here to see Joshua Cairns, of course, winner in the Super Towing category. We spoke to him a little bit earlier on, so we'll squeeze in. Josh, I mean, you've got to be happy yet again. It seems like you're flying instantly here at Cadwell Park. Hopefully, for us anyway, we're going to see a little bit more of you this year.
Yeah, if I can afford to, then I'll be at Knockhill, but I've never ridden Knockhill, so that'll be a bit interesting next round if I am there.
Yeah, if not, maybe Anglesey or Donington Park at the end of the year?
Should be Anglesey, definitely, and I'd like to do Donington, but I've never ridden Donington, so I'd need to try it, to be honest, and get my laps down there, see how it goes.
Well done.
Thank you.
Now, we will continue on, hopefully, if I can see him. I can't quite see Noah where he is, in fact, just over there. So we'll wander ourselves through yet again, and then have a little chat, because it was a race and a half for Noah. Noah, a jump start for yourself. I'd like to say Ross McIntyre in the commentary box suggested it was all going to go your own way in the Stock Twins. Then you go and jump start it, and luckily for yourself, I think you managed to claw back the win.
Yeah, I did. I didn't know I jump started. I just tried to put my wheel on the line right before the start, but yeah, when I just found out that I still won with 10-second penalty by 2 seconds or something, I didn't even realise. Like, it was completely an accident.
Well done. Thank you. And I think we have a time at a time. We'll quickly swoop over here, Michael, and quickly grab a word with Enzo the Turco. Because Enzo, up in the commentary box, we thought it was going to be a class win for yourself. Sadly, for yourself, no one managed to claw back the 10-second penalty. How was that from your side? And how was this weekend as well, if you and your dad were going so well?
Well, in the beginning of the weekend, I was a bit wary of the track. Personally, I don't even know how to wheelie a bike outside of racing. I've only started riding since March 2025 on a pit bike, and when I came here, the big thing I was worried about was the mountain that I keep seeing on YouTube, everyone jumping it. I'm like, maybe I can't do it. I've come to the weekend, qualifying was okay, race I finished last place because of the DNFs, because last corners I had a little off on the track, and I thought, maybe this isn't the weekend for me. Came second race, I did a bit better, came third place, and I was quite happy with the result actually. And this second race, first person I saw in front of me was Noah, and I thought if I don't keep with him in the beginning, I'm not going to be anywhere on the grid. So I've stuck with him for about half a lap, and it gave me enough breathing room to battle for second instead of third, thank God, this time. And yeah, Dudson put an amazing ride. It was clashing, swapping places every lap, and honestly, last race of a rookie bib, I'm quite happy with it.
Yeah, you can take that off with pride. Well done.
Thank you so much, guys.
Well, there we go then. We spoke to our class winners, some podium setters as well, and the overall top three. Ross, another race is ready to get going. Back up to you.
Lewis Ray trying to drop me in it with Noah Guillory. Wow, I thought he was my friend. Great to hear from our race winners in that one. Wow, what a race that was in the sport bikes and in the twins as well. It is now time for one of our big ones. It's time for the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and the Premier Sport Cup as well. Do not forget, it's not that. We've just seen the twins and the sport bikes, but that's what we just had. It's, of course, as I said, the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. There we go. Got there in the end. So we've got a few riders who we know have gone home already or won't be joining us, to say the least. So expecting a max grid of 16, I think is safe to say. But we could have more. You never know. As it should be an interesting race. Both races, different winners, different podium finishes, etc, etc. Race 1, Jamie Richmond, Harley McCabe, Kieran Sembianti on the podium. Race number 2, Harley McCabe, Owen Mellor and Alex Mullaney as well. Of course, that was just the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. In terms of the No Limits Premier Sport Cup, we've only got 3 riders in it, so it's going to be one of Aaron Dakin, Presley Checo, all 7 taking the win at both times. It has been Aaron Dakin and then Presley Checo in P2. Let's have a little run through the grid for you as we go out on our cycling lap. Harley McCabe, race number 2 winner earlier on today. He starts from pole position. Alex Mullaney, wow, second place from him. That should be fun. And William White, P3. Now, he started at the back in race number 2 after not running race number 1 and was mighty quick. So he could definitely be one to watch out for. Owen Mellor, he starts 4th. Simon Aldridge 5th, and Kieran Sembianti completes row 2. Row 3, Aaron Dakin, Eddie Rawald and Matthew Dawes. Then it's Matthew Wood running out the top 10. James McLaren and Fraser Lizachenko. Jordan Poole, not to be confused with the New Orleans Pelicans player. He starts in P13 with Stuart Parker P14 and Aaron Cook alongside. Row number 6, Seb Everton, Jamie Richmond and Aidan Goodins, and then Corey Barron P19 again. not expecting to see Jamie Richmond, Amy Goodens or Corey Barron. They've all gone home, I believe. So that's what we can expect. At the most, there probably might be one or two that we're missing out on once again. But Jamie Richmond, we did see accidentally go out earlier on in another class, we believe.
I think I was just getting some bike time before this race, because obviously we see them have quite a fast crash over the chicane.
Yes, very true. So that could be the case for that one. But he'll be starting at the back. We're doing a William White trying to carve his way through the field, I'm sure. See if he can get maybe onto the podium. We shall wait and see.
Yeah, let's wait and see what happens in this one. It's going to be an interesting one. And we're also got to be honest, I have no clue what the New Orleans Pelicans are.
Basketball team.
Oh, well, there we go then.
This guy plays called Jordan Poole. I hate him. I don't hate that Jordan Poole though. He's quite cool. I mean,
yes,
one of the bikes quite cool.
It's fine.
Anyway,
yeah. Another rider to add to our list of riders that want a word for us after this round. Now then, Harley McCabe on pole position. Is this going to be yet another race win? Is Alex Mullaney going to find something else? Both of them in the 133 bracket last round. Actually, in terms of fastest laps, Alex Mullaney 30 thousandths of a second slower than Harley McCabe. So things are going to get interesting in this one. A little bit spicy, I would suggest, especially with William White on that front row. He came from the back of the grid into the top 5. Super impressive stuff. Now it's time for all talking to stop, for the revs to rise, and for us to go racing for one final time this weekend in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy. A great start though from Harley McCabe. It's going to get tight into turn 1. William White looking to claim the whole shot, and he dives up the inside. The 47 takes the race lead, but for how long? McCabe fights back over at turn 2. That got tight. Now then, Harley McCabe taking the race lead straight away, taking no prisoners. I think it's fair to say. Alex Mullaney as well, trying to get himself in the mix. CR60s straight off the line like a pack of bees. Now keep your eye as well on Kieran Sembianti. P4 for the time being, but for how long? He has a sneaky little look up the inside of Alex Mullaney. Thinks better of it as Eddie Warmelt sits ahead of Owen Miller in P5.
Harley McCabe, what a move. Talk about flexing the muscle and showing what you got to get to the race lead. Absolutely massive from the race 2 winner, from the pole sitter. But there's 4 riders, it would seem, who are trying to break away from the rest of the pack. In Harley McCabe, William White right there with him. And, of course, can't count out Alex Mullaney just behind them. And then there is another rider who's there or thereabouts on the tail end of it. They make their way up the mountain for the first time. A little bit of air for Harley McCabe, who's already getting a shift on. He knows he needs to move if he's going to watch out for those around, because there's a few riders in this race that are feeling racy, feeling pacey, and would love to walk away with a victory at the end of the day. Mullaney, lovely move there on William White up the inside at the hairpin to make it P2 at the end of lap number 1.
White trying to respond at Barn, but that was never going to work. It gets so tight, so quick through there. It's a very short squirt between the 2 corners. This is the time though for the Ducati to stretch legs, if not here over at Park. However, Alex Mullaney, this is going to be what, his 6th race of the weekend? I mean, he's clocking up the miles here at Cadwell Park, and it shows, because this time his racecraft is only improving by the minute. Nearly goes on the grass though on the exit of turn 3. I mean, how close do you want it? Meanwhile, Harley McCabe is able to run his own lines, be under no pressure as William White looks up the inside. Is a move going to arrive? Not quite yet. Meanwhile, Sembianti, he's only able to watch in P4.
Well, he's getting a great view if he is only watching. It's safe to say that, I think, because we're seeing Harley McCabe doing undescribably brilliant things out there, and then just unbelievable battles in front with Mullaney and William White. Again, William White didn't start race number 1, started race number 2 from the back as a result, and had to side his way through the grid. Was so quick, he finished in the top 5, was given 3rd place on the grid for race number 3, and has shown that he deserved it. Imagine what we could have seen if he was in race 1 and was able to compete through all 3 races this weekend. Oh, your heart grows sad just thinking about the opportunity. Lap 2, soon to be 3 of 10. And looks like Sembianti's under a little bit of pressure. Who's that? It's Jamie Richmond from the back of the grid. Didn't see him in race number 2 earlier on. Race number 3, he's come back out, and he has come out swinging. Made mincemeat of Eddie Wormold, and now is looking to move past Kieran Sembianti very, very quickly.
Now then, at the front of the race, the gap has definitely extended to the very, very least. Meanwhile, the two pink machines, the R6 and Ducati, Sembianti and Richmond, continue their scrap out of the circuit. You wouldn't think it's going to be too long since Jamie Richmond carves his way through. In fact, Richmond versus McCabe would have been an interesting one this weekend. Sadly, it doesn't look like we're going to get that. Up the inside, they'll go to number 5. Job done straight away. P4 for Richmond.
Some lovely moves down at Charlie's in this race. Of course, these are the best of the best in terms of 600s and what we've got here at No Limit. So they are going to love going through that corner, carrying all that speed. But I mean, we've just seen some fantastic moves down there, like 3 of 10, and this is already a brilliant race. Harley McCabe 132.733. That is the quickest lap of the race so far. Let's see if there are improvements to be made. McCabe has a gap of just under a second as it currently stands, 0.92 of 1 to be exact. William White slightly less further behind Alex Laney, and then you've got a 2.1 second gap. Well, it was 2.1 seconds back to Kieran Sembianti. Jamie Richmond will wait to see if he's managed to close that in or has fallen further away. Maybe the pace is a red herring and the front three are just that much quicker. Eddie Wormald and Owen Mellor still doing battle out there, and seem only the one Premier Sport Cup rider. So presuming he finishes the race, congratulations to Aaron Dakin on a clean sweep, because well, he's the only rider that's in it. Look, why are you giving me that look, Lewis? He's the only rider that's in that race.
Yeah, but finishing the race, if he finishes the race...
I said if he finishes, congratulations. Come on.
Commentator's curse does exist in my book, though. Owen Miller, out the final corner, he comes Eddie Wormald behind, and Aaron Dakin, what can they do? I mean, you're right in what you're saying. It's been a very impressive weekend, and that is an impressive time. Jamie Richmond clocking the fastest lap here, Ross, and well, I think it's fair to say at least a second place is not off the cards here. It's 8 tenths to make up, and still 6 laps to do it.
William White must have made a mistake somewhere. He's dropped off like a good second on the previous lap. Yeah, 1 second slower.
133.8.
Yeah, than anybody else. But yeah, not great. To be fair, the other two have massively upped the pace as well, though. White's best lap is in the 33s, so maybe he's just got the pace. As we see there, Harley McCabe and Alex Mullaney, green in sector number 1, but guess who's just gone purple in sector number 1? It's Jamie Richmond. The man is on the charge and on the move. Purple sector number 2 now for Harley McCabe. Is this going to turn into one of those races where you're just staring at the timing boards on TSL? Because I think Richmond hasn't pulled it back, and William White in this unbelievable lap has come to an end as they look at Mullaney, the bike moving all underneath, and there's Jamie Richmond right on the tail of William White now into the Hall S's. It's lap 4 of 10. We're not even halfway through yet, and this race has served us a treat.
Hopefully we can make it to the end of this race, because it has been dramatic to say the least. Jamie Richmond, P4 for the time being, but for how long? He's right on the tail of that Ducati. It's been such an impressive ride up to this point, and well, it's going to become an astounding ride in a few moments' time. Do you want to get any closer to William White? Well, there we go, up the inside that turn 1. It's so fast, he's so committed, and Jamie Richmond is through. P3 for the time being. Harley McCabe's responded at the front, a 132.1. For the likes of Richmond, it was a 132.6, half a second slower than McCabe. Last time around, he was 6 tenths quicker than McCabe, but the 169 responding at the front.
Another fastest sector 1 from Jamie Richmond. He's getting quicker and quicker, but there is also a bit of a gap to catch up to Mullaney, let alone Harley McCabe. So we'll
4
wait and
tenths
see.
quicker, though, for sector 1 alone.
Wow, that's... maybe. I'm not going to say anything. We're going to stop predicting things, because it's been bad this weekend, my predictions. So we're just going to stop on that one. As there is the 88 of Aaron Cook working his way round back to the action, further towards the front, though. And there is the man who seems to be on an absolute tear. Green in sector number 2 for Jamie Richmond, and doesn't have the traffic in front of him just yet, so he can go full commitment, full pace. A little bit earlier turn into the mountain than I thought he would, but it does get that front wheel picked up over the top of the crest anyway. Then the Hall S's, right, then left and right, and over the crest and left again before you're on the brakes for the hairpin. Very tricky part of the racetrack this, but gets it stopped nicely and neatly. Let's see what that lap time's going to be from Jamie Richmond. It's purple sector 1. It's green in sector 2. And as we're about to go on to lap number 7 of 10, or 6 of 10, should I say. Is it the fastest lap of the race? And indeed it is. Jamie Richmond, a 1:31.936. We're in the 31s now, Lewis Ray.
I mean, that is astounding to say the very least. Half a second quicker than Harley McCabe last time around. Jamie Richmond, the charge is not done here. I mean, we've still got 4 laps to go. He's going to have to make him about half a second every single lap if he wants a chance to challenge McCabe. However, with McCabe, who knows, his pit board could begin to come down. He could begin to make a few mistakes. There's Kieran Sembiante. He got past quite a few laps ago. And actually, Ross, look at those times. 4.2 seconds adrift now. It's actually Owen Miller catching the back of the number 12.
Sembiante's just had not a great weekend, unfortunately, by his standards, has he? And really seemed off pace in comparison to what we know he's capable of as the championship leader. That doesn't mean he's had a bad weekend by any means. He's had a very, very solid weekend by anyone's standards. Just by his standards, I can imagine he's probably going to be a little bit frustrated. Jamie Richmond's on another absolutely scorching lap. He's gone purple, green again. Up in front, Caden Mullaney, yellow. So, and look at that, he's right on the back of Alex Mullaney already. He's made up 1.5 seconds in less than a lap.
I'm expecting around 6 or 7 tenths quicker than McCabe this time around.
That's ridiculous. That is absolutely obscene. It's probably not going to be a fastest lap on this occasion. His sector 1, 5 tenths quicker than the nearest, and to the outside goes the number 5 to the second place position. A 1:31.743.
9 tenths quicker.
Jamie Richmond is going to win this race. I mean, yes, it's 2.5 seconds to Harley McCabe, but with 3 laps left to go, that pace, now he's got clean air once again. That is unbelievable.
Well, we thought it would be around 7 tenths or so. Jamie Richmond has exceeded those expectations. 9 tenths of a second. We thought it might be held up a little bit for the final sector. It appears not so, because it was still a green sector from himself. Could Jamie Richmond pull together the perfect lap here? And I'll tell you, Alex Mullaney, he's going to get the perfect lesson, the perfect class from what seems to be the Cadwell Park master at the moment on board the Ducati. So Jamie Richmond doing a grand job at the moment in P2. And now Alex Mullaney trying to keep tabs on him. Let's keep in mind it was 2.4 seconds at the line last time around. As we head on to lap 8 in around half a lap's time, what is it going to be? Alex Mullaney, credit where credit is due here, Ross. He's able to hold on pretty well over this first half of a lap.
Well, he can follow now, he can learn and he can choose. Richmond was 5 tenths quicker than McCabe through sector number 1. Sector number 2, they were pretty equal. So there's a mistake from Jamie Richmond that's allowed Alex Mullaney back in, or Alex Mullaney is just instantly locked into the back of him and going, okay, just brake when he brakes, turn when he turns, etc. And you should theoretically be just as fast. On to lap 8, we soon fly. And let's keep our eyes on the lap times once again. 132.169, should I say, from Harley McCabe. Jamie Richmond at 132.101. So the gap is coming down. Is it enough though? With 3 laps left to run.
I think it is.
I think it will be. I think Jamie Richmond is going to catch Harley McCabe. Obviously overtaking Harley McCabe, different question entirely, but what a performance that would be from the number 5 rider if he was able to pull it off. As they see Mullaney still keeping in the toe of Jamie Richmond as well, and using all of that information to learn and get up to pace pretty quickly.
Jamie Richmond at the moment, if he makes one mistake on the next couple of laps, his race winning opportunities, race winning chances are well and truly over. However, if he can string together the perfect couple of laps like we've been seeing over the last 3 or 4 laps, this could be on. This could be a victory for the number 5. He's going to have Harley McCabe now in his view. Harley McCabe, he's not too far ahead now. You would imagine it's going to be about a second or so. As we crossed the line last time around, it seems like we're going to have something pretty extraordinary here from the Ducati rider. Alex Mullaney still following them through, not too far behind actually for the 774, 2 tenths behind Richmond last time around, and well, you'd expect it to be much of the same yet again. Mullaney is doing an equally grand job.
Jamie Richmond, it must be said, this is full attack, this is full push, and this is 2 laps left to run here at Cadwell Park in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy, and the gap is down to 7 tenths of a second. A 32 dead from Richmond last time, a 33 dead from Harley McCabe. The pace of the number 5 is unmatched, unrivaled, unless your name's Alex Mullaney, of course, and he could try and follow through. We could have a 3-way scrap for the lead on the very final lap of this race.
This is what it all boils down to. Oh, McCabe, rear steps out as he gets to the break. It'll run him deep, but he'll get away with it at the top of the hill.
Yeah, McCabe, that was completely deliberate. Stomping on the rear brake on entry, getting the bike loose, trying to drift it in, and trying just to get the bike hooked up and via out the corner. Harley McCabe, 7/10 of a second was the gap at the line last time around. That is all the way down to about 2/10 of a second right now. The move is on. Jamie Richmond is building here. He's so fast for this section of the circuit. Through the chicane we come now. Is it going to be turn 11 or is it going to be the top of the mountain? What we do know is that he's going to go down with a fight. Through the mountain section we come, we flick it to the right, we rise up the mountain towards Hall Bend to start the final lap in a few moments time.
Look at that from McCabe. He's clocked what's going on. Of course, there would have been a pit bull telling him, but it's the reality of hearing Jamie Richmond behind on that Ducati and going, oh, I might need to get on with it now. And you can see he has now turned up the wick. We have got one more tour of Cadwell Park and we have no idea who's going to be winning the race. Here comes Jamie Richmond. Lost to first is realised on the run into Coppice. How does Harley McCabe respond?
Harley McCabe has a big long back straight towards Park to deal with if he wants a chance to take victory here. He needs to tuck into the slipstream all the way around. 29 thousandths of a second separating them over the line last time around. Astonishing pace from both of them. 7/10 quicker though was Richmond last time around. Eddie Warmel comes through. McCabe is still there. He's backing it in as much as he possibly can. He's giving it everything, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
Mulaney's dropped away just a little bit in the last couple of laps. Either run out of tyre, run out of energy, or run out of ability potentially. But Richmond and McCabe still going toe to toe. Harley McCabe is running out of time if he wants to get back into the race lead. Of course, one of these guys, presuming one of these guys win, will be taking their second victory of the weekend. Will it be Harley McCabe with one of the best moves you will see on the opening lap to brute force his way back into the lead, back into the whole shot? Or will it be Jamie Richmond with a last to first challenge right at the death?
Jamie Richmond, a couple corners to go through Hall Bends. They go now. Then it's the hairpin and then Barn. Finally, the number 5 will see the checker flag. You'll see the race win in sight. What a ride. Perfection from Richmond. The gold medal, the trophy, goes home to him. Jamie Richmond takes victory over Harley McCabe. Last to first. How do you like that? Harley McCabe, great ride from himself. 8/10 behind in P2. And Alex Mulaney comes home in third, adding yet another trophy to his weekend's collection. P4 and P5. Sembianti on the final couple of laps, being pipped by William White. Meanwhile, though, we're waiting for the likes of Eddie Warmel to cross the line. And actually, his Owen Miller came through yet. Yes, he has Owen Miller P6. Eddie Warmel's going to be P7. Aaron Dakin, well, he's dropped back behind Simon Aldridge now. So Simon Aldridge takes P8, taking P9. However, it's still going to be a Class 1. Cameron Dawes rounds our overall top 10, P9 in class there for the Triumph rider. Aaron Cook should be crossing the line now with Parker and Poole rounding up there. What a race that was, though. You couldn't write the script in race 21 of the weekend. Jamie Richmond, a masterful performance, a magician-like performance as well. And wow, what a race that was. That's one that we're going to remember till the end of the season. Definitely a round to remember here at Cadwell Park. A race to remember as Jamie Richmond takes victory by 8/10 of a second over Harley McCabe and Alex Mulaney. William White, Kieran Sembianti round out our top 5 as Owen Miller finishes P6 with Eddie Warmel and Simon Aldridge behind. Aaron Dakin takes the Class 1 in P9 with Matthew Dawes in 10. Forward back down the order, Aaron Cook, Stuart Parker and Jordan Poole rounds out our 13 bike field. A few riders not making the start to that one. However, the headlines were all about Jamie Richmond. From last to first, simply astonishing. We thought it was impossible until, well, it wasn't. Some interesting weather, crash earlier on as well. He's had a very dramatic day, and I'm sure Harley McCabe is going to have plenty to say about it as well. Harley McCabe has got to be equally as shocked of that result. And soon they'll be down in Park Fermi speaking to Ross McIntyre, who will be rounding up the reactions and thoughts of our top 3 riders. So with a P1 trophy to his name, Jamie Richmond can head off into sunset happy with today. Now though, he should hopefully be down in Park Fermé with Ross McIntyre.
Wow, just wow, what a race we've just been witness to. And just my luck, I've watched the race winner in Jamie Richmond go that way back to the paddock because he's got another race to go out to in a little bit. So we're not going to be able to get the thoughts of the number 5 after the most unbelievable ride to victory. We can certainly jump in with Harley McCabe at least, though he did of course win race 2 earlier on and still had a brilliant run of things. We'll let him just finish off with the team for a little bit, but still a phenomenal ride. Harley, wow, I mean, first of all, turn 1 and turn 2 on the opening lap, that was a move.
Yeah, well, people shouldn't try to get past, should they? No, it were good. They were brave. I knew we were going to stick to inside, but it's corner speed, mate. That's what I'm good at, so that's what I used.
Still, an unbelievable ride. Got done at the end there by Jamie, who did a bit of a last to first challenge, but he still did it amazingly well on very short tyres. You can be really happy, I'm sure, with a win and a couple of podiums this weekend.
Yeah, happy enough, mate. He were riding well, but I'd like to go on an even bike, see what I could do then.
Oh, maybe not kill if you're going to be here for that. Maybe you can find out then.
Don't know, mate, maybe.
Well, we're hoping that you're there anyway. Harley, mate, awesome job this weekend and well done once again.
Nice one, cheers.
Well, it looks like the next class has headed out already, so we'll quickly jump back to the commentary box. It's time for race number 3 of the Hondas. It is the No Limits 500 Championships.
Thanks for that, Ross. It is indeed the NL 500s out on circuit. Max Bartle yet again will be starting this one from pole position. And well, the sun is well and truly shining here. It's the best weather we've had throughout the entire day here. I mean, it's in our eyes here in the commentary box as things stand. But James Cottingham, Josh Langman should be starting on the front row yet again. And finally, we're loading up the grid. It is, of course, the Dunlop NL 500 Championships. 3 classes on show here this weekend. We do have the freshmen, the elites, and the seniors. Cadwell Park is delivered drama, as we've seen with, in the previous race, we had a race winner coming all the way from the back of the grid. Hello and welcome. If you've joined us for the final part of today's run, and if you've been trackside throughout the entire weekend, we thank you for sticking with us. And well, if you've been on NLR TV, make sure you like, comment and share, and get in touch as well. We love to hear from the viewers at home, because well, we're here all season long. We've got Knockhill to look forward to, so if you're excited for that next round, make sure you smash the like button. If you are watching trackside though, we hope to see you later on in the season. We still have Knockhill a little bit further north than maybe what we are now. Then we head to Anglesey and Donington Park to cap off our season. However though, attention turns to the present with our green flag lap getting underway. Max Bartle starts from pole position with James Cottingham and Josh Langman alongside. Liam Sylvain, keep your eye out for the 261. Incredibly fast starter. Issues previously today though. Starts from P4, all things being well. Simon Aldridge and George Bartle round out row 2 with Carl Freeth, Gary Wilson and Scott Walker in row 3. Tim Patterson running at the top 5. Carl Bayliss, I should say, and Ian Keeble. Issues though straight away for the 7-7-2. So big shame there for Michael Kent. Hopefully Michael Kent can get that running again, at least get that back to the pit lane to not delay the start. Paul Beard, Adam Rostrom and Jack Seaman round out the top 18 with Leo Wilson and Lewis Corner rounding out our top 20. Adam Myhel joins them for company on row 7. Felix Hearn, Ryan Brinkat and Danny Dawson take out the top 24 with Paul Saville, Steve Klaus and Stuart Martindale rounding out the top 27. Row 10 features Ryan Wilson, Louis Hines and Casey Griffiths with Mark Parnell, George Hines and Alexander Sons taking up P33. David Colley takes up P34, and obviously as we heard from Lewis Smart earlier on, Lucy was involved in an incident earlier on, so a big thanks to the medics for that one. All things being well, hopefully we can see her start P35. It doesn't look like we're going to feature Michael Kent in 36 and James Crampton on the 892. We're going to have to wait and see as well, as no time set previously too. So yeah, Ross, you've got to be looking forward to this one. We've seen some drama today. I mean, we've seen some back of the grid winners to P1. Anything's possible here. Now we have the NL 500s where, well, they're not afraid to get their elbows out.
I mean, that's one way of putting it, I suppose. I think I will say that this is definitely the cleanest CB 500 championship possibly ever, right? But that still doesn't mean that it's nice and respectful racing. It is still CB500 racing. It's just that they don't maybe smash into each other as much as some people will come to expect. But again, we've had some great racing today, and especially in the NL 500 Championships as well. Maybe the results on paper would not agree with that. If you go and look at the results from both of the races so far this weekend on the TSL website, you hadn't seen it, you'd probably think it was quite dull, in all honesty, but I think it's been superb so far, and I'm really looking forward to this one. James Cottenham, Josh Langman, can they stop Max Bartle is the first question. Well, we'll wait and find out, won't we? But I think they've got a good chance as ever in this race, number 3 in the NL 500 Championships. We'll wait to see. We're just being held a moment. Is there a problem potentially at the back?
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for a few latecomers.
Yeah, just a few riders a little bit slow to the grid, shall we say.
We did see issues, though, for Michael Kent, so that could be Michael Kent right at the back there. That would be the right side of the grid for him.
Potentially. Either way, we are going for the final time here at Cadwell Park in the NL 500s. What a start from Liam Sylvain once again. He's so quick away at the lights, and he's going to jump straight up into the lead of the race. He'll get the whole shot. Can anyone respond? Max Bartle's dropped down to first place without somebody off big time into the background, it looked like at turn 1. We hope that everyone's okay, but we'll continue onwards for the time being. It's the number 6 who's up on 2 wheels still. I mean, fair enough. I don't know if there was anyone else involved, but if you're just doing a bit of motocrossing, you've done well to stay upright. So what order are we in as we come to the top there? Oh, there goes Max Bartle. He's just got past 2 people and back to the lead of the race, because of course he has. It's Max Bartle. It's what he does. Great move by him up the inside to get 2 places in 1 corner, and we're seeing what we saw in race number 2. Top 4 already forming in this 8-lap race.
Bartle leading the way from James Cottenham now in P2. Obviously that's the order that it started in. However, that's not been the story of the race so far. Josh Langman P3 for himself, but for how long? He looks up the inside over at Mansfield, thinks better of it. Liam Sylvain yet again. I mean, if anyone needs tips on the start, just make your way to the paddock, find Liam Sylvain and ask him how the heck he does it. Every single race he's up there at the front, battling for the race lead in the final first couple of corners. All he needs is a bit of tips from the likes of Langman, Cottenham and Max Bartle on his overall race pace. Now the number 6 we did see go through, Ryan Brinkat, it looked like it was just him on his own, maybe getting sat up on corner entry, but just him off the road.
Liam Sylvain, bit of showboating for the crowds that are still with us here at Cadwell Park, and he gets a bit of front wheel up in the air over at the mountain. Trust me, you don't really get that happening on a CB500 unless you want it to happen. So Sylvain thinking, yeah, let's have a bit of fun. Why not? I gotta respect that. Still, Max Bartle back to the lead of the race. He will lead us on to lap number 2, the 83 of Cottenham in P2, trying to defend from Langman, who is in the tow but won't have a run down into Coppice. Carl Freak leads the way, it would seem, in the seniors. Gary Wilson second, and Ian Keeble in P3, 10th and 12th respectively for those, or 9th and 12th respectively, should I say, for those guys. Not really a surprise to see that top 3 in the seniors. And then in the freshmen as well, Tim Patterson, Paul Bean, Adam Rosford. Again, very similar story. Now a run here from Langman on Cottenham for second place. We'll have the inside coming to the top of the hill. Max Bartle is already trying to check out side by side into the right-hander, and Cottenham is not taking no for an answer. He sweeps around the outside. Might have quickly missed a gear though there, I think, potentially, because that's allowed Langman right back alongside him. We'll see if there's a move into the gooseneck.
Yeah, it means business for sure. Max Bartle though, I mean, look at this margin he's got. That's over 1 second for sure. And now that Langman and Cottenham are fighting, I'll tell you, a move is going to arrive very soon from Josh Langman. If it's not this lap, it's going to be next lap at Mansfield. That's 2 laps in a row. He's in a big look there, and clearly he wants to make that one work. Also involved in this fight, we have the likes of Sam and Aldridge. Now, Ross, we've spoken about him the entire weekend, but at this point in the weekend, I think we have to give him the most amount of credit. Back to back pretty much throughout the entire weekend, and now finally finishing off his 6th and final race of the day.
Tough for Simon Aldridge, must be said. And you know, I want to know something. He's actually on this lap. He's just gone purple sector 1 as well.
Maybe he's not tired. Maybe he's ready for another 6.
Yeah, you know, it's only 8 laps. He can push a little bit harder. Who needs the full 10 when you can go just completely balls to the wall? Forget about it. Let's get a move on. So fair play to Simon Aldridge as he continues on a mighty, mighty day, and fingers crossed from a knockhill that the races are split up. Here comes Langman then, using that slipstream, using that toe, and he should slide on by before they get to Coppice. Does have to go the long way round, didn't clear Cottenham just yet, but now has it confirmed as they head into Charlie's 1. So, Langman up to second. It's already 3.5 back-to-backs Bartle, so Bartle, unless he crashes or blows up, he's won the race, let's be honest here. So, it's all about this fight for second place now, and this fight between Cottenham and Langman, because in the seniors and the freshman class, there's gaps between the leaders and the podium runners, either in terms of time or there's a bike buffer between them. Somebody in another class is separating the two of them.
Yeah, they're doing a good job out in circuit. They're putting a good show on for us, no matter what class they're in. But yeah, free from Wilson, just Patterson separating them. We did speak to Patterson earlier on in the day. It was great stuff to hear from him in the CB 500s. Obviously, this will be the final time they're on track until Knockhill. And I think Knockhill, we're going to see some special faces up there, because there's some very, very quick CB 500 riders up in Scotland, another popular class. I think we're going to have a sold-out grid like usual. I mean, the NL 500s, they're cheap, they're cheerful, they bounce pretty well. Not the riders, the bikes, that is. And, well, yeah, I'd expect to see a massive grid when we come up north. Over the mountain, though, we come yet again. The 111 leading the likes of George Bartle. A massive wheelie from Liam Sylvain. He's pushing on here. He's showboat at the same time while trying to hunt down George Bartle. And I think, Ross, I think it's fair to say, only P4 for George Bartle. And say only P4 because we've been so used to see them constantly in podium contention.
Yeah, Brands Hatch was a really strong weekend for George Bartle. I felt like a real leap forward for him as well. A couple of second places, a third as well in there for the number 21. So to then kind of step ever so slightly back off the podium, he's started thinking, oh, what's the point? You must be absolutely rubbish here. Of course he's not rubbish. He's George Bartle. He's very good. Simon Aldridge has just got through him, though, so he's now dropped to P5 as I say that. But yeah, George is having a really good weekend. There's nothing wrong with it. Again, he of course struggles with the fact that his brother is Max Bartle. That's never going to be great when you've got a sibling who dominates the championship, is the reigning champ, looking to go back to back.
And there is competition between the two of them.
There certainly is competition between the two of them. George loves racing with Max. Max, I think, just pretends to not care about George, but I think deep down he's like, yeah, I got to beat this guy. Not exactly talkers, the both of them, when we interview them post-race, unfortunately, but I think there is a real brotherly racing connection there. And, one day I'm hoping that George will come forward and improve and be on the pace of Max Bartle to get a true sibling rivalry. Right now, though, the only rivalry that's going on out on the track is between this pairing, Langman and Cottenham, the number 9 with the advantage over the 83.
Cottenham's going to have a hard time here keeping up Josh Langman. I think Josh Langman's pace in race 3 is stunning, to be honest. It's not quite Max Bartle level, but nothing has been on Max Bartle's level this weekend in the NL 500s. Further back down the order, though, we're having a look at the 892, I think it was there, just flashing up on our screen. So around they go, obviously part of the freshman category, and having a good ride so far. That was James Crampton, and James Crampton started all the way back down in P37. So yeah, good to see him back on the grid after what was a difficult qualifying. Already up to P31, obviously a couple non-starters as well, but still picking up a few positions on circuit.
Yeah, always good to see a variety of different experience levels in all of our classes here at No Limits Racing and the NL 500. As we do see in that fight, Ryan Brinkat, who we saw going for a bit of grass tracking on lap number 1.
He's done well here.
He has done well. Not only did he stay on 2 wheels, but he's managed to work his way back from right at the back of the pack to be involved with some fights. So fair play to Brinkat. Hats off to him and all of that. And doing a really good job out there at the moment. And again, the fact he stayed on at turn 1, fair play, kudos.
Yeah, kudos either way. And then managing to gain up the confidence, get the dirt off your tyres as well, because up to that point it feels like riding on sheet ice. And then suddenly picking your way up through the order. Now chasing the number 31. I mean, whatever the case, he's going to be happy he can bring it home in one piece. That's for the P25 position. Then you see the 77 out on circuit. Gary Wilson, he sits P9 overall, and he is chasing currently Patterson, who sits P8, first in category though in the freshman class. Gary Wilson sits P2 in class. You can see, if you are watching on NLR TV, you can see the different classes on the left hand side sidebar, the yellow for the elites, the red for the seniors, and the grey for the freshmen. If you are watching trackside as well, maybe don't have the data to use to watch the live stream, head over to TSL Timing, where you can see all the classes, all the information, all the sector times there, and all the result sheets from today so far. We do continue on though, lap 5 of 8 here, Ross, and already Max Bartel's gap's up to 5.2 seconds. However, Cottenham is sticking with Josh Langman, only half a second separating them pair.
Cottenham doing a very, very good job right now. That being said, though, they're about to come to the line, so let's see if that gap has increased. 5.6 back to Bartel, and it's increased by 0.2 of a second. So, I mean, light years, quite frankly. Langman's disappeared up the road. Yes, very tight between their two. Moves being made a little bit further back in the pack as well. Is that Sylvain and Aldridge trying to... No, Sylvain and George Bartel even trying to swap places down into turn number 1. Very, very possible. You get a lovely view of everyone going into that really, really big corner at Coppers. You go underneath the Hyundai Bridge, and it's just a huge left-hander that you have to contend with. It was George Bartel and Sylvain, the fast-starting Sylvain. He's dropped backwards a little bit in this race, unfortunately. He's had a really strong weekend, though, it must be said. To the inside goes Sylvain up. Oh, tries to squeeze George Bartel out, and he does get it. George Bartel didn't have to sit the bike up, but did have to get out of it ever so slightly, roll off a little bit of throttle, I think. So a big elbows out move there to move back up into 5th place. In the seniors, it's still Freak from Wilson from Keeble, your top 3. And in at the freshman, it is still Patterson from Beard from Rostron. No changes there whatsoever.
Yeah, no changes as things stand. No changes inside the overall podium places as well. Let's keep in mind, here is the overall podium battle. Langman in P2, Cottenham in P3. Cottenham still trying to line up a move here. It seems like ever since Langman's got through, he's not been able to really escape from the pack at all. And instead, well, he continues to chase on. The laps are well and truly ticking down. We're on lap 6 of 8 so far. So yeah, keep your eyes on the number 9 and 83. This one is going to go all the way down to the wire. But look who's still there, Ross. Simon Aldridge on the 111 machine. The real question is a podium still on here?
It's got to be, surely. Aldridge fancies it. Go on, my son. Lap 7 of 8. He's got 2 to try and get through up into P3 at the very least. But he's joined this fight, Cottenham and Langman. They've not really been ding-donging in the typical way. They've not been swapping places, but you can tell they are costing each other a little bit of time with the pressure that's on there. It's one of those ones where you either push each other on or you hold each other back just by naturally being close to one another. It's the latter in this case. And Aldred apparently has just decided he wants to have the ride of a lifetime in this final race of the weekend for the CBs here at Cadwell Park. And he is going to look to the inside of Langman as through goes Cottenham on the number 9. So the 83 up into 2nd place now. Simon Aldridge is in a prime position to take a podium here.
I didn't know you had a son, Ross. I've known you for 4 years now. Nonetheless, so we will continue on. And it's James Cottenham who finally finds a way through on Langman, or Langman getting back through, as I should say. But Cottenham, he's tried his best. He's put a lot of pressure on now. And if 1 or 2 moves continue to take place between the two of them, you'd have to say Simon is well and truly in the mix. However, is it just a case that he's able to latch onto the back of them because they're fighting away, or does he have true potential to actually dive down the inside and make a move stick?
You think about it, it looks like Cottenham is starting, or Langman should I say, starting to break away. Is that a case of pressure on Cottenham, or a mistake, or is that true pace? We don't know. We'll wait and see. Max Bartel is about to take us onto the final lap of this race in a few short moments. Oh, that's late from Aldridge. Oh, that's opportune. And he's got through. That is superb around the outside of the hairpin. Simon Aldridge is up into 3rd place with 1 lap to go. And James Cottenham has gone from 2nd to 4th in the space of about half a lap as well.
He's left it late. The last lap flag is now at the yellow flag with the black cross, signifying to riders that if they want to get a move done, they better do it quickly. Langman, he's well and truly got ahead of this pair, though. 0.4 of a second it was over the line last time around. Actually, 1.2 seconds, I should say. 0.4 was the gap between Aldridge and Cottenham in 3rd and 4th position. It sits about that for the time being. Good thing about CB is always watch them on these long straights, trying to tuck every single body part in, their elbows, every single part of their thighs, because of course no screen. It's not conventional in terms of race bikes at all. Heading through parked now, building up speed yet again, and then soon will be at the gooseneck. Already through the gooseneck is Max Bartel. Well, half a lap to go for himself, a 6.2 second advantage, and it looks like yet another race win to his collection in 2026. Langman yet another podium, but who's going to join them on the final rostrum spot in third?
We'll wait to see. Only a handful of corners now left to run. Can Aldridge hold on? Can Cottenham find something a little bit special? Maybe Langman meets the dirt and they both get through. It's anybody's guess. There's only one thing we're not guessing, and it is that man who's going to make it 6 race wins in a row in the NL 500 elite class. Max Bartle, once again, untouchable.
Max Bartle, untouchable. It seems the only person that can beat our reigning champion is himself. Max Bartle exits the final corner to make it 3 from 3 this weekend, 2 from 2 on Sunday. The number 1 is P1 yet again. Josh Langman is going to claim second. Who's going to claim third? It is going to be Simon Aldridge. I mean, Ross, you'll be happy with that one, to say the very least. James Cottenham crossing the line in P4. And the final spots on the podium. What a battle that was. It's going to be Carl Freeth, you would imagine, who takes the senior win, while yet again Patterson, the freshman, win yet once more.
Wow, what a race that was. You can see there, Carl Freeth actually got in front of Liam Sylvain. Again, that's not pole position. That is that was Patterson that was even there with Gary Wilson, should I say. So again, not for position, that one, just for a bit of fun to the line. Wilson did hold on, takes P2 though. Simon Aldridge on the podium. We don't have favourites in this commentary box, despite the fact that Lewis is now accusing me of being Simon Aldridge's father, which I can't specify I'm not, trust me. But, you know, when you put an effort like that, when you've got one race straight into another one, and you get a podium, I think that you need to recognise the incredible achievement of that. So fair play to Simon Aldridge for having a great run at it and for getting a podium at the end of that one. But it is Max Bartle's weekend once again. Complete and utter annihilation of everything that he touches. Just domination from the reigning champ, and he is well on his way to making it back-to-back titles in the NL 500, certainly in the elite category. It was Freeth from Wilson from Cheadle in the seniors, basically what it's been all weekend, and in the freshman, Paul Beard also taking victories. Bartle from Langman from Simon Aldridge is your top 3 at the end of that one. Then it's James Cottenham, George Bartle and Liam Sylvain. Carl Freeth takes victory in the senior class with Gary Wilson P2 in that one. Tim Patterson victorious in the freshman category. Carl Bayliss rounds out the top 10, P7 in the elite category. Paul Beard and Lewis Corner P2 and P3 in the freshman category. Great run of things from Lewis Corner there in race number 3. Ian Cheadle rounds out the podium for the seniors, and then from here on out it's just everybody else who will just rattle through it. Adam Ross through it in 14. It's the first time he's not finished on the podium in class actually this weekend, so a shame to him. He's followed in from 14th by Felixson, James Miller, Lisa Payne, Jackie Seaman, John Hunt and Adam Ryan. Further down the order, as I'll stop doing my terrible Richard Keys impression now, it is Leo Wilson, Danny Dawson, Stuart Martindale, Steve Biles, Casey Rickens, George Hines, Louis Hines. I think they're siblings, and they're very close together, so that would make sense. Alexander Sonners, Mark Parnell, James Brampton rounding out the top 30 there, and then a little bit further back you have Michael Kent, who did finish the race after having issues early doors. David Colley, Ryan Brinkout finished a lap down after those issues. Well, I say issues after somehow not smashing his face the dirt at 1 million miles an hour at turn 1. And then Ryan Wilson, it seems, either had a transponder issue or did not finish that race. That brings an end, though, to the action from the CBs, from the Dunlop NL 500 Elite class here this weekend at Cadwell Park. And what an evening it was. An evening, what a day it was, what a weekend it was, and what a season it's been so far for those guys. Long may it continue. They'll be back at Knockhill. But first, let's go down to Lewis Ray and hear from some of them.
Down in the home area for the time being, and well, I think we're going to be a little bit quick with this one because already the next race is starting to get loaded. But Max Bartle, you're one of the coolest characters that we have in the paddock, but a smile's got to be on your face after that one. 3 from 3 this weekend.
Yeah, definitely can't get much better. Fastest lap, pole, 3 wins. Happy with that, really.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
And well, we'll grab a word of our top 3, and I think we're going to have to stop. Josh, great ride from yourself. Not able to match the pace of Max this weekend, but still able to get comfortably in P2.
Yeah, I fully in Beale. I've got nothing left for Max, so yeah, he's riding really well. I only got lucky because James missed a gear around the gooseneck, so I'll take second.
Yeah, still a trophy for yourself. Well done.
It is, thank you.
And finally, Simon, we'll head over to you because, well, what a weekend it's been for yourself. You've got to be absolutely knackered after that. I think you're well-deserved a pint later on, but still, 6 races done this weekend and a podium to round it off.
Yeah, it's been coming all weekend. We've been close, but I'm glad we got one in the end. So, yeah, now we got it. We'll celebrate that one.
Yeah, plenty to celebrate. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
Well, now already, Ross, the next grid already loaded up, so they're ready to go on their warm-up lap. I'm going to have to hand it back up to you in the comment box yet again. That's it for the NL 500s.
What a weekend it's been for those guys out there. Just simply superb. And the NL 500s done and dusted. As we can see, we're getting ready for our next one. This is another 10-lapper. These guys voted to not do the fatigue-shortened races. It is, of course, our Premier class in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Motorsports Premier Power Cup. And we are missing a few on the front row. That's because Matt Truelove and Ash Barnes, 2 of our wildcards, have decided that they don't want to be here anymore. So it looks like it's going to be Ian Hutchinson starting from P3 all alone out there on the front row. But still, it could be Ian, a road racing legend who comes home to take victory, potentially, or maybe it'll be somebody else that can try and take it to any of the wild cards that remain. If Matt Truelove's not here, I'm going to go on a whim and say that Harry Truelove's probably also not here. Because I think they travelled together in Harry's van, I want to say. So, figure that one out. But Matt Truelove and Ash Barnes definitely not here. I can tell you that much. Ian Harrison, or Hutchinson, not Harrison. Who am I getting him mixed up with? Ian Hutchinson starts alone on the front row from P3. Then Harry Truelove, I'm assuming, isn't here. So it will then be Tommy Fielding and Dan Stamper alone on row number 2, unless Harry Truelove is still here.
We did see incidents for both Matt and Harry last race.
That is very true as well. So maybe problems with the bikes as well to consider. Again, it was a pretty messy race number 2 earlier on today. Row 3, though, that's when it gets back to normal, we're hoping anyway, with Tom Norton, Liam Murta and Brandon Petty running out the top 10. Jamie Richmond, followed by Wilfred Turner and Luca Jennings. Paul Charman is alongside Jamie Boyce and Scott Stone. Ralph Laturco, the Brazilian, starts P16, P17 Phil Abel, and P18 Steve Frizzle. Then it is James Crowe, Paul Bowerback and David Williams, and then Keith Stringer and Kieran Nicholson. David as well, also not setting, making appearances in race 2, so they doubt they're going to be here in race number 3. But you never know. You never know. We'll wait and see as the riders making their way down into grid. Both races, of course, different winners.
A look down there for Jamie Boyce. Sorry, Ross. A big look down there for Jamie Boyce coming out of the penultimate corner. Hopefully no more issues with that Suzuki.
Well, let's see. He might be pulling into the pit lane if there is an issue. I was going to say different winners in both races in terms of on the road, but they were wildcard winners in Matt Truelove and Ash Barnes, respectively. So Tommy Fielding has gone 2 for 2 here in the championship proper, back to form for the 556, and the championship leader is going to make it another clean sweep here at Cadwell Park. We will wait and see. Yeah, not seeing Harry Truelove anywhere, so looks like it's going to be a very lonely front end of the grid. Lights are on for the final time this weekend. We are go. Phil, the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. Good getaway there, but a big pickup on the front wheel from Ian Hutchinson. But given there's no one else around him, he will be unchallenged down into Coppice and will run away with the whole shot. Fielding slots into second place, then Dan Stamper, it would seem, into P3. So that's how it changes, that's how it stands at the moment out at the front. Then just behind them, I'm going to assume it's probably Tom Norton on the Aprilia following, with Liam Murta, Brandon Petty, they'll all be there or thereabouts. Jamie Richmond's going to be somewhere in that conversation as well. So Ian Hutchinson, a road racing legend, now leads here at Cadwell Park, which, to be fair, is probably the most road racing-like closed circuit that we've got in the UK. So at least he's in his element a little bit. I suppose he has run very well this weekend.
Yeah, this isn't just a data collection weekend, it's a testing weekend for him to decide if he's going to be doing the British Superstock Championship here at Cadwell Park. And well, I think the answer to that is going to be a yes, because he's had good pace despite the off in race 2 throughout the entire weekend. Now, though, as things stand, Tommy Fielding sits in P2, Daniel Stamper in 3rd, and while Tom Norton lurks away 3rd in category, let's keep in mind P4 overall. Hutchie is just a wild card in this one. He's not going to be affected by a massive pickup off the front wheel. It was almost a double take over the mountain there for Tom Norton.
On it was the Aprilia rider. That was mega through the mountain section, and he keeps pushing onwards as well as we come to the end of lap number 1. It will be the front 3 as they were. Hutchinson from Fielding, from Dan Stamper. Of course, got to remember Hutchinson a wild card. So technically, Tommy Fielding leads from Dan Stamper in second, from Tom Norton in third. If we're looking at this from a Super Series Power Trophy perspective proper, try to say that a million times very, very quickly. But we'll see how we're going to unfold. So Hutchinson, the sole wild card in this race in terms of the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. It is Brandon Petty from Jamie Boyce, very tight across the line. Ralph Turco in P3 down to P12 as it stands.
I don't think I can say much a million times very quickly. I'm going to give you that one. But Tommy Fielding, at the moment, this is exactly what he wants. I mean, he's only 6 tenths of drift from Ian Hutchinson. The perfect chance to learn and watch a superstar, a legend, whatever way you want to put it. The perfect opportunity to try and gather a little bit more data on board the Fireblade. The Fireblade works well in this sort of spec, and maybe it's not going the best in World Championship level and British Superbike level in the Superbike class itself. However, with the traction control, with the standard ECU in it, it seems like that bike is all singing, all dancing, and works very well for a lot of riders out there. Daniel Stamper also adapted to it. Tom Norton, less popular of a bike, let's just say the Aprilia, to put it nicely. However, he's still showing that he can do grand old jobs, like Liam Murtaugh as well. He's on the Kawasaki in this race, and it's what we've seen time and time again this season. Multiple riders in loads of different classes. Look at Jennings. How do you like that over the mountain? He definitely didn't mean that one. That is not the fastest way to go over the mountain, I can tell you that much. Over the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, it's Brandon Petty now ahead of Jamie Boyce. Both of them taking 1 win apiece this weekend. Who's going to come out on top in class?
I hope that Luca Jennings got some soft padding around his seat, because he'd probably be a bit sore after that one if he didn't, to be frank. But he's going to continue onwards, as we do see a little look there. Can he make it through? And Petty and Boyce trying to swap places. Nothing on that occasion. Petty holds on to the lead of the race in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. P7, P8 overall for this pairing at the moment. Just a little bit behind Luca Jennings, who maybe still feeling a little bit winded. His voice going up a few octaves following the previous tour, shall we say, over the mountain. But coming to the top of the circuit, still Petty holding on from Jamie Boyce, who's probably playing a bit more of a patient game. I can imagine he's a rider who is quite happy to sit in the wheel tracks. No point risking it early doors. He can just sit there. But as I say that, he's going to maybe try and set something up into the gooseneck. We'll wait to see as they come back into view. Has he got it through? Yes, he has. So ignore everything I've just said. Through goes Jamie Boyce.
Wilfred Turner, he's going to be enjoying this battle happening right in front of him, sitting in P9. Paul Charman also there or thereabouts on board the R1. One of the nicest looking bikes on the grid, personally, for myself, for Paul Charman. Blue and yellow, I mean, can you really get much better than that? Now then, as things stand, Dart Motorsport wise, Jamie Boyce is looking to take the class win overall this weekend, you would say. 1 win apiece as things stand. Now it's time to settle the scores. Third place in category is Ralph Turco. You have to go all the way back down to P12 for that. James Currow as well, just behind Ralph in P13. So a couple of Dart runners all together on circuit, just at different ends of the field as things stand. But coming out the final corner, we're going to clock by yet another lap of Cadwell Park and head on to lap 4.
Great stuff there. Ian Hutchinson, his advantage has extended to 1.3 seconds ahead of Tommy Fielding, who himself has 1.3 essentially over Dan Stamper, who's under big pressure from Tom Norton. So there are fights for the podium places in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. We'll keep our eye on it. We'll keep a very keen eye on it, I'm sure. Boyce and Petty, though, definitely the closest fighting out on track for positions proper, as we see there. The 15 making his way through the 28 of Wilfred Turner, who was trying to fight with him. So this is now going to be holding up Brandon Petty, it would seem. And Turner and is that Sharman that they've gone through, and Stone as well. Looks like they've swapped places potentially. So we'll wait to see and confirm that as they come through the gooseneck. And yes, they have swapped around. So more changes behind. That is for position. Of course, those guys part of the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy out there. Lap 4 of 10 in this final contest of the weekend. Tommy Fielding is currently well on his way to going back to hat-trick ways. 3 wins out of 3 seemingly on the card, which he will have done for every round this season apart from last time at Brands Hatch.
Scott Stone, he's on a charge here himself. He got ahead of Paul Charman earlier on this lap, and now already glued onto the exhaust pipe of Wilfred Turner on board his Suzuki as Wilfred Turner. And now, well, what can Scott Stone do on the Honda Fireblade? Paul Charman is just able to watch for the time being. What a great weekend of racing we've had. There's Ralph Turco on board the Kawasaki. a great looking bike to the very least. Always one of the most professional looking outfits, certainly when the pit garages and they've got all the banners up and everything else. They enjoy their weekends here. They bring the whole family along, and well, I think they're here to have a laugh, have a good time, make memories to last a lifetime as well. As son Enzo just taking off his beginner's bib, his orange bib, after getting all the signatures needed. Here comes Alfred Turner though. Can he make a move on Brandon Petty? Let's keep in mind this is not going to be necessary for class position, because also we do have quite a few riders in this scrap. 28 does go through, Turner through on Petty, and now most importantly a bike is now in between Jamie Boyce and Brandon Petty out on circuit.
It's going to be frustrating that for Petty. Jamie Boyce seems to have
Petty's dropped back again now.
Yeah, he has. I think he's just dropped behind Stone as well.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, he has. So Petty's struggling late in the day. Is he tired, running out of tyres maybe?
Is there an issue?
Yeah, potentially. So, yeah, just dropping backwards. Very, very bizarre for the number 15 rider. I mean, still on for second place as it currently stands in class. That's nothing to complain about. But again, he's a rider that you'd expect to be right there fighting with James Boyce. Boyce has just been able to essentially ride away from him over the last couple of laps. And again, is it tyres? Is it brakes are going? Is there a problem with the bike? Is he just tired at the end of a long weekend? All of those are possibilities. We may just have to wait and find out a little bit later on down the line as we'll continue to push on. As there is the one full for Jamie Boyce. He's on the back of Luca Jennings, actually. That's not for position, but he'll be wanting to get through the 63 regardless as they come down the main straight to head on to lap number 6.
Headed on to lap number 6 of the action so far. Confirmation of the changes on the left-hand side of your sidebar. If not, head on to TSL Timing and check it out. What a race we're having, though. Brandon Petty, we did see technical issues back at Brands Hatch, if we remember, in the final race of the weekend. He had to end up pulling his bike to the side of the circuit over by Dingle. So hopefully no sorts of those issues here in race 3 at Cadwell Park. Hopefully no gremlins inside that BMW. At the moment though, Luca Jennings has certainly recomposed himself and now has just Jamie Boyce for company out on circuit. Jennings, it's been a quiet weekend somewhat for himself. He did actually have a big crash here last year on the exit of the chicane in the newcomer 600 category, and if I remember right, it was a hosepipe, a water hosepipe coming off his radiator, going on his rear tyre and sending them to the absolute moon. However, this weekend, luckily, no sort of issues for himself, and now can continue his battle with Jamie Boyce.
Yeah, not ideal that, is it? Slick tyres don't like being wet. That's a thing that tends to happen. So, clearly brushed off those demons. There's no bad memories here of Cadwell Park, and he's able to push on. Look at Petty, or Boyce even, should I say, heading over the mountain. That was super, super aggressive. The thing was almost at 45 degrees. Not in mid-air, but in the process of taking off, shall we say. Lap 7 of number 10 that these guys will now go on to. And Boyce looks very, very racy. He is desperate to get through that 63 of Luca Jennings, make it P6 overall.
Here we go.
And he will be getting past Luca Jennings and making it P6 overall because he's blown on by before they even get to the braking zone. Through goes Jamie Boyce, and that means now there are 3 bikes separating him from Brandon Petty, who is continuing to drop backwards. I don't think a massive problem for him at this stage anymore. Yes, the win's out of reach, but Ralph Turco, presuming that Paul Charman has got through him, given that it looks like he was going for an overtake on the timing screens. Up the inside there goes Luca Jennings, regains that position from Jamie Boyce. Nice stuff from the 63. Yeah, presuming that Chalmers got through Petty, Ralph Turco's 10 seconds back. So it's not all doom and gloom. As is that Tommy Fielding?
Yeah, he's got back into the game here.
Yeah, was that a duff lap? Yeah, it was a bit of a duff lap from Hutchinson. A 130.5. He's made a mistake somewhere out on circuit because it was an okay lap from Fielding, a 2/10 off of his personal best, but Hutchinson is able to run quicker than what Tommy Fielding is, so he's made a mistake somewhere. I'd expect him to, if it hasn't sitting in his mind, he should probably just start to pull away again as we're about to head on to lap 8.
Yeah, Hutchie's got plenty of experience. He's been through a lot in his racing career. I think we can spend the rest of the race speaking about just how much he's been through. Obviously, as we mentioned, 16 TT wins in his career, but the injuries he's faced, the injuries he's overcame, most importantly, has been astounding. And the fact he's still here today, racing the bike as quick as what he can, is pretty impressive. So I don't think the likes of a mistake's going to play in his head for too long. 1.1 seconds it was now, 0.2 of a second that extended last time around. A good job, but I think we have to look at Tommy Fielding here. He has to be delighted with this result. If he can finish within 2 or 3 seconds of the likes of Ian Hutchinson, that is more than job done this weekend.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with that one, to be fair. I'm assuming you probably would be as well.
Yeah, I would be as well if it didn't end in the grass trying. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure he can be delighted. He was a little bit frustrated after race 2 as Tommy Fielding. I think he forgot that wildcards don't get championship points, so he's thinking he's not winning and he's dropping points a little bit, even if he's finishing in front of his rivals. But no, he still gets the full points. Wildcards are wildcards, only no points on offer for them here at No Limits Racing. But he's had a brilliant weekend again. The wildcards who are here on, factory British Championship bikes, with engineers and data collectors here and whatnot, they are going to be quicker than a one-man team, right? That's how it works. But he's done an unbelievable job and continues to show that he is an unreal talent, and now is keeping Hutchinson very much in the picture and is now learning from him as well, because he's caught back up and can now sit in the wheel track of a true great of this sport and go, oh, okay, you put the bike there, you put the bike there. I don't do that. I can put the bike here instead and go faster. So it's a great learning opportunity for him.
That gap has just halved. Yeah. It went from 1.1 seconds to just over half a second. Tommy Fielding is on this here. I mean, Ian Hutchinson, another slightly off lap, you would say, for his standards. 1.4 seconds slower than his fastest. But perhaps, maybe he might not have a bit more down here for this final race, and maybe he might not know just how close it is, or he just wants to bring it home. I mean, he doesn't want to throw it down the road for a second time in the weekend, when the point this weekend isn't to go out and win. It's to go gather data, get some testing done ahead of the BSB round. While for Tommy Fielding, I mean, as he's getting closer and closer, he's going to be licking his lips, he's going to be licking his chops, but he needs to think about the championship points as well.
He does indeed. Doesn't want to throw away a free 25 points and another clean sweep as well, I'm sure. So he'll play it safe, but time's ticking away. It's lap 9 and 10. Didn't even notice. They were about 1.5 laps away from the checkered flag at the end of the weekend in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. So maybe Tommy Fielding, he'll see the last lap flag and that racing instinct will get the better of him. He'll suddenly feel like he has to go, he has to push, or maybe he'll just hang back. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I don't think if he gets the opportunity, he's going to have to take it, let's be honest. But as you mentioned, he's not a silly rider. He knows when to settle, if he needs to settle, and he knows actually how hard he's having to push. And we look at his times, he's able to run 29s, not the low 129s that Hutch is able to do, but high to mid 129s is Tommy Fielding. Last time around 1/10 slower than Ian Hutchinson, so Hutchinson hit him back with 1 lap to go, 0.7 of a second being the gap. You would say now is time for the 5.56 to settle.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Let's have a look at the sector splits when they come through sector number 1. Visually, that gap has got a little bit bigger as well, I think. I mean, they're basically identical at this point, so I think unless there's a mistake from Hutchinson or Fielding finds something really magical, I think he'll have to settle for second place overall, but that's still not bad. He's finishing within a second of someone the standard of Ian Hutchinson, and of course taking a clean sweep in terms of class victories, with Hutchinson being a wild card this weekend as well. Fielding has had yet another fantastic weekend, and I think at this point, if you don't think he is the favourite to be Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy champion come season's end, he'll probably do it before then, to be honest. But if you don't think that's the case, you probably need your head checking, because he's been so strong all season long, and even with an off round by his standards at Brands, he's still winning races here and there. And here at Cadwell, he's continued that form.
Yeah, he's continuing that form all the way to the end. You would have to say the final lap 10 of 10 this weekend in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy, alongside the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. What a weekend, what a ride. Ian Hutchinson does take victory, but it's Tommy Fielding in chase, less than 1 second behind. He's going to claim second, and 25 points, 0.3 of a second separating them at the line. What a ride for Fielding. Daniel Stamford P3 overall, Tom Norton rounding out the class podium. P4 overall though for him. Now we'll wait for this next group to come over the line. Liam Murtaugh as well should be crossing the checker flag any time now, you would imagine. Actually, he's right at the head of this group here. That was like one of the new ZX10s for Liam Murtaugh. Change of bike mid-season for him. I've just realised now as we exit the final corner, look at Jennings, horse on his tail. It's going to be a drag race on the line. Who's going to get it? Jennings gets a good exit. And now separating them 55 thousandths of a second. How close do you want it? Liam Murtaugh holds on. Luca Jennings does take P6, so in the end, and the class victory in terms of Dart Motorsport honours does go the way of Jamie Boyce. So Jamie Boyce, P9 for himself. What a race it was for himself. Checker flag waving. Ralph Laturco crosses the line too. James Crow, Frizzle and Abel will be the final couple of riders to take the checker flag. Interesting comments I think we're going to have down in Park Fermi with the likes of Tommy Fielden. See what you thought of that one. But what a race it was. It looked like we could have potentially had a slight change of leader there in the closing stages, but not quite. Ian Hutchinson does indeed hold on. He takes the race win, bouncing back after a race 2 crash, narrowly beaten Tommy Fielden over the line after 12 laps of drama. It's 3.5 tenths of a second. Daniel Stamper in P3. Tom Norton rounded at the class podium. P4 overall for him on board the Aprilia. Liam Murtagh holds on at the line against Luca Jennings for P5. Wilfred Turner and Scott Stone round out our top 8. Jamie Boyce, our class winner in P9 in the Dark Motorsport Premier Power Cup. While Paul Charman, the number 9 on the R1, he takes P10. Brandon Petty, Ralph Laturco takes 2nd and 3rd in class, with James Crow taking P13, Steve Frizzle P14, and Phil Abel rounding out our grid. What a race that was! Well, we've got some interesting reactions to get to in Park Fermi, I think it's fair to say. Ross already making his way down, and Ian Hutchinson, he'll have a smile on his face, you would imagine. As now, I believe we can cross over in a few moments' time with Tommy Fielden, obviously 25 points going his way. So it is going to be 75 points going his way. And then, Daniel Stamper and Tom Norton, class podiums once more. But it is Ian Hutchinson who creates headlines. Tommy Fielden sends no limit standings. Let's head down to Park Fermi.
Well, that was a brilliant way to end the action in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dark Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Let's first speak with our Super Series Power Trophy race winner in Tommy Fielden. Tommy, you seemed a bit disappointed with yourself after race number 2 earlier on. You'd surely be happy with that one.
Yeah, absolutely elated. Obviously, I said in the previous race I really wanted to do a 29, and I definitely thought it was possible. And Hutchie was that carrot that I needed dangling, and he spurred me on it. So yeah, really pleased.
And as well, the fact is that you finished well within a second, and we're even pushing as someone the calibre of Ian Hutchinson. You can't complain about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he was riding a little bit tight towards the end, but the sort of last 3 laps, I was really catching him through sectors 1 and 2, and I thought, could be on this, but the sort of 2nd and 3rd laps from the end, I didn't get whole bends right, so everything I'd gained at the first half of the lap, he just got straight back. So maybe another couple of laps and we could have done it, but yeah, absolutely elated. I'd just like to say, I know I always say I'd just like to say, but Gary from Not So Fast has been helping me with, my coaching this year, and it's my 29 is testament to him.
Awesome stuff. Well, bring on knocker. Well done today, Tommy.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Great to always speak to Tommy Fielden. We'll quickly get a word out of Hutchie because they have gone down to the grid for the next race. Ian, if we could just grab a quick word out of you. Well, nice way to end the day, that one.
Yeah, no, it's a shame those two were in it. I mean, that second race, had a little mistake. Because of my right-hand shift, I have to do my gear between turn 1 and turn 2, and I put it into neutral. It's just so hard to do that shift in between those 2 corners. Went into neutral, ran onto the grass, and then thought I'll get straight back on and still finish 3rd, but I turned way too quick on the grass and lost the front on the grass, so a bit of a waste of that one. But yeah, a shame Matt and Ash wasn't in that, because it was good for me to be racing with the British lads.
Still though, is it convinced you to come here in about a month's time for the British Champs?
Yeah, I mean, I've done a faster lap time than Ilya did to win the race last year, so I'm sure the pace will move on, but like mid-28s, it's about 0.7 faster than I've ever been round here, so yeah, I'm happy enough.
Awesome stuff. Well done on the race win, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Great to speak to you, Hutchie, there. We'll quickly run back up to the commentary box because we have one more race left to go. Sorry to our Dark Motorsport Premier Power Cup race winner that we're not going to have the chance to speak to. It's been a very, very long day. Lots of timing change. But we're out on the sighting lap. Lewis Ray, one more time. Here we go at Cadwell Park.
Thanks, Ross. I'll let you take the brunt of Jamie Boyce for that one. And well, yeah, Hutchie notoriously using a right-hand shifter after, I believe it was 2010 in Silverstone they had his crash. And very high-speed incident. And since then, he's had to shift with his right foot. Now, though, for the final time this weekend, we're out on our green flag lap. Orchard James starts from pole position. The Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge is now on circuit. In the Premier Pre-Injection 600 class also on track. Carl Foster and Ryan Bullman join Orchard James for company on the front row. Paul Beard, Grant Taylor and Brian Greenfield start from row 2, while Myers, Pickard and Vickers goes from row 3. Lewis Adams rounds out our top 10. He goes alongside Gareth Isles and Steve Lester. Meanwhile, Toby Welford will be keeping Ethan Hall and Douglas Davies for company on row 5, as Josh Crawford, Scott Wall and Alistair Corr rounds out the top 18. Chris Nailon and Matthew Alderson rounds out the top 20, with Matthew Random P21, Ben Scattergood P22 alongside Brand and Ross, while Cox, Locke and Cobb take up row 9. McCormick, Denty and Lovejoy on row 10. Natalie Crowe, hopefully we can see a return to Natalie in P31, ahead of Nikita Lane. Now Nikita Lane, let's keep in mind, she only got her race license. They only got the race license yesterday, and now already 7.35. Already not starting last, starting in P32, ahead of the likes of Dwayne Sisler, Ian Henderson, Connor Page, all set in times as well. Thomas Crawford, Mark Boot, Samuel Biles, and Lee Diabo not set in times, but around 39 bikes, probably about 30 or so in reality taking the start. And for the final time this weekend, Ross McIntyre, we are going lights out here at Cadwell Park in the sunshine. Who would have thought that this morning?
I know, it was a bit grim this morning, wasn't it? A bit grim up north and all of that, but no, the sun is blazing here at Cadwell Park, and we are saving potentially the best to last, because the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the pre-injection 600s have been absolutely quality this weekend, and that's quality with a capital T. Can anyone stop Jay Orchard James in this one? If it's going to be anybody, you're thinking Ryle Bullman or Carl Foster potentially. The pre-injection guys have been right up there with the Freshman Sport Challenge, despite the fact that the youngest bike there is from 2002. They are old machines, typically, that have been in the hands of those riders for quite a while as well. So a very interesting dynamic for us to look forward to. One final time we're going racing at Cadwell Park. What a getaway from Ryan Bullman. A perfect start in race 2. Almost too perfect in race 1 as he got a jump start. Let's hope that's not the case on this occasion. It's actually a really disappointing getaway for Jay Orchard James. He's also dropped behind the 178 of Paul Beard. So backwards goes Paul Beard, backwards goes Jay Orchard James. Then it's Carl Foster. Just behind him is Greenfield, second place in the pre-injection category, as they're nearly going 3 abreast on the run up the hill. And let's see if there's any changes there. Jay Orchard James trying to go the long way around, but he's shoved out by Paul Beard. That is really superb defending from the 178, but the switchback from the 7 back through up to second place.
That was an aggressive switchback there for Orchard James. What can he do now? Can he set his sights on the likes of Ryan Bullman? Hopefully the start wasn't too perfect. I don't think it was, actually. However, well, we're going to speak to him. We have to learn over what he's doing over everyone else to claim that whole shot. I mean, Paul Beard has always been known as a fast starter as he makes his way into P3 for the time being. However, not even Paul Beard could match the likes of Ryan Bullman, especially now that Bullman started from the front row of the grid. Carl Foster getting mixed up behind as well. That looked to be Brian Greenfield matching Foster. That's going to be for the pre-injection leads. Not quite. They remain 4th and 5th in our picture. There is Foster just following the likes of Paul Beard. Laurie Myers also involved in this pack. Lewis Adams there as well. We make our way towards the hairpin for the first time of asking. That's a rider down. The 65, the Army Team rider. What a shame to end your weekend down in the grass. And I mean, yeah, that's not what you want at all. So they'll already up with their feet, already continuing on. That was with Callum Denty down on the deck. A big shame for Callum Denty as well. We tip by for the opening lap of action here, Ross McIntyre. And well, it's going to be a change of lead. Orchard James, I don't know where he's found that, but he's found 1.5 seconds in the race lead in his final set.
That is ridiculous. Well, that's somebody going straight on across the grass I just saw. What?
Oh, that's Carl Vickers.
Right, Carl's gone for a ride. Someone else, what is going on? Someone else has gone straight on as well down at turn 1. Okay, guys, you can do your motocrossing later. They've somehow both stayed on. I mean, okay, it's been a long weekend, fair enough, you're probably tired or whatever, but yeah, 2 similar mistakes at identical times for 2 separate riders, as the 13th makes his way across the grass as well. And
now, Ross, look at Laurie Myers' exhaust pipe here as he comes out the corner. His exhaust pipe is completely bent, so it's on the other side of the bike. Wherever there's been contact there, whatever the case, is at nearly a 45-degree angle. That's not where the R6 exhaust pipe should be.
That's going to be surely a maple flag, a mechanical flag for that. There's no way the race controller going to allow him to keep going around. By the way, there was a 10-second jump start penalty for the 144 of Toby Welford, so he's now put down in 24th place. As a result, he's probably running about 12th on the road. Of course, the penalty's applied automatically and immediately here at No Limits Racing. But yeah, there must have been some sort of contact between the pair of those guys, surely. A little bit of a moment there for Jay Orchard James as he came through the hairpin, and then a little check back over the right-hand shoulder just to check that he wasn't at risk of getting done for getting it wrong. But no, he is miles clear.
I think he's surprised as well over the seat.
I think you can expect it. I mean, again, there was that little moment. The bike started to slide a little bit almost underneath him, and then he sat back up quite quickly to stop that, but it cost him momentum. A little check over the right shoulder. It's kind of like, oh, there's actually no one there. I thought there was loads of people. He's miles up the road already. Gap is 2.9 seconds, even with that mistake, and a fastest lap last time with 1:38.065. That's 1.5 seconds quicker than anybody else has gone, even with that mistake, meaning it was yellow in sector 3.
Yep, yellow in sector 3, but the other two sectors right on the money in terms of your newcomer 600 pace. Carl Foster, meanwhile, continuing to put pressure on the likes of Paul Beard, and now we're coming towards half race distance, already heading towards lap 4 of 8. This is an exciting end to the weekend, sure. Jay Orchard James already away at the front, but Ryan Bowman, Paul Beard and Carl Foster could well and truly be in a freeway scrap here for the overall podium rostrum positions. Let's keep in mind, the likes of Carl Foster, he nearly claimed second last time out. He claimed third overall on a pre-injection 600 machine. Do not count him out.
Again, a bike that is at the very least 24 years old, possibly and probably older than that as well, running a carb instead of the fuel injection systems that modern motorcycles, modern internal combustion engines use. That is far more efficient, far better than carburetors ever were. Apologies to anyone who's slightly older than us and has a weird thing for carburetors, as seemingly quite a few people do. Lewis Ray's just pointed at himself, shut up. But, you know, these are old bikes. They should not be running the same pace. But obviously, yes, they're on modern tyres, and modern tyres are much better than older tyres, so they're going to be quicker than they were originally going back in the day anyway, because they're on the new tyres. But again, you're on carbs, you haven't got modern wind tunnel tech that bikes are put through nowadays before they go into production, CFD, things like that, the computer fluid dynamics, virtual wind tunnels that they make with computers. You know, all of these things that go into making a motorcycle now and making them fast to go racing. These old bikes don't have it, and the fact is that Foster and Greenfield as well are right up there fighting with the Mets the Freshman Sport Challenge, guys.
Yeah, it's super impressive. Not to mention the weight difference. I mean,
of course, yes.
Back in my day, I think I had more traumatic experiences with carbureted bikes than good experiences, but that's probably more two-stroke involved in that as well. Of course, these all four-stroke machines. Orchard James, meanwhile, is on a modern bike, and that's how he's able to do these times. And as well, a lot of it is down to purely his talent, because you can see here, Foster's still able to compete with the likes of Ryan Billman and Paul Beard. They're no slouches at all. They're running second and third overall in the race. Obviously, though, Greenfield, let's not take away what a weekend it's been for the number 48. Brian Greenfield has came out of, I think, pretty much nowhere to suddenly be in race-winning contention in terms of pre-injection 600 class, and now he sits P5 overall. I mean, a sensational weekend that he's not going to forget. Meanwhile, our regular front-runners in class, Steve Lester, is down in P4, P11 overall. And, of course, we did see him go on earlier on with Carl Vickers. He's running P23 overall out on circuit.
Yeah, this is Greenfield's first entry into this season here at Cadwell Park. So he's gently turned up and he's blown it out of the gates straight away. Similar for Sam Foster as well. I think this is little Carl Foster, who I said. There's too many Fosters out there this weekend. Yeah, Carl Foster, again, similar story. First race weekend of the season for him. And those guys, clearly local riders, absolutely blowing everyone out of the water with their abilities and their talents. The championship leader in Steve Lester is set to finish P4 in class at the end of this one, after basically winning every race so far, bar like the opening 4. He was on a run of 7 in a row coming into this weekend. And again, Steve Lester is no slouch. So it just goes to show how good these guys who have turned up this weekend for the pre-injection 600 class are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even to come here in your first round with us at No Limits, even if it is, for example, a local circuit to run these times, simply astonishing. Now they can see yet another wave of of riders making their way through, the 64 being part of. This is a lovely number if I do say so myself. That's Ross running in P18 out on circuit. Baton away, actually. There's number 9 as well. But it's going to be Round also involved in that one. Meanwhile, though, we cut back to the front, and it is going to be Carl Foster at the back of it. Ryan Bullman sitting quite comfortable in that class as well. Oh, Ryan Bullman's down! Just as I was saying, he's sitting comfortable. He loses the front, and you can see there frustration, anger, weekend over.
I think that's not just frustration. I think unspeakable things are coming out of the mouth of Ryan Bullman right now. Absolutely furious is the 7-12 rider as he leaves the marshals. Helmet well and truly still on. Don't talk to me is that body language from there. Oh no, he's actually taken the helmet off now, so maybe he'll let someone have a word. A little thumbs up to the photographer. He's got over himself quite quickly, or well, maybe he hasn't, but he's still got the helmet off, still very frustrated. I'm not sure what to make of that one, to be honest, but an easy little mistake, just too much speed into the right as he climbs up the mountain. The weight transition as it starts to go up the hill, and then just dropping the front as a result, and especially as the weight's going backwards, not just over to the right as you're getting on the throttle. So easy for that to happen through there. And Ryan Bullman, the latest victim, and again, furious, but also seemingly taking it in good jest as well, with a little thumbs up to the photographer there.
Yeah, I think that was sarcastic to say the very least. He's ready to go home after that one for sure. There is a good battle on circuit though. Greenfield defend him from Pickard as things stand side by side, gets sat up over there towards what's going to be the next run of corners. Already towards Mansfield though. It's number 8. Now then, coming through the gooseneck, it's been a tricky race. Gareth Isles also involved in this scrap. Actually, the group forming up here. Lewis Adams right at the back of it as well. 6 of 8 as things stand. It's going to go down to the wire. Maybe some back markers to get involved with at the end of this race. Let's not forget, with the crash of Ryan Bullman, it's now Paul Beard in second, and Carl Foster back up into the podium places overall.
The 20 there thought it saw a way through on Gareth Isles. Douglas Davis thinking about giving it a go, but decided against it. Of course, that's not full position. He is in the no limits pre-injection 600 category compared to Gareth Isles of Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge caliber. Is that lap traffic? Yes, it is. Looks on was just whipping out the most egregious move I've ever seen around the outside at the hairpin. But no, it was just Paul Beard making his way through a little bit of traffic and trying to contend with that one. A bit more for him to deal with as well. There is Carl Foster comfortably leading in the pre-injection 600 category and well on his way to an overall podium as well. So no issues, no trouble for him whatsoever out there at the moment. And he's only got 1.5 laps left to go. Only 1.5 laps left of this weekend as well. What a weekend it's been at Cadwell Park. Let's see if there's any final little surprises for us to enjoy.
Yeah, I think there's going to be 1 or 2 surprises till the end of the weekend here. This is the final race, just 8 laps in distance. The riders did have less of a vote and they decided let's chop off a couple of them due to fatigue. I mean, look at this from our race leader, Georgia James, having an incredible ride, carving his way through the pack. Well, he's making it look easy. He's almost making it into a Sunday ride. Nearly 4 seconds of an advantage as things stand. It is even a personal best lap for him. He's just able to do these times off his back. It was actually a 140 last time around. 2 seconds slower than his best lap, but still slightly faster than Paul Beard in second. I mean, that is what you want when you're leading a race.
Certainly is. And I'll soon head through the Hall S's, round the hairpin, round the final corner, and make it 1 more to go this weekend, not just in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge, but for No Limits Racing. The 6th round of our 2026 season has flown on by, and we are really in the business end of things now. Was that Carl Foster getting through traffic, or was that... No, it was traffic, yes. I thought that was getting my riders mixed up there for a second. Final lap then, 1 to go. And what a day, what a weekend it has been so far. 3 rounds left after this one. We're heading north to Knockhill in about a month's time. But let's just sit back and soak in this place, this event, what it's been, what a weekend we have had. One of the true rider circuits. It's beloved by everyone, the history that's here with greats such as Agostini, Barry Sheen, Chris Vincent all racing here across the years. Then the actual layout on the way, it's so easy to fall in love with this place, and the great racing it puts on display as well. It has been an absolute privilege to be here with No Limits Racing in 2026. And it's a shame it's coming to an end.
Yeah, it really is. As you said, historic venue and a circuit which reminds you why we're here today, why we love this sport, and lets us enjoy our love for racing all over again. We love Cadwell Park. It's a rider favourite circuit. Sure, not all the races can be as spectacular of how tight it is, qualifying more important, but it doesn't take away from the charm. I mean, look at this section that we're coming up to now. It's one of the most perfect, not even handcrafted, natural sections of circuit in the world. Over the mountain we come now. Orchard James, he's got it mastered. It's been a masterful performance so far. 2.4 seconds of a margin over himself and Paul Beard. Carl Foster's on a pre-injection 600. It's going to take yet another overall rostrum finish. Take a bow, this entire top three, and take a bow, J. Orchard James.
He certainly can. The number 7 brings it home to the checkered flag. It is a clean sweep for J. Orchard James as he claims all 3 race wins in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge. What a weekend. Oh, we got a crash on the final lap. And that is coming down in towards the final sector. As what has gone wrong there? No, it's into the Hall Bends even. Someone's gone down. Hopefully they're okay. The bike is offline, so it should hopefully be local yellows and not a red flag to end the occasion. The checkered flag is well and truly waving here at this one. Was that the 140 of Daniel Lovejoy? Potentially it was. But it's the day of J. Orchard James. He wins all 3 here at Cadwell Park. And oh, what a track. What a racetrack this place is. You can take your Herman Tilke drones and you can absolutely shove them. This is a proper racing circuit, and it is put on some proper racing for us today. As the rest of the riders bring it home, they can all breathe a sigh of relief. It's been a very physical weekend for everybody involved. But wow, just fantastic racing from the get-go here at No Limits Racing. It is J. Orchard James who sweeps the weekend in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge. Congratulations to the number 8 rider. A fantastic performance from him throughout. Coming through in P2, it was Paul Beard. Another brilliant weekend for him as well. And another brilliant ride. Carl Foster onto the overall podium once again on a pre-injection bike. Fair play to the bloke as he does take victory, of course, in the pre-injection 600 category as well. Josh Pickard is P4, rounding out the podium places in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge. Gareth Ar's P5, Brian Greenfield P6, second in the pre-injection category. Dennis Lewis Adams and Ethan Hall. Steve Lester does get through Douglas Davies right at the death and ultimately does take a podium. The championship leader in the pre-injection class. He was followed by Douglas Davies also in the pre-injection class. Then we've got Alistair Core, Toby Welford, who did have a 10-second time penalty for a jump start. Ben Scattergood, Carl Vickers. A quiet weekend for Carl, unfortunately. He'll be looking to try and move forward further down, or further up, should I say, at Knockhill, especially with his good mate / title rival, Steve Lester, getting onto the podium late in the day. Then it's Jamie Cox, Adam Ross, Matthew Round, Josh Crawford, Matthew Alderson, and Scott Wall, who round out your top 20. Followed by Jamie Locke, Thomas Brandt, Matthew McCormack, Dwayne Sismore, Daniel Lovejoy, who we believe was the rider that went down at the Hall S's late in the day. Followed by Dan Cobb, Ian Henderson, Connor Page, Ryan Bullman and Laurie Myers. Some 7 laps down, clearly had an issue of some description. He did lose one other rider as well. Ryan Bullman, of course, crashing out. The only other rider that we lost, Callum Denty. He has 65, having an incident early doors on that Army Kawasaki ZX6 out there. But that does bring an end to the racing action here at Cadwell Park. Don't go anywhere just yet, because we do have a last few words to grab from some of the riders down there in pit lane. And who else better to ask them than a man who will know Knockhill at the back of his hand when he go there and knows much about the media centre, much about the hospital there as well. The one, the only, young Lewis Reed.
For the final time this weekend, we're down here in Park Fermi, and what way to finish it off? We'll head over straight away to Jay. Jay, I think that was a more dramatic race than what we were seeing on camera, because on camera it looks like you're out for a Sunday ride and somehow pulling the margin over everyone else.
Yeah, I lost the front in the one before last. Yeah, the front was my boot was scraping on the floor. I thought it was gone, but yeah, I didn't know Ryan. They just said Ryan crashed, so again, hopefully he's all right. But yeah, it was a good race.
Yeah, I think it was frustration more than anything for Ryan, just losing the front on the entry to the mountain. But nonetheless, good ride for yourself, and caps off the weekend in perfect fashion.
Yeah,
well done.
Perfect hat-trick, but hopefully we can carry on in Knockhill.
Yeah, something slightly different next round. I'm sure you're going to enjoy the Scottish weather. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll head over to Paul Beard now. And Paul, P2 for yourself. Not quite able to match the pace of Jay, but still, you've got to be happy.
I'll have him next time.
Are you going to be with us at Knockhill?
Yes, I am, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and that's a short, snappy track there for you, so I think you're going to enjoy it.
Yeah, I love it. I like the old short, snappy track, so bring it on.
Yeah, great watching this weekend, well done.
Cheers, thanks.
And, instead of heading over to third, we will in a moment, we're going to head over to first place, which was third place overall. Carl Foster, I mean, did you fancy another overall podium rostrum? I mean, what a ride.
I really wanted the win, I really did. Although I'm a long way off my personal best on this machine. I've been 2 seconds a lap faster in my prime, which was 10 years ago now. But pleased to be winning races, pleased to be competitive still. It's the only time I've ridden this year. Really, really happy with the result. Really, really chuffed. I love it. The big family here and everything. It's been a family affair. It's a great result. Go home happy.
Yeah, you've got to be happy with that. Bike's running well. Well done, and hopefully we can see you soon.
Yeah, chuffed to bits. Thank you very much.
And we'll head over to Greenfield, who's just next door. And Peter in the pre-injection 600s. You've got to be happy. This weekend, I believe it's your first round with us all year, and straight on the money, straight on the pace.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to be on the pace straight away. I said yesterday when I won the first race that I thought I was lucky to be there. So yeah, Carl was ahead and going for it, and I was running out of steam, really. I was just too tired and just hanging on in there. And it was good fun. We all had a good scrap, especially with the Metzler boys as well. They were flying as well. Some crazy moves going on there, and great fun all around, really.
Well done. Hopefully we can see you back on circuit with us this year.
Yeah, maybe Donington, maybe Anglesey. We'll see how we go. I've got an injury that I'm going to hospital tomorrow for, and we'll see how we go with that, really. That's why I'm hanging a bit today. But yeah, we'll see how we go.
Best luck, and hopefully we can see you later on in the year. Well done.
Right, thank you very much.
And now we'll slot it over, actually, to third place in our modern class, in our freshman category, before we head to third place in the pre-injection class. Third place in category for yourself. I mean, you've got to be happy with that one. Triumph's going very, very well.
Yeah, loved it. It was mint. A great race. Bit of a close pass, a few here and there, but it was mint. And yeah, was a bit worried with this engine to start with. Yesterday it was boiling over. Wasn't sure if head gasket had gone, so I'm chuffed. It's been a great end to the week, and I can't lie, I loved it. Love it. Mint.
Yeah, loads of positives. You've got a smile on your face. That's a win at the end of the day.
It'd be better if maybe keep a bit closer to Jay, but fucking so fast, so.
Yeah, it seems like no one can catch him so far anyway this weekend.
Right, and so, Jeff, well done to him, to be honest. Hats off. He's riding unbelievable.
Yeah, well done to yourself. Best of luck.
Cheers.
And, now we've got to slowly try to slot our way out. It's a little bit hectic as Park Fermi, and that's down here, third place in the pre-injection 600 category. And you've got a smile on your face after that one. You've got to be happy. Still got the orange bib on as well, and the pre-injection going well.
Yeah, well, it's my first race meet, so I mean, I'm happy to have finished, to be honest with you. I didn't know I'd come third. That's news to me. But yeah, no, I'm just enjoying it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, third place category, some drama ahead of you, but nonetheless, you got to take those wins at the end of the day. P3 in category, and now on to the next rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying and get to another one this year.
Yeah, hopefully we can see you there. Best of luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
And actually, since we spoke to the top three in both classes, I think it's going to be interesting if we can grab a word with Carl Vickers, who's just behind us. Carl, not the race maybe you would have wanted, not the race we were expecting to see from you either. What happened at turn one?
There was obviously a hard pass there, and I got my left-hand clip-on seriously knocked out of place, and we make sure these are tight so they don't go forwards when you're braking hard. So you can see my left clip-on's pushed right in, and I went across the grass at the top of to the right of Coppice, somehow managed to keep it upright in fifth gear, over 100 mile an hour possibly. My previous motocross days probably came in handy to keep it upright. I rejoined right at the back of the grid and tried to work my way through the grid, but it's nice to see someone else getting a trophy for a change. So I'm pleased I kept it upright, and the bike stood in one piece at the end of the weekend, so yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it's got to get the heart going on a Sunday evening, and finally now we can wrap up the weekend and look forward to Knockhill.
Absolutely, so 4 weeks to go and we're back in action at Knockhill.
Yeah, time for yourself and Steve to reset. Best of luck, and well done.
All right, thanks so much.
Well, yeah, a bit of motocrossing, and now we'll head out and join Ross McIntyre, who's made his way. And, Ross, come over onto the grass. We'll get out of the way of the craziness, of the blanks. I'm a little bit small, so, I'll go up the hill. No, okay, well, you know what, stop slides. Now, Ross, what a weekend we've had here at No Limits. What a weekend we've had at Cadwell Park. Round 6.
delivered, to say the least. The last couple of races, I think the last round of races, everyone took out a screw inside their head and just went hell for leather.
Well, when you get to the end of the day here, and the end of the weekend, and you realise that your time at Cadwell's done for the season, well, if you're not coming to the British Champs or any other club racing that's going on here anyway, and you think, oh, actually, I'm not going to be able to get to ride this amazing circuit until next year, or until I come back for a track day or something. So I think it was a case of, go on, let's just go for it and have a bit of fun for the last time. And again, everyone's probably a bit tired as well, which wouldn't have helped the occasion. They would have been thinking quite as straight, because it's a ridiculously physical track, and everyone, 10-lap races is quite a long time around here, so everyone would have been very tired. So some crazy racing to end the day. The fact we got all through it as well, we did shorten some races due to fatigue, not for time, but the fact is we had a lot of delays this morning, unfortunately, and of course wishing everyone involved in incidents a speedy recovery, and hopefully everyone is okay. Of course, a big thank you to the medical staff for being straight there with them and for giving them the best support possible. But even with the delays this morning, we managed to get through it, no problem whatsoever. So overall, a really successful weekend. And again, getting into the business phase of it now, 3 rounds left in 2026. Of course, up to Knockhill next time. The endurance is back. Trip north of the border, what's not to love?
Yeah, well, it's not to love. I'm looking forward to Knockhill. I don't know about you. But, it's going to be nice to have a nice short drive to the circuit in the morning. But what a race weekend we've had. Obviously, conditions a little bit dicey here this morning, but it's cleared up fairly nicely. There is a little bit of a wind, but I don't think anyone's going to be complaining after that one. I know I put you on the spot every single round. What's been the, first of all, biggest surprise of the weekend and your standout rider of the weekend?
Those are 2 difficult ones. I wasn't expecting those. Biggest surprise. I think just how great the racing has been in general, because it is a tricky circuit. Obviously, as we get the engines firing up, everyone going back in, so I'll try not to speak too loud into the microphone and deafen everyone. It is a difficult circuit. Yes, the riders absolutely love it, but it's narrow, it's tight and twisted, it's corner after corner after corner in quick succession. So it's quite difficult to overtake, but we've had some fantastic racing all throughout the weekend, and it has been great to see. Rider of the weekend, that's a difficult one, because there have been a few standout performances. I think I will go with Alex Mullaney, though, because he turned up at the start of the season, obviously was superb, then kind of vanished off the face of the other bit. He's come back today and has just shown everyone how it's done, and has put in some absolute blockbuster performances. It's been great to have him back. I'm hoping he's joining us Knockhill as well, but again, so many people that I will probably forget all of them have had great weekends. Obviously, we've had some wild cards with some British champs guys, obviously Ian Hutchinson, a TT and a road racing legend, doing some testing here and getting a race win at the end of it as well. Great to have them here with us, but just so many brilliant rides all throughout today. You can tell everyone loves this track, even though it's difficult, and the racing, in comparison to some other circuit, maybe does suffer a little bit, but that doesn't mean that it's been boring. It's been fantastic all throughout the weekend.
And what are you expecting up at Knockhill? I mean, I certainly know what to expect, because I think I've rode it more times than what I can count. But what are you expecting going up to Knockhill? I don't think is it a track that you've been to before? I don't think you have.
It's not actually, no, which is interesting given there's a corner named after me, so that's going to be a lot.
I don't think it's after you. I think it's just a coincidence. But yeah,
no, it's after me. No, I'm really looking forward to it. It's a track that I know a lot through video games, unfortunately, playing racing games in my spare time, and it is a track I always enjoy, either driving on a racing game or riding on a racing game, or indeed just watching whenever something's on there as well. So it's a circuit I am a very big fan of, really excited to visit for the first time. Obviously, very short track, very bumpy, lots of undulation as well, but it is really quick as well. Again, similar to here, there's not as many lines as you can take through corners, so racing does again sometimes suffer a little bit, but still very tense. And again, it is a circuit that does separate the good from the great. Expecting the weather to be a bit chaotic, given it is Scotland. I'm hoping it's going to be sunny, but we could again get a bit of sun and rain coming in here and there. But I think we're set for more great racing. And again, I think there'll be a lot of local riders turning up who know the circuit like the back of the hand and taking it to some of the big names that we've got here and showing them how it's done.
Yeah, I think we're going to have full grids in pretty much every single class. Knockhill is looking like it's going to be a special weekend. What's the weather going to do? Well, flip a coin. You have a month to do it. But, as the marshals make their way in from their posts, the riders clear out, they begin to pack up, the trophies are handed out. I think it's time for us to pack up, head home, and kick our feet up for a month. I don't think we do anything in between rounds anyway. We just sleep all the way till the next round. I mean, I'm excited for the next round. I know you are as well. Round 7 of 9 is coming from Scotland. Knockhill is next up. However, that's all we've got time for here today from Cadwell Park. My name's been Lewis Ray, Ross McIntyre, alongside me throughout the entire weekend. We've brought you through all 24 races here this weekend, and some pretty special interviews, if I do have to say. A massive thanks to all the officials, the medics, and the marshals out on circuit, and all the cameramen. Tristan Finocchiaro, our producer this weekend. Whatever the case, it's been a long weekend. It's been a difficult one. The British sidecars have been a treat, but, well, now it's time to head home. Until next round, it is goodbye, and see you at Knockhill.
No limits racing. No limits racing. No